Hello and welcome back to the KCC channel. I'm Rob and I hope you are having a wonderful day today. Today we continue with the compilation videos which are aimed at people who are working or people who are driving or people who just have a heck of a lot of time and want something on in the background. Today we're jumping into your favorite, Pro Revenge. Our first story today comes to us from Warrior044. Boss's boss threatens to fire me. I accept and get him and his friends fired. Let's jump right in. Warning, this is a very extensive story, so grab some popcorn. Background. In January 2021, I began working for a very big American company in Europe that was and is in the energy sector. At the factory plant I began working at, the parts of gas turbines get assessed for restoration and reworked so they can get used again. Each single part would cost several thousand when produced new and hold for like a decade or so. Reworking cost like a quarter of that, and the part would be good for another 8 to 10 years, with more inspections of course for safety. The customers would pay like half or 3/4 of the cost of a new part. And since we talk $2,000 to $8,000 per single part, and a gas turbine containing thousands of pieces, we speak several million for each gas turbine. Customer would save a good chunk, and of course, the company was sitting on a golden goose. After the decades, that meant that the facility where the stuff was reworked had an absolute uncontested income, without much of competition, since the parts were their own design and production, and a win-win for customer and company. Over time, that led to the problem that competence, invention, or even honesty were not needed by the management of the facility anymore. As long as the workers stick to the already developed and tested processes and did their job, money would keep flowing in regardless what the office did or did not. You can see where this is going. Setup, somewhat important. So I was hired there as part of quality control. Specifically, I was to operate a 3D computer managed measuring machine. Gas turbines get, as you can imagine, pretty hot and spin fast. And a decade of heat combined with dynamic stress has the nasty habit to deform stuff. Can't have that for sure. So you have to measure the stuff really precisely so that the production knows what section of what piece needs reworking, or if a piece is too out of form to be used again at all. The operation of such a machine is not too complicated. Put the piece into bracket, clamp it down, load the correct model, and start the program. You get the measurement report then as a text file, an Excel, as well as a PDF. The pieces, usually rotary blades, nearly always came in sets, 24 to 216 depending on the size. When all are measured, you compile all the reports the machine made into one Excel with a somewhat complicated method. Wasn't hard, I learned all that in a week. That machine was immensely important for the facility, running in 2 to 3 shifts per day, 6 days per week. Like 80% of all pieces that went through the reworking process had to be measured at least twice. As nearly anyone with a technical background can guess, operating a machine and understanding what it is actually doing are two big different shoes. When I started, there were only 3 guys that understood the machine properly, as well as a technician, Vladimir, who could actually fix codes or reprogram a 3D model if there was a problem. Vladimir, however, was the technician for the entire facility. Very busy guy. And when he had to come over, his time would need to be paid by the department, something the bosses didn't encourage, so to say. Of the 3 guys who knew the machine, Antonio is important. He had been working there for a few centuries at least, knew every nook and cranny, while being a simple worker. If crap went wrong, he was the guy you turned to. He had a bit of a short temper and a very blunt language, but he was honest, open, and very fair. I myself am not the most social person, always held back with a brutal honesty, and I take my professional cold attitude a bit too serious, I guess. In general, if people share my principles of honesty, fairness, and taking responsibilities serious, then we get along great. But with people that are less trustworthy, I basically turned to an ice block. Not perfect, I know, but hey, I don't work in retail for a good reason. So, thing is, despite some heated arguments, Antonio and me really got along swimmingly. What no one knew was that Antonio had, over the decades, collected such a backlog of days off, overtime and whatnot, that he could retire 2 years early, and he was 63. He had decided to groom me as a successor, beginning teaching me every little detail about the measuring machine, how to fix stuff, how to do proper maintenance, why it did certain stuff, and so on. He was a perfectionist, but so am I, so I really appreciated it. What I noticed in my first week in the company was the biggest problem there. The facility had a massive problem with cliques, clans, and little circles. If you were part of the correct clique, you could do what you want and remain untouchable. If you aren't, well, your credit goes to anyone but you, and you are a fine scapegoat. I didn't care much about it, to be honest. I am a bit of a rule fanatic and stick to them even when everyone else ignores them. For me, this was a well-paying job, with a horrible commute, 1 3/4 hours in one direction. So I wanted to stay there for as long as I could, earn my money, and then just take the next job. There was a fourth guy who was operating the machine. I don't remember his name, so let's call him Igor. Igor was part of the same clique as my boss, Manuel, my boss's boss, Freddie, and of course his own boss, Boris, who was also his brother. He was working the measuring machine simply because it was the most comfortable job he could perform. He was usually doing the night shift, as those paid extra. He occasionally took the late shift, while I always took the early one, was the least popular due to start at 6 a.m., but I like going home at 3 p.m. Igor was, well, as a light bulb. He was like a wet match in a dark basement somewhere in a black hole. I might be a bit too harsh with him now, but that was all I ever got to see from him. He was also pretty lazy, rude, and arrogant. After all, he had an untouchable status due to his brother's best friend being boss of the entire assessment department. The actual story, long build-up, I know. A good 6 months after I started, there was the first incident with the measuring machine. We received material in pallets, and it was a firm rule that the rotary blades had to be sorted in numerical order. Each had a serial number and a set number. Stuff went a ton faster and easier if all was sorted clean 1 to 82, or whatever the setup went up to. Occasionally, an order, which was usually 2 to 4 pallets, would arrive unsorted at the measuring machine. Then we had to sort them. Since we had to lift the blades out one by one anyway to measure them, it was not that big of a deal, just a tad bit annoying. Igor never finished a set if he could help it, leaving just 1 or 2 blades left for measuring. And even when he had to finish a set and start a new one, he would never compile the reports into one Excel. I am pretty sure he didn't even know how that worked. One morning, I came to work, and like so often, there was just 3 blades left to measure. I shrugged without care and wanted to just finish the order and start the next. Problem was, the pallets were a complete mess, completely unsorted, despite them being measured. Igor had worked the late shift the day before and would also work the late shift that day, so I would actually get to see him for a few minutes when I handed my shift over. This of course meant that I would have to sort all of the pallets, while also operating the machine with the next order as to avoid delay. The machine was a bit of a bottleneck in the facility. Usually, this is a chill post. The blades are never heavier than 22 kilograms, 48 pounds, and you had like 6 to 14 minutes between the measurement cycles to lift them out and exchange them with the last measured blade. Sorting the last order took me 2 hours of quite sweaty work while also operating the machine nearby, so I was somewhat annoyed. When Igor came in the afternoon, I asked him in a polite manner why he had not sorted that one order. He replied in quite a rude tone that he wouldn't do that. I was a bit baffled and asked if he didn't know that it was mandatory to do that. He simply replied in a pretty rude tone again that he wouldn't speak about that, outright refusing to speak about a problem? What the hell? I told him that if he didn't want to speak about it, I would have to speak about it with my boss. He just smiled in a smug fashion and told me to do that. Well, I did just that, asked my boss about it in the fashion of, hey, I thought we were supposed to sort that stuff, or did we change that? This led to a 4-way talk with my boss, Igor, as well as Boris. Boris was not happy at all, and my boss was rather embarrassed because it was all clear that I was correct but neither of them wanted to admit that their friend had done anything wrong. I did my usual ice block impression, showing a blank face, replying in very accurate and short words, and staying all polite and professional. It came out rather inconclusive, with a kind request that we should please sort the pallets if they came in as a mess. Igor just shrugged, and it was clear that he didn't care. It happened 3 more times that stuff came in unsorted, but Igor managed to avoid doing it ever. Okay, strike 1 of 3. 6 weeks later, there was the second incident. Every morning before I started, I would maintain the machine like Antonio had showed me to do, cleaning everything and rubbing special liquid into stone tread the machine's arch ran back and forth on. One morning, I came in and turned the machine into a manual mode like every morning, so that I could run the arch to the end of the thread for maintenance. A second thereafter, I heard a grinding noise and instantly stopped the machine. The arch was an air cushion based runner, kinda like a hovercraft, as where the bottom of the arch would always remain a tiny bit above the surface to ensure minimum vibration. So a grinding sound is really, really bad. I quickly inspected the thread and found quite the deep crater in the stone surface, maybe 2 to 3 centimeters deep, like an inch, and wide, and was enough for the air cushion to lose pressure, so the arch was sliding over the stone surface of the thread. This inspection also revealed scratches along nearly the entire length of the tread, so it was pretty clear that the machine had been running with this crater for a good bit. Immediately shut down the machine, informed Vladimir as well as my boss that some big crap was going on here. I also took pictures of the damage with timestamps just out of my usual paranoia. The machine was put out of commission. As the arch had taken damage, the entire stone tread had to be reworked and the machine needed recalibration. It was out for over a month due to that crater. That crater, by the way, looked exactly like the bottom corner of one of the blades, as if one had been dropped onto the stone tread. And the previous shift before me had, drumroll, Igor. Of course, he denied that he had done anything wrong, and he could also not recall seeing any scratches or hear any grinding noises during his shift. He tried to blame me on it, but I had reported the stuff like 5 minutes in my shift, with the last blade Igor had measured still in the machine. Again, it was clear to all who had effed up. But again, not even a harsh word to him. While the machine was getting fixed and reworked, we were put to different work. I got into the pre-assessment team, where the pieces get their first evaluation. I made good friends there, which would serve as my ears later on. Strike 2 of 3. After the machine got fixed a good month later, we had collected a massive backlog, to the point that the other departments who did the repair were struggling to find something to do that didn't need measurements. The machine was supposed to work in 3 shifts, but Antonio had left for his 2-year vacation when the machine had been put out for repairs, and the other 2 colleagues who knew how to run and maintain the machine had left for better jobs. So it was only me and Igor by then, with me working quite some overtime for good pay. All BS aside, hourly wage was really proper. One morning, I noticed something pretty weird. The order I had just started the previous afternoon was still not finished, again with just 2 blades remaining. Every measurement report has a timestamp, which I quickly had a look into. The measurement cycle for these was like 3 minutes plus 1 minute exchanging one blade for the next. For some reason, the measurement reports from Igor's shift had like 10 to 15 minute gaps in between, some even half an hour. Igor was still around as he had had the night shift. I knew he was a bit of a slacker, but these gaps were quite big, so I first thought there had been trouble with the machine. I asked him if he had any trouble with the machine last night, and he snapped at me that all had been fine. I asked if he was sure, and he in return inquired why I asked. I told him that there were quite some heavy gaps in between the measurement report, and that I couldn't find any error messages of sudden stops or such. Igor looked at those timestamps for a moment, back at me, and just shrugged before he went home. That would have been the end of it, if it wouldn't have been even stranger the next shift, Monday. I had for once not worked on Saturday, so Igor had 3 shifts in since I had last clocked out. I came in as usual, did the maintenance and cleaning, and wanted to check how far he had gotten. 4 orders had went through since my last shift, so I assumed that, as usual, I would have to compile the reports. But there were none. I was pretty confused, searching the orders numbers, checking the machine protocol, and all. The measuring machine had been running over the weekend with no shutdown or restart visible in the log, but also no measurement reports at all. I called in Vladimir, as, well, 4 orders worth of reports missing is a big deal. According to rules, I also informed my boss that the machine was standstill due to technical issues. Both Vladimir and my boss came into the measuring room and we 3 searched for the problem. It took us a while to figure it out, simply due to it being absolutely not expected. Someone had turned off the output of the machine, maybe to avoid the timestamps. This again caused quite some ruckus, as all 4 orders had to be measured again with reports, and production was really struggling now to have something to work on. Again, all clear who had effed up, and finally, Freddy had enough, but not of Igor, the Malicious Compliance. The afternoon of the same day, Freddy, the boss of the entire assessment department, came into my measuring room. Nice, expensive suit, tie, polished shoes, and went straight into my face. I was currently sitting in my chair, compiling the results of the remeasured first order, when he stood before me, giving me no room to get up. He looked down on me and snapped at me that he was sick and tired of me bullying my coworkers. He handed me a letter, which was the signed papers of my contract termination, signed by him, of course. He informed me that I had exactly 2 options now. I could either promise to do better, apologize to my coworker Igor, and admit it was my fault, or I would be fired immediately. Well, the good thing of being bullied and terrorized for most of your childhood is you learn to keep a cool head under stress. So I reined in my first urge to discuss with him or to tell him that such was illegal. Instead, I took the letter and read through it before nodding a few times. Due to my cold, professional attitude, I was known for often remaining silent, so he took my nods as compliance. He informed me that he awaited my written apology before 2 p.m. All the bosses went home by 2 p.m. and came in around 8 or 9. Well, when he turned around and marched out with a smug grin, he left me with the termination letter with his signature on it. Fun fact, when both parties agree to it, a contract can be cancelled immediately without any further responsibilities, beside paying for already issued hours, which go directly through human resources via the electronic timestamps of our clocking. I had 2 hours left until his deadline, and I spent it to carefully clean my workplace, make a backup of my work laptop according to the rules, and then, also according to the rules, clean the hard drive completely. The backup was put into the assigned server with all data correctly named and compiled. But of course, the server for backup data is marked as unsearchable to avoid your search list getting cluttered. After all, the same part types came in again and again, with the same material numbers, of course. If you know the rules and knew where to search, you would find the stuff within 20 seconds. If not, well, good luck, mate. It's only like 10 terabytes or so. I made a copy of the termination paper, signed by me now too, and send them to my email, which was allowed. Put the original back into the envelope and packed up my things. Then I went up to the office, envelope in hand. The big boss showed his smug smile again the moment he saw me, but was quickly confused when he saw me with my laptop, work phone, and all that too. I handed him the letter, offered a polite nod, and turned around again. He shouted, "Where the hell was I going?" Him still holding the envelope in his hand. "You terminated my contract. According to the rules, I am to hand over all personal equipment I had been handed by the company before leaving. Exception, according to paragraph B, are safety shoes and safety glasses. I bid you a fine day, Mr. Freddy." I said that with a cold, calculated voice, trying my best to sound like a lawyer, simply because I knew he hated my professional attitude. Then I went to my own boss and piled my stuff on his desk. My boss was confused as hell, asking me what was up. I briefly informed him that my contract was terminated and that once more quoted the rule. My boss was a smug butt too, but he wasn't all dumb. His eyes went big as he immediately realized that I was the only person he had left that actually knew how to maintain and properly operate the measuring machine, and that he had such a backlog already that other departments relying on the measurements had started to enforce short-time work. He was first lost for words and then rushed into Freddy's office to see the termination letter. Meanwhile, I changed my clothes in the locker room, went to the gate, and asked the security guards to please have a full inspection of my person and my backpack. This was likewise regulation for personnel that was terminated on short notice. And while the security guards were pretty baffled that I asked them to be searched, they complied. They searched me fully and handed me a written confirmation that I had nothing on me that belonged to the company. My now ex-boss tried to call me all the time on my way home, but I disliked having phone calls in public transport, so I simply muted them and continued reading my book until I got home. There, 4 p.m. by now, so well past his own time to go home. I finally answered his call. He tried to convince me that I needed this job and that this all could be sorted. My reply? I will have a new job within a week. You will need to take at least a month to train someone new on the machine, if you had anyone that could train a new person. I tell you what, give me a solid contract with triple the pay and I come back. Oh, and I want a written apology from Freddy, too, as well as my piece when working. He told me that I was completely unreasonable with such demands. Again me. So to get this clear, 3 times I discover massive BS happening, 3 times you guys try to heap the blame on me, and then you guys literally try to humiliate me, and Freddy does actually fire me. And you want me to be reasonable? Well, guess it would be reasonable then to just ignore you then, please be well. I hung up then and blocked his number, as well as any other number with which he could try to call me later on. The aftermath. As I had mentioned before, I still had ears in the company, so I have a good idea what followed. The facility suddenly had its most sensitive bottleneck tightened even further, and then clogged full of concrete soon after. No one maintained or cleaned the measuring machine anymore, and being a precision machine, it didn't take that lightly. Vladimir was soon called in multiple times a day to fix a problem, which in return built up a backlog for him in other places. Things I, or previously Antonio, had fixed within a minute now took hours, just for Vladimir to find the time to come over and fix it in a minute. He tried explaining stuff to Igor, but yeah, that didn't work well. Other departments ran completely dry of work, and of course, they didn't want to bear the blame for missed deadlines, so the whole issue was pretty quickly reported up the ladder. And with no one wanting to take the hit, it climbed higher and higher before it was eventually on the desk of the national CEO of the company, the highest entity of the company this side of the Great Pond. Found that out via a friend in HR. What followed was the arrival of the proverbial kill squad. You know, the modern equivalent to an executor, a bunch of guys in very tight suits, no sense of humor, cold eyes, and the strict command to find someone's head to put on a silver plate. As far as I heard, even a prosecutor from the USA was among them. I was called by the company a month later, asking if I could come in for an interview. Not a job interview, mind you, but they asked me to give a statement on the whole affair. This wasn't a legal thing, and they had no way to force me to make a statement as it was an internal investigation. But I still happily complied, and even gave my signature that I told the truth. Gave them my entire story, as accurate as I could, and openly admitted what I didn't know or where I was only guessing. They thanked me and apologized. Honestly, I felt that they could not pay me for the time they took from me due to legal reasons. I was all fine with that and went home. Igor got fired for careless negligence. His brother Boris likewise got the immediate boot in the butt. My boss went down under as well. He and Boris were fired for mismanagement. Their boss, however, Freddy, he got not only fired, but dragged in front of court. No idea how that went on, as he was dragged to the US. But given how ridiculous that justice system is, and that he had been designated as a scapegoat by one of the biggest companies worldwide, Wouldn't be surprised if he had to hold very tightly on the soap for a good while. The entire facility went firmly in the reds for that year due to nearly all contracted reworks missing deadlines, which means a daily fee of tens of thousands per contract. My ears in the company soon sought themselves new jobs, despite in one case being there for 20 years. Last I heard is that the company had to contract the producer of the measurement machine to train new employees how to operate it properly. I had asked for triple my pay. Well, those guys were more like triple the zeros at the end. Oh, and I did find a new job within one day. I was fired on Monday, had the interview on Tuesday, a test work day the Thursday. I was asked at the end of that day when I could start, which was the next Monday. I do manual measurements now in an incoming quality control department. The boss is a blast, the team is all friendly, and my commute is 18 minutes with an electric scooter. I worked there for 9 months now, and I am already the de facto team leader for first sample stuff. And best of all, I am appreciated for the work I do too. I hope you liked this long story. So a company has one skilled machine worker because their other skilled machine worker has left and they're not coming back. They've done this for long enough that they don't care, they're retired and gone. OP had an opportunity here to make a lot of money, but the company for some reason didn't want to bring him back in at 3 times his wage and ended up paying so much more to get that issue resolved. And was it really resolved? Because it didn't sound like it. I absolutely love the outcome of this story because it sounds like OP was instrumental in disassembling an old boys club, which is something that you see in a lot of businesses. People who have been there for such a long time that they all work together and they seem to be on autopilot. They have the attitude that they're completely infallible, but they don't realize that crap rolls downhill. And when the word gets to the people above them, well, they are the first ones that the crap is gonna roll through. OP, sincerely, kudos for being able to keep your cool. That is absolutely amazing and definitely not something I would be able to do. Very glad to hear you found that new job, and I hope it's going well for you still. This next story comes to us from Small Town TA. Sometimes I wonder what kind of person I'd be if I had never been medicated at all. 6-year-old girl gets revenge on a bully. Let's jump right in. I'll be honest here, sometimes I think about the time I got revenge on my childhood bully. For context, I was still in the trial phase of searching for the right ADHD medication. I was 6 years old at the time of this story, and outside of my parents and my daycare and elementary teachers, no one else has heard this before. There was a girl who had just moved to the area and was only there while her dad was stationed at the army camp or base, whatever you want to call it. She was an aggressive, most likely angsty, angry teen who was tired of moving every 2 to 3 years. I see that now as an adult. I'm 22, so this was about 15-ish years ago. Anyway, I had to sit at the very front of the bus because I had a severe peanut allergy. This girl, we'll call her Kendra, partly for anonymity, partly because I can't remember her name now, had gotten into some serious trouble and was forced to sit at the front with me for the next 2 weeks. Each day, she would take my backpack and throw it on the ground, stomping on it and getting it covered in mud before she'd shove me into the wall and sit on me. Keep in mind, she was a rather heavy-set 13 or 14-year-old, and I was a 6-year-old who weighed maybe 30-something pounds soaking wet. I was incredibly tiny, thanks IBS, and she would use that to her advantage. We had folders called moose books, and she on a few occasions took my homework and notes out and ripped them up or crumpled them so that I couldn't write well on them, which led me to have to pull my card 2 times. One particular day, she saw that I had just gotten a new pair of glasses, really cool early 2000s sunglasses. She took them off my face and snapped them in half before resuming her regularly scheduled crushing me against the window session. I was sobbing in pain and absolutely terrified. The bus was so loud I couldn't be heard over the noise. The next afternoon, I decided, maybe that's a strong word, to get revenge. I sucked bruises like hickeys into my own skin, on my arms mainly. I also bit myself hard enough to bruise for good measure. When I got off the bus at my after-school daycare, again after being hurt, but not like what I'd done to myself, my teacher freaked out. I told my teachers that my bully had been biting me and punching me, hence the bruises. They ended up calling my parents, who then called the school. My bully ended up having to change bus routes, and I also got in trouble, but just for lying. They reviewed the camera footage and saw everything but the part I'd lied about, obviously. Thing is though, I didn't feel remorse until I got into trouble myself. Only then did I feel bad. I feel like I could have handled it better, but hey, not bad for a 6-year-old, right? Jumping down to the comments on this one, there was a pretty good comment on there from a school bus driver that I'd like to share with you. It's from a user called Maniacal Gleam. It says, "I'm a school bus driver. I'm sorry this happened. When I put kids in the front seat for any bullying behavior, I make them sit alone so they don't have targets. The seat just to the right of the driver is the best place for bullies. I use the seat behind me for kids who have issues that require front seat access and aren't the kids harming others. The driver failed you. The first thing I do when told about bullies is check my cameras. Then assign appropriate consequences. That should have happened for you, and you should never have been ignored and forced to try and deal with it on your own." Now, OP replied to this one as well. It says, "I don't blame him. He was my first bus driver. I had 3. And he was up there in age and nearing retirement. We had a very rowdy group of students, and he likely couldn't hear me from all the other yelling. I was a pipsqueak too, so I don't hold him accountable for it." Okay, so I need to chime in on that one because I was the little guy in school myself, and I got picked on quite a bit. If you're at the front of the bus, let's be honest, there's no way that driver wouldn't have heard you screaming if you had somebody sitting on you. I honestly think if this was something that was going on and on, it's just that the bus driver didn't want to deal with it. Fortunately, these days when you ride a school bus, they have cameras. But not only do they have cameras, but most of the kids on the bus have cell phones with cameras as well. This next story comes to us from Tubis61, dealing with an entitled neighbor. Let's jump right in. Just flipping through a few stories and reading about entitled drivers getting their just desserts. This made me think back to my days as a paramedic. We got a call to a house where there was a bariatric patient who had fallen. The patient was morbidly obese and weighed around 30 stone, 420 pounds. This story isn't really about them though. There are many reasons people get to this size, and I've never judged, only helped. No, the problem here was a really arrogant neighbor we had come across before, and boy was this chap a judgmental moron. Our patient had a car and had a disabled parking permit. They also had a council-designated disabled parking spot outside their home, which the neighbor kept parking in. There had been a number of letters from the council regarding this, and a number of parking fines just served to annoy this chap even more. On the day of the story, I took the call that the patient had fallen, and we went to the house. Sure enough, the neighbor was not only parked in the disabled spot, but had parked a second car blocking access to the patient's driveway. I assessed the patient and suspected they had a broken hip, so needed to go in. I sent my colleague round to the neighbor to ask them to move the cars, and when I came back, I was told the neighbor had just told my colleague to do one. No problem, time to get the message home. I radioed through to our control center and asked for the fire service and police. We needed the fire service to help lift the guy, and the police to do a little parking control. The fire service were the first to arrive, and I spoke to the crew commander and let them know what the situation was. A fireman went to the house to ask the neighbor to move the car, and was told the same as my colleague. The message was relayed back, and the watch commander just asked me one question: is the patient's life at risk? I knew exactly where this was going, and it was time our thoughtless neighbor got the message. My answer was, yes, there is equipment I need to get into the house, and the driveway is blocked, preventing me doing so. The watch commander told the fire truck driver to move those vehicles. It was really satisfying to see both vehicles being pushed down the road by the fire service, and the look on the neighbor's face as he came out spitting and screaming was well worth seeing. His complaints to the police fell on deaf ears. They were well aware of his history of obstruction, and my clinical assessment that the patient's life was in danger was more than enough justification for the vehicles to be moved. I doubt it made our patient's life any easier, and sadly they died a few months later without leaving the hospital, but it really did bring a smile to their face as we wheeled them out. So one thing I want to point out on this one that might be different in various places around the world, but I know it's how it works here, is that if the fire department comes out and they're blocked by somebody and they have to use their equipment to get that person's vehicle out of the way, they're actually going to send a bill to that person later for the damage done to their truck because it was their fault, not the firefighter's fault. That is amazing. Now, a lot of the comments underneath this story mentioned that these people would have learned a lesson. Well, I don't think they actually learned a lesson. They might have been taught a lesson, but I don't think they learned it because not everybody out there has the capability or wants to learn, especially the kind of people we're dealing with in this story. This next story comes to us from Historical Day 9518. Want to have your cake and eat it too? Two-timing baby daddy gets his just desserts. Let's jump right in. For context, years ago, I, 20 female, and the father of my first two children, 26 male, were going through a rough time in our relationship. He was working night shift as a janitor in a nursing home, while I was going to college for nursing during the day. We had a 1-year-old, and I had just given birth to our son 3 months earlier. There was a woman that he worked with that I had gotten to know pretty well when I would bring him his lunches. We were friends, or so I thought. He was supposed to be waxing floors at the night when no one was up and about. Just so happened my cousin ran into him and her having drinks at a local bar on one of the nights that he was supposed to be working. Cue massive fight. Got off early, just friends, blah blah blah, won't happen again. About a month later comes the talk. We have been fighting too much. Let's keep this amicable for the kids and stay friends. Mind you, the house was mine. I paid the bills with grants and scholarships I earned through school. The car he drove was mine too. I would be nice and allow him to stay till he got something figured out, still take my car to work. I still fed him all that good nonsense. Then he starts being loving and we continue a physical relationship. I happen to be feeding our son one morning while he still sleeps and his phone goes off. I know, don't look for it, you don't want to know, right? Turns out, he's been carrying on a relationship with the other woman the whole time he's been with me. It would have been fine if that's what he wanted, if he wasn't doing the same with me at the same time. Cue petty revenge. I crawled back into bed with him naked, and he snuggled up like he always does. I took pictures from his phone, nice and graphic ones. I sent them to her from his phone, along with a very nice, in my opinion, worded message explaining everything that he had been up to and into. Then I got dressed to the wonderful pings from his phone and continued about my day packing his things. He woke a few hours later and went for his phone first thing. I happened to come into the room as he's trying to call her, and when he turns to look at me, I can see all the blood rush from his face. He can't even mount a defense as I tell him all about the conversation me and his new girlfriend have had, along with some photos. All his things are now out on the porch boxed up. I tell him he no longer lives in my house and to leave. He starts to blubber about where will he go, so I told him that he'd better call his girlfriend to come pick him up and live with her, because he sure as hell isn't using my vehicle anymore, and that sounds like his problem, and I shut the door on him. I had been with this man-child for 6 years, given my body, heart, and sanity to this man. Heck, I was even willing to still let him live there, not paying bills, eat there, and drive my car for him to be sleeping with both of us at the same time. Was it petty? Hell yeah, but it was deserved. This story turned completely when OP mentioned at the end that they'd been with this guy for 6 years. At the beginning they said they were 20 and he was 26. So if they've been together for 6 years, that means she was 14 and he was 20. Whoa, that's a big no right there. OP, I hope you stay as far away as you possibly can from this guy. I mean, make sure he does right by your kids, but this guy does not need to be in your life otherwise. It's time for you to find somebody your own age who's not looking to groom kids. This next story comes to us from Blue-Eyed Brunette. I don't like liars. Let's jump right in. This happened 5+ years ago, and it's still one of my proudest moments. I was dating this guy Dan, going through a custody battle with his ex-girlfriend over their toddler. We worked at the same bar with this girl named Billie Jean. Billie Jean was an old friend of Dan and had worked with him before. She also had previously worked with the mother of Dan's child, Rachel, and everyone was seemingly friends and remaining civil, or so I thought. Billie Jean had secretly taken sides and wrote a terrible affidavit lying about Dan. Dan somehow got a copy of it. I don't remember how the court process went. As I was reading it, I kept getting more and more irate. I hate liars. And one thing I really feel that crosses a boundary is using a child for leverage to hurt the other parent. Billie Jean was knowingly lying under oath and siding with Rachel to prevent Dan from parenting his kid, and he was by no means a bad dad. Well, Billie Jean had enemies that I worked with and had easy access to contact. These enemies had sold Billie Jean a car that she wasn't paying them for. I didn't necessarily like the people who owned the car, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I called them up and told them I came in peace. I asked if they had Billie Jean's address to get back their car. They did not. I passed off Billie Jean's info and waited for her to call me. Now, I was one of 2 people who could have ratted out the location of the car, and when Billie Jean called me to tell me her car got repoed, she said she had no idea who could have done it. It would have either been me or her ex Robbie. I tell her casually, I don't think it was Robbie. And I swear up and down she responded with, well, who would have done it then? I held back laughter and finished the conversation with a half-butt, oh, I don't know, that's so weird type of comment until she hung up. Dan was next to me in the car snickering. Dan won shared custody of his child, and Billie Jean lost her bar job because she didn't have transportation to work an hour away. To this day, I wonder if she ever pieced together that it was me. I don't like liars. Okay, wait a minute here, because I don't think this is how the song goes. In this case, Billie Jean was his lover, and the kid is his son. I swear I heard that song differently. Now, I honestly think that any parent that gets in the way of the child seeing their other parent is a gigantic butthole. But even bigger than that is somebody that isn't part of that previous relationship who's trying to keep them away from the child as well. That person is a super butthole. This next story comes to us from Quiet Fangirl. Mom takes down the HOA from the inside. Let's jump right in. My neighborhood does not have a homeowners association, at least not anymore. When my parents first moved in, my older sibling was maybe 2 years old, and with me as a little glowworm, there was an HOA. They took money from the neighborhood in exchange for their services. At first, and for quite a while, my parents just kinda shrugged it off. The HOA shoveled the snow off the streets in winter and dealt with trash collection, so they were doing something worthwhile, right? Ha, no. The city controlled the snowplows and the garbage trucks, not the HOA. But still, there was the illusion of effort. And besides, one summer they decided to contract a company to plant new trees all over the neighborhood. The fact that the company was owned by the son of the head of the HOA was totally coincidental. The trees were the beginning of the end for the HOA. Why? Well, my grandma on my dad's side was visiting when they came around to plant the trees. My grandma, who is a certified master gardener. And so she stared through the windows of our house as the guys planting the trees just dropped the saplings on the grass, still with their roots inside the bag they came in. No holes dug, no holes cut, just bagged sapling lying on the grass like a pathetic and sad stick. The saplings laid there all night. No one came back to actually do their job and plant them. My master gardener grandma mentioned offhand that those saplings were going to die unless they got in the soil. And something clicked in my mom's head. She was paying the HOA money, actual money, every month, while both she and my dad worked taking care of 2 very little kids, sending us to daycare and preschool, and arranging babysitters and feeding us. And the homeowners association was just going to pull this half-butt bullcrap instead of do what she's paying them for? No effing way. So she showed up to the head of the HOA's house and basically demanded that the trees get planted properly, like she's apparently paying for them to do. The head of the HOA, so excited for someone to actually care about the neighborhood, made their second mistake. They asked if Mom wanted to join the HOA. She agreed. The trees were planted, but most didn't make it. My grandma was right. First things first, my mom showed up to the next HOA meeting. There were like 5 people there. No wonder they asked Mom to join. They desperately needed the people. So Mom looked at this collection of people, herself included, who weren't even paying money to the HOA like the rest of the neighborhood. All the contractors the HOA called in were close relatives of other HOA members and weren't paid by the HOA. After all, they're family. So my mom started digging. She spent pretty much a full summer taking down the HOA before she had to go back to teaching in the fall. With me carted along after her and my sibling old enough to be in school or daycare, she dug through the years of paperwork detailing the HOA's financial situation. And she found something extremely enlightening. The HOA didn't actually do anything. Well, they didn't do anything to benefit the community. Everything they claimed to do was either covered by the individual homeowner or by the city itself. So they were collecting money from all the neighborhood residents under false pretenses. And actually, they weren't even supposed to be in our neighborhood. Their association zone was a whole different neighborhood. So what is a working mother of 2 small children to do while her husband is off at work and she's off for the summer? She goes door to door with pamphlets, me and my sibling in a stroller, as she weaves her way through the neighborhood blocks, pamphlets explaining the situation and how to stop paying for services you'll never get. Pamphlets that are, of course, written in both English and Spanish to account for the high amount of Latino and Hispanic people in our neighborhood. And naturally, she's got a lawyer and an accountant. It put a major dent in her pocket, but if it meant the entire neighborhood wasn't exploited for money each month, it was worth every penny. Another HOA member helped her sift through the documents and data and pass out pamphlets and encourage people to show up to the meetings, but had to back out because of work-related reasons. My mom rolled up to the courthouse flanked by the lawyer and accountant, her kids safe at home with her husband, and had more than enough evidence to get the Homeowners Association the F out of her neighborhood, expose the fraudsters for the frauds they were, and make sure that no HOA would ever push their luck in our neighborhood. It's been almost 19 years and no one's even tried making another HOA in our neighborhood. So you mean to tell me that after so many years of all these people in the neighborhood paying them, they didn't have to pay back any of the money even though they were completely committing fraud? Sounds to me like crime might actually pay. I wonder if my neighborhood needs an HOA. Keep in mind, if there is a registered HOA in your neighborhood, then if you do a title search, it's actually going to show that HOA. So if you run a title search on your property and it doesn't show that HOA, you might be paying into something that shouldn't be there. This next story comes to us from Disgruntled Veteran. It's called, "I'm Not the Vice Principal Anymore." Okay, let's jump right in. Okay, so this happened at the end of this school year. I posted what was going on in the r/teacher group, and several of the people there told me to post what happened in here. This story is in 4 parts, and I apologize for the length. I also apologize for any teacher slang I use, as it is like second nature to use it, just like military cargo was when I was in the military. Basically, I was told that all the assistant and vice principals in the district, other than the high school, were being let go, and a teacher on assignment was going to take our jobs. I was not heartbroken over this, but was treated badly by the new admin team taking my job and my principal's job. Also, I tried to help my staff on my way out, and it seems my bosses cared more about their images than my staff's happiness. So here is the story. Part 1. So none of the other admin in my district had received our contracts for the coming school year yet. I was wondering what was going on, but I heard rumors about a pay scale shift, and that was the reason for it. I found out Wednesday what is actually happening. Every assistant principal and vice principal in the district, why we have 2 different titles I have no idea, is not getting renewed contracts, except the ones at the high schools. Their positions are being eliminated, and their jobs are being replaced with a new position that pays a teacher's salary plus a $2,000 stipend. They are replacing the assistant principals with learning coordinators. Apparently, the budget is the given reason, but I also heard rumors from someone at the district office. Each of us assistant principals and vice principals were scheduled to meet with one of the assistant supers Wednesday. We thought it was about our contracts, and we were correct. When I arrived, the acting superintendent was there with the head of HR. I was told about the elimination of my position, but not the reasons why. I was then given an option for the coming school year. I could go back into the classroom, I could work in the district office, or I could apply and interview for the new position that is replacing my job. WTF. I wouldn't care one lick if I was told that my position had been cut completely and I needed to go back into the classroom. I love the classroom. I miss teaching full-time. However, to tell me to apply and interview for a job I already have is BS. We were told to give the district our answers by Friday, and they would draw up contracts or schedule interviews. Wednesday afternoon, I went to see Tony, who is an assistant superintendent and one of the few decent leaders in the school district. I heard from Tony that there was an internal shakeup, but he wasn't allowed to talk about it or even give me a hint about what happened. However, one of the assistant supers was being reassigned, aka demoted, to being the principal of my current school. My principal was not coming back due to health reasons. The superintendent was released from his contract, and my school's new learning coordinator position had already been filled. Who filled it? A school counselor from one of the high schools who just happens to be a friend and lackey of the assistant superintendent that is now the new principal. So early this morning, I gave them my answer. I decided that I didn't need until Friday to decide. I tried to make sure I sounded professional, but I made sure that my message was getting across by speaking with authority. I went into the acting superintendent's office and told him that I thought that laying off a bunch of people so they could hire others to do the same job, but at less pay, was BS. I told him that the way the school district handled certain situations was idiotic. I then gave several examples. I next told him that he was going to ruin a perfectly good school with an amazing team of educators by putting a lazy, mean, parent-pleasing person in as its new principal, and letting her put a lackey in as her second in command. I said that she was as useless as a screen door on a submarine, and as mean as Dolores Umbridge. I finished the 3-minute speech by stating that I will work my butt off and finish the school year strong. I will prep things for the next school year so that the teachers have an easier time. I also let him know I would never work at or recommend the district to anyone ever again. Then I left, letting him know that I expect an amazing letter of recommendation by the end of the school day Friday afternoon, since I earned it for my service in the past few years. So what am I going to do now? Well, I called up an old friend Wednesday who is currently a principal at a STEAM charter school that's part of a chain of charter STEAM schools and asked if he had a teaching position available. He's been asking me every year for the past 5 years to come work for him. He told me he had 3 openings and I could have my pick of them. So next year, I will be a, drumroll please, 6th grade teacher, and I am very happy about it. I even get to design my curriculum as long as it meets state standards. I could apply elsewhere for admin positions, but I think I need a break from school leadership. I need to love my work again like I used to as a teacher. Yes, there were and are many challenges, and sometimes I hated going to work, but I do love being a teacher. I feel bad for my current staff because the regime change will hit them hard, but there is nothing I can do about it. I wish I could help them. The most I could do would be to take a teaching position at my current school, but then I would be miserable with them and be helpless to do anything to aid them. So, for myself and my daughter, who I love more than anything, I am making the move to a new school and going back to what I enjoy doing, teaching. I am even bringing my daughter to my new school to start next year as a 5th grader. I asked her if she wanted to stay at her current school or go to the STEAM school with me, and she wants to go with me. She was excited since she has visited there several times and loves the technology room, the robotics class, and the science labs. Plus, she is friends with some of the kids there already. As a goodbye to my staff, I am going out this weekend and I'm going to buy some nice letter paper and scratcher tickets. I'm going to write short, individualized goodbyes to each of my staff members, and at the end, I will include the following words. I'm giving you some scratcher tickets. My hope is that you're as lucky scratching them as I have been lucky to have worked with you. So that's it. I have to finish my contract, but at the end of June, I am free. I'm looking forward to teaching full-time again and having a boss who will let me just do my job and not interfere. I don't think I want to work in administration again, but maybe after a few years, I will decide to work as an assistant principal again. Alright, let's jump down into the comment section for part 1. We have a comment here from Sam Wise Vimes. It says, "Let me just say thank you for giving it to them straight. Too many people don't want to rock the boat, and it allows this kind of BS to happen over and over again with no real recourse. Good luck with your new class. I hope you find everything you want and need." I had to sit back and think about this story for a second because OP was perfectly willing to go into a teaching position, but I think that the new administration was too intimidated by OP being a previous administrator to keep them in the school. So all of the attitude he was getting from them was probably because of that. They wanted to drive him out, and that's the only way they could think of doing it. Another comment down below from Dashel04, it says, "You probably already know this, but you're not getting a glowing recommendation. Leadership like that are petty as heck, and they will go out of their way to make your name mud. Hopefully it won't matter in your case, but education is such a good old boy profession, you'll eventually run into someone who's heard about you from your former coworkers." I don't think this one matters as much because OP did say that they had another job at another school and everything there was going to be great. If they do get the letter, it's a bonus, but if they don't, I don't think it's going to matter all that much. Now, one thing that OP could do here before he leaves though, is talk to all the other teachers in the school that he got along with and make sure that they know, as a former administrator, that he's willing to write letters for them if they want them. Part 2. So I put together goodbye gifts for all my staff and I'll be handing them out on Friday, their last day with the kids. They have a bunch of goodies that I posted about weeks ago. I was thinking this weekend about how to give the finger one more time to the district office and help my teachers out, even in a small way. So I came up with it Sunday night. My district requires each teacher to attend additional training throughout the year. These are outside of the regular staff development trainings. They are run by district staff, special education teachers, and admin. The training normally lasts 1 to 3 hours, and the teachers get a certificate for the time spent in the training. Each teacher is required to attend 24 hours of these before the end of the school year. Most teachers take them over the summer if they are offered, so they don't have to take them during the school year. So yesterday morning, before work, I was making copies of the certificates for all the courses I have run here the past few years. Classroom management strategies, lockdown procedures, social studies strategies, math strategies, reading comprehension, and environmental print. I'm going to fill them out with each of the teachers' names and number of hours. I am adding all the times I ever spoke to the staff about these topics and putting down hours to correspond, rounding up to the nearest hour-ish. Wouldn't you know, each of these topics was 3 to 5 hours in length. Each staff member will have exactly 24 hours worth of training. I filled out the dates of the training for the 22-23 school year. Oh, and I have an attendance sheet with all of their names and have them marked as being present. Note, I checked with the district, and since I am still an administrator into the summer, I am allowed to run these trainings over the summer before I leave. Now, they can have their summer to themselves and not worry about taking classes during the school year. They can if they wish, but 99% of teachers here hate the mandatory training hours. I hope the staff likes the present. Alright, let's jump down into the comment section for part 2. There's a comment here from TallChick8. It's a very short one. It just says, "The gift of time is so much more precious than a $5 coffee gift card. Good call." OP responded to this comment as well. It says, "Thank you. I hate getting cheap gifts, especially when I was a teacher. This gift didn't cost me anything other than the time it took to fill the certificates and timesheets out. But hopefully the staff thinks they have value. OP, I'm sure the staff extremely appreciates what you've done for them in this case, because sometimes sitting through a training session for something that you already know can cause even more stress that you don't need, especially when it's over the summer when these teachers just want to be having their break. Your gift means they get to spend more time with their families or their pets or whatever else they have at home. That to me would be one of the most valuable gifts I could get. Okay, after this part, remind me not to get on the bad side of OP. Wow. Part 3. Since Friday, I am no longer a school administrator. I technically have another week to work, but I took vacation during that time because, well, screw them. Now I spend the last week packing up, giving aid and comfort to my now former staff, and causing problems for the new administrators who are buttholes. Now, besides giving the entire staff a year free from additional PDs, I wasn't planning on causing any more problems. Just quietly leave and drive off into the sunset, Shane style. But no, apparently I don't deserve a quiet week. The new principal, demoted from assistant superintendent, and her new teacher on assignment decided for some reason to be rude to me. There was only one response to that. I aimed to misbehave. How were they rude to me, you ask? First off, they ordered me to hurry and clean out my office. Apparently, the TOA wanted to start redecorating my office. I was literally told, "Get all your personal stuff out of here ASAP. She wants her office now." I still had a week to work there and actual work to do. Second, the new principal tried to steal my personal chair and my personal office supplies and decorations. That chair was a gift to me from a friend. I found her just wheeling it out of my office and into hers. My desk supplies and a banner from my wall were stacked on its seat. I told her that it was my personal chair, not the district's. She said, "Okay." The very next morning, I found it missing. She had moved it into her office after I left for the day. Third, I was given a list of tasks to complete by Friday by the TOA, who is in no way, shape, or form my boss. These were not my job to do and are in fact the incoming admin's duty to complete. Stuff the new admin was supposed to do. Things like put together a new staff packet, schedule next year's PDs, fill out and submit request forms, etc. Finally, I was talked down to every single day by the new admin team. I was spoken to as though I were the hired help, and they were the royal bitches. Seriously, I speak to a waitress that messes up my order with 20 times the amount of respect that they showed me. They actually tried to get my attention by snapping their fingers at me, like that would work. Note, the new principal also has made some pretty anti-LGBTQ+ comments. I don't like narrow-minded people. So I decided to do as I was told. I was a soldier, so I know how to follow orders. 1. I removed everything that was my personal property. That included my chairs, decorations, the stress relievers, punching bag, etc., the fridge from the office, and the file cabinets in my office. Yes, I bought government surplus cabinets because I didn't have any. All my files and all my former principal's files were in there. I had even bought the manila folders I used in it. So I took every piece of paper out of my cabinets, removed them from my labeled folders, and stacked them on the floor into one large pile. There is no order to how they are stacked. I took my chair from the principal's office while she was in a meeting with parents. I just walked in and rolled it out. She stopped talking to the parents to ask what I was doing, and I responded that I was taking my personal property out ASAP as I was ordered to do. I had an old medium-sized fridge I had placed in the office workroom for office staff to store their food in, but it is mine, so I took the fridge. I brought it right out the front door and loaded it into my truck. I even took the new admin's food out of it and left them on the table. It's my fridge. I warned the rest of the office staff I was taking it, but forgot to tell admin. Darn. I copied all my digital files over to a flash drive and then deleted everything off my work Google Drive. anything I personally created or designed. I copied all my emails too. I informed the staff that if they need time off next year and need it approved, to submit the forms to me this week. I got several and they are all now approved. I got this idea from someone who messaged me here on Reddit and suggested I do this. Thanks for the advice. I approved every supply list item the staff submitted and even drove to the district warehouse to pick up some items personally. I even approved funds for a second-hand kiln for the art teacher. She found a good one on Craigslist. I had repaired my desk with bolts and tool from home. I took the bolts back. The desk is now lopsided again. The closet door was broken when I got there, so I repaired it. I have now put it back as it was when I was hired. The two-way mirror to the detention room was mine. I had gotten it from a friend at another school, different district. It allowed me to watch ISS and detention students from my office without them seeing me. I popped that right out and took it home. Now, the TOA has a hole in the wall the detention kids can look through. I had put together all the lockdown buckets and fire drill bags myself with my own money. I took all of them back. This I felt bad about, but I will give them out to the staff at my new school. I put a rush order on all classroom and building repairs, and have an approved order to have every classroom repainted. I assembled new staff packets and the new school year binders. Besides the basics of what is required, I have included throughout the binders in random places, Dilbert cartoons, famous Harry Potter quotes, the lyrics to Nickelback's How You Remind Me, I Kissed a Girl by Katy Perry, All Star by Smash Mouth, and We Built This City by Starship. A map of the area where I marked all the good places to eat lunch off campus. Funny Far Side teacher comics, cheesy teacher jokes, the union contact info, crosswords, Sudoku, and word searches, a list of educational lawyers just in case. I also included in the binder the admin Wi-Fi password for them since that signal is stronger for some reason. I went ahead and wrote out the PD schedule for next year. Oddly, every Wednesday is listed as free time or work in your classroom. I'm sure they will change it, but I don't know when they will find out what it says. I had a master list of donators and partners in the community. It was posted on a whiteboard in my office. I got over 4 dozen businesses and people in the community to help with various things or donate over the years. I spent a lot of my time building relationships with them and making deals. I took a photo of it and then I erased the list and took the whiteboard since it was mine. Friday, I flew the LGBTQ+ flag instead of the state flag. I also placed LGBTQ+ flags in each classroom in case the staff wanted to display them. Then I got yelled at 3 times. The first time was when I took back my chair. I was told it was unprofessional to just take it without asking, especially with the guest present. I responded with, yes, it was unprofessional to take my chair without asking. The second time was when the TOA found the refrigerator gone. She said that it was community property. I told her, no, it's my property, and I was told to take all my property from the campus. The third time was when I was in the parking lot leaving, and they found the piles of papers. The principal flagged me down and told me to clean it up. I told her I was off the clock, and that the district never reimbursed me for the cabinets, so I had to take them with me. I am expecting a call from HR today asking for my assistant setting everything back up, since with all my stuff removed and erased, the admin team has to actually put in some hard work. I'd come in for my consultant rate, $75 an hour with a minimum contract for 12 hours. Let's jump down to the comment section for part 3. There's one here from a person called I Am the Bella. It says, man, you'd think grown-ass adults would be more respectful. So much cringe. I don't get how someone like them enters the field of education. Like, we have to be positive role models. That is so far from being a decent human being. Just damn though. Best wishes to you. I think if we look back at the story a little bit, we can see that the new principal was demoted from the assistant superintendent. That might have made them an unhappy person. And then their assistant has to work for this unhappy person, so they're not in a very good work environment either. I think it was just a bad situation all around that OP got tied up into, but they made the best of it and they made their lives very difficult. One more comment down below part 3 from Complex Commission 47. It says, "This is effing amazing. I'm very impressed. The fridge, the cabinet, the files on the floor, you covered everything. I'm done with my crap admin job too. On to bigger and better things. I'm moving over to EdTech." I completely agree with this comment. All of the things that OP did almost had me in stitches over here, and if my wife was drinking something beside me when OP said that they brought the fridge right out the front door and loaded it into their truck, I think her drink would have been all over her desk. The best part of this for me though was OP removing the bolts they used to fix the desk and leaving it lopsided. That was amazing. This has turned out to be one of the best pro-revenge stories I think we've ever read on the KCC channel. Part 4. So, as some of you know, I left the world of being an administrator a few weeks ago. I tried to leave behind some nice gifts when I left. I wasn't looking to cause problems my last few weeks, but the new admin team treated me in a way that was unacceptable. So I decided that Malcolm Reynolds had it right when he said, "I aim to misbehave." Well, the Tuesday after I left, I received a call from HR. I ignored it. I then left for a road trip with my daughter where we went to San Francisco for a few days and went to 2 Giants games. Unfortunately, they lost both games. While we were on our trip, they called and emailed me at my personal email account. My work one was deleted by them. I ignored the calls and never opened the emails. My daughter and I then went to Disneyland for a few days of fun and then returned this past Friday. I then checked the voicemails and emails. I was asked, begged, and then ordered to come to HR for important meetings. "It is very important that we speak to you as soon as possible," is what they said repeatedly. So yesterday I went into the district office wearing cargo shorts, a shirt I got at Disneyland, and flip-flops. I don't work there, so I don't need to dress up. When I arrived, I was originally treated like a visiting VIP. The HR manager and her assistant tried to butter me up like a Pillsbury biscuit. After a few minutes of them trying to make small talk, and me then letting them know I had plans to go to lunch in 30 minutes, they got to the point. They wanted me to turn over a few things I took with me that, though they belonged to me, they said were sorely needed at the school. They gave me a list from the new principal which included, but limited to, my chair, seriously, my refrigerator and appliances, my community contacts board, people and businesses that I built relationships and partnerships with, my personally designed forms and worksheets, the 2-way mirror, my lockdown buckets, and fire drill bags. They also wanted copies of every record I kept and notes on the staff and students. The notes I took on the staff were so I could personalize gifts for them and have conversations with them on their interests. I said no to all those requests. I told the ladies that the furniture and appliances were mine that I brought in. I stated that the chair was a gift to me from a friend, and that the new principal can afford to buy her own chair. I also stated that I left any official school and district documents there, and any I took with me and or deleted were of my own making and my intellectual property. I also stated that my contracts were developed over the years on my personal time and at personal cost to me. I also stated that everything I took that I had submitted reimbursement was never reimbursed. I kept my records and pay stubs. I never saw a red cent from those submissions. They offered to pay me for some of the items and gave me a rough figure of what the district would pay me to return the fridge, the forms, buckets, bags, mirror, and contract board. I told them that I did not want to hand them over to the new admin team since they had treated me so poorly. They asked me again and tried to reason that some of those things could be interpreted as school property. I told them that they were welcome to try and force me to return anything that was legally mine to them, but I would be willing to fight it in court. I also told them that those 2 new administrators made me uncomfortable, and that their treatment of me could be considered making a hostile work environment, especially when they tried to make me do their jobs for them. I then gave the HR team my lawyer's info. Note, I dated a lawyer after my divorce for a few years, and we are still good friends, and she has offered herself as my forever retained lawyer that I can use her name and she'd help me if she could. I rarely use her name, but when I have needed her legal advice, she always comes through. I also help her with physical chores when she or her family needs help. I then wished the lady a good school year in the term to come and left. I doubt I will ever hear from them again. Let's jump down to the comment section for part 4. We have one from the user getting teachy with it. Love that. The chair. I can't believe the new admin tried to get your chair again. This is my favorite new show. I hope there's a season 2. Seriously, way to stand your ground. I hope they all learned lessons about buttholery and what being a jerk gets you. Enjoy your well-deserved summer. The demands that the administrators made on OP kind of made me wonder, because if they were willing to compensate OP to bring some of those things back, well, why couldn't they have just gone out and gotten their own fridge and their own cabinets themselves? That doesn't make too much sense. As far as the chair goes, I really don't understand this one. I don't think I'd want to take somebody else's chair for my office, because how do you know if you're gonna fit into their butt groove? Overall, what we learned from this story is that OP is a master of revenge. I'm sure that their username, Disgruntled Veteran, is going to go down in history on Reddit. They've already made quite a name for themselves in the r/teacher subreddit, but now that this has been posted to PROREVENGE, they are going to be very well known. This next story comes to us from Immortal Heathen. Manager insists I do my job properly. Happy to comply, sir. Let's jump right in. In early 2020, I was hired under the title Assistant Manager at a local automotive shop. We mainly sold tires and alloy wheels for passenger vehicles. The company owned several stores. I reported directly to my manager, who then reported to the owner of the company. Shortly after I was hired, I noticed the behavior of the manager was far from professional. He would constantly mock and berate me for being the new guy. I believe part of this was jealousy and insecurity on his part, as I ended up recording more sales under my name within the first few months. He would also knock off work early and start drinking beer whilst the rest of us continued to work. I remember when he found out that I participated in MMA training sessions after work, he tried to goad me into a fight for his own amusement. Clearly, this guy didn't like me, and I was starting to get the feeling that he was trying to get me to snap or lose my cool, and as a result, my employment. I became even more certain of that with what happened next. Story. During the few months that I had worked there, I had noticed that our takings for the day and sales records did not match. I would often spend half an hour to an hour after work trying to figure out where the errors were coming from, whilst the manager would simply throw his hands in the air and exclaim that he had no idea how this was happening. The recurring issue seemed to be that our cash takings had been recorded incorrectly. There would sometimes be an excess amount of cash that didn't match up to what was recorded on our sales and invoicing software. Other times, there would be less. I was, at the time, an accounting student studying towards my bachelor's degree. I was already suspicious of the cash being out each day. However, given how the manager had been treating me up until this point, I was concerned that any complaint would somehow be twisted and used against me. And boy, was I right. Several weeks later, my manager took some time off. During this time, I managed a personal record in store sales, and also noticed something interesting. The cash was never out at the end of each shift. I reported this directly to the owner of the company. Given I was acting manager during my time the manager was away, I was expected to report to the owner every day, and explained what had been occurring whilst the manager was there. In all honesty, I was hopeful that the owner would be having a word with the manager about the discrepancies. However, I was also weary, as I believed once the owner spoke to my manager that the manager will immediately know it was me who reported this. When the manager returned to work, he immediately approached me with a disgruntled look on his face. "I've spoken with the owner. You tried to blame me for the discrepancies. You should focus on doing your job properly. Then this wouldn't happen." I was quite taken aback by how angry he was, though I wasn't surprised that he twisted it and tried to place blame on me. Given his reaction, I'm even more suspicious at this point. He wants me to do my job properly, eh? Malicious compliance ensues. That same week, I got to work. I started paying attention to what customers were paying when they were dealing with my manager. Behind his back, I began examining all of his sale transactions and invoices with a fine comb. As the days rolled by, I started to find evidence of his dishonesty. When it came to a few cash sales, my manager was doing the following. Example 1. Would tell the customer the price is $200 if he pays cash. 2. Would discount the price by $50 in the sale and invoicing software. 3. Would put the extra cash into the till and record a $150 cash sale. 4. Before we did the cash up at the end of the day, he would sneakily pocket this extra cash whilst no one was around. Though he was very foolish, as he clearly couldn't remember the exact amount he had swindled, hence why the cash would be up some days, didn't swindle enough, or the cash would be down, swindled too much. The end. I took screenshots of the discounts he had been giving on sales and sent them to the business owner along with a report. A report with a detailed description of my findings. The report also showed that on all the days he wasn't there for the cash count, there was no variance. When he was there, well, the owner was infuriated. This man had been his trusted employee for years. The owner was so infuriated, in fact, that he ordered my manager to do a mandatory drug test, pee in a cup style, on the same day he found out, and no surprises, he failed. Turns out, the manager had quite the drug habit. This was most likely his sole motive for stealing cash, and the owner was beside himself. We operate machinery every day in the store, and so the thought of a manager walking around high as a kite wouldn't sit well with any health and safety professional. In fact, it could have landed the owner in serious legal trouble if any accident or injury occurred under this manager's watch. The manager was terminated immediately for violation of his contract, and was later taken to court by the owner in an attempt to recover the stolen funds. Safe to say, I was promoted to store manager position shortly after his termination. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's a comment from a user called Senatus Perversus. It says, I bet the manager and owner have some kind of history. The immediate drug test shows that the owner knew exactly what to look for. I feel like this one here hits the nail squarely on the head, because there must have been some kind of history there for the owner to get that drug test right away. Maybe because the owner had this prior knowledge about issues that the manager had, they did that test so they'd have something extra to fire them over, not just the stealing part. They'd have concrete evidence with the drug test if they might not have concrete evidence for the stealing, so they still have a reason to get rid of them regardless. This next story comes to us from Double J369. I would like a raise and time off, and let's jump right in. I want to start this off by clarifying that it is not my story. It's the story of someone very close to me, and I will leave out a large amount of specific detail because quite a bit of info is not mine to reveal. The build up to the revenge is that this person had a horrible employer. She worked HR and managed payroll at what was effectively a nursing home. I don't know that they call themselves that, but it's what they are. The company had a bit of a good old boys club going on, with all of the highest level management being older men who all did less work and got more pay than pretty much everyone else. There were regular complaints from women about being mistreated, and many women were fired for absolutely absurd reasons, followed by their male coworkers getting raises. That in and of itself was bad, but it's not what instigated the need for revenge. What caused the burning desire to get back at the company was when the company fired my friend's manager, who was a woman, because she took a week off after literally breaking a leg badly. The HR department was already badly understaffed, so my friend had to take on the responsibilities of this manager without any pay bonus. She requested a pay bonus multiple times, denied each time. A month or so later, the company hires a new manager to replace the old one at nearly twice the salary. This new manager is an older man. I'm not entirely sure what this guy actually did during the day, because my friend continued to do all of the managerial tasks, and she knows that for a fact because the guy's account didn't have access to the systems he needed access to, and he never asked for that access. For 6 months, my friend showed this manager issues within their system, including payroll, and explained that she was not only the only employee who knew how to use the payroll system, but she was the only one with access to it. The sexist douchebag ignored her and made regular comments about how she was replaceable and useless. One day, she loses her crap. She set up a bot with her credentials to automatically assign her pay each pay period, according to her actual salary, so not stealing anything. She then carefully plans her next move and puts in her 2-week notice, right before a large department-wide week off, and right before her only coworker has a 2-week vacation. She wouldn't have time to train the coworker, even if the coworker was in the country. The manager still dismissed her, thinking he could just hire someone who knew what they were doing. Little did he know, she had tweaked with the payroll software over her time there. Nothing super awful, but it was very different from what the base software was. She was the only person who knew how to properly use it, and the only person in the whole company, including the CEO, who had access to the necessary numbers to actually run the payroll. When she leaves, after the 2 weeks, the company has 2 whole pay periods where they do not pay their employees. They can't. But my friend still gets paid because they never disabled her automatic payment thing. They couldn't. Eventually, they called her and basically begged her to consult with them on their payroll. For the past 6 months, she has been paid $250 an hour for 5 hours a week to run the company's payroll, fully remote, even though it was an in-person job before. And to top it all off, she doesn't even actually work the 5 hours. She wrote a script on her personal device to process payroll for her. She just has to press one button. She's working another job now, but darn, she really kicked them in the butt for their crap. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called ITPerson5. It says, only 5 hours at $250 an hour? Should have made them guaranteed $250 an hour minimum, 40 hours per week, as well as a paid week in advance every week as well. OP responded to this comment with, she's technically not working. I believe she's consulting by technicality, which has rules and such that I don't really know or care to learn. The company doesn't have the budget to pay her $250 for 40 hours a week. And since their way of cutting down costs is letting elderly people croak, she didn't want to keep kicking them after she got her revenge. Okay, that was brutal, but the conversation does continue, so let's keep going. From ITPerson5 again, they say, ew, okay, I didn't realize they let people die to pay that. Sounds reportable though, if there is any kind of proof. OP responded to this one and said, it's a bit of an exaggeration. What's not an exaggeration is that over 60% of the residents present at the start of lockdown died within that first year. It's a high-end nursing home, but they still don't actually care about the residents. I don't even really know what to say to this one. I know that a lot of nursing homes are run for profit, and a lot of them unfortunately have employees that don't care about the residents there. We need to remember though that these residents are people, and we're gonna be that age sometime too, and we're gonna want somebody to take care of us. Going back into the story, I feel like there's still something reportable here though, because if the women were being ousted in favor of the older men coming back in, then if there's any proof of that happening, or even if there's a history of women being kicked out and a whole bunch of men being brought in, I'm sure that could be shown to somebody. Gotta be honest though, I'm not really versed on how employment laws work in various places around the US, or Canada, or anywhere else for that matter. This next story comes to us from Revolutionary Ant 209. My 8.5 pound revenge on my cheating, thieving ex. Let's jump right in. When I was at uni, I started dating this guy. At first, he was wonderful, dedicated to his studies, fun to be around, attentive, and always surprising me with things, working hard at his job, etc. Then, bit by bit, things unraveled. He started skipping classes. Then, he barely bothered to go at all. Worse still, he never helped around the house, never washed up, cleaned up, did laundry, nothing. He was even fired from his job for too many no-shows. All he wanted to do was sit at home and play Xbox or browse the message boards and forums. This was in the days before social media, when dinosaurs roamed the earth. This left me having to pick up extra shifts, sometimes double and triple shifts, all while going to class and studying. I later learned that this was a pattern for him. He'd be really dedicated to whatever he set his heart on, but then get bored and fall back into old habits. Then he'd find a new passion and rinse and repeat. I knew I should have ended the relationship much sooner, but I held out hope that he would snap out of it, that maybe it was just exam stress getting to him. I desperately wanted things to go back to how they were, but it was not meant to be. I caught him cheating and threw him out. I was so stressed with everything that it wasn't until the next day that our joint savings account crossed my mind. There was a little over £5,000 in there, and bar a few hundred from him, the rest was money I had saved. I checked the account and it was all gone. My ex had cleaned out the account and moved into a new flat with his side chick. I called the bank, there was nothing they could do. He was authorized on the account. I contacted the police, they told me there was nothing they could do since it was a joint account, so nothing criminal had happened. They suggested taking it to civil court, but said I'd probably spend more money than I'd get back in legal fees, so it likely wasn't worth it. My ex had stolen £5,000, and there was nothing I could do about it. I felt like such an idiot. I got even angrier when I saw his posts on various forums boasting about his new game consoles, new games, new TVs and gadgets, all bought with my money. I'm not usually a vengeful person. Petty on occasion, sure, but I've never wanted to exact revenge as much as I did right then. And I knew just how to do it. While I was a student, I temped every summer to help pay for my studies. One such job had been for a debt collection agency. The work was crappy as you can imagine, but it paid really well, and it was only for a few months. My ex had been dodging debt for many years, and he was very proud of that fact. He was also proud of the fact that his debt was close to being statute barred, and he hadn't paid a penny. For those of you who don't know, in the UK, creditors have about 6 years to collect a debt, and then it becomes statute barred. That means the money is still owed, but creditors have no legal way to enforce payment, such as using bailiffs. My ex was a few months away from reaching statute barred status. However, what a lot of people don't know is that making a payment on that debt resets the clock. If you pay any amount, then that 6 years starts from scratch. Previously, I had used my insider knowledge to help him dodge the debt. Now, I would use it to hit him where it hurt. By the end of our relationship, I was handling everything, including his debts. I had the paperwork, so I knew who he owed and how much. I called his creditors up. I was honest and said I was a friend calling to make a payment on his behalf. I didn't pretend to be him because that would be a big legal no-no. They weren't allowed to disclose any details, but they were able to take payment. I paid the minimum I could on each debt, about £1 on most, but one had a minimum payment of £1.50. It was the best £8.50 I have ever spent. I also made sure to give them his new address and contact details, as well as his parents' address. Having worked in the biz, I knew they wouldn't change the address since I wasn't the account holder, but they would note it. They had various systems where they could search for his name against that address and see if anything came up. If they got a hit, they'd change the address. The trap was set. All I had to do was wait. A few months rolled by, then it happened. His posts on the forums went from boasting about his new gaming PC to panic about a court date. He called me and begged for advice. I told him to F off. Seeing I wouldn't help, he asked for advice in the forums. One of his online friends told him not to turn up to court. That way, they wouldn't be able to prosecute without him there. It was terrible advice that was 100% untrue. In fact, not showing up is one of the worst things you can do, especially in civil court. This was getting better and better. The court date came and went. My ex, naturally, didn't go. A few weeks later, my ex posted photos of his empty flat. Bailiffs had cleaned him out and taken every last one of his shiny new gadgets and toys. On top of that, he ended up with several CCJs, county court judgments. These are a big deal and can seriously damage your credit history, making it hard to get bank accounts outside of basic ones, near impossible to get credit, including getting a mortgage, and it can also make it hard to rent a place since many landlords don't like renting to people with CCJs as they're considered high risk. He also won't be able to find jobs in the financial sector. Now that he was broke and didn't have nice things, his side chick left him. I never got my £5,000 back, but it felt good to see everything he bought with his ill-gotten gains taken away. I hope that £5,000 was worth it. For anyone wondering how a student accrued 6 years of debt, he started at the university I attended when he was 25. He had initially gone to a different university at 18, but dropped out at 19 and went into the world of work. Then, he convinced his parents to fund a business degree. He wanted to become an entrepreneur. And for anyone worried about the age gap, I deferred my uni start date by a few years so I could travel. I was 22 when we started dating, he was 26. Wow, this is like the poster story for not having joint accounts until you're married, and even then, still having your own accounts as well, just in case. This was mentioned to OP down in the comments by a user called Zorab1. They said, "You learned a lesson too. No joint account unless married. It is too easy to cut and run otherwise, and nothing can be done. This won't stop an account from being cleaned out, but can be brought up in divorce proceedings." OP responded to this one and said, "Yes, it was a very hard but important lesson. I just wish it hadn't cost me £5,000. It was my own stupid fault." Well, you know, OP, I think we're all entitled to one major mistake, and this was yours, but now you know how to handle an early relationship going forward. Never have a joint account. I can't say that enough. Never have a joint account, because unless you're married and you've been married for 10-15 years, you don't know where that's going. And honestly, in some relationships after 10-15 years, you still don't know where that's going. This next story comes to us from Ashley or Else. Make a developmentally disabled boy cry? Lose your family. Let's jump right in. My former boss is the worst human being I've ever met. He did all sorts of things to mess with anyone he didn't like. So a while ago, I was at a family event in a local park walking with a young boy from our family who is developmentally disabled with Down syndrome, Ben. Ben does fairly well, all things considered, but he's always been sensitive to anyone making fun of the way he looks or his condition. We're just having a good time on our little stroll, Ben and I both enjoying the day. Along comes my boss walking towards us. I'll call him Rob. I cringe at seeing him but smile and say hello to play nice. There's something you don't see every day, a pair of ugly retards walking together. Ben bursts into tears and Rob laughs and walks off. I deal with Ben and ignore Rob. I'm super pissed and trying to calm Ben down because for a few minutes he was totally distraught. Finally, I get Ben to focus on how he has me and a lot of other awesome friends and family, and that Rob is a stranger and what he thinks doesn't matter. We walked some more and I saw that Rob was at the park with his wife and teen daughter, having a cookout, and he apparently had been on his way back to his family from a trip to the toilet when he saw us. Back to being super pissed, I went back to our gathering and talked to an adult cousin of mine, Jake, telling him what happened. Jake wanted to get revenge on Rob, but I reminded him that this was my boss. I didn't want Rob to be able to know the revenge had anything to do with me, because then he'd make my work life even worse than he already had. So Jake asked me for anything I knew about Rob that might help. I told Jake a bunch of things about Rob, but the relevant info here is that Rob liked to drink a particular kind of locally made beer at a certain bar. Rob had talked of having a drink there on the previous Friday night while his wife and daughter were away visiting her family. Also, Rob had recently told a story at work about his wife's obsession with a particular little green fictional character. Let's call it Yaby Boda. Turns out, his wife kept a stuffed Yaby Boda on their bed at all times. I wasn't there for the revenge setup itself because I didn't want Rob to see me, but Jake filled in the details afterwards. It was basically this. Jake approached Rob and put an arm around his shoulders and tried to kiss him. Rob pushes him off. "What are you doing?" Rob's family is now paying attention. "I'm just so excited to see you, sweetie. Friday night was so amazing. What are you talking about? Seriously? You're gonna act like you don't remember now? I know you were a bit tipsy after all of those specific local beers at the local bar. But certainly you remember what happened later. Nothing happened later, or ever. I don't even know your name. Really? You were screaming it on Friday." Rob's turning red. "You lying son of a..." Rob's wife interrupted. "Listen, I don't know who you are, but this is my husband. I'm sure you have him mistaken for someone else. Please just leave us alone. Oh, no, I'm not mistaken. We had the best adult relations ever on Friday night, and now he's acting like he doesn't even know me. I told you, this is my husband. You're mistaken. Oh, maybe I am. I guess it was someone else who took me back to his place on Rob Street and had great adult relations with me on the bed right next to Yavi Boda. Sorry. Jake turns and walks away. Oh my god, Rob, what the F is wrong with you? You're gay now? Really? Already long story made a bit shorter, Rob's wife wasn't real happy with him anyway, and this was apparently the tipping point that made her file for divorce soon thereafter. Rob frequently complained at work in the following months about how he didn't care about his wife, but really missed his daughter, and how much it sucked to live in his new place compared to his old home. Every time he complained about his lack of a home life at work, I knew he did it to himself when he was mean to a developmentally disabled kid. The best part is, he never figured out I was involved at all. Wow, if you have a boss that's willing to say things like that to you in public, report that to somebody higher up at the company, especially if it's a big chain, because that guy's not going to be working at that company very much longer. Add that to being divorced by his wife, and well, this whole thing just turned into nuclear revenge. Our next story today comes to us from this very long username right here. Keeping me up at night with your parties? Enjoy being shamed on the national news. Let's jump right in. In September of 2020, the apartment next to mine was let out to two young women, both students. After they settled in a bit, it turned out they wanted to have a party. No big deal, except Belgium was in full lockdown at this point due to COVID, and you were supposed to only have one fixed visitor over. But then again, to be young again, etc., so I didn't really care. During this time, I was working in healthcare. I work with the mentally disabled, but I volunteered for the ad hoc COVID team, meaning I got called upon to tend to those residents who were sick and needed quarantining, or were effectively diagnosed with COVID. This meant pretty long working hours, and I spent about 10 to 11 hours a day at work, with a full hour bike ride to and from work. Needless to say, I was pretty tired pretty much all of the time, so I wasn't looking forward to the noise from a party, but I'm pretty chill and know that living in the city, some noise is to be expected. So they are having their party, and I can stand some noise and music, but this party was effing wild. People shouting full on in the hallway, wrecking things, etc., etc. At about 4 in the morning, I introduced myself to the neighbors and asked them when they could expect their company, 20 plus people, to leave, and if they could refrain from having a party the next day, as I have to work and get up at 6 every day. So they promised they would keep it down the rest of the night. They didn't, and that they wouldn't have a party the next day. Plot twist, they did have another party, and then did another one the day after. At this point, I had been going a full 3 nights without sleep and was nearing neurosis. Every night I had talked to the girls, and every night they would be full of apologies and stuff, but nothing would change. I also felt terrible when I had to enter their place, because it would be absolutely packed with people, and I work with some very vulnerable people at work who I wouldn't want to spread COVID to. This was pre-tests, pre-vaccines, pretty much of all the knowledge we have now about COVID. Luckily, the weekend came and they went to their parents and I could recover a bit. Suffice it to say, I wasn't really liking my new neighbors. During the next few weeks, they refrained from big parties, but they would have a constant flood of people coming over during the night. And by constant, I mean constant. Like their bell would ring 70 times a night and people would always be coming or going. And those people would be drunk and loud. Our communal hallway is pretty much an echo chamber because it's all stone and any noise would travel throughout the building. Basically, I couldn't rely to sleep at night. It drove me crazy. I could only sleep Friday through Sunday because then they would go off to their parents or whatever. I couldn't grasp how they could know this many people that would always be coming and going. During one night, while knocking on their door to complain about the noise, I encountered my upstairs neighbor, who is also on Reddit, hi, and decided that we would have to join forces to get this to stop. My neighbor told me some important bit of information. The reason there were people coming and going all the time was because they used their apartment as a makeshift bar and hangout. During this time, bars were closed due to COVID, and all those students were using the big apartment to hang out. Moreover, across the street was another frat house with 5 boys living there, and that too was a secret hangout. So people would hang out at those 2 places and cross the street if they wanted a different atmosphere, or wanted to see their other friends, etc, etc. And the boys from across the street would also come over 15 times a night. Most visitors seemed to be law students or affiliated with them. Basically, our communal hallway was just a part of their cafe space now. So we tried talking to the girls. Then we started to talk to the visitors. None of them had any sympathy for us when we were asking them to be quiet at 4 in the morning. Most of them just laughed at us, as we were the pesky neighbors, no doubt. Even more of them were just so wasted that they didn't know what they were doing. So we started calling the police dozens of times. Most of the times they weren't let in and police told us they couldn't do anything. We kept calling as we wanted a record of our calls in the system. Belgium was still in full lockdown at this point, and what they were doing was full-on illegal. Even so, police told us their hands were tied if they wouldn't open the door. When the police couldn't help, I turned to the next best thing. I am a social worker, and so I have no problems looking up information and calling around to look for help. This is what I did. Most places, student unions, police, town hall, were understanding but couldn't really do much. So I acted on the suggestion of the upstairs neighbor and contacted one of the girls' deans. I shot him a nice email about sorry to have bothered him and taking up his time. But I had this big group of students from his faculty ganging up every night, and maybe he wanted to know about it since they were breaking every possible COVID rule that existed at that time. Especially since me and my neighbor were about to go to the papers with this story, as secret lockdown parties were becoming a thing in the papers at this point. The dean called me back right away, and we had a nice talk about our problems. He told me he was on it. So basically what he did was call the law student girl and her parents. Big drama ensued, and we finally got to sit down with the girls, and they finally sounded like they were sorry. Tears were shed, for which I had no patience, to be honest. We learned that the police had actually been inside a few times, and they were issued tickets for having secret parties. Those were 300 euros each a pop, so no idea why they didn't just stop. We learned they were not happy because the dean had called them up at 11 o'clock, and they were still asleep. To which I said, well, there is your problem. You are still asleep at 11 o'clock. I'm up at 6 every day, and you girls haven't been a bit understanding about that. So we got to feel a bit like we got our revenge and we got to vent. But we kept it kinda nice and parted in good terms, hoping that this would be it and we could live together as nice neighbors. But if that were the case, I wouldn't be here, right? You'd think they would have gotten the point now and would refrain from making noise and partying. Well, you'd be wrong. Basically what they did was they moved to the frat house across the street and started partying there. There were slightly less people running to and fro, but the noise was still a problem, and we were now in the middle of the second COVID wave, and these people were meeting up with big groups like crazy, while I hadn't seen a soul in almost a year. Never mind the people at my work who were forbidden from even going to their own friggin' families. The whole thing was just ridiculous. My upstairs neighbor happened to film such a party across the street and had sent the clip to me. We were thinking about going to the press with our story, but weren't really sure if it would be a good idea. So I posted the clip of the party on the subreddit of our country to test the waters. It got quite some comments and upvotes, and it seemed most people were also sick of people disregarding the rules and having secret parties. After some talks with the upstairs neighbor, we decided to contact the press and simultaneously go up a step in the university hierarchy and contact the vice rector that had the power to start up a disciplinary case against the students. This person is one of 12 vice rectors for a total campus of about 15,000 students, so quite high up. Things moved fast. Local news actually picked up our story from Reddit and contacted me, and we gave some background info. They confirmed with the police that cops had been dozens of times to our address and across the street and weren't let in most of the time. We mentioned that the university was involved and that we hoped they would finally intervene. The next day, the piece was on their website. It went viral there and got promoted to the sites of most national newspapers. its headline was sensational enough, mentioning the dozens of times police had showed up and mentioning how healthcare workers were being kept up by selfish students. At the same time, the vice rector contacted us to take our statements, which we already had prepared up on paper, and informed us they would investigate and could possibly start up disciplinary actions. At the same time, more reporters were contacting me throughout the day, and we made sure to mention that to her and link the university the printed articles. The next day while at work, I got a message from the upstairs neighbor that a film crew from the national news was at our doorstep. He declined to talk to them, and I would have done the same since this was getting pretty big now, but they made a segment anyway. And sure enough, that night at 7, here was my street and a short section about cops standing in front of a closed door a dozen times, and the local press cop talking about the troubles of closed doors. Best part about it was that a student from the offending frat house across the street had let the film crew in, and said on camera exactly what we were accusing them of towards the university, that they had been having parties and didn't let the cops in, and that they had done it multiple times. No idea what made him think that was a good idea. Anyway, trying not to make a huge story even longer, the press died down sometime later, thank goodness, and the disciplinary action from the university went through. Before the hearing, we sat down with the girls from our block and cleared some things up. We wanted to live like normal people together, and we tried to make some amends. Because we put in a kind of good word for them, they got the lighter end of the stick, 40 hours of community service and some probation. The guys across the street got 80 hours each, and each had to write us a letter of apology, which I thoroughly enjoyed reading every time I got one. Sad part is, most of them sounded like dumb young kids, but that was after getting called out on the news and being part of a disciplinary action. But we never wanted to escalate things this far. Some noise is to be expected when living in the same building, and we were never going to go to these extremes for some expected noises. But these people went to the extremes, and so we were forced to do the same. Rest of the year, a simple message on WhatsApp was enough to silence any noises we had coming from their apartment. If anything, I hope they learned that even very polite and chilled people can become very upset when presented with sleep deprivation and excessive noise. Now, on OP's profile, you can actually find a video they took of the people across the street, and let me tell you, they were definitely being extremely loud, and I personally wouldn't want to put up with that until 4 o'clock in the morning, or 6 o'clock in the morning, or however long it was that they were staying up. It's pretty bad. So I was thinking a little bit about this story and how they were given fines, but they kept on going anyway. And what I came up with is I think they were probably charging access to the apartment to the people who were coming in. Either that or they were on really nice allowances from mommy and daddy while they were at school and just never learned the value of money itself. I do kinda wish there were some charges that came about here because, let's be real, these were law students and they should be respecting the law. This next story comes to us from Techno Grind, but I didn't retire. Let's jump right in. My friend, I'll call her Sandy, worked at a travel agency in British Columbia, Canada. It was a small owner-operated business with the owner and 3 employees, including my friend. Everyone worked Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. One of my friend's coworkers, I'll call her Jane, an older woman in her early to mid-60s, was a long-time nuisance employee. Among other sketchy behavior, Jane was always scamming ways to take time off over and above her official paid vacation time. In order to make up for the lost hours, she would claim overtime hours in pay by supposedly going into the office in her off hours to finish up work without being requested by the owner to do so, despite being caught in her own lies on a number of occasions and being warned about trying to claim for unsanctioned overtime. The owner of the travel agency was reluctant to officially reprimand Jane or get rid of her. The reason being is the owner discovered after she had hired Jane that Jane had actually been fired from her previous job at another local travel agency for pulling the same stunts. However, Jane had sued her former employer for unfair dismissal and had won a settlement. After a few years of my friend Sandy working at the travel agency, the owner was ready to retire and offered to sell the business to my friend. Sandy took her up on the deal and took over the business while keeping on Jane and the other employee. Once again, just as the previous owner was afraid to get rid of Jane, so was Sandy for fear of being sued. When Sandy took over the business, she instituted guidelines regarding taking time off, and she established an official no overtime policy. Jane would still try with her shenanigans, but was far less successful in getting what she wanted with my friend in charge. However, Jane still had one trick up her sleeve when she wanted to take time off on a whim. Sandy was a divorced single mom of 2 boys who were heavily involved in youth hockey. She would sometimes leave the office an hour or 2 before closing to get her boys to hockey practice or a game. In order to avoid requesting in person and potentially being denied, Jane would wait for Sandy to be out of the office to book a day off if she didn't feel like coming into work or had made plans. Sandy would then arrive at work the next morning only to discover that Jane wasn't coming in. Despite this happening a number of times, Sandy would usually let it slide since there was now a definite no overtime policy. Therefore, Jane could no longer claim to come into work on the weekend or after hours in order to try and make up for the day off. She would either miss out on a day's pay, in turn saving Sandy money as the owner, or it would come out of her remaining paid vacation days. Moreover, 2 people in the office at one time could usually handle everything. Jane not coming in was really a no-loss situation for Sandy. There was one time, however, when Sandy was going to be away for 1 or 2 workdays just before the weekend to take her boys to a hockey tournament. She told both Jane and the other employee, both verbally and in writing, that they could not book time off for the dates in question since she would be away and needed both of them in the office. Within a few days of giving this notice, Sandy went into the office on a Saturday to do some paperwork and go through the sales for the week. This is when she discovered that, only the day before, Jane had booked a trip for her daughter and son-in-law to Las Vegas, as well as a plane ticket in her name to Calgary, where her daughter lived. Both the trip to Vegas and the ticket to Calgary coincided with the dates Sandy would be out of the office. Sandy then checked the vacation booking schedule to further discover that Jane had indeed booked the days off that she had expressly been told she couldn't have. Not mentioning she had discovered the travel Jane had booked for herself and her daughter, Sandy emailed Jane telling her she would have to deny her the days off since she had already been told they were unavailable because she, Sandy, would be away and needed Jane in the office. Through a continued series of email exchanges, Jane replied and outright lied to Sandy with some excuse about her daughter getting some long-awaited medical treatment or surgery, and she needed to go to Calgary to help out for a few days and look after her granddaughter. Sandy replied to this lie by telling Jane she knew about the trip she had booked to Vegas for her daughter and son-in-law, that Jane's trip to Calgary was most likely to babysit her granddaughter while her daughter was in Vegas, and that she would still have to deny Jane the days off, especially since she booked them after being told they were unavailable. Jane countered in her subsequent reply without even addressing the fact that she had been caught in a lie, that she had been a dedicated employee of the travel agency for several years and couldn't understand why she was being treated so unfairly after all she had done for the business. She then wrote that since she wasn't being treated as a valued employee, she had no choice but to retire and was giving her 2 weeks notice. Despite Jane's threat, Sandy replied that she would still be unable to grant her the days off and left it at that without making any mention of Jane's threat to quit or retire. Sandy then contacted her accountant, who also acted as her de facto business advisor, and explained what had happened with Jane. Also aware of Jane's previous shenanigans, Sandy's accountant told her that this was the out she had been looking for with Jane, and she had it all in writing. He told her that Jane had essentially resigned and retired, and all Sandy needed to do was honor Jane's desire to do so. Let her finish out her 2 weeks, or pay her 2 weeks' wages in lieu with no further severance pay legally required since she hadn't been fired. The following Monday, Sandy went into the office early, accompanied by her long-term boyfriend to act as a witness. She put Jane's belongings from her desk into a box and took the things that were property of the business. Since Jane was old school and had resisted inputting client information in the computer database, this also included a small filled box with index cards which had client phone numbers, addresses, credit card information, and other personal information noted on them. In the meantime, the other employee had arrived for work and they all waited for Jane to show up. Jane arrived just before 9 a.m., acting as though nothing had happened, and greeted everyone with a good morning as she walked through the door. However, she was apparently taken slightly aback when she noticed Sandy's boyfriend seated in the far corner of the office. At this point, Jane was midway to her desk when Sandy informed her that there was no need to go any further and that she had accepted Jane's notification of retirement. She then handed Jane a check compensating her for the hours she had worked in the current pay period, as well as 2 weeks' wages in lieu of Jane finishing out her final 2 weeks before her retirement. Jane was dumbfounded and went into panic mode. "But I didn't retire. I'm not ready to retire." Sandy responded that indeed she had retired, given her notice, and had proof of it in writing. All Jane could do was continue repeating, "But I didn't retire. I'm not ready to retire," while unsuccessfully attempting to get the support of the other employee, who refused to come to her defense. Sandy then pointed to the box containing Jane's belongings, wished her a happy retirement, and told her to leave the office. Jane quickly rifled through the box and noticed that the small box containing the index cards with client information was not there. She insisted that Sandy return it to her, which Sandy refused to do, explaining that it was property of the business, contained personal client information, and that she would be in violation of Canadian privacy laws if she were to let Jane take it. Jane's shock had now turned to obstinance, and she refused to leave without the box. Both the other employee and Sandy's boyfriend started to get involved, repeatedly telling Jane to just leave. Sandy then informed Jane that if she didn't leave, they would have to call the RCMP, Canadian Police, at which point Sandy's boyfriend dialed 911 to inform the dispatcher of a disgruntled former employee at XYZ Travel Agency who was refusing to leave the premises. Within a few minutes, 2 police officers arrived and Jane immediately ran to the door, ranting about being fired and about the missing box of client info. One police officer told Jane to come outside and explain to him her side of the story. The other officer remained in the office to hear Sandy's side of the story, agreeing that Jane was not legally entitled to the box of client info. The other officer then re-entered the business and told Jane to wait outside. He said that Jane was insisting that Sandy was holding on to her personal belongings, namely a box of important information. Both Sandy and the officer who had spoken to her explained the contents of the box to the other officer, who in turn agreed it was not Jane's property. The police officers then picked up the larger box of Jane's personal belongings, took it outside to Jane, and told her she needed to go home. The next day, Sandy put up a large sign in the window of the business congratulating Jane on her retirement, and even put a small announcement in the local newspaper doing the same thing. The icing on the piece of revenge cake was Sandy, when filling out the necessary government forms for when an employee quits, gets fired, or retires, made sure to check the box labeled retired for the reason for Jane no longer being employed. By doing so, Jane was ineligible to collect unemployment insurance benefits. Jumping down to the comment section for this one, we have one from a user called Dingleberries for Sport. It says, "I don't know why incompetent or unliked people always seem to shoot themselves in the foot. My workplace had an employee who made more work for others than she ever did herself. She got offended over a demotion with a minor pay decrease and quit in a rage. Ever since then, she's floated from one MLM scam to another, never did get another full-time job." Another reply to this comment from a user called Sanity Janity really sums up this story. It says, "They don't acknowledge their incompetence even to themselves. They are convinced they are the best employees and that the business would collapse without them. They also think they are very clever." Jane in this story was disliked by all of her coworkers and her boss, but she may not have known it because they were walking on eggshells around her. I absolutely love how Jane tried to get the support of her coworker, and her coworker just sloughed her off and refused to come to her defense. That was beautiful. Our next story today comes to us from Affectionate Gold 84. Want some free gas? I got you, bro. Let's jump right in. Hope this qualifies as pro-revenge. Let me know if it needs removing. So several years ago, my friend, we'll call him Boris, and I would always help each other to do the spring cleanup for our properties. This included taking out damaged trees, preparing garden plots, and taking care of our weed-infested yards. I was going to be first on the cleanup detail, so I prepared tools and implements the Friday before the big cleanup was to happen. Sharpening tools in chainsaw chains, lawnmower blades, and just getting everything in order. Among those tasks was mixing gas with 2-cycle oil. Finished up kinda late and generally put things away for the next day. The next morning, Boris shows up with coffee and biscuits around 8 a.m. As we were sitting on his tailgate enjoying breakfast, my neighbors ride by in their beat-to-heck Chevy Cavalier, smoking like a freight train. We will call them Rocky and Bullwinkle. Boris and I made the usual jokes about the amount of smoke pouring from the exhaust. Darn, bet they go to the gas station and fill up with oil and check the gas. We soon finished breakfast and thought no more about it. As we begin to get the tools laid out and hatch out a plan of attack, I cannot find my gas cans. No mixed gas, regular gas, or a gas can in general. That's when it dawned on us why the car Rocky and Bullwinkle were driving was smoking so bad. I'm pissed to say the least. Well, all Boris and I could do was go shopping for gas cans, gas, and more 2-cycle oil. After we returned, we saw Rocky and Bullwinkle pass by several times, but all in all, we got a lot done. The next weekend, we dedicated to clean up at Boris's. A weekend or two go by and we have a family dinner at my wife's, Rocky and Bullwinkle's grandparents. Toward the latter part of the evening, we were having a few drinks. Most people had left and myself and wife's grandfather were shooting the breeze when I had to take a leak. As I was doing so, I saw a gas can with very distinct paint on it. I inquired from the old man about how it came into his possession, and he stated Rocky and Bullwinkle left it there. I simply explained it was mine as was another and loaded them in my truck. It ate at me every time that POS car with my past neighbors went by, so I hatched a plan from a rotten egg. I went and bought a few gallons of gas, a few gallons of diesel fuel, and some other various oils. I made a concoction of these different chemicals and filled my new 6-gallon gas can I had to purchase. With some clean gas, I filled the lawnmower and cut some grass that evening, making sure Rocky and Bullwinkle saw me. Then I put everything away but forgot and left that rotten egg gas can out. I got up and went to work the next morning and didn't even think to check on the can. But when I got home, I checked and it was gone. My wife informed me that my plan must have worked, as she watched Rocky and Bullwinkle go in and out with the car not only smoking, but spitting and sputtering as well. The last time they rode out, they didn't ride back in. They gave me about an hour of peace before they came over and wanted to know if I could look at the car and see what was wrong. If it could not be fixed on the side of the road, maybe tow it home. My response? I've had a long day and have a migraine, maybe tomorrow. I saw the panic set in when I told them that. That's when they told me they had no insurance and it was on a main road. Tough luck. So the highway patrol did run across it and had it towed. It was going to cost them around $500 to get it out of impound. Plus, they had to have current registration and insurance. Car wasn't worth it. Well, they are those type of people that good luck just falls on them, and the pastor for a local church gave them an old Ford Taurus. Took me a few cans of rotten egg gas, but I got the motor to lock up after about a month. This time it quit in their grandparents' yard. So they scrapped it, and as luck would have it, they got their income tax returns. They bought a nice looking Ford F-150, but it began having problems too. Smoked really bad. They did take it to a mechanic that eventually found the problem. He got the truck running right again for about $1,500, and I have never had any more gas come up missing. Thanks for reading. Alright, is anybody else here thinking that these Rocky and Bullwinkle characters weren't the smartest people out there? Because you'd think the first time you stole the fuel and your car was smoking like crazy, that you wouldn't steal the fuel again. Now, at the beginning of this story, OP said they didn't know if it was PROREVENGE or not. I'd say about $2,000 damage to a couple of different cars, plus just the inconvenience caused by that, is definitely PROREVENGE. This next story comes to us from Backbiter0723. I'm lazy? Guess you don't need my labor then. Let's jump right in. This is a long one with a lot of context. You have been warned. Back before my grandfather passed, he had connected me with a friend of his who had a friend willing to give me a summer job when I turned 18. It was a pretty solid gig to do in the summer before I went to college, and it paid well, $15 an hour in Ohio. While it's not record-breaking, it certainly beat working fast food. I only worked about a month between my birthday and when I started college, but I proved to be a good worker who got the job done faster and better than anyone else. A couple things about this business. This friend of my grandfather started it himself in the 80s. It has something like 40 employees and is a machine shop that mostly deals in government contracts. They do everything from pew-pew stocks and computer casings for the military to chemical wash tubs and lamps. Your average guy here was a 40-something dude, and there were only 2 women in the whole place, the secretary and a lady in quality control. When we got sent home for the pandemic in March 2020, I pretty quickly came to be strapped for cash and went back. Since they fulfilled government contracts, their business was deemed necessary and they stayed open. I worked from early April until August that year and made a pretty decent chunk of change as he raised me from $15 to $17 an hour and put me in the shop running CNC machines. Before that, I'd been putting something called helicoils into machine parts, which basically just make the threads where bolts go heavy duty. Not a very hard job, but very time consuming. That being said, I was very good at this job. On average, I'd finish twice as many parts a shift as the next guy, who'd been working there for about 25 years. This will be important later. We didn't go back to school in fall 2020 as the pandemic was still happening, but I'd saved up enough cash at the place to be comfortable for a while. I took that fall off school, hoping that by spring we'd be back on campus. In the meantime, I signed up to volunteer with the Red Cross. I drove vans for them, transporting blood from their donor center and lab in Cleveland to area hospitals, as far out as Sharon, PA. I absolutely loved it, as helping people and doing fulfilling work is very important to me. Soon enough, I was the team leader out of the location in my city and was running 3 shifts a week, which would each span anywhere from 5 to 8 hours. In spring 2021, I also moved into a new role as the chief of staff for an esports organization on my campus. I'll post another story about that later, which ate up a lot of my time. Nobody else on our board did much work, and I was the only one with experience talking to administration, so I got nailed with a ton of busy work. But again, it was something I loved to do, just to see all the happy folks at the events I organized. Both the Red Cross and this esports thing were also very important resume builders for me, as they gave me leadership and bureaucratic experience that looks really good on a political science and communications resume, which is what I'm studying in college. Needless to say, the machine shop work didn't do that for me. It was money and little more. In the months leading up to fall 2021, it became clear to me that, with the savings I had, I wouldn't be able to afford to finish college. I would have to work while I was in school, something of 30 hours a week to make it work. At this point, I decided to go back to the shop for a few days to make a little extra cash before I head out, and line up 8 days on the schedule to work, 4 weeks working Thursday and Friday. I'm doing this because I am still taking 3 or more volunteer shifts a week with the Red Cross, plus my responsibilities with the esport organization. My boss does in fact know about both of these things. The shop put me back in the assembly room, installing those coils in some wash tubs. Each part has about 50 different coils in 3 different sizes, and each part is so heavy that they have to be moved with a small 1-ton crane in the assembly room. Then, on top of that, the coils had a nasty habit of not going in right or otherwise failing, so we'd have to remove and reinstall 5 or more coils apart. Because of this, most people only finished 5 or 6 parts a shift. I, however, am particularly efficient and take pride in my work, so I'd get 10 on most days. The shipment had 80 tubs left when they pulled me in for those 8 days, and I was going to work on those tubs the whole time. My boss reckoned that with just me on the tubs, I'd be able to finish the shipment before I left, whereas he'd have to put 2 of his other workers on the job to do the same without me. I promise you, he knew this going in. On the 5th day of work, I'm starting to get pretty burnt out, and the stress of affording college was starting to get to me. I had 1 job lined up and a number of applications outstanding. I wasn't necessarily worried, just a bit wound up, tense, and exhausted. I voiced my frustrations to my boss and my worries about affording college. That's when this guy, a 70-something multi-millionaire who just pushes papers all day, decided to piss me off. Instead of consoling me in any way, offering reassurance, or dare I say, a bonus for my clearly excess productivity, which he brought me in for, he decides to go with, "There's 168 hours in a week, work as much as you like." I push back and say that I literally cannot do that. I'm working 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Wednesday with Red Cross, and fill most of my weekends and evenings with networking and emails for esports. I could not take more hours in this job without giving up one of two activities which are more professionally relevant to me or taking a hit to my sleep. Even if I did all those things and worked 60-hour weeks, I only had 1 week left before I went back to campus. Needless to say, even with 20 hours of overtime pay, I still would not have been able to magically afford college. I'd still have to work 2 jobs as a full-time student either way. But wait, there's more. After I tell him I literally cannot take more hours without it being a detriment to my career or mental health, he goes on to tell me that I am lazy, irresponsible, and have never worked for a thing in my life. I'll remind you, I am, far and away, his most productive worker when I am in the shop, whether I'm running machines or installing coils. I will also note that my family makes a whopping $25,000 a year as a family of 4. It's enough to live on in Northeast Ohio, but that's about it. Everything I own and use, including my phone, car, insurance, computer, I pay for with my own money that I earned working in this guy's shop. At this point, I ask myself why I'm bothering with this guy. Then I remember, he's relying on me to finish this batch of parts. Everyone else is tied up on different orders. If I leave, this shipment goes unfinished and he'll be forced to delay. I only have 3 days left scheduled to work, and that money isn't going to do anything for me if I'm going to be working 30 hours a week anyways. So why am I here? The next morning, I text him at 6 a.m. in the morning and tell him I'm not going to come in for the remainder of my shifts. This man, who I'll remind you is a 70-something multi-millionaire, loses his mind. In text, he's cursing out the wazoo, telling me how I'm destroying his business and how I effed him over, and how if I was actually smart with money, I would have quit my volunteer activities and put in the work. I keep it respectful and inform him that his disrespect lost him a valuable employee, and now he's gotta pay the price. I later found out from a coworker that the shipment ended up being about a month late. Because of how this shop's contracts work, he'd have to refund 1% of the contract price for each day the shipment is late. For this contract, 30% late fees would have amounted to around $200,000. Maybe if he was smarter with money, he wouldn't have hinged $200,000 of late fees on the work ethic of one lazy, irresponsible 20-year-old kid who's never worked for a thing in his life. I'm struggling to see how a guy who is in his 70s and a multi-millionaire who has clearly been in business for a very long time couldn't see that a bonus would have been the best option in this case. Management in these stories seems to have a history of crapping on the people who actually know what's going on and then having to figure out what to do when those people crap back on the management. This next story comes to us from Amenadiel. I was unemployed. This guy scammed me. Revenge is still pouring on him. Let's jump right in. First and foremost, this didn't happen in the US. Some events might be pursuable up there, but down here, it was mostly no man's land regarding the kind of scams I fell for. For the sake of this story, here in no man's land, we use the top level domain NML. My wife is a nurse. Back then, in the early 2000s, she worked in an ICU of a relatively exclusive and therefore expensive hospital. Specifically, she had to care for patients that had undergone cardiac surgery. At the time, I was working for a small company that was going out of business. The owners were retiring, we hadn't secured any important contracts lately, and in my country, you have to pay for employee severance unless you file for bankruptcy. So they decided to shut it down while they still had enough cash to pay our severances. One day my wife calls me and tells me about this gentleman in his late 50s that had been in the verge of passing away. And after that close call, he was so grateful and stuff, we'll call him Benny Lowy. This gentleman happened to work in electronics imports, which gave him access to incredibly convenient deals. Long story short, he was so grateful he could sell us an LCD TV, a store demo unit that had been used just once, and we'd need to pay like 1/4 of its retail price as long as we kept it quiet, because he was risking his relation with the brand. It caught me off guard. I said yes, and she paid. Anyway, the only TV in the house had been a wedding present and weighed over 100 pounds. We were eager to replace it. I was naive, I know, but I thought, being her patient, she knew all personal data from this guy, so it seemed unlikely he would target her for a scam. His father was a known businessman, now retired and approaching his 80s. Mr. Lowy Sr. was well respected in his community and wouldn't have let his son wreak havoc. Also, my wife had acquaintances in common with Benny's brother, a known doctor of another hospital. Christmas was approaching. She asked Benny, who had been already discharged and back home, for advice regarding the present she wanted to give me, a phone. He hooked her up with the best she could think of. Now, I can't remember the exact model, but it was the Sony Ericsson flagship, and it wasn't yet offered by local carriers. He had access to it because of his status as a local representative for said brand. She went with it, paid. The job position. I've said my employer was shutting down, so just for the sake of it, she asked Benny if he knew of someone needing an IT guy. Of course, he said. I'll meet your husband at this place tomorrow, etc. And there I was, in a gas station uptown. He pulled over in a luxury car. Mr. Lowy was a normal-looking guy, used a cane and had a noticeable knee or hip pain. We sat down in the gas station coffee shop, and he told me about a mid-management position, reporting to him, in a mining company I had barely heard about. He coached me on what should I say in the upcoming job interview. We spoke about salary. I was dazzled. Wait, mining? Didn't you say he was into imports? He was that kind of guy you can't pause to question, because he'd already thrown something extra to the mix, and this position had a better paycheck than the one I was being laid off. In the next days, we had a few phone calls. Stuff looked promising. I had been already laid off. We agreed he'd pick me up on December 24th, and he'd introduce me to senior managers as the recommended help desk junior manager. I woke up extra early, put on my best suit, waited in the front yard. Hours went by. I had planned to be back before noon to arrange stuff for that night's dinner because my parents were coming over. After calling him repeatedly, he told me he'd been assaulted and robbed. They took my cane and broke it on my knee, he wailed. Poor guy. I told him to forget about my interview for the time being. No, I promised you I'll make it up to you. Of course, since he had been injured, he wasn't able to deliver the items my wife bought from him. That night, my mother asked me about the new job. I could not bring myself to tell her about the delay. I told her it was going fine. That night, I Googled him. Nothing showed up except for some awards in the Imports and Customs Associations of whatever. He called me to reschedule our interview. December 31st. Again, picture me in my best suit outside my house on a summer morning. Of course, he didn't show up. When I finally reach him, he tells me that when his car had been stolen last week, they took his wallet too, which these thugs eventually dropped during another robbery. So now he had been detained as a suspect for that. He hadn't been able to pick the imported electronics on the customs office, so they had them moved to another custody unit where it would take a couple of weeks to retrieve. That night, we went to my parents for New Year's Eve, and my mother asked me for the new job. It's all fine, I said. I Google him again, this time with variations regarding his name or the supposed company he was setting me into. Not much showed up, nothing shady. The next call was like a week later. He told me that because he was being involved in a police investigation, this mining company had fired him. But this was actually good, because now I was going to be interviewed to take his position as IT manager. This meant double my former paycheck, and securing a position that would be a leap forward in my career. So I don't ask many questions. I was just grateful. All those delays in the end would pay off. This situation, as you have already figured out, went on and on for weeks. My interview never happened. The electronics never arrived. We had lost our money, our time, our Christmas, our hopes, and I was still unemployed and hadn't been applying for job offers since I had this one allegedly secured. I texted him somewhere in between. I texted him, "Why are you doing this to us?" He texted back, "If I wanted to, you have nothing on me, but if you stick with me, you'll be rewarded tenfold. Cue in the detective." Time went by. Eventually, my wife overhears from a coworker about this patient in another hospital she was working at. Some nurses do work part-time at other hospitals. She had fell for it too, but her husband was a detective. So a few hours later, we were filling him in on the details of the scam we fell for. Asking around, he found a third nurse scammed by this guy. Soon enough, he was detained, this time for real, and admitted to have been scamming people due to an impromptu invited mild dementia. This detective talks him into an off-court deal in which he gave us back every cent, but not my time nor hopes, in exchange for us not pursuing any legal action. This was a decent deal because us, having failed to make a written agreement on any of these purchases, had at most a weak claim to our money. By the way, the money with which he paid us, he had to borrow from his father and some from his brother, the doctor. Remember, this didn't happen in the US. This agreement was actually completely legal down there. So I made a blog. I couldn't go for any further legal action, but there wasn't a non-disclosure agreement whatsoever. And I thought, what could prevent other people falling into the scammer's lies? Well, perhaps some Google results? So I created a blog on WordPress. Think something like BennyLoeyTheScammer.wordpress.com. It was a single post in third person telling my story. In the following days, that post comments had a dozen stories much like mine. I made them into posts. A few of them got their comments too, telling other people's stories. In a few weeks, looking for Benny Loey's name on Google led to this blog. In my country, you can review updates regarding court ongoing cases, except for felonies. Those are non-public. Searching for his national ID, which I had known thanks to our settlement, as the sued party. I could just find an eviction action due to failing to pay his condo's lease. But looking for him as the suing part, I found out he had sued WordPress, our local Fictionary domain, which was registered by a local guy on GoDaddy. Following up with the case, this guy had spent months trying to demonstrate this local guy had to take down the blog I made in the .com domain. Go figure. I was tempted then and there to set a post on this blog saying, if I wanted to, you have nothing on me. However, I have never attempted to let him know who's doing this. I just log into this blog once in a while. Today was the first one in years, and keep finding in the comments more scammed people. All of them in a vulnerable moment in their life. Unemployed guys, small startups looking for an angel investor, small branch salespeople pursuing a promising commission. Those who have, in time, reached a compensation or agreement. It's because Benny's now ancient father had to chip in. From what they say, his brother has gone no contact. Most commenters leave their email addresses, and I have known a few that have teamed with each other and succeeded in legal actions. Perhaps this is not a revenge, but it's my story. Unfortunately, in this case, people getting scammed by this guy aren't really gonna start Googling him until they're well into the scam. Hopefully, when they find out this information, though, they will stop from getting swindled any further, and they can take corrective action. This next story comes to us from I Am Herding Cats. I'm a team builder. Let's jump right in. A few years ago, I was sitting in a job interview and the hiring manager asked, "What do you consider the greatest accomplishment of your career?" This gave me pause, as I've been doing the same thing for over 25 years. I let the mists of memory transport me back in time. Dorian, the nurse manager, Kip, the program manager, Dr. Steve, the clinical director. Yes, I had 3 bosses. I started on the unit as an already seasoned, jaded RN, and soon discovered that most staff who worked there were very, very young and inexperienced. For many, this was their first real job. They assumed all the weird stuff that happened every day was just normal for the workplace. Dorian had decreed that no one was allowed to write incident reports for med errors or safety issues because it makes me look bad in safety huddle. Non-clinical staff allowed to pass meds, schedule changes without notice. Additionally, the department was easily the most toxic I've ever worked in, with various cliques at constant war with one another. I could go on and on. The troubles began one day when I opened my email to a message from Dorian which stated very curtly that I was being investigated for an incident which had happened on the unit, that I was to meet with HR to discuss it, and for possible disciplinary action. I was not to discuss the incident with anyone, No date was given, no medical record number, no indication what the issue could be. I replied that I would need the above information, would speak with my union rep, and meet at a time convenient for me. Dorian declined to give information. I declined to meet with him. I began receiving emails almost daily, each more threatening than the last. I printed them all, contacted my sister, the employment attorney, tried not to start shaking whenever I had to check my email. I was keenly aware that this is Intimidation 101, but it is remarkably effective even when you know that. Because I'm not a direction follower, I was soon discussing this in the break room, and before I knew it, had been approached by 3 other women who had all received the same email on the same day. Comparison showed the emails being sent about a minute apart. We did not work the same shifts nor the same days. We agreed to call in the union rep and refused to meet with HR. Dorian continued to escalate, including cornering us in the hall, stepping in chest to chest and trying to stare us down. He was a very big guy. Before long, we were speaking to more and more women, and it came to light that Dorian had a habit of targeting them with this exact email, followed by others that were more and more threatening until the person would finally meet with HR, get written up for something vague, and then be forced to sign a non-disclosure, no retaliation agreement. It seemed that he had simply picked the wrong 4 women this time because we were not having it. I can't tell you how much time at work began to be spent with people crying while recounting their stories. None had thought to call in the union rep. They did not even know their Weingarten rights. We began to plot. We had limited time, and our company has a long and unglamorous history of protecting people like this. Before long, the entire team was united against the common enemy. LGBTQ staff wrote up statements backed with witnesses of grossly homophobic comments, often in the presence of patients. Staff who were immigrants made statements about racial slurs. A staff who was incredibly petty and vindictive had been compiling a dossier on every perceived policy violation and wrongdoing on Dorian's part since his hiring date, and he prepped it for presentation to HR. The graveyard shift, all huge men, said, "Obviously Dorian isn't trying to flex on us, but we want to help." So they spent a couple nights cruising Dorian's social media posts and capturing screenshots of homo, trans, xenophobic, and misogynistic content. Worried that they hadn't done enough, the night staff paid for a cheap background check, and what a score! DUI, failure to appear, hit and run, domestic violence, assault with a deadly weapon. Did the company not do a background check? WTF. Finally, 2 women came forward with complaints of sexual harassment. One incident had even occurred in the presence of the assistant manager, and one was documented in an email. We were ready. We flooded HR with meeting requests, and our union rep coordinated the assault so that on Monday we met for simple harassment and intimidation. I met first, and HR seemed unimpressed by my complaint. Tuesday, all LGBTQ and staff subjected to racial slurs made their formal complaints. They said that the HR lady looked tired. Wednesday started with the background check, moved into the minutia of policy violation, and culminated with well-documented quid pro quo sexual harassment. The union rep informed HR that the union's attorney was eager to know how to proceed. HR assured her that would not be necessary. That evening, Dorian posted a sign on his office door saying he would be away for a few days and to contact Kip or Dr. Steve if we needed anything. Graveyard Shift reported that over the weekend, housekeeping came and removed everything from his office except his name tag, which the night staff took as a trophy. On Monday at shift change, the CNO, COO, and HR met with the team and informed us that, effective immediately, Dorian was no longer employed by the hospital. We all sat silently and politely until they exited the unit, when a loud and spontaneous cheer went up. People were hugging each other and cry laughing. High fives all around. Aftermath. To the best of my knowledge, Dorian never worked as an RN again. Frankly, I don't care. Kip was fired 3 days later for having been aware of all that was going on and turning a blind eye, and because apparently he'd been touching women on the unit for a couple years. I hadn't been aware of that, but it came out in the HR meeting. Dr. Steve was also fired for sexual harassment. The unit hired an old manager of mine who had a long and well-documented history of, you guessed it, sexual harassment. I quit within days of him being offered the job. The department's foray into getting along crumbled. Most of the staff have moved on to other jobs where they seem much happier. What do you consider the greatest accomplishment of your career? I sat up straight, smiled, and said, I took a very fractured team and brought them together to achieve a common goal. I like to think I'm really good at team building. Sometimes it only takes one brave voice to get everybody else rallied behind a cause. In this case, getting a piece of human scum removed from a workplace. What I don't understand is why the company would bring somebody else in who has a history of doing what they just fired people for. That makes absolutely no sense at all. This next story comes to us from Mr. Cheese Gummy Bear. Ew. Bully in the jungle. Let's jump right in. I want to share a story from my childhood. I'm not 100% sure it can be called pro, but it certainly felt pro to me. This happened somewhere between 1994 and 1999. Back then, we lived on a military base in the country where I'm from. Most of the kids in my street knew each other and normally played together and had a lot of fun, except for Oliver and his two goons. Oliver was a little older than us, but much stronger and a lot meaner. Because it was such a close community, we crossed each other all the time. Martial arts, all together, and Oliver kicked our butts. Playing out in the street, we needed to keep away from his house just in case he was there. Oliver was our full-blown bully. Behind our houses, after you crossed the property line of each backyard, there was a huge forest, more like a jungle, and my friends and I would explore the jungle almost every day. Me being the person that knew more of the land, mostly because my dad trained me to know wherever since I was like 5, so I wouldn't get lost. At the same time, I learned to make small rope traps, tripwires, and little things like that. I loved trapping and catching my next door neighbor's chickens. Because of this, my friends and I created the Jungle Challenge, where I would create a bunch of tripwire traps and counterweight pulley traps, the kind that you step on a branch and a rope would catch your foot and pull you, in a part of the jungle behind my house. Honestly, I made a couple and took credit for the vines and holes in the area. Years go by, and one day, my dad decides to create a little goat pen deep in the jungle part behind my house. Me knowing that he was going to go deeper than what we, kids, were allowed to go, asked to tag along and go with him, and he said yes. Guys, it was awesome. The spot he picked was right after a tree formation that made a little roundabout. Enough backstory, let's get to the revenge. One day, I find myself alone behind the gym where we had our karate and jujitsu classes. All my friends went home for the day, and I hear behind, hey, Oliver is there with this brand new orange belt. So I hear you're now in 2 different classes. Yeah, my dad put me in them. He wants, do you think you can beat me? I get nervous. You think that taking more classes you'll kick my butt or something? No, at that moment, he fully kicks my chest and stomach, getting me winded. No matter what you do, you won't beat me. He leaves, and I go home after crying and composing myself. I needed to stop this, but how? He was stronger than me, older than me, and just a brute. Then it clicked. I have only confronted him in his terrain, with his rules, where he had the upper hand. So I came up with a plan. I created a trap at the tree roundabout where if you triggered a tripwire, a big, heavy, old, and rusted car part that I found back there, later I learned it was an old car transmission part, would fall from above. After a few hours of setting up and asking my friends about Oliver, we always knew where he and his friends were, so we didn't cross paths, and they told me. I went over and, from a safe distance, screamed, "Hey, buttface," or something like that. "I'm tired of your crap, we're settling this today." I threw a small rock and ran for dear life. When I started heading to the jungle, Oliver's 2 friends stopped him and said to him, "Dude, I think this is a bad idea." Oliver shoulder shrugs them off and said something that I couldn't hear and continued chasing me. He followed me to the roundabout, tripping and falling a lot, which made me extremely happy, and I thought it is going to work. I jump in the center of the circle, but he stops, looks around, looks at me, and then looks down and sees the fishing line. Oliver looks up at me and says, "Do you think I'm stupid? I can totally see this." Steps over the line and branch cracks, fast zipping noise. Oliver looks down at his foot, looks where the line is zipping on the tree to his right, and looks up and bam, right on his head. I was extremely happy. But then Oliver dropped. Didn't get hit hard on the head and start crying like I envisioned, just dropped. I see blood. So I panicked and ran straight home. I run through my backyard, passing Oliver's friends, and lock myself in home. Hours go by and nothing happens, but I'm scared, terrified. The main reason why I'm so afraid is that this is a military base. If a kid gets lost, it's a huge deal. So what normally happened is that if a kid got lost, their friends, would come to get me or one of my friends, because all kids in this part of the base knew that we were the weird kids that were always out there. And within an hour or so, we would come back with the kid and no big deal, if the kid was unharmed. I don't want to be the one having to go get Oliver or find him, because then the adults need to get involved, and that was just going to be horrible. It was getting dark by now. Everyone was supposed to be home, but I hear that they were still looking for him. Turns out that he walked out of the jungle a little before 7, not completely dark yet, and made it home. The next day, his friends came by. Oliver refused to talk about it, and from then on, we never spoke about it. He didn't mess with me or my friends, and never again approached me. Every now and then, one of my friends would ask if it was true that you took Oliver to the jungle and kicked his butt, but I wouldn't answer. Part out of fear and part out of pride, I guess. And that's how I took revenge on my first bully. OP, this one goes way too far. You could have killed that kid. In fact, I think you're extremely lucky that you didn't. I do understand that this story was about 30 years ago and you're writing about it on Reddit, so I'd assume you haven't done anything else that dumb going forward that resulted in hurting somebody else, so that's a good thing. This next story comes to us from Willingly Lost 90, punishing university student. Let's jump right in. Good evening. So, the backstory. I currently do armed security for one of the larger companies in my state and the adjacent states, and during COVID, I was promoted and got a company car. So the patrol car is built and designed to the same specifications as the local police, including lights. The only difference is the decals and wording. Ours has the company name and then public safety. Each state I work in has different rules and tests to get a security license, including background check, fingerprints, etc. Okay, so on to the story. My post changes often as it's contract security, but on the weekend, Friday to Monday, I work 40 hours. I am on call during the week. So in my state, there's a massive college campus, and dead center of the campus is a massive library. When I say massive, I mean the property is 2 city blocks. There are 2 separate entrances to the property for cars, and multiple walking paths, and even a beautiful courtyard. The main gate has 2 lanes, an entrance and an exit, along with a guard shack that is not used currently. It has 2 large, beautiful wrought iron gates that get closed and locked once the staff leave. In front of the guard shack, along with on each gate and 2 signposts, are warnings that this is not university parking. That if you park on the property outside of specified hours, you will be ticketed, your car will be booted, and when we open, you will be towed at your own expense. Behind the library are large dorms with street-side parking. There's also a second entrance with same setup, warnings, etc., but no gate as mostly contractors use it. I apologize for all the setup. So recently the library adjusted the hours so they were open an extra hour and started hosting events. They changed all the signs and added a few inside the building. At 1800 hours, the main gate gets locked and secured. The way this is done is not overly effective. You basically drop a bar into a notch so that the gate can't be pushed in or out, but if you really try, you can still get it open by putting stuff under the bar and lifting. It never happened in the entire time I was there until recently. I'm monitoring the cameras and notice a car pulls up to the gate and a guy gets out, pushes on the gate, gets into his car and leaves. No big deal, I flag it on the camera and do a report. About an hour later, the same car pulls up and the guy gets out, goes to his trunk, pulls out a bar, and manages to get the gate open. He pushes the gate open and drives to the parking lot. The main entrance gets locked and secured at close, so I exit the building through the back entrance and proceed to walk to the parking lot to explain that he cannot park there. The guy gets upset, says there's no parking and the gate was already open. And before I can respond, he gets back in and drives away. I relock the door, do another report, and check the camera and get his plate. Fast forward to my next shift the next night and another car pulls up to the gate, gets it open, and pulls in. Once again, I get to the parking lot, explain you cannot park here, and it's not university property. It was the same guy. This time, I explained that next time I will not come confront him, and instead I will have his car ticketed. He gets angry, tells me off, and leaves. The next day, the guy returns. Same thing, he opens the gate, pulls in, looks around, and leaves. I radio dispatch, notify them of what's going on, and wait for the police. The police arrive, ticket the car, and boot it, and explain they're busy and will have it towed in the morning. I was not at that post until next weekend. Friday arrives, the car is gone, so I checked the cameras, and he was indeed towed the next morning. I figured it was over. I was wrong. At 4 p.m., the library is still open but mostly empty, and I get paged to the front desk because they need assistance. It's the same guy who was towed. He's livid, yelling about how he was towed and we can't do that, and how we have to repay him now or he won't leave. So here's the thing, I'm a big guy, tall and fat. He was maybe 5'3" and tiny, to the point I think the librarian could take him. So I walk up, explain that he needs to calm down and stop yelling, as this is a library, and once he calms down, we can discuss the issue. Naturally, he tells me to go fluff myself, and I'm just a fat lazy rent-a-cop who's useless and has no power. At this point, the library staff is done and they leave the immediate area to help one of the remaining guests check out books. The guy realizes he's not getting anywhere making a scene and says, "I'll be back," and leaves. We all roll our eyes and I stand by the desk staff until we close. During the week I was off, the library took possession of some very valuable books that were going to be displayed in a rare book vault and had made the parking lots more secure. The cameras in the parking lot were updated to night vision and had enhanced zoom, PTZ camera. The other addition is they added gates on all the walkways that were pretty but also metal. They were held open by a magnet, and when a button is pressed, all the gates close and cannot be opened unless the button is hit again. The main entrance gate also locks the same way if the button is pushed, so the entire property can be locked down. The only other way is a hidden keypad behind one of the no trespassing signs, and you have to know the code. Around 3 a.m., I was doing a patrol inside the property when the cameras alerted me of activity near the main entrance to the building. I checked the cameras, and the same car was on property, but instead of being in a spot, he was pulled up to the entrance and was fidgeting with the glass front doors. They're locked deadbolted and chained closed. They're pretty thick, but not impenetrable. I hit the emergency button, radioed dispatch, who alerted my supervisor, and they called the police. So earlier I stated two things. One was I'm armed, firearm and a taser. And two was we are surrounded by university property, and the police station for the university is within sight of the library. In the time I ran to the front door and ordered the guy to stop and step away from the door immediately, and he is now being trespassed from the property, he turned from the door holding a long object. It was a fire poker and faced me. I repeated myself and told him to put down what's in his hand. He took a step towards me with the weapon in a position it could be swung or poked at me easily. I told him this was his last warning and to stop now. Naturally, he ignored me and stepped closer, so I deployed my taser. He stopped advancing pretty quickly. At that time, the main gate to the property swung open, and 3 police cars with lights and sirens going pulled in and handcuffed him. His car was ticketed and towed again. He was charged with trespassing and breaking and entering. Once he was handcuffed, he started to struggle again because I guess being tased was not enough. Most universities have a code of conduct, and attempting to break into a library most likely violates that code of conduct. You know, originally I thought this was a great pro-revenge story. It was a guy getting back at somebody who was making it difficult to do his job. And then I kind of sat back and went, is it really pro-revenge if he was just doing his job? I'd love to know what you guys think. Comment down below. This next story comes to us from Chef231. Man gets car crushed. Let's jump right in. Cast OP me, female 5'11". Bob, my friend store manager. Chief, my boss. Entitled jerk who lost his car. Okay, background. I worked as a firefighter and as an investigator for an independent department. For information, an investigator was the rank of lieutenant and was based out of a large station. 2 engines, 1 newer 110 tower ladder truck, relative later, 1 chief car, and 1 utility truck. Every day the food duties changed from firefighter to firefighter. My chief's turn to cook when this happened. My friend Bob worked as a GM of a small grocery store. There was a long empty space in front of the store marked with the following sign, "Emergency Vehicles Only." Enter Entitled Jerk. He had a nice looking BMW car and always parked in the above spot every week. Bob told Entitled Jerk that he couldn't park there. "I can park wherever I effing want. I make more in a day than you make in a week." My friend calls me complaining about Entitled Jerk. I agree to go and watch the spot. I get into our utility truck, which had the department decals on the door and a single red light on the dash. I park in the Emergency Vehicles Only spot. As I'm walking in, I hear, "You can't park there, it's my special spot." I turn and look at Entitled Jerk. "Excuse me?" I ask. "I'm on official duties and can park there." I pointed to the decal on the door. Entitled Jerk looks and says, "You can't be a firefighter, you're a girl. Move your truck and leave, C-word." Now, I'm proud of my job. In a department of 2,000, I was one of 5 women in the department. I graduated top of my class. I have a shocked looking expression on my face. I get really pissed off. I walk into my friend's office to get more information about his problem with Entitled Jerk, as Bob explains the continuous parking violations, and I see a small notice on the fire suppression system, sprinklers, that said the inspection was coming up. I smile as I get an idea. Cue the revenge. I get some information, leave Bob's office, and get into the truck heading back to the station. I arrive and head into my chief's office. I tell him of Entitled Jerk and what he says and does. Chief is a 6'6", 320-pound Samoan. He sees everyone as family. Chief's face gets bright red. I explain my idea and he gets very happy. He rushes out and calls a station meeting. I lay out the idea. We send out the station to do a fire drill inspection by sending the old truck and 1 engine to the store. My friend will call the station the next time Entitled Jerk parks in the fire lane. Skip to 2 weeks later, Bob called the station stating that Entitled Jerk had just parked. As I am thanking him, I hear his fire alarm go off. I rush and change into my investigator uniform with turnout gear, tell Chief, and send the trucks out. I ride in the Quint. We arrive and I see Entitled Jerk's car right in the emergency vehicle spot. I radio to have engine 1 pull right in front of Entitled Jerk's car, and the truck to park right beside the driver's side door. I get out and the engineer starts setting up the ladder, which means 4 very large and heavy support struts go down, and 1 crushes the front of his hood. The alarm goes off. The lineman breaks his windows as he runs the large 5-inch draft line from the pump to the standpipes, the fire access to the sprinkler system, through his front seats. I go in to find Bob hurriedly getting people out as the alarm is going off. Entitled Jerk runs out of the store, sees his car, and goes ballistic. I radio the police department dispatch and request a few officers to the store as I had a male that was impeding a fire operation. The dispatcher says that they will send a few officers. 3 officers show up and I ask them to follow me. They do when I call out. "Hey, leave my firefighters alone." Entitled Jerk turns and sees me. He rushes up screaming that I'll pay for damaging his precious baby, his car. I stop him and tell him that if he didn't leave, that he would be arrested. He gets in my face. "You did this, I'll have your job for this." He then turns, pushing me back. The officers and I rush and tackle Entitled Jerk to the ground. After they cuff him, I calmly inform Entitled Jerk that he was under arrest for assault and interference with a fire investigation, and that his car would be towed for parking in a fire lane. I later found out that it was crushed. Entitled Jerk got 12 months probation for pushing me and interfering with a fire operation. He also got a fine of $500 for parking, the cost of the tow, and he lost his nice BMW. Moral of this story, don't park where you shouldn't or bad things will happen. Okay, so I'm not a firefighter myself, but I don't think firefighters can arrest people, let alone assist the police with tackling the jerk. I can already see the comment section on this video. Why would you post a bunch of stories that just aren't true? Well, because it encourages you guys to comment, and I look forward to reading them. This next story comes to us from Shell Loser 42. Stealing my girlfriend's Wi-Fi strained or ended their relationship. Let's jump right in. Backstory. After my girlfriend moved to her new apartment closer to both her sister and myself, she obviously wanted internet. Although she isn't fully tech savvy, she does know her basics, and thus explicitly asked the provider if she should be worried about admin kind of Wi-Fi protection. She was assured that it was all fully safe out of the box, no admin/admin. In fact, just press a button to connect her laptop and her Wi-Fi network would be fully secured. The incident. So a few months or years later, my girlfriend started to notice that her internet speed went down. This became very apparent while video chatting with some of her family members in Japan. Like I said, my girlfriend knows her basics, so she knew that it didn't have to be the internet connection itself, it could also be her laptop, or maybe the network cables had eroded due to age. She decided to cover as many options as possible before contacting her ISP support desk. So she asked me to help. I'm a geek and I worked within the field of ICT for over 30 years now, mostly as systems administrator, but also as IT manager or co-manager, during which I'd still try to keep tabs with my colleagues and even cover shifts if the need arose. So visiting my girlfriend and getting to show off my elite IT skills, it took me a moment, but I discovered the issue. Someone was leeching off her Wi-Fi. Technically, the ISP support staff were right. This wasn't an admin kind of thing anymore. It was completely randomized. Sorta. You see, on their routers, the Wi-Fi password was the same as the random SSID, aka the network name. What the F? I was quite angry at both this incompetence as well as the blatant disrespect for my girlfriend's privacy. Maybe a bit too much, but yeah. Sure, for some people this is only about getting internet, but what many people overlook is that such leechers also gain access to your private network. So basically they could access any public Windows or Mac shares you may have active, not to mention any other connected devices. Fortunately, my girlfriend knew her basics, as I mentioned earlier, but I was still angry. The revenge. So I suggested something I had done earlier. Let's replace this POS router for a professional device. In specific, the same kind of Zycel router that I used at my home so that we could set up a secured VPN between ourselves and get some other nice features as well, like a private VoIP connection. She agreed, so we bought her a new router together. We're talking professional gear here. These things cost about as much as a high-end smartphone, so obviously we were going to split the cost, considering that a mid-level could also have helped her out. Now, even though I consider her previous router a POS, I still have to admit that it did provide some very useful features, like a syslog service. It could also use USB storage, so I turned on Wi-Fi logging, plugged in a large USB memory stick, and then we waited for the new router to arrive. Then I got to work. First, I set up my girlfriend with a nice hidden Wi-Fi network so that no one could easily find it. Next, we set up a much better security scheme, and then it was time to get even with the lowlifes. I set up a second Wi-Fi network, which was completely the same as the previous one, but this time I throttled it down a bit so that it couldn't usurp the full bandwidth. Then I added some specific DNS overrides. DNS is a service on the internet which translates names into IP addresses, which is what your computer needs to connect to something. You may care about reddit.com. All your PC cares about are the associated IP addresses. Thing is, this service can be easily overridden, and I have studied the logs, so I knew exactly what sites the lowlives visited the most. So from now on, going to banka.nl using this router would point your browser to a hardcore, not very legal, gay adult material website. Not very legal as in, the site didn't bother asking for consent first, but got you some close-up screenshots right away. Then it was time for bankb.nl. I redirected that one to a shady hot scissors lesbian website. I also noticed that a certain web shop was sporadically used by the Leechers, so I decided to redirect that one to a relationship counseling website. When you think your spouse is cheating on you, come to us. It was around that time when I noticed that my girlfriend's router was using more modern firmware than I had on my router. This one also provided web redirection services. Companies can use this to redirect specific websites based on their URL to a local or remote web page. So say you don't want your staff to use social media, then you could just tell the router to redirect, say, facebook.com to a local web page which explained the no social media allowed policy. Much to my delight, this service also supported a randomized trigger. See, I still remembered a website from the early days of the internet, something about a goat from Sweden, which was so horrible that it became a meme on its own. Seriously, a look at that picture could never be undone anymore. There's a reason I still remember the horror now, an easy 30 years later. So I looked for and found a replacement, and then happily added that to the randomized redirection service. So every once in a while the Leechers would open their favorite websites, and no matter whatever kind of site they asked for, they'd always end up with something completely and utterly disgusting on their screen. Then we waited. I need to point out that my girlfriend did not fully agree with some of my actions, especially when she learned of the aftermath, but we never had an argument over this because she could also understand my point of view. Don't mess with my girlfriend. And she agrees that if you trespass, even in the digital world, then all bets are off and you lost your rights to a civil solution. Don't mess with a geek, okay? The aftermath. One day, my girlfriend got home from work and noticed a huge moving van outside. She gave it no further mind, but when she got to her front door, she noticed that her neighbor 2 doors over was moving out. She brought this up with her direct in-between neighbor a few days later, and as it turns out, things completely exploded over there. The shouting and accusations could even be heard through the walls. Seems the pair got into huge arguments about their rather explicit choice of websites, and once the deed was done, there was no room left for any kind of reasoning. One of the two even accused the other for hacking the internet because it was only after the first fallout that those goading pictures started to show up. As far as we know, they broke up. For the record, I regret nothing. I did remove the SSID for obvious reasons and also reset the DNS and forwarding sections, and now things are back to normal. More importantly, my girlfriend is still very happy with the router and the extra services to this very same day of writing. She's working her way up as a 3D artist, and the knowledge that all her work will be fully kept safe after she copies her projects onto my NAS is a deal breaker for her. Seriously, you guys, always remember that when you use someone else's internet connection, this includes free services, then you're fully relying on their goodwill. Such services could be easily abused as well, either through pranking like I did or worse. How about I redirect your bank request to a fake login page so that I can store and/or abuse your data? Thanks for reading. Well, this is an interesting one because you have to be a special kind of stupid to not realize that somebody's screwing around with you when your bank site goes to adult material, especially if you're knowingly leeching internet service off of somebody else that you're not paying for. Our next story today comes to us from Chuck It Bucket. So I recently had a run-in with UPS. Let's jump right in. I posted this to Petty Revenge, but it got removed and I was told to post it here. Enjoy. UPS smashed a nearly new MacBook that I sent with them. I asked them nicely to pay me back for it, and they arsed about, blaming me, blaming my packaging, saying it was impossible they damaged it, etc. I was able to prove my packaging was flawless and get a statement from the Apple shop that I took it to say that it was damage caused by being dropped or thrown. I could also prove it worked when I sent it. They weren't interested and messed me about for weeks, sending me from pillar to post, even threatening to make me pay interest on custom charges, which I wasn't liable for as the laptop was smashed on arrival and thus worthless at import. I took it to small claims. They hired a lawyer who sent me letters stating they contested it and would go for full fees, etc. if I lost. I went for it anyway. I did law stuff at university, so I knew the basics and I thought my case was pretty clear cut. I won, I won my cost back plus extra plus interest. They ignored the court order and did not pay. Now, this laptop was originally being sent to my beloved mother-in-law. She asked me to help her with the problem as UPS was also seriously harassing her for the customs fees. However, very unexpectedly, before I could resolve it, she passed away. It was the last thing she ever asked me to do for her. I loved that woman more than pretty much any human on this planet. She was my mother, my best friend, and my mentor. Taking down UPS was now my personal vendetta. I researched my options. I could have taken the usual, more conservative legal routes to reclaim my money, but no, F them. I don't care about the money anymore. I want revenge. I want drama. I want karmic justice. I went to the high court. I got a writ of control. I, of course, added on more fees and more interest. I then hired the most aggressive bailiff firm in London. I trusted that the crappy processes and attitude of UPS to mean that they would ignore the letters and actually get a visit. They did. The bailiffs rock up at UPS headquarters and explain the situation. UPS refuses to pay, so the bailiffs start listing goods. Security tries to make them leave. The office manager tries to bully them out. Obviously, no craps are given by the bailiffs, and they crack on with their jobs. I wasn't allowed the body cam footage, but they did send me a detailed report. The final conclusion is copied from it below. Calls were then made to the accounts manager, who arrived in a hurry. As no payment was forthcoming from them, the agent again explained the removal process and costs involved and called the office for approval to begin removals. The agent began to seize assets. The finance director then arrived on the scene. He was not at all happy about the attendance, but ultimately agreed to pay a voluntary payment in full from his personal account in order to stop the removal. I know it's a drop in the ocean to UPS, but I got more than double what I originally asked for to replace the laptop. They would have had to pay even more on top in fees to the bailiffs. I reckon it cost them at least 3 times more than the original claim in the end, but mostly, I just enjoy the mental image of the flustered finance director and his impotent rage having to pay his own money to stop the heavies from taking the desktop computers and fancy pot plants and things out of their swanky head office lobby. Well, OP, I honestly think if your package had been sent in an explosion-proof container, they still would have tried to say that it was a problem with the packaging. I think a lot of companies just bank on customers really not knowing what to do in this situation or not having the means to take the big company to court. Our next story today comes to us from Jam Shack. Don't F with the valets. Let's jump right in. For some backstory, I worked as a valet in a small coastal city in college, and the restaurants I worked for were very popular for both locals and tourists. We'd generally be busy year-round, but as the restaurants are both waterfront, spring, summer, and early fall are our peak seasons per se. The downside to these restaurants is that parking can be a huge pain in the butt. Combined, the restaurants can seat around 400 people at any given time, and can usually turn over about 2,500 seats on a busy weekend. But the parking lot can only hold about 60 to 70 cars at a time, which isn't much at all. That's why I, the valet, am there. We have about 25 to 30 designated valet spots, used to have double that amount, but I digress, and are really good about utilizing all of them efficiently, so we can park as many cars as possible, thus getting as many tips as possible. Being that the valet spots are kind of in a weird spot, but really close to the restaurants and our stand, and there aren't any signs that say valet only, we usually show up a bit early and cone the spots off so people know they aren't for self-parking. Now, most people see the cones and recognize those spots are pretty clearly not available, but some people are so dumb and such buttholes that they will move the cones and park in our spots anyway. Disclaimer, there is a parking garage for overflow parking, but people don't particularly like using it. People do this pretty regularly, and we're usually pretty cool about it. One of the valets will normally just walk up to them as they're parking and tell them that the spot is reserved for valet, and they'll usually comply. Obviously, this was not the case yesterday, or I wouldn't be writing this right now. While we were in full swing last night, some douchebag is not 100 feet from me moving a cone so he can try to sneakily take one of our spots. I was talking to a customer, so I wasn't able to immediately go tell him not to park there. After finishing up talking, I went over to Douche as he was getting out of his car, and immediately I knew I had encountered this exact guy trying to do this crap before. After this encounter, I knew revenge was going to be necessary. Our conversation went as follows. Hey man, I'm sorry, but these spots are for valet only. That's why we have the cone set up. If you'd like to self-park, you can park in this main lot, pointing to the full lot, or in the parking garage. But there's nowhere to effing park in that lot, and I don't want to park in the parking garage. You guys always do this crap to me. So if I valeted, I could just park here? That's BS, bro. I'm parking here whether you like it or not. I was pretty taken aback, and basically just walked away, not wanting to get into a fight over a parking spot. I knew it was time this guy learned his lesson. Now, I don't have the authority to tow his car or give him a boot, and I wouldn't anyways because I'm not a butthole, but my power is in pure number of cars I have access to. Luckily, he did this at about 8 p.m. I contractually only have to be there until 10 p.m., at which time I can park the remaining cars in certain places and then leave the keys with the bartenders inside. Most nights I would stay to get the tips, but tonight I was dropping keys. Conveniently, Douche had parked in the area where we moved cars to before we dropped the keys. My plan: use the valeted cars to block Douche in, and then leave him with having no way of leaving until the cars around him left. There was one car that would be particularly important, the one directly in front of him. I had a special car for that spot. It was owned by a restaurant employee that I knew wouldn't be off until 2 a.m. Perfect. I maneuvered all the cars around him in a way that didn't make me look like I was intentionally blocking him, but in a way that made it look like I had no other choice. Everything fell into place perfectly, and I could already feel a justice chub starting to form. I went inside to drop the keys and explain to the restaurant manager what happened and my revenge. She loves us and said she'd 100% have our backs, which I figured she would. I told her to text me and tell me how everything played out. This is the text I received last night around 11 p.m. The guy just came up to me pissed. He said there was a car blocking him from leaving and that it needed to be moved immediately so he could leave. I tried to explain that you guys have to put cars there before you leave and that you even told him not to park there. I guess that made him mad, so he started raising his voice at me. Bar manager saw and told me that he had been drinking for a while, which I assumed from the beginning. I told him that I couldn't, for liability reasons, allow him to drive home since he had been drinking. He got really pissed because he lives 40 minutes drive away, but ended up taking an expensive Uber home. She told me she slipped in the argument that he was going to get another ride, whether he liked it or not. Gotta be honest, OP, I think in this case you might have actually saved a life that night, because every time you stop a drunk driver from getting behind the wheel, you risk saving a family from tragedy. Our next story today comes to us from Meltdown. Tried to throw me under the proverbial bus, ran herself over. Let's jump right in. I was building an online training module at work that is intended to teach existing users how to work a new process. It has interactive elements, quizzes, segments to work through a few sample scenarios, etc. Now, we'd recently got a new associate director who, from what I can tell, advanced through the company by throwing other people under the bus. She gets promoted not for her own merits, but because at the end of the day, she had less mud sticking to her than other applicants. It's uncanny to the point that there simply had to be more to it than stupid office politics. I'll get to that in a bit. So after I have the first draft of the module done, it gets sent out for the usual round of testing, and there are of course a couple of things that need to be corrected. I build the module off the notes the subject matter experts leave me, and a few things inevitably get lost in translation. But this new associate director just rips it to shreds, complaining that it's completely incomprehensible, needs to go into much greater detail, asking questions about nearly every individual mouse click in the sample scenarios, and overall stating that it's impossible to follow. The thing is, this module is intended for our finance department, for people who have a background in finance and have already been trained on how to use our internal software. She is a training services associate director with a teaching background. The module isn't supposed to make sense to a former middle school social studies teacher. It's supposed to make sense to people with finance degrees. I push back and try explaining this to her in a million different ways, but she's having none of it. So I have to go back to the subject matter experts with her, 20 pages worth of criticism, and at first they think I'm joking. I had to forward her email before they finally believed me. So for the next 2 weeks, we're going over every nuance, including readdressing everything that was covered during their 3-week classroom training. How to set up their network drive, how to set up Outlook, including things as nuanced as, if you don't know how to set up your email signature, click here. I mean, really basic stuff that has nothing to do with what the module was originally supposed to teach. But I now had to include it all because our new associate director couldn't find the on switch if you stapled her finger to it. This wastes my time, the subject matter expert's time, and time spent re-recording all the voice work. If you've done voice work in the past, you know you never get it in one take. After it's all done, I send it back out for review and approval, and the associate director simply doesn't respond. A week passes. The finance director takes an interest in why this module is almost a month overdue. I go to forward the associate director's email again, except now I can't find it. Odd, seeing as how I have a hoarding problem when it comes to email. I checked with one of the subject matter experts I was working with. He can't find it either. Turns out, none of us can find it. It's gone. So I check with a friend of mine in IT who, after a little detective work, discovers that a week ago, someone did a compliance delete on the Exchange server. This basically is a seek and destroy for messages meeting certain criteria. In this case, a specific phrase she used in her email. I start digging through Outlook, trying to find particular emails related to this that might be used to defend my actions, and they're all gone. Inbox, sent items, deleted items, every last one of them. Any email containing that particular phrase anywhere in it. This kind of thing is normally used by admins to mass delete spam or phishing emails from all users at once, except in this case, someone apparently deleted emails that showed evidence of her awful decisions. My friend in IT can smell a juicy story a mile away and was very interested in seeing where this went. She recovered the deleted emails, and I promptly saved them to a flash drive. For the next few days, every time I had any email with this associate director's name on it, even unrelated stuff, you never know how something might fit together, I saved a copy to the flash drive. I informed the subject matter experts to do the same, and we started building our offline evidence locker. I didn't want to blow the lid on it just yet. I wanted to see if my suspicions were correct. Maybe a lifetime of watching spy movies and cop dramas had corrupted my thinking. Maybe there was another explanation. Who knows? It could happen. I'm not God. I don't know everything. I'll play defense. So after several weeks in total trying to appease this associate director's unquenchable thirst for irrelevant details, and then getting ignored for a week, she finally publishes it and sends it to the finance director to approve it so it can go live. Woohoo! Except the module, which was supposed to be a 30-minute online course, now contained 3 hours of content and went down several irrelevant rabbit holes that had been deemed critical supporting information. As an analogy, imagine designing a training module to teach a nurse how to enter some new CPT codes and being told you have to teach him how to read too, because he might not know what words are. That's how much BS was rammed into this thing. And the finance director, of course, hated it and was surprised that such a rambling mess of a module would come from me of all people. So he calls a meeting with me and the associate director on Tuesday to get some answers. And sure enough, she immediately tried to distance herself from it, tried to paint it as she made a couple suggestions, and I clearly went way overboard. How I must have sent her a different version that she approved and switched them afterwards. That's not even possible. It would get thrown back into a draft status. She kept trying to talk over me as I voiced my defense, and to his credit, the finance director finally just muted her so I could speak. And boy, did I. I explained everything. I shared my screen, popped in my flash drive, and opened my copies of the emails that had supposedly been deleted. Every email exchange where she complained about the material, I pushed back, and she flat out ordered me to build the module in the way I did. She abruptly left the meeting and went offline. the finance director asked if I could send him a copy of all relevant files, and as I did so, I told him they might not be there later, and then explained what I had learned about someone in IT using the compliance delete. He assures me he'll look into it, and the crap immediately hit the fan. The associate director never logged back on. There was a massive internal audit where people from her previous departments were asked to provide statements. Leadership tried to keep it hush-hush, but you just can't keep something that big under wraps. I don't know the specific what's and hows, but the associate director and one of the IT managers had both left the company to pursue the next stage of their careers, and we sincerely wish them the best. I don't really do the social media thing, but over the next few days as the rumor mill did what rumor mills do, I heard their crap absolutely blew up, and it came out that the associate director and that IT manager were having an affair. Now, this all went down about a month ago, but as I write this post, I thought to check online court records. Both are now facing divorces, filed by their respective spouses. So yeah, there's a void in my direct leadership, in IT's leadership, and the entire IT department is getting a shakedown by information security to determine if there were any other leaks. I spent some time reflecting on why this whole series of events happened, and my best guess is she wanted to make a grand entrance by spearheading this masterwork training module that covered every possible scenario and contained any and all information anyone could possibly want. Then, as she started to realize how wasteful, rambling, and unnecessary it was, she realized that her grand entrance would be a grand faceplant. So she tried to erase the evidence and pin all the nonsense on me to save face, but inadvertently set in motion the events that would expose her little arrangement with the IT manager, taking it up the butt in order to cover her butt, I guess. So what I got out of the story was that the finance director and the IT director dug their own graves pretty deep, might I add, and then OP just basically tossed them the rope that they needed to eventually end up in those graves. The one thing that's really eating at me here though is how didn't the IT manager think that they could get these emails back at some point? Because if you're the manager of the IT department, it usually means you're a fairly smart person, but I guess not in this case. Our next story today comes to us from WordRoll. When someone tried to get you fired, but you have a reverse card. Let's jump right in. This incident blew up in March 2021 in the middle of lockdown and stuff. It would probably be recognizable to people I work with. Hopefully they don't read this thread, haha. It's a story about someone whose ambition was bigger than their ethics and the law, and it coming back to bite them. It's a bit long, sorry. At the time, I was working as a manager in a mid-sized business. While I was there, I was assigned a new member to my team. I'll call her Evil. Evil was in her mid-20s and was pretty fresh out of college. She was the kind of person who could talk your ear off about all of her ideas and plans and what she was working on, but never really seemed to have anything to show for it. When I talked to her about clients complaining that she wasn't getting back to them, she would always have an excuse about how difficult they were, how snowed under she was, and how she had written an email, but it must have gotten lost in spam, so on and so forth. Basically, never her fault. It got to the point where after one of our monthly meetings, I called her in and explained that if she couldn't get her tasks done, she needed to let us know so we could help delegate resources to make sure things weren't slipping through the cracks. I'll admit, I was pretty direct. Her performance was impacting the whole team, and my job was literally to keep the team on track. I get that people can be under pressure, that there can be stuff going on at home which impacts work, and that sometimes people need a bit of help. But if every time I ask about a project you say, yep, everything's good, I've got it under control, and then it all falls apart, and your only response is to blame the client, we have a problem. I explained that I wasn't going to start formal performance management or anything like that, but from now on, I'd like her to check in with me on Monday mornings for 10 minutes to go over objectives for the week and to check if she needed support with any of her clients. I know it isn't fun to be micromanaged, so I tried to keep these check-ins short and mostly just offer assistance on stuff. She clearly hated my guts though, and apparently was hatching her own pro-revenge. Now, part of my role included use of a purchasing card, which wasn't in my name, but I had access to. I was given the card to basically make small purchases for the office or spend up to $500 on clients. The card was kept in an office I shared with another team manager where we both could access it when we needed it. One day, I get a call from accounts asking about a few abnormal purchases on the card. A Photoshop subscription, a couple of Uber Eats orders, an HBO subscription, etc. I say I don't know anything about them, and they should check with the other team manager. Apparently, the other team manager didn't know anything about them either, because after the weekend, I get called into the big boss's office. After my colleague and I had denied involvement, accounts had started calling Adobe and Uber and stuff to find out where the transactions were coming from. They said that not only were the accounts in my name, they were registered to an email address with my name in it too. Example, op@domain.com or something. I can't describe what it felt like to be in that meeting. I felt physically sick. I couldn't work out what was happening. I was so shocked I didn't know what to say. I felt like I was about to get fired, and I couldn't understand how that was even possible. The director was going on about how access to the card was a privilege, and that I had signed an agreement about appropriate use, and so on and so forth. I denied that I had been using it inappropriately, and the boss listened, but I could tell he wasn't that convinced. To be honest, in my head, I was gaslighting myself and worrying that I had somehow saved the card in Google and maybe my wife had accidentally been using it or something. It was terrible, and I found myself apologizing and saying, I don't know how this happened. I assure you that I know that none of those expenses are appropriate uses of company funds. There must have been some kind of mistake. Can I please have the details and look into it, etc., etc. When I finally get out of the office, job still intact, barely, Evil was waiting for me at my office door. She was grinning from ear to ear and sweetly explained that she'd been waiting for our morning meeting. I told her something had come up and we'd do the meeting tomorrow, and she said, "Oh, will you be in tomorrow?" Confused, because I didn't know I was in a PROREVENGE thread at the time. I just replied, "Yes, why would I not be in tomorrow?" And she just sipped her tea and said, "Oh, no reason," turned around and went back to her desk. Something felt off, but I was still worrying about what had happened with the boss, so I spent the next couple of hours calling my wife, calling Adobe, and doing the same legwork that accounts had done. It became very obvious that someone had been using my name and the company card to spend a bunch of money online. Had I been hacked or something? Personal info on the dark web and these hackers just really wanted Photoshop and Wendy's delivered? It was the Uber Eats that was her undoing. After getting on the phone and talking through what had gone on, and obviously giving my name for the account and everything, the fellow on the phone told me where the food had been delivered. It was in our city, which made me rule out straight away any notion of my data being sold online or something. Now I was suspicious and pissed. I don't like to think the worst of people, but now I was. Listening to my gut, I pulled up Evil's employee information and checked her address. I pulled it up on Google Maps, dropped a pin on her place, and then looked for the address Uber Eats had given me. It was the corner of her effing block. I was furious. When she left work for the day, I got IT to give me access to her laptop. Sure enough, when I opened up her domain.com account, under her listed accounts was op@domain.com. There were some things she had been smart about. The IP address she had been using was the office, which would have tied back to me. She even had the food delivered to a different address. She had even made a fake email address, but saving her passwords on a work computer was a mistake. I called the boss that night and explained what I had found, and kept the IT guy with me to support the fact that I hadn't just logged into her computer and made it all up. The next day, the boss called her into the office and fired her so bad there were red trucks lining up outside the building. When she teary-eyed left his office, I made sure I was standing in the hall sipping a cup of tea. It had gotten cold while I waited for her, but still tasted sweet. I hope she went home that night, because if she did, she would have received some nice goodbye Wendy's delivered by Uber Eats, paid for on my personal card, of course. Revenge and justice can be the same thing, right? In the end, she was fired. The boss apologized, and we were on good terms when I left in October for a new gig. She never apologized, and I haven't seen her since. The boss decided not to get police involved, and neither did I. I just didn't want the hassle. I've honestly got to say that I don't think we've ever had a pro-revenge story from the point of view of the person that the revenge was against. And to think here, she probably would have gotten away with it if she wasn't outside there waiting for you to come back and making snide comments about you not coming in the next day. She was like one of the dumbest criminals. Hey, maybe they would put her on that show. This next story comes to us from Egnards. I guess it's my business now. A tale in 5 acts. Let's jump right in. I wanted to post this tale here for a long time. I've started the post many times, walking away from the computer and giving up each time. Note that like many tales here, many trivial to the story details have been changed. What is important to note is that the way my industry runs is essentially via monthly service contracts with clients. There are 3 major players in the story: myself, OP, old owner, let's call him Steve, and new owner, let's call him Kyle. Act 1, do what you love. As an aimless teenager, I started working for a small business owned by Steve. It turns out I really enjoyed what I did, so slowly over time, my life plan shifted to make sure I could continue to work for Steve for the long term. This included transferring to a local college, and because the business was predominantly run on part-time hours, making sure that any other jobs I had never conflicted with the hours I was expected to work for Steve. Steve was flawed, but overall a good boss who mostly looked out for me. I certainly think over the years he had taken advantage of me in small ways, but looking back, I really have no complaints. The thing is that while when I started working for Steve, the business name recognition was always directed towards Steve, over the years it eventually became, go to OP, he's the best. This got to the point where I do indeed truly believe that if I did not end up working for Steve, it's very likely his business would have been nowhere near as successful as it eventually became. As years went on, it was heavily implied that when Steve retired, the business would go to me. It was never specifically stated, but Steve did have a way about skirting around those types of issues and giving me hope. Act 2, enter Kyle. About 3 years before COVID, Steve decided to retire and sell his business. He did indeed fulfill his promise by making a half-butt attempt to sell it to me at an unreasonable price. But it was very clear he already had another buyer in mind, Kyle. Kyle owned another local business just outside of our market area in the same industry. Because of the way the industry worked, there really wasn't much, if any, overlap in potential customers. But Kyle had a very large amount of money and was willing to buy. What is important to note here is that, again, I do truly believe that if I didn't play ball and agree to work for Kyle, my role was so integral to the operation at our business that there was no possible way a sale could go through. Over the course of negotiations, Kyle ended up buying the business and putting me in charge of running the day-to-day, something I was mostly already doing, but with a few more administrative tasks tacked onto it. The thing is, my name was still the name in town, and Kyle made zero effort to ever be on location, so nobody that did business with us ever really knew who Kyle was. Act 3, Kyle's kind of a dick, and how I learned to stand up for myself. All was well for a while. Kyle would openly talk about me being the head honcho at my location, and mostly left me alone to deal with my clients in the professional and personable nature that I had learned from Steve. Things first came to a head a year before COVID when Kyle sent me to an industry conference for 4 days. I would need to take time off from my other job, which I was fine with. At the conclusion of the conference, I put in an hours request for the hours I spent at the conference, and I was super nice about it. Actually, I should have clocked all hours at the convention each day, but instead did not account for the hours for seminars that would help my boss, but were ones I had wanted to attend. The request was denied, and I was told, industry conferences are enriching activities, we pay for your admission, but they're on your own time. This took 2 weeks to resolve, but ended with me essentially saying, look, I'll still work for you because I love what I do. However, if I don't get paid, I will never go to another one of these conferences again to get new ideas for you. I was immediately paid. I will spare similar smaller stories of that nature, but that slowly started to become the relationship between Kyle and I. Act 4, COVID hits. When COVID hit, our locations were shut down, and for 3 weeks we weren't able to do anything. Meanwhile, our clients were still paying for services, And because Kyle had recently moved to a new client payment portal that I hadn't been trained on yet, I wasn't able to help any clients get their money back. At one point, I messaged Kyle about going virtual and being able to still assist clients and got a very angry text back, full of curses that essentially said, "Look, you're not the boss, go F yourself. You had your chance to be the owner and turned it down. I'm in charge." We did eventually go virtual about a week later. The big problem, of course, being that I would receive daily texts and emails and calls from clients about their membership and bills, and there was nothing I could do to help them. It was at this point that I knew crap was hitting the fan and I needed to start doing something. So over the course of the next 2 months, I did a couple things. Spent an inordinate amount of time studying the best business structures, communicated with all of the other staff at my location about my intentions, continued to give 110% to my clients in a virtual capacity, built a website and social media presence from the ground up. I don't think Kyle was expecting any of this, and he probably didn't also realize that because I often had to do back-end stuff from home, I also had what was essentially a little black book of every client, their email addresses and phone numbers. Act 5, Surgical Strikes. When everything was ready, I waited very patiently for the end of a service month. As I mentioned, all of our clients had monthly costs, and I didn't want to put anyone out of any part of their costs. On the last weekday of the month, I instructed the staff who would be helping clients that day to tell them to check their emails at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I sent out an email to all active and some non-active clients, as well as a texting service to text everybody. I launched our social media accounts, our website, and had even enlisted a very small amount of trusted clients to spread the word via social media once I gave them the signal. Within 15 minutes of everything, my phone was ringing off the hook. I had 50 plus emails in my inbox from different people, and my Facebook accounts were completely blowing up with local chatter. I also heard from many of these people that they were calling Kyle to cancel their service. We hosted a Zoom meeting for all concerned parties and essentially decided to take the weekend to clear up any confusion with the systems and start fresh and open our doors on Monday. Within an hour of everything, Kyle sent out a text blast to every client that they would be shutting their doors effective immediately. At the start of COVID, we had roughly 50 active clients at the business. On my first day of business, I had signed up 75 active clients, many inactive ones telling me, "Yeah, we stopped doing business with you guys because Kyle was kind of a dick." What is really important to keep in mind here is that I never wanted to, nor cared to be a business owner. I was very happy working for someone else as long as I wasn't treated like crap. Had Kyle treated me even remotely better, the location would have continued to thrive and be stable in our local community. Kyle chose to be a dick to try and get quick money and cheat people, and Kyle lost out. We've been in business now almost 2 years, have nearly tripled Kyle's active numbers, and continue to be a staple in our community. One day, somewhere down the line, people are gonna learn not to piss off the one person who holds their entire business together. Oh, no, just kidding. That'll never happen. And a pretty quick direct message to bosses, but non-compete agreements are a thing, and obviously OP didn't have one in this case. So if you got people that you think might leave and start up another company, you need a non-compete in there as well. This next story comes to us from Donatius, dealing with the locker thief in high school. Let's jump right in. This was back in the early 2000s, probably 2003 to 2004 school year. Throughout the entire year, there was a crime wave of people having things stolen out of their locked lockers. Not everyone, but enough that everyone knew someone it happened to. The school's only defense about this was that it was our fault for sharing our locker combos with our friends. They also charged us every time we had to get the combination changed on a locker, like after a theft for instance, because it was assumed to be our fault. Well, I had my graphing calculator taken out of my locker. I also never gave out my combination to anyone, mostly because my friends were jackbutts and we pulled crap on each other all the time. So I was out $150 for the calculator and another $150 to change the combination, getting a locksmith to change out the lock. This is 2003 money, so it's a bit more than now. To anyone who has ever had to buy a TI-86 in 2003 or 2004, you'll know how much the things cost. Well, my dad was drinking buddies with one of the county detectives. I'll call him Detective Buddy or Uncle Buddy. He went in to talk to the school about the string of thefts going on so he could get the security camera for the day my calculator went missing, and got completely brushed off as it was a non-existent problem, and he must have given out his locker combination. The principal told him he would need a warrant to get the camera footage. Then, when he got the warrant, the school fought the warrant in court, citing student privacy. Cue the Pro-Revenge. Detective Buddy shows up at our house with a laptop in a laptop bag. He's like, throw this in your locker and tell everyone you know about your brand new laptop. Okay, sure, Uncle Buddy. 3 days later, I show up at my locker between classes and the laptop is gone. The bag too, nowhere to be seen, as is a 24-ounce bottle of Coke and possibly some pens. I take my phone out and text him that the laptop got taken. Stand by for the crap show. Oh, and you reported the theft to the police, FYI, he replies back. Okay, I reply confused. I got about the rest of my day and I don't hear anything back. The following morning, Detective Buddy comes to the school with 3 uniformed officers and pulls a student, Dave, out of class, as well as his mom, who works in the front office. The principal is pissed. I don't actually hear the cops, but the principal is pissed to no end that he had the audacity to accuse them of theft, and he couldn't just take them out of his school, etc., etc. Well, turns out there was a tracker in the laptop bag, and Uncle Buddy got a warrant to search the particular house. The laptop had a value of over $1,000, making it a felony. The next afternoon, he set up a tent with a table just outside of school grounds. He also had a banner across the top, "If you have had something stolen from your locker, see me." By the next morning, Dave and his mom made the paper. Apparently, Dave allegedly used his mom's login information to get onto the school network and get the locker combinations for basically everyone. Then, he just opened random lockers looking for valuables to steal if he didn't get info of a specific locker to steal from. When he set up the stand to get more people reporting thefts, he racked up an astounding number of charges. Each locker counted as a separate misdemeanor unless the stolen object was worth more than $1,000, in which case it was a felony. In less than a week, Uncle Buddy opened and broke an investigation, and they charged Dave and his mom with 9 felonies and 35 misdemeanor charges. When I finally got the story from Buddy, he explained what the situation was. He had me stash a brand new laptop that had GPS tracking unit stuck in it in my locker, then get it stolen deliberately, and then he got a warrant to search the property it had been taken to. Now, the fun thing to stress is that the laptop was over $1,000 value, pushing the theft from a misdemeanor into felony level. There was also another 8 felony charges, stuff like jewelry that was stolen from other people's lockers and recovered. So any of the locker break-ins that amounted to over $1,000 stolen was a felony charge, and less than $1,000 was a misdemeanor charge. Cool thing was that because the calculator and the laptop were separate days, and the combination changed between the days, he caught a felony and a misdemeanor charge off me alone. The 9 felony thefts ended up in the $12,000 range total, and the 35 misdemeanor charges were somewhere in the range of $3,000 total in value. Now, that's an awful lot of stuff stolen, but I need to stress that this is only what was proven stolen. Like, this is what they caught him with in his possession that they could trace back to someone. They also didn't let them plead to anything. It was Podunkville's highest profile crime in years, and without a doubt, one of the worst crime sprees the county had seen in decades. Next up on the Revenge, everyone who had been charged $150 to get their locker combinations changed sued the school district in a class action lawsuit. The justification was that the school did nothing to investigate the 44 proven and more than likely 200 plus cases of locker theft, and then charged money to get the locker combinations changed. There were 218 people in the class, and in total, everyone got $85 after attorney's fees. The principal also lost his job for being a bonehead and not bothering to attempt to deal with the massive problem that was reported to him going on at the school. The fun thing I need to point out is that the school brought in a locksmith to change out the locks. That's why they justified charging $150. Well, the school already paid the $150 a locker, but they also had to return $100 per locker, meaning that they were out $21,800 plus their legal fees for that class action suit. Next comes the criminal trial and the fallout. The prosecutor's deal was 10 years in prison, 5 in juvie and 5 in adult prison for Dave, and 15 for Dave's mom. Well, they refused that deal and it went to trial. Dave got 1 year prison for each felony, the state minimum, and 1 month probation for each misdemeanor, so 9 years plus 35 months of probation. His mom received 18 years of jail and 6 years probation. Having attended much of the best parts of the trial, I will say this. They had Dave on camera entering 20 plus lockers, and they had them in possession of stolen goods for every single charge they made against them. The judge was also not amused that there was likely other reported crimes that they got away with because they couldn't prove it or they weren't reported. Dave's mom got it worse. That was a fun sentencing to show up for. But the most important thing is that I got my graphing calculator back. It had my name engraved inside the battery compartment. I still have it, as well as a cool story to tell. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this didn't happen in North America because, well, violent crimes here get less of a sentence than these guys did. Either this or it just didn't happen. But anyway, you guys can comment on that one down below. What do you think? Let me know. This next story comes to us from Objective Uncone. Poaching threats and frogs. Lots and lots of frogs. Let's jump right in. This is another story about Pops, my grandfather, and how he got some sweet, sweet revenge done on squatters and poachers. This goes way back to the 90s, to be exact 1998. I was 10 years old. My farm back then was Pop's family farm. It's way up north in Ontario. My farm is not a small farm. In the area, it's the biggest plot of land. Not only that, it has the most workable farmland. There's about 80 acres of good workable farmland that's including pastures and another 120 acres of dense forest and marshland. It is Northern Ontario. Back in the 90s, Northern Ontario had a breakout of this type of moth. They would spin silk high in the trees. Really, they caused no harm other than a nuisance. But the government had the great idea to crop dust the forests in Ontario, causing an ecological disaster. With the loss of the moths and the chemicals in the water, a type of frog was nearly wiped out. We called them leopard frogs. They are green with these big black spots on them. After that, they were put on the endangered species list. The back end of my property runs off into a small marshland and into the lake. And back in the 90s, Pops was having a problem with poachers. They were camping in the back area, hunting out of season, killing and eating turtles out of the marsh and just effing up the property. Back in the day, that forest was my playground. I know that area like the back of my hand, but unfortunately, I had a run-in with the poachers. They threatened to harm a 10-year-old child. Of course, I went out there with Pops and our local lawmen, but they had packed up and were gone before we got there. Unfortunately, they returned the week after. We could hear the rifle shots. Pops tried to find them with the lawmen several times, but with no luck. Now, here's where all the information from the start comes into play. Pops, as hard as he tried, wanted them gone, but it wasn't working. Pops was also a fisherman, and his favorite bait were none other than the leopard frog. But because they made it on the endangered species list, the use was outright banned. Pops, being the responsible fisherman and generally caring about the land, figured, oh hell, now's the time to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He approached the Canadian Fishery and Game Wardens and through a lot of work, got in touch with an ecological survey team who decided that our little marsh was the perfect place for a spawning pool to raise little leopard frogs. And that's what happened. The back area with our marsh was fenced in, and they started breeding tadpoles to brood in our marsh. Not only that, the poachers' hunting ground happened to fall in the protected zone. Once the work happened, it took a full year for the poachers to return. But Pops had a weapon now, his phone. Once he could hear that familiar sound of pew-pews going off where no pew-pew fire should be, he made a single phone call to the game warden. They had over a dozen wardens up there in less than an hour, and the poachers were caught. Not only were they caught with the carcass of a bear and other animals, they were found with buckets and buckets of our little leopard frogs. They were caught, but not only did they hunt without a license, they also poached an endangered species to be used as an illegal bait. From what I learned through the locals, they did 2 years in big-time prison. All because Pops cared about the little froggies. Oh yeah, over 5 million little frogs were raised on that marsh over 10 years, being released through marshes and forests in Ontario. You would have a hard time finding a leopard frog across Ontario that was not somehow related to a frog that came out of my little marsh. Well, your pop sounds like an awesome person, and those poachers, well, they're the scum of the earth, and they deserved every little bit of punishment they got. This next story comes to us from Sean McLeod 1138, Burning Vengeance. Let's jump right in. First, some context. There's this product called Pure Cap, which is basically 100% capsaicin oil, the stuff that makes hot peppers hot. It has a Scoville rating of 500,000 units per drop, but no flavor, making it ideal for spicing up food without affecting the way it tastes. Putting enough of it, usually only a few drops, on any food can make it almost completely inedible to anyone who is not a total firemouth pepperhead. It's available on Amazon for about $30 per 2 ounces, but a little goes a very long way. That's why it's sold in an eyedropper bottle. Now, here's the good part. In the early 2000s, my brother Rick was working in a call center that had a break room with a fridge and freezer, a microwave, and a small sink. He didn't take his own lunch often, usually leftovers from the previous night's dinner, maybe 3 or 4 times a month. But every time he did, it would get stolen. The first couple times he didn't mention it, just in case it was a simple mistake and the person was too embarrassed to own up. However, the third time he remembered the military axiom: once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is enemy action, and reported the thefts to his supervisor, Don, and the head of human resources, Dolly, every time after. However, they said that without proof, there was nothing they could do. No cameras in the break room. And so this is where my plan hatched. One night, I made a roast beef dinner with potatoes and carrots, cooked all day in a crock pot with onion soup mix on top. Believe me, it was fork tender and delicious. I also made a nice salad to go with it, and put away a complete dinner serving for him to have for lunch on his next shift. The next night, he came home and said his lunch had been stolen again. So the next morning, I made a really deluxe roast beef sandwich, thickly sliced with lettuce, pickles, cheddar, and mayonnaise on an 8-inch hoagie roll. So whoever was stealing would think they'd hit the jackpot 2 days in a row. I also loaded the roast with Pure Cap, like 4 droppers worth, about 30 to 40 drops on the meat alone, and made sure it was all completely absorbed before closing the sandwich, so the roast looked really juicy. I even mixed some into the mayo and put some more on the bread, because bread tends to downplay the fire a bit. Rick came in about halfway through the Pure Cap application and asked what the hell I was doing. I looked back with an evil grin and said, "Oh, just making a little present for the lunch thief." My grin was instantly copied on his face because he was the one who had originally told me about the stuff after he'd use it to prank a former roommate, so he knew what was going to happen. Then he went to finish getting ready for work. I could hear him chuckling the whole time. I even gave him $5 on his way out because that one sandwich shop with the green and yellow logo was only a couple blocks from his job and still had their $5 footlong promotion going. When Rick got home that night, his grin was even bigger as he related the events. He was between calls, only a couple hours into his shift, when suddenly there's this god-awful howling from the break room. Everyone who wasn't on a call right then, including Dolly, rushed in there to see the sandwich on the table with one bite taken out of it, the half-chewed bite laying right next to it, and Don at the sink, desperately trying to wash the capsaicin inferno out of his mouth, not knowing that water only makes it worse. Don was ostensibly friendly and reasonable, so he was well liked by his people. I guess he thought that would make some sort of difference because he pointed directly at Rick and yelled, "He tried to kill me," then went back to trying to put out his mouth fire with water. Dolly picked up the bag the sandwich had been in, which clearly had Rick's name in big red letters in his handwriting. She looked at Rick. Rick looked back with a completely straight face and shrugged. So Dolly grabbed the guy by the arm and dragged him to her office, with him streaming tears and snot the whole way. By this time, the water had sent the Pure Cap into real overdrive, and Don had to just stand there and burn while Dolly and the call center's manager, Bill, dressed him down for about 15 minutes, finally ending it with his termination for theft. The guy could hardly even speak from the burning, tears, and runny nose that sandwich caused. And besides that, he had no defense anyway, because he just outed himself for stealing an employee's lunch. The company had a zero-tolerance policy about that kind of thing, especially when higher-ups steal from the people they manage. Rick was back at his station and on a call when Bill personally came over smiling and said that Dolly wanted to see him when he was free. Rick gave a thumbs up, knowing fully well why she wants to see him, took the call to its conclusion, and went to Human Resources. Here's how he described the encounter. "You wanted to see me, ma'am? Yes, I do. First, being the aggrieved party, you're not in trouble. Second, what the hell did you put in that sandwich?" "Actually, my brother made it." He pulls the bottle of Pure Cap out of his pocket and sets it on Dolly's desk with a smile. Dolly picks up the bottle and reads the ingredients list, which literally just says capsaicin oil, 500,000 Scoville units per drop, bursts out laughing and hands it back. There was kind of really a lot of that in the meat and the mayo and the bread. Dolly was still giggling. "You know what? Go ahead and take your lunch break now, and when you get back, we'll talk about making you that section supervisor." So he did. Rick still says that was the most emotionally satisfying sub sandwich he's ever had. He declined the super position though, so they promoted a different person from that section, a really nice lady, Carrie, who had also witnessed the sandwich debacle. The whole office laughed about it for weeks afterwards, and every new hire for at least a year got to hear the story, as both entertainment and warning. I smiled about it for a month, and both Rick and I rarely miss a chance to tell people about Pure Cap and its potential applications regarding lunch thievery. I never did hear anything else about Don, but I imagine getting hired anywhere else, not to mention being promoted to a managerial position, was fairly difficult with that huge red flag for theft on his record. Now, OP added a little edit down at the bottom. It says, "Edit. Today I just asked Bro about the incident and he's like, oh, I forgot to tell you." A couple days later, Don actually did try to accuse Bro of attempted murder, but both Dolly and Bill went to bat for him. It turned out that Dolly herself had confiscated the sandwich and the errant half-chewed bite, wrapped them back up, sealed the package with duct tape, and put it in the back of the break room freezer with a note that said, "Do not touch." So when it was found that it had nothing spoiled or toxic, as well as only Don's DNA, Don got hit with charges of false accusation and filing a false police report, double, and had to pay for the legal fees and the cost of the testing. So apparently, the murder attempt charge got shut down hard. After that, Bro wasn't interested anymore and asked to never be bothered about Don again, which Dolly, Bill, and the company lawyers happily agreed to. OP, this was a revenge story really well done. I think I would have changed it up just the slightest little bit though. I think I would have done the hot stuff right in the center of the sandwich, and then some laxatives on either end. So regardless of which end they started from, they'd get into the laxatives and probably not know that they were there, and then the hot stuff in the center would just hit them. This next story comes to us from Thunder Kurg. "I was called an ungrateful brat, so I acted as such." Let's jump right in. This whole thing happened a year prior, but the repercussions are still happening, and I hope they continue until the day the bee dies. This will be long, so buckle in. Background. Growing up, me and my sister had no love toward our father whatsoever. I'm not going to bore you with details, but alcoholic, abusive, violent are the few that come to mind. When my sister got accepted into a much better but also further high school than our local, she moved immediately and rarely visited. We were 10 years apart, so I was 4 at that time. I grew up resenting her for leaving me to deal with this BS all by myself, but now I understand better and we're on good terms. My local factory was so big that it supported my whole town. Virtually everyone worked there, so everyone knew each other. My parents too, but then it's purchased by the defense ministry and they decided to cut off anyone without at least a high school degree. My mother was let go, and this was after she'd had me 4 months. My father, however, made it until retirement and was granted military status. Basically, they gave him an honorable rank so his pension would almost double. But also, you'd have to act accordingly because, in terms of speaking, your military... My childhood was absolute nightmares, so needless to say, I turned out to be an absolute mess. Anger management and mental instability are notably the worst, and I'm still working on them. When I turned 18, I enlisted. 2 major benefits: it didn't cost money, and I could never come... For me, it was literally a highway out of hell. Fast forward 3 years later, I got an honorable discharge. Turned out I had actual mental problems, who would have known? I got a bulk load of money and even more in the following months when they were able to process my military insurance. I came home to find my town incredibly underwhelming, and my father hadn't changed a bit. Not wanting to spend the rest of my life in this hellhole, I took what I could and moved to the city where my sister was living. The last words dear old dad said to me was, "You'd never make it." Because, apparently, being discharged for a mental illness showed that I was a coward. Also, I think he didn't like that I was tougher than the boy who used to obey his every word that I once was, and that I'd stood up for myself more in the few weeks I've stayed with him than the entire 18 first years of my life. I moved to a new environment, took up a blue-collar job, I was pretty beefy thanks to the military, and decided to pursue a career in IT, all the while taking care of my mental health. When it all Somewhen during this time, he got diagnosed with cancer. I was told it was not dangerous, but operations were required. My sister had actually reconciled with him, partly because of my mother, a few years prior, and would occasionally bring my niece home to visit them. She was quite successful, so she decided to pay for the whole thing. Operations, treatment, hospitals, recoveries, it was all hers. She paid for this while moving into a new house and buying her first car. Those things are pretty expensive in my country. My father had a huge bank account because of his pension, but he didn't have to pay a single penny. After a year or so, he's on recovery, and all in all, things were good. During this time, I was struggling with working and studying, living paycheck to paycheck, and had to rely on a social program to get treatment for my illness. I visited him after every operation, though it wasn't anything tearful. If he didn't poke me, I was fine. After nearly a year of staying at my sister's house, he and my mother headed home after his doctor gave him a go. At that time, I was looking for a new job because the current job was horrible and it made my mental health actually worse. And I was lucky to find one where most of my skills were transferred, and I had enough time to finish my studying. One day, my mother called in tears and asked me to come home that weekend. She told me that my father had been seeing someone else. Now, I must admit I'd not put anything behind this man, but then I thought she was paranoid. She still is, up to this day, about everything. And I resented the thought of going home on a 4-hour trip both ways, just for something that's utterly unimportant. So I calmed her and swept it under the rug. Fast forward a few months, I got another call, this time from my sister. She came to visit that week with my niece to inform them that she was 3 months pregnant. What was supposed to be a happy union turned into an absolute crap show. Apparently, when my father left his phone unattended for a few minutes, his mistress sent him a very sexy picture, and my mom saw it pop up. Needless to say, all hell broke loose. My sister said that was the first in many years that she saw my mother scream bloody murder at my father, and when he tried to hit her, my sister threw herself in between, which prompted her husband to throw himself in between, because, you know, she's 3 months pregnant. It all ended in a very teary trip back to our city after hours of hurling insults at each other. The only good thing that came out of it was my mother somehow was able to bring his phone with her. We convinced my mother to get a divorce, but she's the submissive housewife who thought divorces were worse than boiling live puppies. And I think back then, she's still somewhat hoping that he'd turn around. They've been together for almost 35 years at that point, so I figured something must have been there. She didn't want it, so we dropped it and decided to cut him out for good. Lo and behold, half a year after the incident, my father's side of the family started to contact me. I have a strict no-call policy where the only people allowed to call me outside of work hours are my mother, my sister, her husband, 3 of my best friends, and only recently my boyfriend. So to my bamboozlement, my father, his sister, my aunt, his mother all called within a day. They suddenly acted so nice and convinced me to come visit them. Obviously, that was all a ruse. After the incident, my father's side all blamed my mother and said she should have kept it a secret and not made a mess for the family's sake. They also disavowed me and my sister because we were ungrateful brats after we did not accept their ultimate argument. He's your father after all. Out of morbid curiosity, I ventured back alone to see what it was about. Turned out they wanted to sell his house. It was on my grandmother's land. Back when he was about to undergo his first operation, we didn't know how it turned out, so he transferred the house to my name because apparently inheriting a dead person's estate in my country is a living nightmare. Out of convenience, we convinced my grandmother to give me the land as well, since she was very old, 80 at the time. This was back when we were on good terms. I knew for sure they would rather gouge their eyes out than follow up with any of that if it happened a year later. I smelt something in the air. I couldn't place it, but I knew it was there. So I told them nicely that I would think of it and immediately went back, faking an emergency. A plan formed when I was driving back, and that's the first time I'd been so pleased about anything, I actually cracked a smile. I went to my sister's immediately. My mom had been staying with her and laid out a plan. After a year living in the city, my mom was much more open-minded, and it only took a little convincing for her to agree with the plan. The plan. My sister contacted a lawyer and asked what our options were. Because both the house and the land were in my name, they had no claim to them, and any paper that didn't have my signature on it would be considered useless under the law. They could try to claim it was rented out, but then they'd have to move far away in hopes that I'd never be able to locate them. And I knew it'd be too much trouble for a couple of old folks. They could claim it's his life achievement because he and my mother never divorced. It's technically half hers as well. This is when I came up with an idea. I asked the lawyer what if my mother filed for divorce. He said it's highly unlikely the court would reward my mother's full claim unless we could prove that he was unfaithful before the separation. To his surprise, I could. Remember the phone that my mother brought back from that day? It was smashed during the fighting, but generally still in one piece. She asked me to throw it away a few days after, but my lazy butt just brought it back to my place and threw it in the loft. Sufficient to say it provided us with more than enough proof of his indecency. The execution. After weighing our options, I called to inform my father that I would come home the next month to make an announcement. He was eager to hear it. Upon my arrival, they were so nice and sweet and whatnot, but after I introduced my lawyer, it's like they flipped a switch and suddenly became vile and violent. I presented him with two options: relinquish any claim to the house or be served with a lawsuit. In my country, marital violations are 6 months probation minimum, up to 2 years in prison. After a lot of screaming and name-callings and feet-stomping tantrums, he kicked us out. So naturally, I assumed he chose the law. At the first hearing, my mom, me, and my lawyer were present. It turned out to be another screaming contest in which he made up all kinds of lies about my mother. At some point, my lawyer leaned in to tell me that if the officer didn't stop his rantings, it's likely that they were buddies and asked me to let him handle things. The officer told us this case wasn't a priority. It would take months to process. We wouldn't like the paperwork. It's best to settle this out of court. My lawyer politely declined and told my father to expect another hearing soon, under much less friendly circumstances. He tried one more tactic in between, which was calling all the relatives and telling them how my mother was a bee and I was an ungrateful brat, in hope of creating some kind of pressure on us. Very few of them took his side, and even if all of them did, I would have never let him go that easy. In the second hearing, he finally cracked and agreed to my terms, which were relinquishing any claim he might have with the house and divorcing my mom. Basically, the only person who has any claim to the house now is my mother. I agreed to let him keep living in it for the rest of his life though, but not anyone else, aka his mistress, whom he was basically living with. The Revenge. This was where my work started. First, my sister gathered all the receipts from all the medical billing she has paid for his treatment. A few of them were missing, but we were able to put up a huge folder. I also crapped my pants learning how expensive cancer treatments could be. When we had a general sum of the money, we billed him for it. This is very unethical in my country since children are expected to take care of their parents, but we threw that out the window long ago. We also knew it was not a criminal case, so we just went to small court claims, and then sent in bailiffs to collect, which was just this lady. She went on with an I don't give an F attitude, and when he failed to comply, she sent in the thugs, the police, to start seizing assets. So say goodbye to wooden furniture, a 27-inch smart TV, a fridge, and a reclining massage chair. All were bought by my sister as well. He had to pay out of his pocket because that lady insisted they continue seizing whatever he bought until she saw the money. Although the final amount was halved, my mother, under the eyes of the law, shared half of that for some reason. It still cost him 70% of his savings. Of course, this wasn't about the money, we were just petty. We told the moving company they could do whatever they wanted with the furniture. Looking back, I should have taken the recliner because my back hurts like a bee, even though I'm only in my late 20s. After that was done, I contacted my local factory to file a report. Remember the sweet pension he got with the condition that he behaved accordingly? Clearly, someone had been a bad boy. They let him go with it, even though it was a small town and everyone knew everything because nobody ever filed a report, but that's not the case anymore. I gave them a very detailed folder with pictures from his phone. To say they were sexual was an understatement. They immediately set up a hearing and he was stripped of his rank, making his pension down to just over half of the original amount. I know this because old folks gossip like their lives depend on it, and my mother is not excluded. She was very happy hearing about that. It's all she talked about in a month. I was about to be done here, but a week later, my sister called to tell me that my aunt came to her door to berate her and her children. My sister was working from home. My mom also lived there, but had gone out for some reason. My sister just called security to kick her out and warned me she could go for me next. I was seeing blood, not because of some lame butt Karen that could cause me inconveniences at most, but because she was screaming at my niece and nephew. As a gay man, I know full well the bloodline ends with me, so I put all of my love into those little guys, to the point that if I had been there, I would have bitten her head off. So I dug a little and found out my aunt was knees deep in debt. She was hoping she could leech some money off my father, if not from the money he made selling the house, then from his big bank account. Since neither of those was available anymore, she was very angry and thought she could lay it on my sister. You want to know what a man could do with determination and raging hatred? I never set up an online social presence, mainly because up to my 18th birthday, I was too poor to have a phone. And then the military taught me it wasn't needed. But for this special occasion, I made an exception. I created a Facebook account and befriended her. I didn't even have to pretend to be anyone, since old people apparently accept friend requests from anyone. She had this vibe where she'd show off her money and her vacations and her items like a wealthy person. From my mother and her trusty gossip circle, I knew that she always told whoever she owed money that she was struggling. So I figured she must be blocking them. The next part was easy. I just had to send all of her selfies to everyone she's owing to. I didn't have to declare myself since I was literally on a throwaway account. So it's just this really long line of messages that showed my aunt spending her money lavishly. For the next following month, she was threatened, not with legal actions like I did, but with much more sinister actions. She would have thugs, not the police, throw gifts at her door, like paint, fish sauce, and sometimes literal crap. My mother also told me this, of course. She finally figured out what I was going to do when I told her to find me a list of all the people she's owing to. The Pro Revenge. As much as I want to take credit for this, the idea wasn't mine. Forgive me if I once again had to lay out a bit of background. My father's side of the family is this very traditional family, where you would have a person acting as the head of the family, deciding things that matter. This was way before the war, so obviously they don't do such things anymore. But the head of the family still has a certain voice, and there's this once-in-a-year ceremony where we gather together to pay tribute to our ancestors. During the ceremony, the head of the family will give a speech, and then some announcements like who died, who got married, who gave birth, etc., etc. Then there will be a celebratory part where we basically get crap-faced drunk. My great-grandfather was the head. He had 3 sons, and 2 of them died during the war. So my grandfather took the mantle, then my father, and eventually me. This whole side of the family is in another town that's like 3 hours away from our town. Mainly because my grandfather didn't expect to be the head, so he moved out seeking opportunities. I found these gatherings redundant and unnecessary, but that year I was actually looking forward to it. My father tried to keep the actual date hidden. It wasn't fixed, but generally somewhere in June. But he seriously underestimated my mother. She doesn't have a gossip circle. She has an infinite number of them. So my mother, me, and my sister's family all head back for it. The trip was 14 hours in total, but the result was worth it. We timed it so we would come 2 days earlier than my father. Again, thanks to her gossip circle. This side of the family had never heard the full story before, only the version my father gave them, which was that he and my mother left in good faith. I actually gave my father some credits for not bad-mouthing my mom. After weighing all the pros and cons, we decided to let my mother loose, and she's exceptional when it came to relaying details about her personal tragedies. I kid you not, if I had posted her story word for word, by this time next week, there would be a global Justice for Thundercake's mother movement. It took just 1 day for everyone to know what a butthole my father had been. The look on his face when he arrived with my aunt and my grandmother and saw my family already there was priceless. He got the stink eye from everyone for the rest of the day. Nobody would initiate conversations with him, so he's just sitting there like a sad dog. Now, I know what they said about dead horses, but this idea was brilliant not to follow through. My uncle, let's call him Oliver, came up with this. In the hierarchy, he's equal to my father. And in the event that my branch doesn't have a male successor, 100% what's going to happen, his branch will be the head of the family. He told me I should take up the mantle of the head. It was very sudden. I didn't have a speech ready. My father was supposed to do that. But Oliver told me I could just tell whatever I want because nobody really paid attention to that thing anyway. All the other elders were okay with it. The speech wasn't even the best thing. At the celebratory party, people will be assigned tables based on the family tree. Heads of each branch will sit together, their children sit together, the elders sit together, so on and so forth. Because I was elevated to the head of my branch, I would be sitting at the big boy table. My father didn't even get to sit at my supposed table because, miraculously, it was full, even though I could have sworn there weren't 20 of us and each table can sit up to 10. He had to sit at the regular table with my aunt and a bunch of nasty widows who didn't hold back on their snarky comments, so I was told. I don't think he'll ever come back to one of those anytime soon. The aftermath. My father is now just a miserable old man. His mistress left him because, surprisingly, she was after his money. He's living in our old house with next to nothing. His retirement money, though halved, was good enough for him to live by. Last I heard, his cancer has come back, and obviously this time my sister won't be paying for it anymore. He had tried to initiate contact with my mother, trying to make amends. We had to block his number and his profile on my mother's account, because she actually considered it. She has her soft sides. My aunt has to sell her house to pay for all the debt, or else they'd just continue harassing her. She now lives in a small house she bought off with the rest of her money. I felt bad for her husband because he's actually chill and quite nice, but he's not the most decisive and therefore doesn't really confront her. I hope he's doing better. I have no empathy for her only son though. Let's just say the apple doesn't even fall from the tree. How do I know all of this? My mother's gossip circle. I left my grandmother out of this because she's very old. She's not demented in any way, she's perfectly sane, but she loved her son too much to admit he's in the wrong. Also, she was very nice and sweet to me growing up. A lot of my good memories are with her. I'm sad because she doesn't see my mother the same. I also stopped talking to her and would only visit once during Lunar New Year. She's lived in the small house she and my grandfather built on the land that's now in my name. When she and my father are dead, I will carry out her wish to build an altar for her and my grandfather. Whether or not my father will be included is still up to debate. This is one of those pro-revenge stories that kinda rides the line between pro-revenge and nuclear revenge. I think if he were kicked out of the house altogether and not allowed to stay there until he died, this definitely would have pushed past that nuclear revenge boundary. One other thing I wanted to mention right at the end here is that OP mentioned in a comment that they are Vietnamese and English is not their first language. OP, you have better English than a lot of people I know who have only spoken English their whole lives. This next story comes to us from Crafty Bureaucrat. I orchestrated a vast conspiracy to get a coworker fired. Let's jump right in. Using a throwaway because the details are specific and hard to change. I used to work at a hospital data center in the network operations group. We physically sat in a room 24/7 next to the servers to make sure things didn't catch on fire, monitored for alerts, and did routine things like swap out tape backups. But it was pretty simple work. This was ostensibly a tech job, but there were people who had been there for many years back when you had to change out printer paper and run a command from an IBM mainframe. It was on really specialized hardware and software that was difficult to apply elsewhere, so it had become a dead-end job. And because there were people who weren't tech savvy at all really, we weren't given much responsibility. You can't tell some people they can log into a server and others not. So we were reduced to the lowest common denominator. We were a network operations center where nobody was allowed to interact with any network equipment. Lowest common denominator, you say? Meet my new supervisor, Karen. Not her real name, but definitely her real spirit. Had been there for over 20 years and got the job solely based on seniority. She was a sociopathic narcissist and one of the most unpleasant people I've ever encountered. Shortly after I was hired, we were bought by another hospital and combined data centers. Karen was demoted to shift lead and had to work with us in the 24/7 rotation. She was very bad at her job, and our responsibilities diminished to very little. We had no agency to fix any problems of our own because it had to be a problem that Karen could solve, and Karen was both lazy and stupid. After a couple of years, I was promoted. On my first day after they announced the promotion, she said, "You will fail," just straight to my face. But she had a powerful tool at her disposal, the hospital bureaucracy. Since the place was unionized, the hospital had a just cause firing policy instead of an at-will policy, even for non-unionized employees. This is, I think, generally a good thing. But on the edges, it set up ridiculous situations where it was impossible to lose your job unless you were really egregious about it, with repeated violations or you showed up drunk or high. We had someone steal computer equipment and they kept their job. It was nuts. And Karen had been there for nearly 30 years, so she wasn't getting fired without a lot of work. That's okay, she was terrible at her job. One of the most important things about the job was monitoring for an alert which would pop up, and there was a procedure we had to go through in order for some data to go through. If we didn't do this, then a nurse wouldn't get their lab results back. So in one case, an alert came in, Karen saw it, then decided to keep browsing the web. Because of this, a patient from the cardiac ICU was going into surgery, and the doctors and nurses operating on the patient couldn't get a white blood cell count, I think. I'm not a doctor, I just work in a building with a lot of them. Something very dangerous for this patient, and the patient died. This still did not get Karen fired. The reasoning from HR, well, it didn't directly lead to harm. She didn't even feel bad about it, just a complete soulless sociopath. I'm real pro-worker in general, but some jobs you just absolutely have to do. I was so mad. She had to go. I kept a paper trail of everything she messed up on. It wasn't nitpicky, literal life and death stuff here. Verbal warning, first written warning, second written warning, final written warning, termination. A slog, and I'd rather spend my time doing anything else, but that's the way it went. Then, she figured out she could work the system. As she approached work Armageddon, termination, she would tell HR she was being harassed. The person harassing her was different every time, which would trigger a mandatory investigation. This investigation took about 6 months. They wouldn't find anything and we would carry on. Except these warnings, they had a 6-month expiration, so she could always reset the clock when it got close. Everyone was helpless. Even the CIO couldn't do anything about it because of the bureaucracy. Karen was a menace and the entire IT department had to interact with the data center staff, and that meant interacting with her. And she was universally disliked. And she had 20 years until retirement, and she would outlast the heat death of the universe. Then I had an idea. What if, under the guise of developing skills relevant to the 21st century, required everyone working in the Network Operations Center to pass the Net Plus exam? It's not a difficult exam, but it's not trivially easy. I felt pretty sure that everyone on the team fell above the line between able to pass and not able to pass, except Karen. We would give everyone better titles, a significant pay raise, and entrusted to do more with the equipment, which is something everyone desperately wanted. Then, people could actually leave the hospital with transferable skills, and do something else if they wanted and not feel trapped. I spent 3 years in meetings with HR, with my director, with the CIO, with HR again, job description meetings that took 6 hours to tweak small wording, hundreds of hours in meetings, red tape hell, absolute red tape hell. Do you have any idea what it takes to approve a significant raise in a bureaucratic muck factory like that? But the raises were crucial because it would absolutely not be fair to ask this of them. Pass a test or lose your job without a large carrot attached would lead to mutiny. And then it got approved. I also wrote the exam requirement into my own job description. It was important to still be able to do the job and not let my skills lapse just because I was promoted. Also, this meant I could cover for people when they were on vacation or sick. Plus, I also got that sweet pay bump. It went over well. I was nervous, but the plan made sense and I was able to communicate that. People would be more marketable, the job would be more interesting, and most importantly, they would be making 20% more than they were before. And I think it really helped that I also gave myself the same requirement when I absolutely could have chosen not to. The hospital would pay for off-site training. They would still get paid their full hourly during the training, including shift differential for second and third shifts. We paid for all the materials. I scheduled 8 hours a week for people to go to someplace quiet and study. The job itself had a ton of downtime so people could study, but this was formally carved out time anyway. We paid for the exam, and if they failed, we'd pay for the second attempt. We were given 8 months to pass the test, so this is how it was for the 8 months. I did not want Karen to have any excuse whatsoever, and somehow convince HR that this process was rushed or unfair. Everyone passed on the first attempt except Karen. Karen did not pass her second or third attempt, a bonus attempt. Karen, being the classic narcissist, thought this was somehow all about her, that this was a vast conspiracy engineered over multiple years and hundreds of hours just to get rid of her. And she would tell everyone within earshot that's what was going on. Yeah, okay, Karen, you realize how insane that sounds, right? Not everything is about you, sheesh. Well, okay, in this case it is, but still, only I and 2 other people know that. I remember the exact time and date we told her. She was in such deep denial that it could ever happen. She thought she was bulletproof. I don't think I will ever achieve anything more satisfying in my career. I'm not usually one to take satisfaction in seeing someone's livelihood go, but she was uniquely awful. She was a patient danger, and it had been nearly a decade of working with her by this point, and I was just so sick and tired of her BS. I was a hero the day after she was fired. I went to the main office for a meeting and people were congratulating me like I had just had a kid or won a marathon or something. Even the CIO. They were just happy for me that I didn't have to supervise Karen anymore. But in my headcanon, they were congratulating me for pulling off this elaborate plan. Morale back at the data center was also high. We learned interesting things. A couple of my coworkers left for better gigs elsewhere. The ones who were content staying were able to stay, and we all had more money and job security. And because anything could set off a BS Karen harassment complaint, people were stressed out working with her. Her being gone was like a breath of fresh air. Newcomers were told stories of Karen, and they seemed exaggerated. They were not. In order to solve a very important and extremely difficult problem, I pulled off a vast workplace conspiracy that improved the lives of the people I worked with, in addition to keeping our patients safe. Getting Karen fired is my greatest and most difficult accomplishment, and I can't put it on a CV anywhere. Now, there were a whole bunch of comments after this story about the fact that Karen didn't get fired after causing the death of a patient. But there was also another comment down there from a doctor. It says, "I'll bite and say Karen's not on the line for that one. No matter what the test was, if it wasn't ready by the time she went into cardiac surgery, it's up to the surgeon to decide whether to proceed or not. Not Karen's fault on that one, but I don't know about the others." To cap this one off completely, we'll just go with a quote from Oscar Wilde. "Some bring happiness wherever they go, others whenever they go." This next story comes to us from Objective Unknown. Pops makes dirty thieves literally eat crap. Let's jump right in. I have really loved sharing stories about my pops, my grandfather, the man who raised me, and I thought I would share another story of Pops just being Pops. Pops lived on the family farm his entire life, and that's where this takes place. It's mine now. The farm itself is huge, 80 acres of grazing and hay production land. Pops mostly raised cows and chickens, and another 120 plus acres of forest, marsh, and wetlands. Up near the main house, Pops had his veggie and berry garden. Strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, all the berries. Pops liked to make his own homebrew, blame the Irish DNA. One fine summer morning, August of 2001, Pops is returning from town, and he is greeted by a couple in their 30s hauling butt to their car, parked at the front of our property, each with 40-liter buckets. Pops checked out what had been going on. Almost half the berry bushes had been stripped clean. Pops was not the type to fly off the handle, but he took a trip to town to look for the car, and he found it. It was a couple out-of-towners, and Pops gave them a stern warning not to come back. The next morning, Pops was doing his normal start of the day routine, make breakfast, wake me up to do chores. After we got out, Pops saw them again hauling butt back to their car. Pops jumped into his truck, caught up to them, and told them off, said if they ever come back, it's going to be hell for them. We woke up the next day to find tire tracks on the field and each and every berry bush stripped clean. We later found out they'd been hitting up farmers markets selling fresh berries. Pops not being the kind of person to take things laying down, especially if someone's effing with his future booze. There's a lot Pops did to ensure he was protected for the future, but I'm going to give you the short version. Pops decided to expand his berry operation to the entire field, as well as get the farm licensed to produce and sell berries. And early September, I remember this well, made me do half the work. We filled the entire front field, planted several hundred strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, blueberry bushes. One thing, they are perennial plants. The season they are planted will be very light fruiting, but the next growing season they explode. Pops fenced off half the field and left a good portion open to easy access. Pops knew they would be back next year. He knew they believed they found a golden goose, free money. Well, the start of next growing season, Pops had a special fertilizer ready for the open part of the field, raw human waste. Now, the thing about spraying the soil and plants with that is it's not treated. Even cow fertilizer is treated. But in its raw state, the plants being sprayed daily, well, it will make the berries putrid. It gets deep into them, and no amount of washing will get it out. And Pops sprayed every bush on the not fenced in side every darn day and waited. And as Pops predicted summer of 2002, they came back. He caught them again, buckets in hand, hauling butt back to the car. Again, Pops confronted them with a stern warning they will regret taking and eating the fruit. It wasn't even 24 hours later they were back this time, with the law in tow, screaming up a fury that Pops tried to poison them. Pops just smiled and said, "I warned you not to come on my land and steal from me. Them berries aren't for eating." The cops were about to tell them to just F off and not come back when Pops said, "Oh, wait a minute." Pops came out with all his licenses packed in a neat little file folder, licensing his land that was already zoned for agricultural use as a licensed food production farm. The cops' eyes lit up like, "Oh, I know what you're getting at." You see, up here in Canada, it's a bit of a big crime to steal from a farm, even more so if it's got all the licenses to produce food. At this point, I was out on the porch watching everything go down. The lawman screamed at them to sit their butts down while he called backup. They were taken off our land in cuffs. So not only did they get a mouthful of human waste-filled berries, but walked out getting over a $10,000 fine. Really and truly, the only way to wrap up this story is to sit back and think about Pops walking away from this whole situation with a shit-eating grin. This next story comes to us from Wrecked Your Crap. Partner with limited authority over management, playing from workers' dugout though. Let's jump right in. I had recently partnered with a small production facility in my area. Our contract was based on capital investment, along with designing and implementing new automation processes. 2-year outlook finished in 8 months. Was a typical small production facility comprised of 50 production workers through 2 shifts of 12 hours that ran 2 days on, then 3 days off. Also had 2 production supervisors for each shift and 1 maintenance supervisor for each shift. The people and their attitude is ultimately what led to my decision to be more than an outside contractor for this company, until I worked the night shift for a week due to shutdowns that needed to occur to implement certain line upgrades. This is where I met him. We will call him Richard Head. Richard seemed like a nice guy in our first few encounters, and then I heard him in his element directing his maintenance crew at night over the radio. He would belittle this group of guys who were there to do a set task list every night for whatever machinery they were doing preventative maintenance on, unless something broke on the line, which would require attention first, obviously. I have never heard grown men spoken to like this and never heard any nasty remarks back or defending themselves. He would call them stupid on the radio if they were having trouble troubleshooting a problem, call some fat and lazy, called one a racial slur. The guy had been there since they opened the doors and, to be honest, made me want to rescind any commitment I have ever made to this company. When I escalated this up to the plant manager, he assured me that it was friendly banter and they rarely had complaints against him. True, because anyone who ever did so in confidence of anonymity was always outed and then singled out until they were terminated by him. Since no one was going to listen to me, I decided to do my due diligence and started to document everything I heard on the radio with a date and time, witnesses to the treatment, and what rights the individual was having violated due to our state and federal outlines. I made this spreadsheet my entire time in the shift, documenting every personal account I witnessed as well. Harassment is a major problem with industry work, but the one that I have learned is the company killer is retaliation. If you can prove that, then they stand no chance. I saw him one night tearing down this 50-year-old man who requested 2 days off to the point that I wanted to lose my cool. I knew it would ruin all the information I was gathering. Days off were because his nephew was just in a car accident 2 days prior and had to have multiple reconstructive surgeries scheduled. I knew that now was the time to move on everything. I rounded up all the maintenance guys and shared all my documentation with them. They didn't realize the importance of this information like I had. They just said nothing will change. Nothing changed because no one treats an issue as an issue if you come with incorrect, non-detailed information. The fact that he used the radio so much was a godsend that they didn't see as well. When he spoke this way to people, he must not have ever realized that there are other supervisors on shift, and that they, in fact, unintentionally became the strongest witnesses in the case, especially when you have some audio recordings verifying the accounts. They have no choice but to acknowledge what they have heard. Each worker took their logs, and even though I have capital and time investment in this facility, I urge them at a minimum to petition to have this man removed or to threaten legal action. Once they coordinated a day to expose all this, it was like watching a sports movie when the underdogs take the championship and get the girl at the same time. Not only did the man finally get fired, but the entire atmosphere around the place changed more than I could imagine. older machines ran the best they have ever ran in my time there, and people loved coming to work again. They also put a placard on my door for when I came in about a week later. It said, "Number 1 boss," but the boss was crossed out, and hand engraved under it was the word "badass." I obviously removed it from my door, but I put it in my home office, and it probably is the best thing I have ever received from a facility. Unfortunately, in a lot of places like this, the workers can't stand up and say something because they can't afford to lose their jobs. They've seen other people lose their jobs in the past who have stood up, and they know it could happen to them, but it's really hard to get another job. A lot of times, they're just waiting for that one person to take the reins. OP, it looks like you did that. You got these people out of a really crappy situation, you got them enjoying work again, and because of that, the place is running more efficiently. I say that's a job very well done. Our first story today comes to us from Kibu Fox. Cancel a land lease and hope to make a windfall? Hope you like a lot of dirt. Let's jump right in. Let me preface this by noting that this revenge was not my doing. At least, not exactly. It happened back in the 90s when I was in high school, and centered around the type of school I attended. So, in case you weren't aware, it's very common in agricultural communities to have what are known as farmer schools. That's not a technical term, but more just something easy to define them. The schools are generally organized by the local farmers, and while you still study the various courses needed to get into college, you also study farming technology courses and get credit hours for work study, working on one or more farms. The area I lived in was surrounded by a number of large farms which grew cotton primarily. So during the year, we'd spend time out in the field both tilling, planting, and harvesting. One of the farms near the school was this 1,000-acre spread that, like the others, grew mostly cotton, though sometimes they rotated to soybeans or silage, basically corn, but you don't harvest it. This farm had a long partnership with the school, so the students provided near free labor for the farmer. The farmer leased this property from some out-of-state owner and paid them a portion of the revenue from the harvest. Imagine my surprise then when I and many of my classmates arrived at the farm to do our work study, and the farmer instructed some to crew the sprayers and start spraying herbicide on the fields, while others, myself included, were to take tractors and discs and plow everything under. The farmer wanted every square inch of the fields returned to just dirt. We were shocked, to say the least, but after some discussion we set to work. It took us the better part of a weekend to do so, and when we were done, the field was in a beautiful, if barren, state. The farmer thanked each of us personally and paid us about $500 each, quite the sum for a 90s high school senior. We returned to the school, told our headmaster that the contract was completed, and he informed us that the farmer would no longer be working with the school, and we'd been sent to one of the other larger farms for the rest of the year and our work study. It was probably 2 or 3 months later before word started going around about why we'd been instructed to destroy the crop. Granted, these were just rumors, but based on how things turned out for the farmer, I suspect there's some truth to it. So apparently the landowner had decided that he was not going to renew the lease the farmer had on the land. This lease renewal just so happened to fall a few weeks before harvest season would start. Given that the average cotton farm earns about $1,500 per acre, a 1,000-acre farm would easily net the owner $1.5 million. About $500,000 of that being pure profit. I don't know what the farmer's lease was, but it stands to reason that it wasn't anywhere near that. So this landowner had figured out a neat little trick. Let the farmer get a good crop planted, and then refuse to renew the lease. The farmer would leave the plants in the field, and the landowner would just need to pay some contractors to come harvest it, and they'd earn a profit. Since at the time the farmer's lease wasn't up yet, he decided to prevent that from happening. His act of revenge against the owner was to prevent them from cashing in on their hard work. Sure, it destroyed his farm, and he had to sell off most everything he owned to buy some property for himself, but he'd proved a point. The owner did try to sue the farmer, though he, the owner, really didn't have a leg to stand on, or so I was told. I think the court ruled that since the farmer was still under the lease when he had the land tilled under, that it was his property to do with as he wished, and thus, the landowner couldn't tell him what to do with his property. I learned a rather valuable lesson from that man, beyond what I learned about farming. That lesson was, never ever cross someone with nothing to lose. Now, I don't know all that much about farming myself, so I was kinda glad to see that OP added a little bit of an edit onto the bottom. It says, since it was brought up in the comments, let me add some details here. Cotton is one of the few crops which leave a negative nutrient value in the soil, meaning that after harvest, even if you till the dead plants under, or even if you till them prior to harvest, you won't have as much nutrients as you started with. That's why farmers will plant another crop, usually winter wheat, in place, and then till it under rather than harvesting it. This is something commonly called a green manure, but it works to put nutrients that the cotton pulled out of the soil back into it. While the ground wouldn't have been completely dead or sterile, any crop planted on that tract of land without further treatment of the soil wouldn't have produced the same acre per acre yield that a comparable crop would have had he gone to harvest and planted the secondary crop. Which means that the landowner would either have to plant the green manure and spend money that way, or pay by the ton to use artificial fertilizer. Okay, so I went to the comment section on this one and it didn't disappoint. We've got to go through this one with you. It's a comment trail of gold, starting with, reap what you sow. There's no cash left with no till. This has been very informative. Even tractors were angry. You could tell that from their furrowed plows. I'm finding this thread quite irrigating. You could say his plans were soiled. You could say the farmer was intractable. Going a bit further down in the comments, I actually learned a little bit about farming from OP. There was a question asked of OP that says, was there nothing to harvest that could have been sold as premature crop? Harvest and haul everything the week before the lease is up? OP replied with, cotton doesn't work that way. With cotton, typically, you let it go to bud, and then, when the buds open to reveal the fibers, you spray a defoliant on the field to kill the plant. You let it stay in the field a couple weeks, mostly till it's dried out, and then harvest it. You don't do a staged harvest like with some crops. For example, with corn, you have two basic harvest methods. If the crop is still green, you can harvest it for silage. Silage being a kind of animal feed. In that case, you cut up the entire plant, stalk and all, and harvest that way. If you wait till it dries out and dies, you harvest instead for grain. Note, the reason you spray to kill the plant is so it doesn't drop the buds. If you didn't do this, the crop would simply fall off the plant and you'd be back to square one. This next story comes to us from Saida Majet. Using my parking space? All good, you will be using it forever. Let's jump right in. So, I'm living in Japan now, and here people ride bicycles a lot. You can't leave your bike anywhere, and you have to pay for parking, between $1 and $2 per day. There are very few free parking areas for bicycles. Most people leave their bikes at the same place, so they pay monthly because it's cheaper, and you have your own space. This started a couple of weeks ago. Someone in my building started having a guest who decided to steal my bicycle parking space whenever they came to visit. Sometimes they stayed the whole night, so I had to go to the station, pay $1, and come all the way home walking, which meant I would need to walk to the station the next day. Getting up earlier, walk like 20 minutes to the station while carrying my heavy bag. All the bicycle spaces have a number, which means they are reserved for someone. Mine is the 105, but this effer decided to take mine whenever they came to visit. The second time this happened, I told the building manager, but they didn't do anything. The third time, I saw the bicycle there. It was the same red expensive bicycle. I left a note in Japanese saying, please don't leave your bicycle here. This is my space and I am using it every day. I found the note taped with the tape I used to tape it on their bike to my parking space, and it had a couple of bad words in Japanese at the end. Basically, he was not only stealing my space, but making fun of me by insulting me. Fine. It's just fine. I probably wouldn't have done anything about it if he hadn't written those words. This triggered me and got the worst in me. This person did it again a couple of times, so I knew this would continue. I was thinking about buying another bicycle, a better, more expensive one I could use to go on cycling trips, so a good chain and lock was needed anyway. I bought one of the thickest they had at the store and decided to try its efficiency. I locked his bicycle next time I saw it there. It hasn't moved for the last 7 days. There were 2 notes. The first one was a very aggressive one, with more bad words and threats about going to the police, which I don't care. Let's go that way, buddy. Second note days later was an apology, and they begged for me to unlock the bike because they tried to break it, but they couldn't. I guess he has learned his lesson. I'm pretty sure he won't do it again, but I just want to enjoy this feeling of victory a couple more days. I will free it in 2 to 3 days, I guess. Now, OP clarified a couple of things at the end with an edit. It says, "Thank you very much for the awards, the support, and all the comments. You guys are amazing. In order to keep my name out of any legal issues, I changed parking lots. It is not as close as this one, but I could come back in a month or two, and I would be getting a new space, so it would be okay." I left a tiny and very discreet note saying I will free his bicycle in exchange for $100. I wanted to ask for more, but probably he wouldn't pay it. I wrote, "Tape the bill under the seat. I will wait a couple of weeks, and if he doesn't pay, I will take it out at night, as far as possible from the place, steal his seat, cut the brakes and tires, and all the other small pieces I can get or destroy. I can't steal the bike and dump her somewhere else because he locked it, so I would need to carry it. The lock I got is the thickest and one of the most expensive in the bicycle shop. You can't cut it with the normal tools because the thing is as thick as my finger. I'm pretty sure you need some kind of industrial tool to cut it. It would be easier to cut the parking device because the metal is thinner there. I think in this case, I would just leave the lock on the bike and request a new spot from the management. Literally just need to report to them that somebody's been in your spot and you need a new one, and then the management can deal with the removal of that bike. I'm guessing the fee to get it back from the management would be a lot more than what you're wanting to charge that person. Plus, you'd get to see them sweat it out a little bit longer while their bike's stuck there and they can't do anything about it. This next story comes to us from Attention. Oh, no, we'll leave it at that. Neighbor yelled at my mom with cancer. I got his car towed. Let's jump right in. Just so this story makes more sense, I live in a smallish gated community, and me and my neighbor's house are in the corner of the community, and our garages face each other, so we can't pull out at the same time, etc., cause it's a tight space. Our direct neighbors consist of a couple and their kids. The wife is nice enough, the kids are okay. But the husband, recently found out he's now ex-husband, is a total butthole. We'll call him Sam for the purpose of the story. We and the community HOA has had multiple previous issues with Sam. First was the night that he was in the house screaming obscenities at the top of his lungs to his wife in the garage. The cops were called, but nothing happened. The second was him illegally dumping a mattress outside our gate, which he was recorded doing on various Ring doorbell cameras and reprimanded. And then there was the incident with my mom. My mom, who had cancer at the time, was headed to an appointment, and she opened the garage to leave, and Sam's big truck was parked outside of his open garage, therefore blocking my mom from leaving. He was nowhere to be found. My mom sat patiently waiting for 15 minutes before honking her horn. Not even 30 seconds later, he emerges from his house and stands behind my mom's car, angrily screaming that my mom is a bee, and he knows we reported him for the mattress, which we didn't, and yelling F you, etc. at the top of his lungs, waving his arms in the air like an idiot. Finally, he gets in his truck and whips it around so my mom can leave, now late for the appointment. That's when we knew Sam was a complete butt. After the incident, we noticed more often that he would just park his truck in front of his garage, again, therefore blocking ours, and would disappear for 30 to 40 minutes. The final straw happened last week. I'm at work and get a Ring doorbell notification that my mom is entering through the front door, which was weird because that means she didn't park in the garage, she parked in one of the parking spots in the neighborhood. Yes, there are other public spots in the neighborhood that Sam could have been parking in. And in the background of the camera, I can see Sam's dumb truck once again blocking our garage. 30 minutes go by and it's still there and I'm fed up. I screenshot the video feed and send it to a member of the HOA and send a message outlining how this has been happening for months, blah blah. He screamed at my mom. And what did they do? Called a tow truck. F you, Sam. I've towed my fair share of cars that were parked in places where they shouldn't be. One thing you'll learn very quickly though, is that if you have a problem with somebody, call the tow truck a lot earlier. There's no point in having it happen for months. If they're blocking your garage, you have a right to get out. Call the tow truck, have them impound the car or truck, whatever's in your way, and then they're gonna have to pay a lot of money to get it out. This next story comes to us from Top Desert Ace. Thank you, Donacius, for reminding me of this fun story of revenge. Let's jump right in. I'm at work on break browsing PROREVENGE while I wait for the next plane to come in. I'm literally just a gas station attendant for aircraft. And I was reminded of a funny story while reading Donacius' locker thief story. Obligatory not my story, I was barely involved. Info leading up to the revenge. So back a while at my other job at an animal shelter, myself and a couple coworkers were talking, and one coworker mentioned that her son's car kept getting messed up in the student parking lot at the high school. So I asked why, and she said that apparently another student has it in his head that one particular spot in the student parking lot is his, despite there never having been assigned parking at that school. Now, this kid, who I'll call Little Crap, has a tow truck. Not even one of those big flatbed trucks, it's a crappy little beater pickup with a tow hook in the back. If you've seen the movie Cars, think slightly bigger than Mater. Anyways, whenever someone parks in Little Crap's spot, he then tows that person's car out and parks in the aforementioned spot, usually damaging the vehicle in the process. Well, while my coworker was telling us this, I said, you know what would be funny? Parking the Bearcat in that spot and weighing it down. It'd be effing hilarious to see that Little Crap try and tow that big chungus of a vehicle. The chief of police was chatting with us. The animal shelter in my hometown is considered part of the police department, and officers will occasionally visit us every once in a while. And he laughed and said, I would love to see that. The revenge. So, to start, the state I live in, according to the laws, moving a vehicle a certain distance without the owner's consent and without proper towing permits is considered vehicle theft. I was told this story a few days later, so here's how it went down. The police chief placed a bait truck in the parking spot and set up a couple undercover units close by, and the truck itself was weighed down with a crapload of cement bags. My coworker said she was surprised the truck didn't collapse under the weight. Sure as crap, Little Crap shows up, sees the truck in his spot, and attempts to tow it away. Now, the plan was for the undercovers to come out and arrest him right then and there. What happened was that Little Crap did a burnout trying to move the truck. He was successful for a few feet, at least the bare minimum for a misdemeanor, and then the back axle popped out of the tow truck. The undercovers came out and arrested Little Crap. The camera footage was obtained, which showed the roughly 100 other times he's done this, which of course only bumped up his charges. Now, I have to admit I didn't know what a Bearcat was, so I looked it up, and apparently it's an armored vehicle that some police stations use. Now, OP was asked in the comment section down below, why does your hometown PD need a Bearcat? And OP replied, sometimes crap happens. This next story comes to us from Ray Rex. A-hole tailgates me when I'm already speeding, so I set them up for a speed trap. Let's jump right in. I was driving home from a get-together and was going 65 to 67 kilometers per hour in a 60 kilometer per hour zone. Where I'm from, the police almost never pull you over if you're going 10 over or less, but will definitely pull you over for anything over that. All was well until I got closer to my area. It's less city-like and more rural, with the roads alternating between single and double lanes. I'm on a single lane speeding 10 kilometers per hour over when a pickup truck in my rear view caught my attention. They were going a tad bit faster when they caught up to me and promptly braked a meter behind me. I was like, okay, I'll speed up to 70, no big deal, but they continued to tailgate me. Upon closer inspection, I could see the mug of a very angry woman who had no understanding of personal space. What ensued was a full 5 minutes of them completely obscuring my rearview mirror with how close they were. I was tired and kind of hungover, so I really was not in the mood to be worrying about a potential car accident thanks to her driving. I was going to pull over to let her go around when Waze gave me a heads up that a police officer was reported up ahead. This was when I decided I'm gonna dole out some karma. I slowly dropped my speed from 70 to 60, now at the speed limit. This woman was furious. Why she just didn't pass me, I'll never know, but she was literally going slightly over the midline, yelling to herself in my rear view, flashing her full brights in a weird show-offish way to get me to go faster. I did this for another minute before Waze showed the cop was less than a kilometer away. I put on my turn signal, very slowly pulled over, and watched this woman flip me the bird as she whipped past me, disappearing over the hill, now going way faster than 10 kilometers per hour over. I continued on my way, getting up to 70 kilometers per hour when I cleared the hill to see flashing lights ahead. Jackpot! I drove with anticipation until I got close enough to confirm it was my friend from earlier. Not wanting to miss out on hitting her with our new secret greeting, I dropped down to 60 kilometers per hour, peered over, and flashed the bird back at her. I hope you enjoy the ticket, Karen. Ah yes, the tailgater. These are the kinds of people that I love to play around with. If I'm already 10 clicks over the speed limit and you're right up my butt, I'm gonna slow right down to the speed limit, but only when I'm in a no passing zone. As soon as I hit that passing zone, I'm going 15 clicks over, you better believe it. That person is getting stuck behind me for as long as I possibly can. Ha! Our next story today comes from another deleted account. Cheat on my dad, I ruin your life. Let's jump right in. So a little over a week ago, I caught my dad's adulterous wife at a hotel pool with a man I'll call Steroid Douche, or SD for short. Guess what they were doing? Hint, not swimming. So she and Steroid Douche have some history. About a year ago, she left my dad for Steroid Douche. This was just a mere 6 months after my father married her, so my dad let her go and started the divorce stuff. Unfortunately, she came crawling back to him before the divorce could happen. She claimed Steroid Douche beat her. Steroid Douche doesn't love her. She made a mistake, so my dumb dad takes her back. Now here she is only 4 months later playing tonsil hockey with Steroid Douche at a hotel pool when she should be at her office working. She didn't see my husband and I, so we took some super sweet pics and slipped out of there. I'm not gonna lie, I was super pissed. I was going to send the pics off to my dad right then and there. However, hubby and I decided that there was more that could and should be done. Now, I'll try to keep this brief, but there's something I need to add. My dad has supported this woman and her children for years, and she is not a cheap woman to have around. She has only very recently gotten herself a job, a very nice one in fact. She is actually in the process of owning about 1/3 of the business. My sisters and I have speculated that this recent success might be because of extramarital activities with the fairly wealthy, recently divorced business owner who spontaneously took my dad's wife under his wing. I'll call the business owner B.O. Now, I had no proof that she was cheating on my dad with business owner, only Steroid Douche. However, I figured it wouldn't hurt to reach out to business owner with my findings to see how he would react. Since she was supposed to be at work, she must have called off, so I called her office. Hi, this is OP. I'm calling about adulterous wife. Is business owner there? I should mention my dad's wife pretended to be a loving stepmom. She's not. Well, that also meant pretending to have a hard but endearing relationship with me. In fact, her office is plastered in pics from my Facebook of myself and my family. So people in her office know who I am and didn't have any issue with transferring me to business owner. Hi OP, is everything okay with adulterous wife? Well, kind of, it depends. How close are you really with my dad's wife? Excuse me? He totally stammered. Never mind, look, I'm gonna be straight with you. Adulterous wife is out with Steroid Douche when she should be there working. Silence. Hello? Why should I believe you? All you've done is lie about adulterous wife. Yeah, my dad's wife is a permanent victim. I'll send you some pics I took. Here's my email address. I send the pics and get no response. I decide to call Steroid Douche's gym, which is also my gym. There's been a pretty awful rumor going around about Steroid Douche. Apparently, he's been selling steroids to fellow gym members. So I told them Steroid Douche tried to sell me steroids there last week. This was a lie. I told them I didn't feel safe going there anymore, so I'd like to cancel my membership. They asked if I was going to go to the police and file a report. I told them no, that Steroid Douche was prone to anger and I didn't want to risk retaliation. They understood. Membership canceled. I know this seems irrelevant, but this gym takes these kinds of things seriously, especially when complaints result in an end of a membership. At the very least, they will be looking to cancel his membership too. So then finally, after all that, I send my dad the pics I took of his wife with a long drawn out message about support and love and whatnot. Now to the good part. It's been a week since I saw what I saw and did what I did. Here are the results of my half-butt sabotage. 1. Adulterous wifey lost her job and any chance at being a co-owner. Business owner trashed her crap in the office and actually made a huge scene, which led to a pretty nasty, heavily detailed review on a local Facebook rant page from a customer that was in the establishment. Our town is pretty small, so a review like that can be a bit damaging, and because of the contents, it really hurt adulterous wifey's image. Someone even shared a story about her husband having an affair with my dad's wife 3 years ago at her last job. Wouldn't you know it, Steroid Douche had rented out a locker at the gym. Since the waiver you sign to rent a locker allows the gym to open your locker whenever they feel necessary, Steroid Douche ended up getting his locker searched. What they found in the locker, according to the police blotter, was a freaking unregistered pew-pew. So poor Steroid Douche is going to prison, probably. Yeah, seriously, great way to BS myself into a win. Did I mention he's a felon? Haha, you can guess how that worked out for him. Bye-bye. My dad's wife is now living in a hotel. Between the pics, business owner firing her, and then Steroid Douche being sent away, my dad threw her butt out. She is super upset about Steroid Douche, hysterical to be more precise. She refuses to come see her kids, who are still living with my dad. My dad is being civil and trying to keep everything super calm for them. She doesn't seem to care about my dad or the kids at all though. She did give me a call, I let it go to voicemail. I couldn't really make out what she said, but between the shrieks and sobbing I caught, "I'm gonna kill you," and "You ruined my life." I might get a restraining order, I don't know yet. I'm kinda giddy about this. My dad will hopefully start being happier. Wait. So I know there's a whole big story here, but there's one thing that's just, it's weighing on my mind. You're telling me that you were able to cancel a fitness club membership over the phone? How? You're like a god. Our next story today comes to us from Link Hanford. Ruin my summer? Enjoy not going to university. Let's jump right in. This was a little over 10 years ago in my early 20s, but it's still one of my favorite stories of karma that suited well to my revenge. As a teenager, I got a part-time job as a lifeguard at the biggest pool in the city, if not the province. I was a hard worker, and over the years, I had every certification I could get. Over the summers, I'd often work on nearby beaches. One year, these rural beaches had a really hard time keeping staff, so they'd ask people from my pool to work there. It just so happened my parents had a cottage on one of the beaches, and I said, "Hey, I'd be interested in working at Middle of Nowhere Beach. It'd be peaceful, and I can come home on weekends if I want." I took the job, about 4 hours away from home for a 10-week contract. I was a lifeguard instructor trainer. I certified people to teach other people how to train lifeguards. At the time of this story, I was one of the youngest to have this certification. Most of my coworkers were going into their second year of working on this beach, and frankly, second year of being a lifeguard. It was going to be my first year working in this area. Basically, the head manager told me, "Look, it's your first time working out here. We need someone with your experience. We can't give you beach captain position on paper, but we are willing to pay you at a beach captain rate, plus extra for your certifications. And you can fill in as beach captain on days when the others can't. As far as we're concerned, you're an alternate. We just don't want to upset the locals more than we need to. Be advised though, you may need to work at a few other beaches out and around there. More pay, fewer responsibilities. Yeah, I guess I can take this one for the team." Here's what you need to know about this place. The area is naturally beautiful. This is one of the best drives on the continent. One of the top 10 islands in the world. Mountains to the left, endless ocean to the right, beaches everywhere. It's also one of the poorest parts of the country, and some communities have a mob mentality when outsiders come to work here. For the most part, my coworkers liked me and appreciated my experience, except for the one beach captain we'll call Maggie. Everyone employed goes to a training camp retreat. District managers go for 5 days, beach captains go for 4 days, and general staff goes for 3 days. I was only asked to show up for the general staff, did my thing, met my new coworkers. Maggie rubs me the wrong way and started calling me rookie, and then she left. Turns out she was graduating high school and had prom to attend. She didn't want to do the rest of the training because of all the after-prom parties. Okay, that's weird. I'm waking up at 7 a.m. to do a 10-kilometer run with everyone before breakfast, and you're passed out after a night of drinking. I'm annoyed, but if I could pull it off, I might do the same, no biggie. How could she pull off getting out of a mandatory training, you ask? She's a family legacy. Once upon a time, her mom was the beach captain, and now runs the local pool in the middle of nowhere. If you were certified as a lifeguard around here, you had to go through her. Maggie's sister was the beach captain, then district manager, and recently retired from the service and went to nursing school. Maggie was the next in line to do this. She was going to be awarded a scholarship through the lifeguard service for her school of choice. At the end of the summer, there's an AGM where they make all these announcements, but it was a well-known secret. Day 1 of the summer on the beach starts. We're setting up the beach, it's a half day, not many patrons around. We organize first aid kits, equipment, set up our hut, test the phones, etc. District manager, a local, arrives to inspect everything. He's happy, he's a buddy of mine, and as we're the last stop of his beaches to inspect, he hangs out with us. Day's up, and Maggie's mother shows up and tells her to start packing up for the swimming instructor symposium. Turns out, Maggie is leaving tomorrow for the Dominican Republic on her pool's dime for 3 weeks. That's 30% of the lifeguard season. She actually tells me, "See you in 3 weeks, rookie," and leaves. The district manager and I drop our jaws and wonder, WTF, why is this only coming out now? I help him out. We sit down and come up with a new schedule for the next 3 weeks. My supervisor filled in some of her shifts, and we even worked together a few times. Now, looks like I have to be a beach captain with the actual new guards at least 3 weeks. It was more work for me, but honestly, Maggie's departure was a blessing. I've hardly met her, but I doubt we're going to get along. She rubs me the wrong way. Those 3 weeks without her, I got a great feng shui, zen groove, and inner harmony thing going on. It was the healthiest mentally and physically I've been in my life. Of course, the lack of negative emotions directed toward me would not last. It ended the day Maggie returned, literally within the first hour of us working together. Maggie, my beach captain, started our day together by berating me in front of her friends. "Hey rookie, do you even know how to do CPR? I was watching you at training camp and you were doing it wrong. I need you to show me how to do it right now." You want me to show you how to do CPR? Sure, no problem. Could ask nicer, but whatever, I'll put up with this. We have to practice so much every day anyway. Then she drops this bit of information while I practice incorrectly. "If you don't have anything under them, you'll dig a hole in the sand." Maggie, this doesn't make sense, but whatever. It's not like I'm an instructor in this or anything, or have basic knowledge of physics, that pushing on sand isn't the same thing as digging. The whole day consisted of Maggie calling me rookie and being pointlessly rude in her critiques of my life-saving skills. Of course, it wouldn't be a good work story unless someone stole someone's lunch. "Hey Maggie, is that my lunch in your mouth right now?" "Oh, was that your lunchbox?" "Well, it wasn't your lunchbox, was it?" I'm the beach captain. You can't talk to me like that." This would become our daily routine on our shifts together. I began packing a decoy lunch with half-eaten items or empty wrappers. This gave me the opportunity to hide and eat my real lunch without her bothering me. By week 4, it's our mid-season evaluation. There's 2 parts, physical evaluation and professional evaluation. District manager does the physical, and it's straightforward. All employees show up at the beach before it opens. You run 4 kilometers, swim 600 meters, paddle 2 kilometers, etc. Apparently, I embarrassed Maggie. I was the most improved from start of the season to the end of the season. I was already in the top 25%, but now I was physically one of the top 5%. Maggie, however, got worse. A lot worse. She was mediocre, but in the general top 50%, but was now one of the worst physical guards, bottom 10%. Her times all were substantially lower. But luckily for her, it's not all physical. There's still the professional evaluation. The beach captain who works with you the most writes up your evaluation. You get a score out of 50. 10 5-point characteristics: punctual, customer service, safety, etc. You get graded and short notes are written to explain your score. At the bottom, there's a recommendation section on what to do or work on. One of the other beach captains who tolerated Maggie wrote her evaluation, and it wasn't all bad. Of course, Maggie was the one who wrote my evaluation, despite only working with me a few times. I don't get to see it, which is normal, and when it's done, she passes it in to the bosses. Once it's handed in, the district manager pulls Maggie and I aside. He rips it up in front of us and says, "Maggie, this isn't a real evaluation. You gave him all zeros. Your notes are incoherent, and in the recommendation section, you told him to leave and never come back. This is not acceptable. I've worked with him more than you did. I'm gonna write up the mid-season evaluation." Maggie breaks down in tears, plays the victim that the outsider is taking her job and she's protecting herself. Manager's not buying it, but ultimately goes easier on her. Temper's cool. I get a modest review with things to improve on. Right away, I knew this would happen again, and I'd need to make notes to defend myself. I have a reputation in the life-saving community I'd like to keep. Things got weirder after this. Aside from umpteen mentions of calling me rookie against my wishes, my notebook was getting filled with some highlights, including she stole my rooster ketchup with a green top and lathered her hot dog only to get upset with me. She wrote me up for poisoning her with hot sauce, though she really stole my sriracha. She took her top off in front of me and in full view of kids cause she had to air out the girls, went on a walking patrol down the beach for 2 hours, only to end up hanging out with her friends, drinking on the beach, and having a fire. Double no-no. Called her dealer to deliver joints to her while on guard, not even discreetly. I taught the junior guard some basic stuff. Once the class is over, she goes up to the parents and tells them I taught all the wrong things and it's actually done this way instead. On a particularly bad day, she berated the middle-aged gentleman with Down syndrome who normally brings treats to her because he didn't bring any treats on this day. Things were cartoonishly stupid. Why would someone act this way? Turns out she was also bashing me to the other guards. They'd regularly inform me of stuff like this. "Hey, just so you know, Maggie told me you hit someone's car with a hammer. Obviously you didn't, but heads up, she's telling locals about it." What did I get myself into? This is ridiculous. My summer paradise at the most beautiful place on earth is ruined by a succubus leeching off of inner peace. I was at my end. This isn't worth it. I want to go home. I'm belittled by an entitled brat, and I don't need this as much as they need me. I'm going to sleep it off, think with a clear head in the morning. Note, this place is a sleepy beach town. It's heavily wooded and not many cell towers. Reception isn't great. Also, it's a hot summer. I live alone. I hate pants. When I'm home, I'm probably naked. And the lock on the door isn't great. It works, but with a bit of effort, you can get past it. We basically put an exterior padlock on the door when we're away for extended periods. But hey, no one knows anyone's living here, right? Who's gonna come bother me in the middle of nowhere? 5:30 a.m. Bam, bam, bam. Huh? What's happening? Bam, bam, bam. Creak. OP, answer your phone. I've been calling you all night. Why are you naked? That's gross. You have to work at the beach further away today. I've got an appointment I've had scheduled for months and can't change it. You need to go there or I won't be back in time. Wait, what's going on? Why is she in my house right now? I thought to myself as I startled and jumped up, covering myself with whatever I could find. I raised my temper and got her out of my home as quickly as possible and say to myself, that's it, I'm done, this isn't worth it. I call my district manager, tell him the rundown of what's been happening lately. Initially, he thought I might be embellishing the truth a bit because it's all so ridiculous. He tells me if I go to work, there's 2 weeks left in the contract, he'll make sure Maggie and I don't work together anymore as long as I can stick around. Later on, I'm begrudgingly working at the further away beach and we get a call. It's the district manager. OP, I owe you an apology. I thought you were making this stuff up. Maggie just called to report you for being naked and yelling at her. As she explained this, she admitted to walking into your home. What do you want to do about this? District Manager, which beach captain or alternate has worked with Maggie the most this summer? Oh, looks like it's you by a fair bit. Is she allowed to do my end of season evaluation? No, because of what she did with your mid-season, we've decided that I would do it personally again. Okay, great. Who gets to do hers then? Well, you can guess where this ended up. As luck would have it, Maggie and I got to work together once more due to someone being sick. The whole time she's telling me, I'm gonna make your review so bad, you're gonna wish you never came here, rookie. At that point, I just smiled with a crap-eating grin. The summer may have its last dawn, but this will be the end of you, Maggie. Writing up Maggie's end-of-season evaluation was between the supervisor and I. The rest of the staff were unaware of this, so I used the final days talking to the staff. What's the weirdest thing Maggie did to you this summer? Here's the highlights. Stole the pretty boy guard's car keys at the end of the day to keep him around because she was flirting with him. He had to go right to the hospital to visit his mom. Gradually through the course of a day, she spiked the 16 guard's work water bottle with vodka. He'd never been drunk before and had to drive home. After hours, she went to a lifeguard girls' night out and skipped out on the bill. No, she wasn't invited again after that. I'm composing her end-of-season evaluation. I'm smart about it. I grade reasonably well with things. To her credit, she was good at. She improved her swimming skills, which is something after all. But everything else, I avoid grading a 1 as much as possible to avoid looking like I'm purposely out to get her. More than just grading, I'm providing written documentation to back this up. I've got my journal of hellish Maggie moments, my coworkers' experiences with her, and I've been smart enough to make copies of our notes from patrons with her mentioned. But the coup de grace, recommendations for next season. Recommended not to re-offer beach captain or alternate beach captain position next season. Recommended awarding scholarship to someone else in the service. Not long after this gets submitted, I get a call from the head boss, senior manager, who hasn't been made privy to Maggie and I's situation. OP, I've known you for a few years. I'm reading Maggie's end-of-season evaluation, and there are some serious allegations here. Her family will likely rebuke this and make it a problem for my office. Not giving her this scholarship sounds harsh. Do you have any documentation to back up any of this? Do you really think she deserves this? Well, sir, that's ultimately up to you. Here are notes and times from the entire team. Feel free to call any of them. Here's the footage from my trail cam of her breaking into my home at 5:30 in the morning. Here's the contact info for the Down syndrome gentleman whom she berated. Here's the report patrons have made about her. Oh, this is bad. Well, thanks for being so thorough with this. Epilogue. Well, word got to her she wouldn't be receiving her scholarship. Instead, it went to an incredibly nice and hard worker in another district. Maggie's mom complained for a while about come-from-aways taking all the jobs, but then she heard how Maggie treated the gentleman with Down syndrome. She may have been the town's princess, but that man was the salt of the earth and immune to any harsh treatment. Needless to say, Maggie didn't come to the AGM. The next year, I was knee-deep in my actual career and didn't re-enroll in the lifeguard service, but offered my services as a substitute. One of the guards I liked last year calls me to see if I can sub for them for a weekend. I decided I'll do it as long as Maggie isn't working. He laughs and says no, but she's on staff as a regular lifeguard. Well, Maggie wasn't working, but her cousin was. Uh-oh, this can't be good. Our first interaction was kind of amazing. Wait, are you OP? Yes. I prepare myself for a day of harassment. Oh man, you are awesome. Maggie and her mom hate you. They're so mean. Our family hates them. She's so entitled and makes us look bad. You're like a legend around here. Well, this is a change of pace from what I was expecting. We became friends over the course of the day, and she explains to me that Maggie thought her scholarship was a sure thing. Her mom pulled strings for her to get it, and it fell through. So she never saved any money for school. Maggie's plans of getting into nursing didn't work out. Maggie's mom took a lateral promotion in the life-saving world. that new position didn't last, and she was laid off only to go back to her old pool as the assistant to the person who took over her job. She wasn't able to pull any more strings after that. Last time I checked, Maggie went to community college and took a less expensive continuing care attendant course with the plan of eventually jumping over to nursing when she saved some money. Unfortunately for her, the instructors weren't crazy about her better than you attitude, and she was kicked out of the course sometime in second year. Last time I saw her, she was working at the summer ice cream stand by the beach I visited on a lovely vacation to one of the most beautiful places in the world. I don't understand how somebody that entitled can go into a nursing career. I mean, you have to actually care about other people, and she very clearly only cared about herself. Kinda glad she got kicked out of that program, cause could you imagine? The last thing I want to comment on this one is just how well written the story is. OP, you did a wonderful job. Our next story today comes to us from Major Moron 0851. Be a jerk about fixing my car. Hope you and your manager enjoy unemployment thanks to my dumb luck. Let's jump right in. Okay, so few things to start. I'm sorry this is long, but it's a lot of information to lay out the story. I think the revenge is pretty sweet though. Secondly, English is my first language, but I never did well with grammar. Sorry. Okay, so the story. In January 2018, my best friend, his girlfriend and I all went out. We took my car, but I got drunk, so my best friend drove us home. As we were approaching a roundabout, a driver from a side street pulled out in front of us, then slammed on their brakes, causing my best friend to swerve and hit the concrete median with both driver's side tires. We parked the car in a parking lot and Ubered home. Next day, I had the car towed to my personal mechanic shop. Insurance guy assesses the damage and my mechanic gets to work. He does everything he thought it needed, putting it on the alignment rack, and found out that the engine cradle had been bent in the impact and it needed a new one. He didn't have the capability to do this, so they sent my car to a different company. Let's just call it ABC Repair. ABC Repair outsourced the engine cradle replacement to Dickweed Shop, aka DS. Car goes, takes forever because the first cradle they got was bent, so they had to order another one from California. Dude ordered the wrong parts originally. Dude gets the cradle in on the day my rental car coverage expires. As a single dad, I needed my car. Also, this whole time the manager of ABC Repair Shop was not keeping me up to date on any of this, was dodging my calls, and anytime I did get him, he was rude to me. So, guy busts rear to get it in that day, test drove, and returned it to ABC Repair right before closing time, where I was waiting to pick it up. Dickweed Shop gave it a clean bill of health and handed over the keys. Here's where rude crap begins. So, the minute I left ABC Shop that night, there was something wrong with the car. Since I have a bit of auto mechanic experience, I assumed it was a wheel bearing. Next morning, I call my insurance adjuster, who tells me to take it back to Dickweed Shop and see what's up. So I call him up and say, hey, it's the dude with the engine cradle job. I think there's something wrong with one of the bearings. Yeah, I knew about that. So why did you give it a clean bill of health? I was being rushed to return it, so I just said it was fine. It wasn't critical, so what's the big deal? Okay, well, we need this fixed. Are you sure you know exactly what's wrong? 100% right rear wheel bearing. Okay, I'll call the adjuster and get it approved for repair. I have no more rental coverage, but I am going out of town this weekend and will not need my car Thursday to Sunday. I can drop it off then, does that work? Sure, no problem, see you Thursday morning. Dickweed Shop orders the bearing with insurance approval and all is well. I go in Thursday morning to drop off the car, and the conversation goes roughly as follows. Hey there, here's the keys. Now, if it's actually not what you think it is, or there's more, please call me right away. I'll call the insurance adjuster and get it approved since this is the only time I don't need my car for transporting my child. No worries, I'm positive it's what I think it is, but if not, I'll call. I head out of town. Have a great weekend, no call from Dickweed Shop. Monday morning comes around, and I am about to head out to pick up the car when I get a phone call from my adjuster. He tells me he just got off the phone with Dickweed Shop and he was informed that no work was done on my car all weekend. I was livid. I asked why, and insurance adjuster said he didn't know. Head down there and talk to the guys myself, so I did. I walked into the shop and dinged the bell. He walked into the office and said, "Can I help you?" as if he didn't even know who I was. Followed is the conversation. "Yeah, insurance guy tells me you didn't touch my car. What the heck happened?" "Well, it was the right front, not the right rear bearing like I thought, so I couldn't do the work since the right front wasn't approved. But I asked you to call me if it wasn't what you thought it was, and you said you would. Why didn't you call?" "Well, who's paying for this, you or insurance?" "That doesn't matter. I asked you to call so I could get it approved while I was out of town. Why didn't you call me?" "I don't have to answer you. It wasn't the approved work. I didn't do it. End of story." "Why didn't you call? I could have gotten it approved. Like I said before, I left for out of town." Dickweed Shop turns around, grabs my keys off the counter behind him, hands them to me and says, "Take your keys, take your car. I'm done dealing with you." I walked out pissed and across the street to his manager's office and asked to talk to the manager. On vacation until Wednesday. I'd leave my number and ask manager to call me. In the meantime, I get the car to the original mechanic who starts bearing repairs on all 4 tires. Approved by insurance as a "we're sorry for Dickweed Shop" experience. He also noticed that Dickweed Shop used the wrong strut in my car when he replaced the engine cradle and didn't put the rivets back in the plastic wheel well liner, causing the tire to burn a hole through it, which insurance approved, replacing both with the correct parts. Manager finally calls me at 4:45 p.m. on Wednesday after being busy doing payroll all day. "So, do you know anything about why I'm calling you?" "No clue, what's going on?" Begins to explain what happened when I returned from out of town. Then state the strut was wrong and the liner was ruined. Interrupts me. He couldn't have ruined the liner by replacing the cradle. "Oh, so you do know who I am. What actually happened?" "I never mentioned engine cradle replacement." "Well, I'll apologize for wasting your time, but I don't know what else you want me to do. Sorry." He hangs up on me. The revenge. Remember that trip out of town? Well, on my return trip, I was bumped off my original flight, then bumped from that flight to the only one that finally took me home. I get on the plane, find my seat, put in my headphones and start to settle in. Now, mind you, I was out of town for a party, and I was wearing a themed onesie. A gentleman in a business suit sits down next to me. I'm naturally an outgoing person, so I strike up a conversation. "Hey there, heading to destination for business or pleasure?" "Business. What do you do?" "I'm the regional vice president for ABC Repair Company." My eyes got huge. It was destiny. So I began to tell him my current experience up to me leaving for out of town. The butthole manager at his shop to the Dickweed Shop jerk they were subletting business to. VP was taking notes on my entire story. I swear his jaw was on the tray table. He was furious. He gave me his personal cell and email and told me he would be having a talk with the manager. He also had his company pay for 5 more days for a rental car since they ordered a used cradle and not a new one, which butthole manager decided didn't even ask my adjuster or me, which wasted 5 days. The next afternoon, after I pick up my car and had that experience, I got a call from VP. He wanted to make sure my car was fixed, and that he'd also found out there were more complaints about his manager who treated me poorly. The manager was hiding the complaints and they never reached corporate, so he was fired. I then tell him about my experience that morning with the guy not doing any work on my car while I was gone. That pissed him off too. He said he would be in touch. After I talked to Dickweed Shop manager on Wednesday, I called VP back and told him what happened. He said thank you for the information and hung up. About a month later, I had a question for VP not related to any of this, so I called him up, and I learned that they stopped giving their work to Dickweed Shop. And when the owner of Dickweed Shop found out why, he fired both Dickweed Shop mechanic and Dickweed Shop manager. So that's my story. Hope y'all enjoyed. Moral, don't be a douchebag, be honest, and you won't get bit by karma. So I've got to be honest, I don't normally swear in these videos, but this is too good to pass up. Did you notice in the story when the guy meant to say assess that it was written as asses? Insurance guy asses the damage. I just imagine some guy rubbing his butt all over the car with a quizzical look on his face. Damn it, Larry, it's assess, not rub your ass all over it. No wonder that didn't make any sense. Now put your pants back on and pray that no one else saw you. Our next story today comes to us from Chip on My Shoulder. Seriously upcharged a guy that upcharged my parents. Let's jump right in. My parents were renovating their house about a year ago, and they needed an electrician to move some lighting fixtures. Generally, I have a friend that's my go-to electrician for stuff like this, but my parents had hired a guy to paint the living room and needed this done quickly. My electrician friend happened to be on vacation, so he wouldn't be able to get out to me until after the painter was already scheduled to come. After referring with a couple of other friends, they recommended an electrician. We are all from the same country and happen to emigrate to the same small town, so people within our culture generally recommend other people from that same country. The electrician comes by for a quote. I've never met this individual, and he tells my parents that it's all based on the amount of time it would take and that he can't give them an exact quote because he doesn't know how much time it's going to take until the job is already started. My parents think this sounds reasonable and end up hiring him. Just as an A-side, I installed Nest cameras for my parents in their living room and facing their front door, so we had a good view of the area where the job was being performed. This job takes him about an hour, and he literally sat on my couch on his phone for about 5 hours, watching TV, kicking his feet up, waiting for my mom to get home so that he could show her the work is complete, and charge her like 6 hours for a job that took him about an hour, which I confirmed how unprofessional his behavior was on my Nest Cam. My parents didn't want to cause any friction, so they paid him for the amount of time he charged them. I believe it was like $500 for something that should have really cost $150 or so. Anyway, the lighting fixtures were installed, he received his check and went on his merry way. My electrician friend later confirmed that this guy had seriously upcharged my parents. A few months later, I decided to take a side gig selling solar as a 1099 employee. I was making decent money at my existing job, but I had a wide enough network where I could help people around me with generally good solar deals and make some good money for myself on the side. The company I connected with would give me my price on panels, including installation, as well as on the roof if a roofing job was required. My price was extremely good, and the way I made my money was by tacking on the fee at my end, built into the roof price and the per watt price of the panels, plus installation. Much like my parents found the electrician, this same electrician who I had never met found me, inquiring about a roofing job. I told him that I don't do standalone roofs, but that I could package something for him, including solar, which would get rid of most of his electricity bill. He said he didn't have the money up front for the roof or the panels, which is fine cause we can finance, and it started to sound like he was a little bit desperate as his roof was leaking and he didn't have the capital to fix it. Generally, when I go to a client, I try to keep the price down and make it more desirable for the client. I'd rather make less money than no money, so I generally make around $3,000 to $5,000 per install, which is a win-win. When I got the call, I thought the guy's name was familiar, and sure enough, it was the electrician who had helped my parents and left a bad taste in my mouth. At this point, I knew he was desperate for a resolution to his roof issue, and I knew he barely spoke any English, so my word was going to be gold. I set up an appointment to go meet up with him in about a week. I knew that I was going to upcharge the crap out of him due to the language barrier he would have with other installers, his desperation, and the fact that he upcharged my parents. I got the price quote from the installer that said the roof would cost about $10,000 for a strip and re-roof. This was a really good quote as the house was a multi-family unit and I was expecting the quote to come to around $15,000. They also gave me the price on the solar panels, which would be around $15,000. So the price I was looking at for the project was $25,000. Generally, in a good situation like this, I might have called in $29,000 total, got him a spectacular deal, make a couple grand and called it a day. But I was thinking, F this guy. So I adjusted the cost of the roof to $19,000 and the price of the panels to $21,000, half expecting that I would eventually need to come down on the pricing at some point. I went over there to meet up with him, proposed his setup, told him how good the quality of the roofing job would be, which is accurate, and that the solar system would virtually wipe out his electricity bill, and that I would get him set up with a 25-year loan to keep his monthly payment down. He agreed to this, was excited to get his roof done, and really didn't care much about the panels, but they were part of the bundle, and on we went. Once everything was installed, I was paid out on my deal and went to cash my $15,000 check. I went to my parents' house and gave them $1,500 each and explained to them what had happened and how I stumbled upon a $15,000 commission check. Just so it's clear, there is nothing shady about what I did. It was way more expensive than it needed to be, and everything was disclosed to him properly. He just paid more than he would have had to, even if he simply shopped around. But at the end of the day, it's well within my rights to charge whatever I want, like it's within the rights of the customer to tell me to F off. A big chunk of what he paid is covered by incentives, but he still paid way more than typical. Moral of the story, especially for contractors, plumbers, electricians, and mechanics, don't F people, because you're more aware of how things work than they are in a particular field, because you might end up getting F'd later tenfold. Not the butthole, he deserved it. Oh wait, wrong subreddit. OP, the big difference between you and this guy is you asked for and got a very good price and you delivered with a good service. He sat on the couch and committed fraud. Big difference. I love how you went back and paid restitution to your parents. That is absolutely admirable. Our next story today comes to us from Cadavatar, the epic of the not-so-sexy librarian. Let's jump right in. I got a job at the local library in the summer of 2016. Strap in, kids, because in order for you all to understand the true artistry of my revenge, this is going to be a long, delicious ride. At this time, I was a poor undergrad student who had just gotten out of an abusive relationship and was riddled with anxiety. In my new living situation, I had to earn more money than I was making as a tutor in the college writing center, so I applied to work part-time as a shelver in the mornings before I would go to class. Now, I said local library, but it's actually a bit more complex. The library system I was working for was one of the best in its area of the United States. We had a dozen or so branches. The main branch of the library had a coffee shop, an indoor theater, and a sub-basement full of books, along with a suspiciously well-kept underground bunker full of important state documents. I worked at a branch, and it was considered one of the larger branches, the second largest in terms of collection, and the only branch outside the main library equipped with a maker lab. I got this job by the grace of some benevolent god, and in part because I have a friend from college who worked in the maker lab that could vouch for my character. After a brief training period in the main library, I arrived for my first real day with a box of donuts for my coworkers in hand and a smile on my face at 6 in the morning. Unfortunately, my manager did not arrive on time. Enter the children's librarian, who did show up early to set up for story time and let my anxious butt inside. Enter our antagonist, who I will refer to as my least favorite character from Friends, Monica. Monica did not like me from the start. This is in part due to circumstances beyond my control, which I found out after the fact. One of her friends had applied to shelve at the library, but did not get the position because Monica's vouching did not carry as much weight as my friend's, as well as the fact that I was better qualified. She also did not like me because, and I cannot make this up, I brought donuts. See, she worked 2 jobs, one as a barista at the coffee shop and bakery across the parking lot, along with her job as a circulation assistant at the library. She was reportedly quite unhappy with my decision to bring donuts from a competing breakfast chain, while everyone else passed on her bagels. Side note, who even likes bagels, really? Fortunately for me, I didn't see much of Monica at this time. She worked a mid-shift since her mornings were at the coffee shop, so she was coming in when I was clocking out. This still didn't stop her from making sure I was aware of her disdain by taking up space in front of my work locker while she was coming on shift. So I would have a hard time getting my things and leaving in time to make my classes, or my second job. A few months passed, and around Christmas, a couple of our part-time branch assistants decided they were going to retire. This left us in a bind. We had 2 positions to fill, and we were coming up on holiday break, which is a busy time for the library. I had only been working in my position as a shelver since late summer, but something in me read 4 shots of Jack Daniels at 2 a.m. led me to apply for the position anyway. Again, by the grace of some benevolent God and the recommendation of several people, I got the job. This is a good place to fit this in as well as any. My assistant manager was a good-natured sort of guy who had only started working in his position a couple of months before me. I was the first person he ever trained for both shelving and for an assistant position. The unfortunate truth was that my being trained by someone who was still in training himself showed. My ability to do my job was also hindered by Monica, who tried multiple times to sabotage me. She would tell me the wrong information or stay quiet if she knew I was misinformed. The problem was that this would backfire on her. Monica would tell me something untrue, and when I would be corrected, I never let her get away with it. Part of the reason I had gotten the position of circulation assistant is because I turned in a programming outline for a weekly anime club at the library. I know, I'm a nerd, but you're on Reddit, so... And it had been approved, but stalled in implementation. I was seen as a figure who could help revitalize our teen programming by our children's librarian. Another blow to Monica, who was in charge of the current programming for teens, which amounted to nothing more than an after-school study hall. Again, we were the second largest library branch in our system. We were expected to do better. Encroaching on her teens was nothing short of war, even though I pointed out she had other responsibilities that were piling up around the library that stagnated when she was doing her glorified babysitting. I also got chosen for assignments that made me popular with the library staff. When other branches were short-staffed, our branch would be asked if we could send some people to help pick up the shift. I was given this task quite a bit in the winter for a rather stupid reason. I drove a Jeep, and so my 4-wheel drive was ideal for driving unplowed roads. Monica, in comparison, took public transport, so her chances of getting chosen were slim to 0. This also meant I picked up more friends at the other branches. What can I say? I'm charismatic. It helped that I wasn't on my phone all the time, something that Monica had been reprimanded for pretty regularly. I'm not talking a couple checks here and there throughout the hour. I'm talking every 5 minutes. Texting, checking Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, Vine, etc. She did it behind the desk, she did it in the back, she did it on the floor between the stacks, she did it checking in books, and part of the reason she loved watching the teens was because she could be on her phone practically uninterrupted for an hour and a half. At one point, she lost her phone, used the library phone to call it, and then, when that didn't work, got on the phone with her sister to activate her "Where's my phone" feature from home, which meant we were slammed up front while she walked her sister through the process. Now that you have the background information and your FedEx order of Chekhov's guns, here's how this bee got our assistant manager fired. I processed a library card wrong. There was a patron who came in and through a series of wacky circumstances involving a former security action on him and a very generic milquetoast name, I mixed up some library accounts, put a new card on the wrong account, and then had to start a new application with a new card. All told, I spent half an hour getting this guy a card, and then had to go on my break immediately because I was 20 minutes from leaving and needed to get my 15 in before I left. In the rush, I left the dead library card on the counter. When I went back, it was gone. I panicked. I looked everywhere for it in the 10 minutes before I had to leave to go to class. I couldn't find it, and when I left, I was so consumed with anxiety about wondering where it went that I neglected to tell anyone what had happened. A big mistake, but anxiety is a hell of a drug. When I came into work a couple days later, I found out through an email it had been discovered, slotted back in with the other new unassigned library cards. I knew for darn sure that, of all the places I could have put it, it wouldn't have been there. I realized the person working at that computer when I had come back off my break was Monica. How does this translate to our assistant manager getting fired? Well, I had been the first and only assistant that he trained, since we hired our other assistant internally, and this was a capital big deal, so my F-up was a mark on his record as well as mine. It was around this point that I left the library. I was starting to get heat from my manager for some other unrelated issues involving mental health days, and I was promoted at the college writing center, making better pay. So I decided to cut my losses and leave. Apparently, they fired my assistant manager not long after, and he was forced to uproot his family, who had already moved so he could work at this job, and move to another state. Part of that was my F-up, I'll admit to that, but the majority of it was because it looked like I had hidden the card after the fact. Fast forward to January of 2018, and take the safety off those pew-pews. This is where we start getting wild. I'm scrolling through Twitter on my lunch break, and a notification pops that someone has liked a chain of tweets from almost 4 months earlier. That's weird in of itself, given I was very active on Twitter at this time, and those were buried by at least 500 more tweets. They were also about how I had talked to someone who worked at the library, and they had left soon after I did, and I was venting about poor leadership. It was very off-brand for my Twitter. I checked out who had liked them, and to my surprise, it was, of all people, Monica. I scrolled through her account and noticed some very interesting things. You see, the Twitter account she had used to like those tweets was a not safe for work BDSM account. Quelle surprise! I saw much more of Monica that day than I frankly ever wanted to see. But then I looked closer at some of the pictures, and despite wanting to use bleach for eye drops, I screen capped a couple and saved them on my laptop before going back to work. Later that day, I sent her a message through Facebook. To be honest, I wanted to know how she found me on Twitter. At that time, I wasn't using my real name, and I was posting a lot of incendiary things about the government, the kind of thing you want to stay anonymous for. In short, I was surprised she had tracked me down and needed to figure out where the leak was. When I approached her about it, she got nasty with me. She told me nobody cared about what I was writing, that I shouldn't talk crap about her work family, and that I only left the library because I couldn't hack it. Then she blocked me. So I was pissed. I remembered months of enduring abuse from her, how she'd blocked me from making teen programming better just because she wanted some time on her phone, how she'd gotten me in trouble and my boss fired over some petty BS, and all the other microaggressions too plentiful to list, and I decided, alright B, it's on. I went back online after taking a breath, and she must have realized her mistake because she had blocked me on Twitter and locked her account. That was fine by me because I had already gotten what I wanted. The pictures of her that I had saved, those were taken at the library. See, since we're a rather large branch, we have some pretty recognizable features in the library for anybody who's ever worked there or even walked inside. She had taken some pictures of herself topless in the back cubicles. There was one picture of herself in her underwear in the stacks, evident by the carpeting pattern, and, most damning, a picture of her flashing her butt with the children's section windows in the background. I gathered all these pictures up, wrote an email as a concerned anonymous patron to the HR department from a burner email, sent it, and sat back in wait. The effects were pretty darn immediate and started toppling like dominoes. She was fired in a record 2 days, and my friend in the Maker Lab told me she was escorted from the building. None of the other workers knew why, but word spread through the other branches because they had to bring people in to staff her position, which meant rotating cast of faces coming in and wondering why she'd been fired so immediately. Usually, even in firing people, the library would give them 2 weeks so the position could be filled. Eventually, someone subbing in must have had a contact in HR because that's when I started getting messages from literally everyone I ever worked with, all at the same time asking me, "Did you know Monica was making adult material in the library?" But remember that children's librarian who let me in on my first day and had recommended me for my promotion? And remember how Monica's other job was at the coffee shop across the parking lot? Well, after the incident with Monica and my assistant manager getting fired, that had a negative effect on my manager's record, so she was fired as well. As the librarian with the most seniority, the children's librarian was appointed interim manager. She had also heard the rumor about Monica, but wasn't aware of the details until she got access to those records as the new manager, and saw that Monica had taken pictures, and that some of those pictures were in the children's section, which she was, as you might imagine, fiercely protective of. As it just so happened, the owner of the coffee shop across the lot went to her church, so she found him after service and told him about why Monica had been fired from the library. Apparently, there had been a couple of incidences at her other job where she had disappeared into the walk-in with her phone, and some employees thought they saw her in compromising positions, but were never sure, so they could never take action on it. After being told about why she'd been fired from the library, and that she had been exposing herself again in the children's section where his grandkids play and pick out their books, he also fired her. But wait, there's more. Monica had also been doing well enough at the library and the coffee shop that she'd finally bought herself a car. Great news, except that once she lost both her jobs, she couldn't afford the payments. Trying to get a new job was also difficult, given that her past employers weren't shy about giving her bad references and explaining why she was fired. So her car got repossessed after she missed too many payments. She had also just applied to college where I was working, so she could get an English undergrad, then a master's in library sciences. She ended up having to withdraw since her scholarship was revoked after she was fired, and she no longer had a reliable way to get to campus. No job, no car, kicked out of college before she even took her first class. Could Monica's life get any worse? Oh, it could. Turns out, her boyfriend wasn't aware of her taking these pictures and posting nudes of herself on the internet. When he found out from one of her former coworkers at the library why she'd been fired, turns out she had lied to him about it. The two of them broke up, and guess where she had been living? So, she ended up moving back in with her mom, who I'm sure was really curious about why her daughter had been having such a streak of bad luck. Sorry, Monica. Looks like no one told you life was gonna be this way. Now, somebody down in the comments asked OP if they had confessed to the library card ordeal, and they said, yes, they probably should have clarified, but the post was already so long. I didn't know until after I had left my job that my mistake had caused problems for my assistant manager, but yes, I confessed to it. When I had come into work that day, I had already sent a text to my manager letting her know I needed to talk to her about something involving a library card, so she knew something was up even before it had been discovered. When I clocked in, she wasn't working yet, and I saw the email from another circulation assistant and knew, this is gonna be a crap day. And I wasn't wrong. I made it very clear to them that I didn't hide it, but that was difficult to prove given where they found it, and that I had left without saying anything. I couldn't exactly prove my coworker had taken it either, even though I was certain she had. Making the mistake was one thing, but hiding it seemed to be the tipping point. Also, not to badmouth my assistant manager, as he was a genuinely good guy, and he's good at his job where he is now. I'm pretty sure he's a full manager. Unfortunately, it wasn't as if the one strike had been the ball game. He had other problems too, from my understanding. It's a shame, really. I liked him a lot. Well, OP, you made a mistake, and mistakes happen, we understand that. But covering up a mistake, or not saying something about it, that's probably where you went wrong. Now, OP, one last thing, I think you should provide a link to these photos of Monica, just for research purposes. Our next story today comes to us from a deleted account. Duplex Destruction. Let's jump right in. A little over a year ago, I moved to a smallish town. I found a decent duplex on the outskirts, plenty of room for just myself. When I spoke to the landlord, or landlady I guess, she had implied that she'd had quite a few other people look at the place, but that these weren't the sort of people she wanted moving in. It was heavily implied, though never explicitly stated, that she wouldn't allow minorities to move into her duplexes. I really didn't care, as it was none of my business, and as long as I could get the place, I was happy. So I moved in a week later, and at first, all was well. I work Tuesday through Saturday, 8 to 5 every week, though I frequently get off later than 5. My job consists of driving a company truck and going to customers' houses to fix their crap. I sometimes deal with as many as 10 different people a day. At the end of the day, the only thing I usually want to do is go home and veg out in front of my computer. The last thing I want to do is interact with other people or have to deal with a bunch of noise. Unfortunately, my neighbor was running her own daycare next door, watching as many as 10 or 12 kids in her little 1,000 square foot unit. She would allow these kids to run wild. My typical Monday, which was one of my weekend days, would consist of waking up at about 7 a.m. to the sounds of kids banging on the walls and jumping on furniture and hearing my neighbor scream at the top of her lungs. This would go on all day until about 7 p.m. with no respite. Now, I knew when I moved in that she ran her own small daycare, but I didn't think it would be a problem. After all, I used to watch kids as well, only I was good at it, and I made sure the kids I watched were well behaved. Naturally, I assumed that someone running their own daycare would have the skills to control the kids. Not so. After a few weeks of this, I ended up losing my patience. I knocked on my neighbor's door and engaged her in small talk. I didn't want to immediately tell her to shut the F up, so I just made it seem like a friendly chat. During the small talk, I realized that this bee was nuts. This was the first time we'd ever talked, and within just a few minutes, she was telling me that she had an STD. I quickly forgot her name, but I always refer to her by the nickname I gave her, Crotch Rot. Well, after a few minutes of conversation with Crotch Rot, I decided to broach the subject of excessive noise. I started out by asking her if I was noisy, and assuring her that if I ever became noisy, she could ask and I would quiet down. She assured me that she never heard a peep from me. She then asked me if she was noisy, to which I replied that there was an awful lot of noise during the day while she was watching kids. Now, I'm still trying to keep things civil and friendly, but things are starting to go off the rails. She apologizes and tells me that running a daycare is a noisy business. She explains that this is her only source of income, and she has no choice in the matter. I ask her if she's able to keep the kids from banging on the walls at the very least, to which she replies that she's one person with 10 kids, and she can't be everywhere at once. At this point, I realize that being Mr. Nice Guy isn't working. This filthy bee is just going to keep making excuses and avoiding the issue rather than actually trying to do something about it. I suggest that she either hire on some help or take some lessons to learn to better deal with young children. She suggests I move somewhere else, and that it was stupid to move in when I knew the next door unit was a daycare. Well, at this point, I'm just pissed. This bee does a crappy job of running a daycare and handling children and has the nerve to call me stupid. I decide to go to war. Before going back into my own unit, I make one more statement. Do you have a license to run a daycare? Well, it turns out that Crotch Rot is good friends with Landlady, and at the beginning of the next month when Landlady comes to collect rent, she serves me an eviction notice, giving me 30 days to leave. Her explanation is that I'm causing tensions among the other tenants and being a troublemaker. Keep in mind, the only other tenant I've spoken to has been Crotch Rot. Well, neither of these bees know who they're effing with. I'm the last person to just bend over, especially when I feel that something unjust has been done. I do my research and learn about my state's childcare laws. I learn that there is a limit to how many children an unlicensed facility can care for, which is also based on how many caregivers there are. I also learned that there are certain requirements, such as state workers inspecting the facilities and doing background checks on the caregivers. All of that licensing information is public domain, so I do a search, and sure enough, my neighbor is unlicensed and illegally watching children. After that, I do some research on housing equality laws in my state. Turns out it's illegal for anyone, even a private owner, to discriminate against potential tenants on things like race, sex, religion, etc. First things first, I call up the Department of Child Protective Services and report my neighbor. I explain that she's unlicensed, that she's clearly unable to handle the children she's watching, and that I frequently hear banging and yelling coming from her unit, which has me concerned for the safety and well-being of the children. A bit of a fib there, but I figured I should spice it up a bit. Well, much to my surprise, it only takes about an hour before 2 CPS agents and a couple of police are pulling up in front of the duplex. They force Crotch Rot to call each of the parents to come pick up their children, then explain to the parents that if something were to happen to their children, that they could be held liable for leaving their children with someone who isn't equipped to handle them. Crotch Rot ends up getting slapped with a hefty fine and an order to appear in court. For the first time since I moved into that duplex, I was happy for the thin walls. I just sat there drinking a few beers and listening to all the chaos. It went on for hours. I slept like a baby that night. So phase 1 of Operation Duplex Destruction was complete. Crotch rot was ruined. I destroyed her only source of income permanently, caused her financial distress in the form of a fine, and got her in trouble with the law. It was time to proceed to phase 2. By now, most of my stuff was packed and I'd found a new place to live a few miles down the street. A couple weeks after moving to my new place, I invited a few of my coworkers over to have a few beers, though I had ulterior motives. It just so happens that I invited 2 black coworkers and a white coworker. After we'd had a couple of beers, I explained the real reason I wanted to get together. I'd been working on a plan to get back at some racist sea of a landlady, and I was ready to put the plan into action. Fortunately, me being such a likable guy and on great terms with all my coworkers, they were more than happy to go along. I went ahead and had one of my black coworkers call up the landlady and ask about her for rent listing and set up a time to meet her and check the place out. I instructed my other black coworker to wait a couple days and do the same, and instructed my white coworker to wait until the end of the week to do the same. A week and a half came and went. During that time, all 3 of my coworkers had met with the landlady to check out the unit. She told my 2 black coworkers that she'd already found another tenant and sent each of them on their way. But when my white coworker showed up later that week, she told him that she hadn't found anyone to rent yet, but that she'd had some unsavory characters show interest. Well, this was more than enough for me. I got in touch with my state's Commission on Human Relations Department. I explained that I had referred a few friends to check the place out, and that the owner of the property was blatantly refusing to rent to minorities. I also called up the NAACP and explained the situation to them. It's now been about 2 months since all of that happened. I checked back with the NAACP this morning to ask for an update on the situation. Racist landlady was slapped with a fine and is currently being sued by the NAACP for tens of thousands of dollars. Operation Duplex Destruction is a success. This revenge was expertly executed. I mean, come on, get the evidence, give it to the various government agencies, sit back and watch the professionals get revenge for you. What else could be better? Our next story today comes to us from a deleted account. Revenge on cheating wife, now ex, as well as the karma that came afterwards. Let's jump right in. So, I am in the army and I was married. I was approaching my first deployment to Iraq. It was very stressful and it had my wife wanting me to find a way to stay and not deploy. Obvious things any wife would try to talk about. Anyways, so we have no kids but both want them, so we talk about getting out of debt while I'm gone. She talks to her best friend back home in another state where we are both from. Her friend agrees to let her move in and charge a modest $300 in rent so that we can get out of debt and start a family when I come back. A plan I was actually very pleased with. I deploy, she is there crying her eyes out saying she will miss me and loves me and we will start a family when we get back. Fast forward 2 months, she starts acting distant, not wanting to talk much on our scheduled calls or text back 1 or 2 word answers. We've been together 6 years. She is never at a loss for words. Anyway, one day she says, I need some space. She asks someone who is 10,000 miles away for space. I ask why. She says she just needs space. She wants to find herself. So I remember back when we lived at home, she had a guy who was always being borderline inappropriate. I'm not a very jealous person and I trust her. So I start seeing said guy in basically all her pictures she posts with the group. Every time he is in the picture, everyone else changes but never him. So for the first time, I'm very jealous and uneasy about everything. So I clone her phone so I receive every text she receives as well as every text she sends. I'll never forget the first text I saw after cloning her phone. Hey babe, I'll see you after work. Want me to save you any of my leftovers? From her to him, it destroyed me. I lost 35 pounds in a week. I didn't eat or sleep. I stared at the phone watching every conversation, watching them talk about trying to have a baby. It was literally everything a married person fears. I ask her if she's seeing someone and she says no she isn't. She is taking care of herself and she loves me, blah blah. I don't say anything about receiving her texts for 2 months. Over this time, she finally admits cheating and that he is so much better than me at sex. treating her right, and he does what she wants. During this time, she pays our debt off, gets tattoos with him, matching I love you tattoos, goes to shows with him, buying clothes, etc. with the money I'm making. So this is where revenge starts. I put a freeze on the account for a month. In that time, I change every password to every account to things she won't guess, army jargon, slang terms. I block her on Facebook and my phone so she has no way to contact me. She lost her car to repo a few months later, got kicked out of her place, had to sell her prized shoes and purses just to stay alive. I then find out she had got a job at her old restaurant. So I post all the text conversations I have with her and the guy talking about having babies that have timestamps on it, as well as post conversations we had with the matching timestamps showing all of our friends what she has done. I then have friends call and complain at her job constantly on both him and her. They work at a restaurant, so I also have friends dine and dash. They both get fired. So she tries to call my command and tell them that I am abandoning her and she can't provide for herself. My commander knows what is going on. He does nothing because he had something similar happen. Then, about a month before I come back, she calls me from another number to tell me she is pregnant with his kid. Mind you, I'm still gone, so we cannot get divorced yet. She moved away with him 10 hours from me. April 24th, 2018. She calls me 5 months pregnant, crying uncontrollably, asks me where she should go. Apparently, they have a giant blow-up fight. She tells him she is leaving. She says she doesn't know where to go, and I simply say, sorry, not my problem anymore. Fast forward January of this year, she calls me from a mutual friend's phone. He hit me, I don't know what to do. Maybe you don't cheat on your husband when he is deployed. For some guy who talks a big game, well, I guess you are happy about this? No, but I'm glad I know I'm not the bad guy in this story. And then the next month, he's cheating on me with 2 girls. I'm sorry. I regret everything I did. I effed it all up. Yeah, you did. All in all, this woman destroyed my life, put me into a deep depression I'm still dealing with. But I do feel a little better having proof that I wasn't the problem. To think if this happened even 10 or 5 years ago, I would have come back to an empty bank account, an empty house, as well as seeing my then wife pregnant with another man's baby. She actually hit me up yesterday to ask for some money to help cover rent. So they split up, she had a baby with somebody else, and then she still asked you for rent money? I hope the answer was just complete silence, or even laughter, because it's a joke, right? Our next story today comes to us from Deadly Gerbil. Bad landlord scams his tenants, goes to jail. Let's jump right in. Many years ago, when I worked for a rent-to-own company in a small town, there was a little apartment complex which we made frequent deliveries to, and just as frequently had to repo from. It had been a motel when it was built, and the owner turned it into apartments by just making doorways in the walls between rooms, putting a kitchen and a living room in one and a bedroom in the other. The place was very run down and apparently pretty inexpensive. And based on a few things customers said, it seemed that the majority of the tenants moved in there for short times. I figured it was because they were waiting for prefab houses to be financed and delivered, since the vast majority of housing in that town was mobile homes. Turns out I was wrong, but more on that later. Between deliveries and pickups, we were visiting this place multiple times per month, but the landlord wouldn't let us park the truck in the parking lot to do it. It was a motel parking lot, so there was way more space than the tenants needed, and plenty of room for our truck. But the minute we pulled into the lot, the landlord would come running out of the office and yell at us to get the truck off of his property. We were still allowed to deliver and such, we just had to carry the couches and old-style rear projection big screen TVs across the gravel lot from a truck parked on the street. It was more than a little annoying. Then the day came that I was visiting some customers, a young couple, to have them sign an extension because they couldn't make their payment, and I saw an eviction notice on their door. I knocked, they answered, and then they, too, saw the notice. They explained that they needed the extension because they were behind on rent, but the eviction was unexpected because they were only 2 days late. The notice gave them 1 week to move out. They signed the extension and I left. a little suspicious because that didn't seem right to me. A few days later, I got a call from the couple saying they needed to return the stuff they'd rented because they were being evicted and had to move to a motel. I told them to wait there, I'd be over in an hour. My wife had worked in the rental office of our previous apartment complex, so I knew some tenant laws. When I checked after getting the extension signed, I found that evictions couldn't be served with only a week notice. They had to give 30 days for the tenants to pay or move out. If they moved out, the landlord could take any unpaid rent out of their security deposit. This was a small town with lots of mobile homes, so I'm guessing the law was to prevent people being evicted from rented land on which they had a mobile home they owned, but it applied to apartments too. Normally, I'd have considered this none of my business, but everyone in our store hated that landlord and wanted to get back at him. So I printed out the applicable rental law pages from the town's website and drove over to the apartment complex. There, I knocked on the door of every one of our customers living there, which was about half of the 20 or so apartments, and gave them a copy of the law. While doing this, I learned that the landlord had been evicting people like that for being even a day late, then keeping their deposits, citing the very law I was giving to my customers, just not the part about 30 days leeway. He charged rent in advance. You paid for the next month at the end of each month. So people were losing their deposits over being 1 day late. On top of that, the landlord wouldn't accept late payments, even if they were before his scheduled eviction time, because he made more money by evicting people and moving someone new in since he kept all their deposits. I told the couple that had started all this that if I were them, I wouldn't move out, and I'd contact a lawyer or at least the city housing department and file a complaint. They were worried because the landlord had said he'd have the sheriff's department evict them if they didn't move out in time. There were no local police, small town, but I said that even if the landlord called them, I doubted they'd actually evict them if they cited the law. That was about all I could do, and I hoped it'd be enough. It was. The couple came in a few weeks later to pay for their rental furniture and to thank me for all of my help, telling me the landlord had just been arrested. They'd filed a complaint, and when the landlord called the sheriff to evict them, it had kicked off an investigation. I never learned what exactly the charges were or what happened to the landlord, but the complex ended up under new ownership, and the new manager had no problem with us parking on their property for deliveries. Also, the number of our repos and deliveries there suddenly dropped because people were no longer being evicted constantly. Between that experience and other stories I've read online, I never cease to be baffled and annoyed that people don't know their rights as tenants. Check your laws, don't take a landlord's word for anything, and stand up for yourself. If people would take some time to educate themselves a little bit more on things like tenant laws, there would be a lot less problems with landlords like this in the future. Your best defense is a good offense, and you can't put up a good offense unless you know what you're talking about. So I implore you, if you're somebody who is renting right now, make sure you check out what your tenant laws are in your particular area. You never know when you might need them, or you might even be getting screwed now and just not know it. This next story comes to us from Nanobot0991. Torture a student and lose your whole career in the process. Let's jump right in. Hi Redditors, first post and longtime reader. This happened to me at a healthcare facility a few years ago. I work in a healthcare facility with different disciplines, and we have the main clinicians and assistants as well that do treatment. For the longest time before COVID, clinicians would take students from schools because they need to have some on-hand experience before they graduate and get to take their state exams. So I am the supervisor of the health clinic and am in charge of all the clinicians. Even though they're fairly independent, they have to report to me, and I in turn report for the whole clinic. This starts with Dory. She has a lot of friends in one of the prominent universities here. She's very well connected with them. She graduated from there, is involved with their activities, and just active in the school in general. I've known Dory for years and have worked with her before, but she was never directly under my management because her home clinic was another location she would just help out. I would hear things about her, the way she treated the assistants that worked under her, a rudeness towards other clinicians, and some sketchy stuff about basically fraud of billing for services not rendered. This is a big no in healthcare, but it happens more than you think. Anyway, I had no proof of this and all the patients at my clinic had not voiced any complaints. Anyway, Dory had started taking students in and she was moved at my clinic. When she came there, she was still helping at another clinic not too far away. Dory accepted a student from her university to follow her and learn from her and slowly integrate into clinical treatment. This is where Hannah enters the picture. A very shy girl, did everything you asked of her, but because she was so shy, and also being a new student, she's unsure if the treatment she's administering is the appropriate one. That's why you have people like Dory to be next to you and counsel and guide you. After the first few weeks, I started noticing Hannah would be in the clinic and we'd be doing treatments without Dory being around for a few hours. This isn't allowed because the instructor should be around at all times to supervise their students. After a few times of noticing this, I brought Dory and Hannah into my office and said this cannot happen and is not allowed. If it happens again, I would have to report it, and this was not something I wanted to do. If I did report it, the student would lose their clinical placement and would have to wait 6 months until the next placement, which pushes back the graduating date. A few weeks go by and things had been fairly normal. The student would be in the clinic sooner, but would not be performing treatment. She would, however, shadow other clinicians, but Dory was still coming in later than usual. One day, as I'm walking by Hannah, I see that she's on the billing menu. In order to be on that screen, you would have to be clocked in, otherwise the system won't allow you to do it. I call her to my office again, and I sternly tell her that I had specifically said she couldn't treat patients, and she doesn't have a clock-in username and password. Hannah proceeded to tell me that Dory had told her to clock in for her and start billing patients before services were rendered. Continues to state this had been going on for the whole time she had been a student. Now, I don't see the billing until the next day, but I don't have a clock of when the billing was submitted. I tell Hannah that this was strictly not allowed, but I need more information before I make a decision. I call Casey, the other clinician, into my office and she proceeds to tell me that Hannah goes home crying and bawling every single night due to Dory threatening to fail her as a student if she didn't do all of these things for her. Dory had used her leverage in her school to strong-arm Hannah into doing all her work while she wasn't even there. Hannah then goes to tell me that after the first meeting with Dory, Hannah, and OP on what they shouldn't be doing, Dory brought Hannah to the side and told her, "He's cool, he knows what's really going on, but he has to say that as a manager, so keep doing it." At this point, I asked the student if any of her evaluation or letters of progress had been submitted to her school so they know she's been making progress. Hannah says that Dory has never submitted the necessary paperwork to the school and has gotten away with it because of her connections to the school. So if I fired Dory, she would in turn take revenge on the student and fail her at her clinical. She would be 6 months to a year from being placed in another clinic, meaning she would be either very late or just fail and not be able to graduate. I called Katie and reported everything to her, told her my fear for the student and the constant trauma she was going through every day, crying, being threatened, and retaliated against. Katie was also fearful of this, but also worried the liability this put on the company. Also, how long it had been going on. So she didn't have an answer on how to handle the situation without harming the student. So here was my revenge. I started watching everything Dory did, treatments, time and complaints, etc. One weekend, Dory had to work without her student on a Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. When I came in on Monday, I noticed a patient had been to the hospital since Friday, but she had still been billed for services. I checked the clinician, it was Dory. How was she able to treat a person that wasn't even in the clinic and also be able to bill her? So I had my reasons to fire her. I had the evidence I needed, but I still wanted a bit more. I texted Dory and asked if she had seen said patient. She reported yes she had, but also asked if she had billed less than what she should have because she would be able to bill more if I wanted. I told her that wasn't necessary and there was no way to bill more due to the patient being in the hospital the whole weekend she had billed. She knew from that moment what was going to happen. The next day, OP and Katie waited for Dory and she was fired on the spot, just for the fraud. The student thing never came up in conversation and she had no idea we had known for a while. I had another clinician write up a whole letter on what the student was doing and that she was a good clinician and has completed the necessary work to be able to graduate. Dory was unable to get any more work after that because the incident had been reported to the government and had that on her license wherever she went. Her new employers would look at the license and not want to hire someone with that on their record. Last I heard, she was working at an Amazon warehouse as a manager. From a doctorate degree to warehouse manager, after many years, I'm sure, of fraud and abuse. The best part is that student has graduated and gotten her degree and is working in the field. She's a great clinician and has done great work in her field, and I still keep in contact with her. She is very thankful for being pulled out of that situation. From all the Reddit stories that I've read over the past 2.5 years, I've noticed that there's a lot of people in the medical field that feel like they can just coast by because they have the seniority, and they are the ones who say whether the younger people, the ones just starting out, get to move up or not. The younger people are afraid of saying anything because they want to move up. This is their career, and anything that comes down bad on them means that they won't be able to do this in the future. It's nice every once in a while to hear a story of one of them getting put in their place. Do me a quick favor, have a look down below the video. If that subscribe button's still red, it means you're not actually subscribed to the KCC channel. Please hit that subscribe button for more daily Reddit stories. Our next story today comes to us from Tough Plankton. The traffic tickets became the least of his problems. Let's jump right in. A few years back, my old car was on its last legs. My mechanic said it wouldn't last much longer, and the best thing to do was to sell it cheap and move on before it gave out and was ready to be scrapped. I loved that little car, but I put it up on Craigslist for $500 and got a bite. The guy buying it was in his 20s with a pregnant wife, and his dad was footing the bill. I was clear with them that it was sold as is, and I couldn't make any promises about its longevity. The buyer said that if it lasted 6 months, he'd be happy with the purchase, so he signed the bill of sale and I handed over the title. I immediately went to the DMV website and registered it as a sale and assumed he would finish the process by transferring the title. Turns out I was wrong about 2 things. The car lasted much longer than 6 months, and he didn't bother to pay the $77 to transfer the title. I discovered this when I received a photo radar ticket for running a red light. I was confused because the street was way across town in an area I rarely visit. When I went online to view the high-res traffic cam photos, I found it was the buyer in my old car, but my name was still attached to the plates. After some serious cursing, I copied all the records, dates, bill of sale, etc., and mailed copies off to the courthouse. It was his citation, but I had to prove it to the court. 2 weeks later, I got another letter from the fuzz, another ticket, this time for speeding. Same driver, same car, same plates with my name still attached. Again, I had to copy all the paperwork, write a long letter to the clerk, and mail it all off to the courthouse. The third ticket really made me mad. I started making calls and discovered that this scam is pretty common. Some folks buy a junker and rack up fines until they wreck or abandon the car, and their name was never on it, so nobody bothers to punish them for it. It's all on the previous owner to clean up the mess and prove who was at fault. This time I wrote an extra long letter to the court clerk and did a little research to include the guy's picture, home address, and listed phone number. A few months went by and I thought it was over. Heck, the car should have given out by now anyway. Then the 4th ticket arrived, showing him in high res, zipping past a radar cam in my old car with my old bumper sticker still on the back, Giant Meteor 2016, and all his kids piled into the back seat. The 5th and 6th tickets felt like Groundhog's Day. I didn't even bother to put the paperwork away. I kept it out on my desk ready to copy. By the time the 7th ticket arrived, we were well over a year beyond the sale, and enough was enough. This wasn't just some dude forgetting to do some paperwork or not knowing the right way to go about buying a car. This was intentional. It was time for some pro-revenge. First, I called the police and, after a week of back and forth, finally spoke with a traffic cop who said enough is enough and went to pay the guy a visit. He said he couldn't disclose what would happen during that discussion, but the total amount of the likely unpaid traffic tickets was enough to get his attention. The tickets and late fees were several times the value of the car. That wasn't enough. Just having to pay his tickets wasn't appropriate for the 7 freaking times I had to copy that darn bill of sale for the court clerk. So I started going back through my records of every ticket and every photo, and I found an interesting theme. In every photo, his tiny kids were in the car, including the newborn infant, all packed into the back seat. I called Child Protective Services anonymously. I didn't provide any information that was not 100% factual and verifiable. The ticket showed that this guy was operating an identity fraud scheme out of his home, essentially stealing my identity and who knows how many others. His children were present throughout. Furthermore, he regularly violated traffic rules and put his children in serious danger by speeding, running red lights, and committing other traffic violations. If he was doing this stuff so often in front of a big white camera, how do you think he was driving when he wasn't being watched? I declined to provide my name or number as I had nothing more to offer and didn't want to be involved in the case any further. I gave them all the evidence I had of 3 small children in repeated dangerous and illegal situations, all of which were verifiable by photo evidence and court documents. After that, I stopped getting traffic tickets for him. Maybe the car finally gave out. I did a little bit of research after reading this story because up where I am in Canada, you have to remove your plates from your car when you sell it to somebody else or trade it in or anything like that, and those plates have to be returned to our DMV. Apparently, that's not the same thing down in some of the states, and that was absolutely news to me. It just seems like a pretty dumb system if you ask me, because there's nothing there to cover your own butt. There's people out there that are going to try and scam you. This guy got a car for $500 and didn't think he would have to pay any tickets. I'm sure he's gotten away with it before too. Our next story today comes to us from Marine. Want to go on vacation and not pay us for the work? Won't be home for a few days after informing us? Sure. Let's jump right in. My grandpa is on my do not ever F with list in any way. Short list: taught Shotokan overseas in Korea, one of the highest ranked black belts outside of Japan. I've seen security footage of some of his bar fights. It's legit. Was a personal bodyguard during the 70s for some governors in our state. Worked construction for decades, one of 2 master carpenters in my state, which leads to this story. During summers, I would work with Gramp doing a lot of his manual monkey labor, shingles up to the roof, mixed concrete, sand floors, keep everything tidy, etc. He'd been screwed over the years, as many general and subcontractors are, and as the years went by, his contracts for work got more and more specific. Payments on a certain schedule, new and unexpected costs and how they're dealt with, etc. One particular job started out pretty normal. He's hired to build a new deck with a new patio and driveway patio for this guy. Let's call him Crap Brain. New construction, newer house, easy job. Gramps had even done work for him in the past, no problems. Deck is to be partly covered, 10 by 50 on the front of the house, 4 feet up with concrete stairs. Brand new door, brand new picture window, 4 by 8. Driveway is to be stained, freshly poured between the new deck and the garage Grandpa built a few years ago. Guy was even going on vacation for a few weeks. We can get the job done in those 3 weeks if we bust it. Guy pays 50% of the estimated cost up front and was to pay the remaining 50% over the agreed time. Now, this first payment covered all material for the original estimate and paid us basically minimum wage for the hours we'd put in. The next few installments would cover the subcontractor for pouring the driveway and the remaining hourly wages. Weekend 1 passed. No agreed payment. Guy's on vacation, maybe he forgot to set up autopay, whatever. Send him pictures on AOL email. The original concrete stairs had been removed, new door was in place, deck was framed out, but we didn't hear from Crap Brain. Week 2 passed. Crap, no pay yet, but work needs to be done. Concrete guys are here for the new slab and stairs. Let's get it done so we can move on to new jobs. Subcontractor is a longtime family friend and distant relative, call him Timmy, does us favor and pours and stains on an IOU. Send more pictures on AOL, no response from Crap Brain. Week 3, we finished our work 2 days early. Subcontractor has finished their work. It looks amazing, up there on a nice hill, but we haven't been paid for this work. Gramp finally gets Crap Brain on the phone. Hey Crap Brain, how was vacation? Blah blah blah, skip forward 3 to 5 minutes. Gramp is a talker and lived in the vacation state for a few years. Great, glad you had a great time while I was busting it here. Holy heck, it's been hot. What did you think of the work? Oh, it looks great. We'll be home later day after tomorrow. We're having a get-together with XYZ. Well, glad you're going to enjoy it. Oh hey, seems like your bank didn't pay us on the scheduled agreement. So, Excuse me? So what? I'm not paying you the rest of the money. Work's done. Tough luck, you old effer. I understand. Click. Well, OP, let's get to work. Oh, and get Timmy on the phone. Crapbrain had that large garage Gramp had built years ago, and the guy let us use to store equipment while they were out. First, the brand new door was removed and placed in the garage. Then, each piece of the brand new deck was removed and placed into the garage. Sadly, the posts were 36 inches deep, but hey, a 4x4 truck pulled those out of the ground nice and good after a bit of shoveling. Those were also placed into the garage. Window was also removed from the frame and placed on top of this pile. Deconstruction is much faster than construction after all. Timmy was rather unhappy as well about not getting paid, but hey, we found out that the new stairs we poured moved well enough across the new driveway and patio, and some bleach took care of the stain we put onto the patio. Sadly, it had a few chips in it from all the ruckus, and someone made the time to take a diamond saw and cut all the way through the seams. Sadly, it'll now settle at an uneven rate, but all the material Crapbrain paid for, he got to keep. We even went into the garage in the evening and made sure his front door was locked, you know, for security. Even the few tools we needed for the job, which Crapbrain paid for, stayed in the garage. Fast forward 2 days, Crapbrain comes home and throws a crap storm. It had stormed, and his AC had been running non-stop with the increase of draft into the front of the house. Of course, he threatens Gramps with a lawsuit and the police, which just makes Gramp laugh. A close relative was the assistant chief of police in our small town, unbeknownst to Crapbrain. We did everything we were contractually obligated and paid to do. All the equipment, all the materials were in Crapbrain's possession. That is, after all, what he paid us for. Crapbrain blustered a lot, but it did F all. Fast forward a bit, no one in the local union will deal with the guy. Gramps and Timmy are both pretty well respected and do a lot of great work around town. Someone from out of town ends up fixing the issues and does a crap job of it. Darn. One of the best quotes ever made is "Be careful how you act, because the toes you step on today might be connected to the butt you have to kiss tomorrow." I don't know how this guy expected that everything was just going to be left in place when he tried to screw them out of the money. I was a little disappointed that at the beginning of this story it was mentioned that Gramps was good at martial arts, but that didn't take place in this story at all. Darn. Our next story today comes to us from Butterfly Chunks. I secretly trained my roommate to not respond to his morning alarms. Let's jump right in. I was in college, a senior. My roommate was a sophomore, but it was his first time living in a dorm. He'd been a pretty lousy roommate, constantly left the room a mess, left his stuff on my side of the room and on my bed, stole my alcohol, used my crap without permission, never cleaned up my dishes after he used them, and a bunch of other stuff. I confronted him about all these issues on several occasions and got the resident advisor involved with the alcohol stealing issue because at the time he was under 21. Things still continued anyways. He asked me once if it was okay if his girl spent the night, which I said no. We were in the middle of a pandemic, plus that's especially weird if I was there. I also had to wake up every day at 8 for work, which he knew, and he would stay up until 2 a.m. playing video games some nights. Not to mention, he would set like 10 alarms in the morning with a bunch of different alarm tones. I hit a breaking point and decided to do something cruel. Every morning when I woke up, I'd observe his alarm pattern and how he'd respond. He had several alarms that he'd ignore, all with the same sound. He had a couple of half-hour alarms that had a unique sound also ignored. And then, the final alarm had its own sound too. All of them were default iPhone sounds. So his brain had been trained to this alarm pattern for a while, I'd assumed. So I started step 1 of the punishment. Set up a sequence of alarms on my phone identical to his sequence, but an hour early. He responded to my alarms the exact same way he'd respond to his own. I kept this up for a week, and his brain was eventually retrained to sleep through double the amount of alarms as before. Then, phase 2 kicked in. Random inconsistencies in my alarm pattern. Some days I'd play all the alarms, while other days I'd only play one that his brain was trained to ignore. That way, his brain expects to sleep through like 20 alarms and only ever hears 11. He slept through his alarm at least 4 times in 2 weeks. Eventually, he finally changed his alarm pattern so he'd only have one alarm and he no longer had the energy to stay up until 2 a.m. I can completely understand somebody who has an alarm set and then they hit the snooze button when it goes off because they don't want to get up right away. But do people actually set that many alarms to get up in the morning? I mean, if you have that much trouble getting your lazy butt out of bed, I think you should probably talk to somebody about that. Our second story today comes to us from ThatBend1601. My wife cheated and lost. Let's jump right in. Gonna preface this by stating that this happened 3 years ago. This isn't a throwaway account, but fake names will be used. Let's start with the frame of this story. I, 27 male, grew up like most guys under the assumption that the one is out there. That if you play your cards right, your soulmate will magically appear and you'll ride off in the sunset. When I was 19, I met a woman. Let's call her Bree. I met Bree through mutual friends while I was in the army. Bree was cute, quirky, seemed like an overall good girl. Her friend, let's call her Sam, thought it would be a great idea to get us together as a couple. Not sure what her reasons were, but I was into her and she was into me. Bree was up for a few days visiting Sam, and I had just gotten back from leave in my home state, so the meetup was inevitable. We all had lunch. Myself, Bree, Sam, and Sam's husband, let's call him Jim. This meetup was nothing spectacular, but after Bree had flown home, she messaged me on Facebook and we hit it off. After roughly 3 weeks of talking to Bree, she hit me with a very strange question. If I was pregnant, what would you do? Now, before I get to my answer, let's do the math here. She was in her party years and slept around frequently. I found that out way later in the relationship. She had a boyfriend a month before meeting me. I was adopted, so accepting a kid as my own seemed like a no-brainer. My answer was what seemed like the right thing. I will love that child as if it were my own. Well, turns out she was showing a lot of signs of pregnancy. A week later, she took the test and was positive. I stood by my word, I'll take care of this kid. There was a 3-month gap between this revelation and when she decided to fly out to me. During this gap, she was very flaky, trying to see if she could get who she thought was the dad to commit to help her take care of the kid. He never budged. She chose me instead. Yes, I understand now why staying with her was a bad idea. I was dumb, in love, and I believed she was the one, and that she'd come around eventually. I married her so that the army would cover the birth and the rest should have been history, but we all know it wasn't. Year 2. 2 years in, I noticed something a bit strange. Some guy, we'll call him Ron, was liking every post she put out and commenting on every photo that had the daughter in it. This seems odd. At this point in our marriage, I had gotten out of the military and was working a job in security. One night while working, my lizard brain connected the dots and the gut feeling followed. Now, I'm not one to act on just suspicion, I need proof. Given that I was working a nightclub that night, I would get off at 4 o'clock in the morning. She'll be asleep. She leaves her laptop on the living room couch downstairs every night before bed. The plan is coming together. I get home, head to the couch, the laptop is there. I open it and take 2 guesses at the password. It's the birth year of our daughter. I go to her Facebook, I look in messages. There it is, 6 months of conversations with a guy named Ron. Some of the conversation is flirty, some is banter about how useless and less of a man I am. The worst part though was the revelation that this guy is who she feels is the biological father, and she is trying to get him involved. I scroll and scroll until I can't stomach it anymore. I grab the laptop, take it upstairs, and set it on her with the screen shining in her face. As she slowly wakes up, I say, "We're talking about this in the morning," and walk back downstairs. She normally wakes up at 7 but didn't come down until 9, probably hoping I would be asleep on the couch. She begins by saying it was only friendly talk and not technically cheating. I called BS and told her that if I see this again, I'm gone. Now, I said if, but I knew better. It would be when. This is when I set my plan in motion. I dropped out of college to get a job in my field and made sure anything that was opened up under credit was under her name. I began stating that back where I'm from has a better economy and that we'd be better off there. It took 2 years of convincing, but it worked. nothing was under my name, and we were set to go to my hometown in 6 months. We got there in May, and I sent her home to visit the next month. I knew what she would do and who she would do it with. There was a guy we met through Sam the day before we left, and I knew immediately that she was interested in him. 3 weeks after going to visit, she started acting strange again, prioritizing other things over me, putting things off, and becoming distant. Now, I spent 2 years setting the dominoes up. I just let her knock them over. I made sure I was jobless, had nothing to my name, and was home where I could fall back on family. I pressured her into admitting that she cheated, and the dominoes tumbled. I cut all funds that were being sent to the account, drained the account to file for divorce. I had nothing, so she couldn't take half. I had no job, so what lifestyle did we have that would require giving her alimony? Everything was in her name, so even though I had financial responsibility over some of those bills, the divorce lasted long enough to destroy her credit. I gave her everything and sacrificed much to raise her child, but in the end, she lost the most. I am now extremely successful and valued in my career. I'm not interested in marriage, but I have no shortage of women in my life. Life is good. I still have contact with the daughter, and Bree often flirts with me trying to get me back. I'm the only dad the kid has known and have no intentions of becoming an ex-dad. Even though getting back with her is emotionally tempting, to be with the kid more, I know better and I have better options. Now, I'm not a military person, so this kind of surprised me, but there were comments down below that stated that people generally get married pretty young in the military because there's a bit of an incentive for it. The single guys are all stuck in the barracks and have really crappy living conditions, while the married ones get to live off post in nice apartments and homes. OP also mentioned down below that the child is his regardless of the genetics, and he's been paying for a lot of things. Clothes, shoes, beds, games, toys, hobbies. He pays for it all. That gains a lot of respect in my eyes. Our next story today comes from user BombaFan4Jesus and is titled, "My grandmother put greedy preachers in their places twice, even after she died." Let's jump right in. My grandmother was a member of a large conservative Bible-believing church for her entire adult life. This church, which I'll call Big White Church, was a member of a large evangelical denomination. Big White Church was located in a prosperous suburb of a large city in the Bible Belt of the deep south of the USA. Grandma was very active in Big White Church. She worked in the nursery every Sunday morning, helped cook hundreds of church fellowship breakfasts and dinners, accompanied her children and grandchildren on dozens of church retreats and choir tours, taught youth Bible study on Sunday nights, and was very active in supporting home missions as well as helping with other youth programs. She always tithed and often gave extra for missions and special offerings. Grandma's greatest talent was making other people feel important. I've seen this firsthand many times. Although I belong to a different church, I often visited with Grandma, and when I did, I usually went to Big White Church functions with her. I've seen her single-handedly cook breakfast for dozens of Big White Church youth, a task which took over 2 hours, even in the church's large kitchen. Then, after the meal, she asked the group for a round of applause for the high school student leader for doing such a great job of organizing the prayer breakfast. I remember that, on a Big White Church youth retreat at a rural church camp, she drove most of the night to go back to the city and retrieve a big box of evangelistic materials that one of the assistant pastors, whom I'll call Butt Pastor, had forgotten and asked her to get, in time for our morning program the next day. His boss, the senior pastor, I'll call him Pompous Pastor, never found out that Butt Pastor had screwed up or that Grandma had fixed it for him. Butt Pastor never even thanked Grandma. Even though I was a child, this bothered me so much that I asked her about it. She said that she didn't mind at all. She told me her reward would be that those materials would help children find Jesus. Grandma's service to her church ended abruptly at the age of 73 when she broke her back in a car accident. Afterwards, for the last 10 years of her life, she was homebound and could not go to church because of this injury and declining health due to old age. Her mind was just as sharp as ever, and her faith remained sincere, but her body wore out a little more every day. During those 10 years, she made many efforts to reach out to her church, its leadership, and her church friends, inviting them to visit her at home, etc., without success. Every one of these invitations was declined or simply ignored. Near the end, when she was in a home hospice care, she decided to plan her own funeral. She and my grandpa called her church and asked for the senior pastor, pompous pastor, whom she had known for over 30 years, to visit her so that they could plan her memorial service, which she and grandpa wanted to be held at the church. Pompous pastor was too busy, but butt pastor stopped by a few days later. According to my grandpa, here's what happened at that meeting, with my grandma literally on her deathbed. Grandma, grandpa, and butt pastor discussed her funeral for a couple minutes. Then butt pastor started pressuring her to lay up your treasure in heaven by remembering your church in your will. Grandpa told him firmly that this is neither the time nor the place to discuss her will. They went back to discussing the funeral for a few minutes, then butt pastor steered the conversation back to grandma's will with liberal injections of how badly her church needed her support. Grandpa told him several times that it was inappropriate to talk to grandma about her will or the church's financial needs because she was terminally ill and in an enormous amount of physical pain. Butt pastor would agree and briefly talk about the funeral, but would then go back to talking about the church's financial needs, heavenly rewards, where your treasure is, your heart will be also, Matthew 6:21, Luke 12:34, etc. My grandma started crying. To put this into context, grandma was more than a steel magnolia. She was a titanium coated with diamond wrapped in Kevlar. She rarely ever cried, and never ever cried about herself. Not one tear when the doctor told her that her back was broken so badly that she would never walk again, nor during the following 6 months in futile rehab. She would shed sincere but well-managed tears at funerals, and while visiting family members in the hospital when they received bad news, she would cry to console others, weep with those who weep. But nobody, not grandpa, not her daughter, my mom, nor any of my uncles or grandma's siblings ever remembered her crying for herself. My grandma was sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa, a retired steelworker, former Marine sergeant, and Korean War combat veteran, physically grabbed butt pastor and escorted him out of their house not too gently. Contrary to everyone's expectations, grandma lived another 6 months, mostly because of sheer force of will. Eventually, though, grandma passed away, and we held her memorial service at the funeral home, not Big White Church. Pompous pastor and butt pastor were conspicuously absent. In fact, there were no professional Christians from Big White Church at the service at all, not even in the audience. To start the service, Grandpa stood up at the podium in front of the crowd and said, "Some of you may have heard that I disinvited Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor from this funeral service. This service is not an appropriate place for me to give you my reasons for doing this, although you all know me, and so you know that my reasons are good ones. Also, my wife asked me to exclude them. This funeral service may be different from other funerals that you have attended. It's going to be an open microphone funeral. Everyone who wants to say something is invited to come up here and describe your friendship with my wife. Tell a story about her that is worth remembering, or anything else that you want to say that will honor her memory and bring comfort to everyone here today. I have asked several family members to prepare statements, but you don't have to have anything prepared. Please, if you want to say something, come up here and do so." There were about 100 people at the funeral service. At least a third of them eventually stepped up to the microphone. The service, which we had planned to last about 30 minutes, lasted for over 2 hours, and, as best I can tell, not one person left early. There was laughing, crying, and hugging. 3 of her grandchildren played some of her favorite songs on the piano and guitar. We all joined hands and sang her favorite hymns. Afterwards, dozens of people told my grandpa that it was one of the most comforting and uplifting funerals they had ever attended. More than a few remarked that funerals are better without preachers anyway, or something similar. Remembering her pastors and her church in her will, the 1-2 punch. A couple of weeks later, it was time to start distributing the bequests in Grandma's will. Although Grandma and Grandpa dearly loved each other, they had separate wills because, she told my mom, that makes it easier for us to respect each other's turf, and because their lawyer had recommended it. Nobody thought that my grandparents were wealthy. They had lived in the same small but charming house in a prosperous, well-maintained suburban neighborhood for the past 50 years and had worked hard and lived modestly. But it was rumored that they had a very nice nest egg. Of course, there is no legal requirement for anyone to attend the reading of the will, or to even have a reading. Modern telecommunications and near universal literacy have made this quaint custom practically extinct. But the reading of the will was a tradition in our family because it was one of those events that gave our close-knit, extended family an excuse to get together. We never had family reunions. They were too difficult to schedule for our large family, but we got together at birthdays, holidays, funerals, baptisms, etc., so that if you attend several of those, you would see just about every one of your cousins, aunts, uncles, and even great aunts and uncles who were grandma's and grandpa's siblings and in-laws. With this family tradition in mind, many of our family members' wills often contained very personal bequests of items that had little cash value, but were the departed family members' way of telling their loved ones that they wanted to share a cherished memory with them one last time. As an added incentive to attend, the family rumor mill had been buzzing with speculation, encouraged by Grandpa, that Grandma's will contained some surprises. The reading was held in a conference room at a lawyer's office. Unsurprisingly, the attendees included my mom, as well as my aunts, uncles, great aunts, great uncles, and many of the grandchildren. We were all surprised, however, to see pompous pastor and butt pastor from the big white church. They informed us that Grandma's lawyer had told them that Grandma's will had bequests not only for big white church, but also for them personally. Maybe it was just our imagination, but my siblings, cousins, and I couldn't help noticing that these preachers appeared to be actively salivating over their good fortune at Grandma's generosity. Grandma had a large family, so a sizable number of beneficiaries were named in her will. The lawyer's conference room was a bit smaller than an average middle-class living room. Extra chairs had been brought in, every seat was filled, and people were standing in every remaining space. There was barely space for all of us. Grandma's lawyer suggested that pompous pastor and butt pastor sit in chairs which were in the front of the room next to himself. Since there was a large table in the room, this meant that the lawyer and these two preachers were the only ones who were directly facing everyone else. Although the preachers were gratified to be physically next to the center of attention, they did not notice, as all of the rest of us quickly noticed, that these seats made it easy for everyone else in the room to watch them closely, and practically impossible for them to leave the packed to more than overflowing room before the entire meeting was over, because they were furthest from the room's single door, and there were almost 24 people standing or sitting between them and their only path to escape. The bequests were quite generous, but pretty much what we had expected. Grandpa kept their house, its contents, their retirement accounts, and everything that remained after all of the bequests had been satisfied. Children, grandchildren, and several local charities received nice, but not extravagant amounts of money. Several sentimental items were named and given to various friends and relatives. Grandpa was first beneficiary listed in the will, but after him, all of the other bequests were arranged in order of increasing worth. They started with sentimental items, which had very small cash value. Then each grandchild received several $1,000s. Then each son, daughter, brother, sister, niece, and nephew received a little more. Then several local nonprofits received very nice amounts, etc. Bequests to Big White Church, Pompous Pastor, and Butt Pastor were, almost, the last ones listed in the will. They listened politely to the other bequests, but with steadily growing anticipation as they noticed the exponential upward trend in Grandma's largesse. When Grandma's lawyer got to the Big White Church and preacher's part of the will, he said, "This is a bit unusual, but before I announce these bequests to Big White Church, Pompous Pastor, and Butt Pastor, Miss Grandma's name requested that I read the following statement to everyone present." He opened a letter that was written in Grandma's own handwriting. For the past 10 years, not one person from Big White Church has ever called me, come to visit me, or sent me a note to tell me that they cared about me. Not one minister, not one deacon, not one of the church women, not one of the church members who I worked with for all those years, loved dearly, and thought were my friends. I worked very hard for you when you needed me for many, many years, But when I needed you and your church, you all pretended that I didn't exist. I only got one visit when I was dying, and I invited pompous pastor to come to my house and help me plan my funeral. This was my last attempt, after many attempts that I had made over the past 10 years, to reach out to my church and pastor, whom I still love dearly even though they had made it clear that they did not love me. If only I could have my funeral at my church, maybe some of my church friends, whom I had not seen in a decade, would come to the service to see me one last time. And I know they love to hear pompous pastor preach, so if he preached at my funeral, maybe they would come to my funeral to hear him, even if they would not have come to see me. But pompous pastor couldn't find the time to visit me, or even call me to tell me whether or not he was willing to preach at my funeral. But pastor came by my house, but he didn't want to talk about my funeral. He just wanted me to remember his church in my will. That's all. Just remember his church in my will. It was then that I realized that I had allowed my church to break my heart for one last time. But that was the last time. The very last time. But pastor did not know it when he visited me, but Grandpa and I had already prepared my will, long before his visit, which did include a double tithe, 20% of my entire estate, for what was now my former church, Big White Church. This amount was, name the amount, an enormous crapload of money, generating muffled wows from many of her heirs, including me. But I got to feeling badly that we had not personally remembered such nice people as pompous pastor and butt pastor, so I changed my will to include them by name. While I was at it, I changed the amount of money that I left to Big White Church to match all of the love that they have showed to me during this last 10 years of my life, when I was suffering and lonely and no longer able to work my butt off for them for free like I had done for almost half a century. That is her entire written statement, the lawyer said. Now let's get back to the bequests in the will. Bequest to butt pastor, 1 cent. Bequest to pompous pastor, 1 cent. Bequest to Big White Church, 1 cent. The pompous pastor and butt pastor sat there looking like someone had just injected a gallon of Novocaine into their jaws. Every one of Grandma's family and friends felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud, but we kept quiet because we knew Grandma. We knew she wasn't finished yet. Grandma was simply setting them up for a 1-2 punch. The best was yet to come, and we didn't want to miss it. There is one last bequest, the lawyer continued, for a charity called, which he named, and I'll call Black Charity. Then he paused before naming the amount. Most of us had no idea what Black Charity was, but by the looks on their faces, we could tell that pompous pastor and butt pastor knew Black Charity very well. Their faces displayed the same expressions of shock, dread, and horror that they would have if the lawyer had said, "This bequest goes to the demonic baby eaters to buy extra large rotisserie barbecue grills and tons of charcoal." Every eye in the room was now fixated on pompous pastor and butt pastor. The lawyer, who happened to be my uncle, one of Grandma's and Grandpa's sons, let the silence continue a few seconds more. If we had been able to read pompous pastor and butt pastor's minds, we would have known the history behind the looks on their faces. Black Charity was sponsored by a large black church just a few miles from Big White Church. They ran a free food and clothing bank, assistance programs for foster children, home delivery of pre-cooked meals for homebound seniors, legal aid, and other social services. A long time ago, Big White Church, which was and still is 100% Caucasian, had provided a few years of financial and other support to Black Charity. Then there was a very bitter, acrimonious breakup, allegedly because Black Charity was practicing the social gospel, while Big White Church was preaching the true gospel. Big White Church even sued to try to get some of their money back, although the suit was eventually settled and very little money actually changed hands. But this being the Deep South, everyone knew the real reason why Big White Church, or any white church, would stop supporting a black charity. They were getting uppity and not staying in their place. Grandma and Grandpa had seriously considered leaving Big White Church at that time, but they had reasoned that it was better to stay there and teach tolerance by their words and example. They knew they would never persuade everyone, but maybe they could reach some of the youth at their white church and break the generational cycle of racism. Grandma used to tell us, "My church is my mission field." We did not learn the true depth of her statement until after she died. Since then, Grandma and Grandpa had secretly sent a portion of their tithe to black charity every month. Most of Grandma's family, including me, didn't find out about any of this until after the meeting had ended, but Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor obviously understood what Grandma, by her actions, which are more powerful than words, was saying to them. If you had grown up as a white person in the Deep South, as Grandma, Grandpa, Pompous Pastor, and Butt Pastor had, you would understand. To many white Southerners, this was one of the most personally insulting things you could do to them. It simultaneously labeled them as racist, condemned their bigotry, and crushed their delusions of white superiority by saying, "These black human beings, whom you hate, disrespect, and have mistreated, are better people than you are, so they deserve my money more than you do." Having allowed time for everyone to observe Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor while they thought about how their white church had treated this black charity, and how they and their church had treated our grandma, the lawyer said, "The amount is," then he named the exact same amount that Grandma had named in her handwritten letter, the huge amount of money that would have gone to Big White Church if she had not changed her will. Our next story today comes to us from Rocky Moose. The story is called "Landlord is Jealous of My Income, Raises My Rent $500, I Screw Him Years Later for $20,000. Let's jump right in. All names have been changed. In the late 90s, wife and I were just married, just getting started, and we decided to dink, double income, no kids, it for a few years to save up for a down payment on a house. The dot-com bubble was still rising, and I was a newly minted software developer. I had an entry-level job for a while, and then got recruited to a new city and a new job that paid 3 times what I was making before. It was an offer too good to pass up. I ran the numbers and it was a no-brainer. By living frugally and saving my entire salary, living off just her income, we would easily have enough in a year to put 20% down payment on a new house. We rented an apartment in the new city that was listed for $950 a month. The landlord was a real estate agent who owned a 2-bedroom condo as an investment property. Let's call him Hank Wazowski. Hank was a thin, gray, no-nonsense guy. He was pleasant enough, but perfunctory, dry, and had no sense of humor. He made a point of explaining that under no circumstances was he responsible for maintaining the garbage disposal, and that it was not included in the rental agreement, and he would not be responsible for fixing it were it to break. Okay. He seemed slightly amused by us, a clueless, young, newlywed couple, but I could tell he wanted to rent to us because we were very obviously a safe choice as renters. We filled out the rental agreement and the credit check, and this is where my troubles began. Hank looked hard at the credit application where I listed my job title, software developer, and my income, $75,000. For a 23-year-old in his second year out of college in the late 1990s, this is a small fortune. Throw in my wife's salary and we were over 6 figures in income, renting an apartment far beneath our means. Like I said, dink is the way to go when starting out. "I can't believe how much money you make," Hank must have said half a dozen times, muttering under his breath. I explained we were saving to buy a house and that we were only going to stay in the apartment a year. We might stay a few months after the term is over. Would month to month be okay after a year? Hank assured us that would be fine. We saw Hank only once during the year, and he again mentioned my salary and how he couldn't believe that's what software developers were making. It was awkward and I gave a vague reply. Anyway, a year later we had found a house to buy, signed all the papers, and were making plans to move. The new house wasn't going to be ready until 2 months after our rental lease was up, so I called Hank to ask if we could, as discussed, simply extend the lease by 2 months before moving out. Hank assured me on the phone that it would be no problem and he would send over an extension for us to sign. The extension arrived in the mail and it included a month-to-month clause and a $500 increase in the rent. I flipped out and called him. "Hank, why are you increasing the rent over 50%? That's too much. That's more than my new mortgage is going to be." He was super condescending to me. "OP, it's what the apartment goes for now. I would be losing money by renting it for less." I tried to reason with him, but it was very clear he knew we could afford the $500, had no choice in the matter, and he was going to screw us over as best he could. He got angry with me for arguing my point, and I'll never forget his parting words. You don't have to like it, OP, you just have to pay it. My wife and I tried to figure out a way to move out early by putting our furniture in storage for a couple months and crashing with friends, but it just wasn't going to work out. I swallowed my pride and wrote out the check for $1,450 for the extra month. A month later, I wrote a similar check and then we moved out. I made sure the apartment was spotless before moving, but still, Hank withheld $300 from our security deposit for BS things that were just a way for him to squeeze a few more dollars from the kids who made too much money. $100 for cleaning? Sure, but $300 was obscene. In my mind, he had screwed me over for $1,200, and there was nothing I could do about it. What made it even more infuriating is that I saw the ad Hank put in the paper after we moved out, and he listed the apartment for rent at only $150 more than we had been paying originally, not the grossly inflated $500 increase. And it didn't rent. A month later, I saw the same ad, and he had lowered the price to $75 more than we had been paying, and I assume it got rented since the ad stopped appearing. Fast forward about 5 years. Life is good, the house is good, we have a baby, and even though the dot-com bubble has burst, I'm still employed. One day, out of the blue, I overhear one of my coworkers, Phil, a senior developer, talking to the guy working the reception desk. "Hey Mike, I'm expecting someone to drop off some paperwork for me. If a Hank Wazowski asks for me, tell him I'll be right out." I freeze and get a taste of bile in my mouth, remembering how I had to write out that name on those checks all those years ago. There's no way it's the same guy, right? I walk over to Phil, who is still by the reception desk. "Phil," I say, "how do you know that name, Hank Wazowski?" Phil explains that Hank is his real estate agent. "I bought my condo through him several years ago. I'm selling my condo now so I can buy a house, so I'm going to ask him to be my agent again. Do you know him?" I tell Phil that I used to rent an apartment from Hank and describe what he looks like. Phil confirms the description. It's the same guy. Wow, small world, right? And on cue, right then, the front door to the office opens and in walks Hank Wazowski. I stare in disbelief. He's carrying a folder of papers and doesn't recognize me. Phil and Hank shake hands and they talk for a few moments. I stand there silently, wondering what to do. Phil finally says, "Hank, this is my friend OP. I think you may have already met." "Yes, hello Hank, good to see you again. My wife and I were your tenants a few years ago on such and such street. Remember the software developer who rented for a year saving to buy a house? Well, this is where I work, here, with Phil." Hank's eyes indicate he now remembers me, and he's starting to put it all together. We shake hands and he says yes, of course he remembers, and asks how we're doing. "Oh, we're just fine, thanks for asking. Phil says that you're his real estate agent. Small world, isn't it?" Hank nods pleasantly. He still doesn't remember the details of our last conversation. I do some quick math in my head. This is the early and mid-2000s. The real estate market is very strong and easy money for any agent. The crash of 2008 is still a few years in the future. I start to think out loud. Selling the condo for around $150,000 to $200,000, and you're looking at houses in the $500,000 range, so that's $650,000 to $700,000 in total transactions. An agent getting 3% on the sale and the purchase is getting around $20,000 for his trouble. That's a good commission for the agent, isn't it? Hank's eyes flash, and I can tell he remembers everything about me now. Phil is surprised at my passive-aggressive tone. I am enjoying the uncomfortable silence. Hank deflects my question, saying it's complicated, and tells Phil to send back the papers as soon as possible. He shakes hands with Phil, looks at me, nods, and goes to leave. "It was really good to see you again, Hank," I call behind him. He exits the building. As the door is still shutting, I say a bit too loudly so that Hank can hear, "Phil, don't sign anything just yet. I have a story to tell you." Phil looks at me and says, "OP, what the hell was that all about?" He looks pissed and confused at my behavior. I tell Phil the whole story. The rent, the $500 increase, the security deposit. You don't have to like it, you just have to pay it. Everything. "Phil, you can't use this guy to sell your condo and buy a house. I hate him. He's evil. I'll help you find another real estate agent. Just use anyone but Hank." So the great thing about Phil is that, well, he's a great guy. He says he's a little surprised at my story and has always known Hank as a straightforward guy. But I totally see him doing that to you, he admits. There's no way I could use him now, what a dick. Then Phil's eyes lit up a bit. What do you want me to say when I fire him? I have special feelings for Phil now. We came up with a plan, and I made sure there were some key phrases in Phil's repertoire. We planned it all out together in advance. My only regret is that I didn't get to see Hank's reaction in person a day later when Phil made the following phone call while I stood behind him listening. Hi Hank, it's Phil calling. Yeah, about that. I've decided to get some other quotes from other agents. I'm not gonna sign up with you. Pause. No, you shouldn't give a discount. You'd be losing money if you did that. Pause. No, this is just a decision I've made. No, it has nothing to do with OP. Pause. Well, you don't have to like it, Hank. You just have to accept it. Goodbye. Click. And it was the greatest revenge I could have ever imagined. Through a chance meeting years later, Hank got screwed out of $20,000 in easy commissions. And the best part is, Hank absolutely knew it had everything to do with OP. Our next story today comes to us from FighterJet24. Kept screwing over your group members? This teacher is tired of your crap. Let's jump right in. This is my first post here, and for reasons that will soon become obvious, this channel speaks to the depths of my soul. It's also a very long one because I want you to delight in my destruction. The particular flavor of this revenge comes from the fact that everything that goes down is the result of a domino effect that leaves devastation in its wake. Dedication. This story is for anyone who's ever been effed over in a group project, and I certainly hope you enjoy it. Some details are deliberately vague because duh, and I don't feel like getting sued. My backstory, not super necessary, but will give you insight into my logic. I've been teaching for many years, but it's important to understand that in my first year of teaching, I got put on blast by an elite group of entitled parents and their entitled kids. Not a week went by without someone either demanding my job, trying to undermine me, or just calling me a piece of crap. I nearly quit halfway through the first semester. The verbal and emotional abuse was so bad. This was at a school in a tough area, so I was accused of racism constantly for asking kids to stop talking, was ripped into for giving failing grades for missing work, and even enforcing the rules in the student parent handbook got me in hot water. My principal reprimanded me for being a negative influence on the school, and I was told I needed to let more rules slide because he was tired of hearing from parents. I would have parents just show up unannounced to sit in on my lessons and then tell me I was a crappy educator, a bad human being, etc. I have plenty of horror stories from that school alone, but the point I want to make is that this experience defined the kind of teacher I became going forward to my next school. I needed to be that person who was untouchable because I needed to focus on the one job that mattered, teaching kids. My next school was in a fairly affluent area. It wasn't uncommon for me to find out that my students' parents made millions, which brought its own unique set of problems. However, my new principal was super supportive of me as long as I followed the school's handbook to the letter because, by doing so, I was in line with the school's philosophy and protected by law. We seriously had parents filing frivolous lawsuits all the darn time. This school had long ago learned that caving to parents' demands spilled blood in the water and brought the rest of the sharks in droves. My first year at this new school was successful for many reasons, but primarily because the school culture was easily adapted to. By planning ahead, I was able to head off 99% of all negative parents at the pass. The few times a parent tried to rip into me at conferences, I ripped back so hard that I developed a reputation amongst the kids and parents as someone you couldn't F with. Everything I did was in line with the rules, and any attempt to take me down got stonewalled by my principal, who would have to say, Mr. OP is following school policy, so I'm afraid the ultimate decision is his. No joke, I had some parents in tears because their kid could no longer get an A in my class. I wasn't the teacher who wanted to destroy kids. I just wanted them to be accountable, and sometimes that meant letting them fail. Needless to say, this job became a lot of fun because instead of waiting to be ambushed by parents, I could work on making my class fun for my students, while still teaching them something. I made ironclad rules for the classroom that brooked little argument and would adapt the following year to make it harder for students or parents to ruin my day. I have many stories like this, but this is one of my favorites. The backstory. The year this happened, I taught a high school class with grades 9 to 12. That's 14 to 18-year-olds for you overseas guests. My class wasn't necessary to graduate, but did count as a core requirement. One of my beginning of the year rules was, I never want to hear, when will we ever need this, because you didn't have to sign up for this class. How I structure my class is that I try to make students accountable for their own actions. My class was built so that it had something to offer everybody. If you tried your best, you were guaranteed a C. If you worked really hard, you could get a B or an A. I would bust my butt to help a student with any reasonable request. The best example of this was a student was working hard on an assignment and said, I think I understand it now, but I can't turn it in on time. To which I answered, then turn it in tomorrow for full credit. This is how hard work pays off. Other than a few hard deadlines in my class, I would do whatever it took to see you learn the material. F around in my class, I have already found ways to run circles around the pathetic excuses you throw at your parents for your piss poor performance. It sounds callous, but I was the teacher who would stay for 90 minutes after school to help you catch up, to help you fix your project for another class, or even to listen to you cry about your parents' divorce. If I caught you goofing in class instead of doing your work, my rule was that at least 70% of class time was intended for homework, quizzes, etc. I would warn you a couple times, email your parents, and then wait and see if they even gave a crap. If they didn't, I would let you keep digging that hole until you were hip deep in water and begging for a ladder. And then I would toss you a rope instead. You could still climb it if you tried hard enough, but a lot of kids would just cry until that hole caved in and buried them. I also utilized my school's online grading and assignment system for nearly all of my assignments, which meant I could document when a student looked at the assignment, how long it took them, etc. All of this allowed me to see what my students were doing when they did it, and also if they were plagiarizing. This was one of the tools that helped me make important decisions about leniency and also allowed me to say things at conferences, such as, of course the test was hard, your child didn't attempt the 9 homework assignments until 11 p.m. the night before the test. Being able to prove that a student wasn't trying made it impossible for blame to be laid unfairly at my feet. It also meant the worst kids avoided my class. Bonus. However, this year something magical happened. Every other year, I would get a wave of kids who just wanted to screw around and blame everyone else for doing poorly. At the end of the year, students would crap talk me, my class sizes would drop the following year, then I would receive high praise from those kids, so everyone would sign up, so on and so on. But this year, not only did I get a giant wave of knuckleheads, but they came with parents who loved to make trouble. I had already heard tales of some of these parents. Other teachers were just dying to hear stories about our interactions because these parents were very much entitled. They would name drop lawyers when they didn't get their way, try to badger teachers into giving their kids extra credit, and would largely deny any wrongdoing on their kids' part. These were the parents who would get called in because their student was busted cheating, then accuse the teacher of making the class too hard, therefore validating their student's need to cheat. So about these knuckleheads, it was a group of roughly 7 senior boys who all shifted their schedules to be in the same period with each other. The other teachers could not believe that I had all of them at the same time, but I just shrugged it off. Every week, the staff lounge was dying to know how I dealt with their shenanigans, but for the most part, I had shut down most of their crap from day one. I actually got along very well with them, despite their constant goofing, because they had mastered the ability to appear busy and didn't distract my other kids. Then came the first group project. My class size was just right for 7 groups of 4 to form. The Idiot Collective formed 2 groups of 4 by pulling in a kid who had been absent on the first day of the project. These 2 groups crashed and burned on this project super hard for several reasons. But the biggest were that A, they effed around during class time, and B, put off a 2-week assignment until the weekend before, and then dumped all the work on everybody else, which resulted in everybody doing minimal effort. I handed out the crap grades and was immediately pulled into parent conferences with several of them, one at a time obviously. Every meeting was the same. My kid did all the work, so he doesn't deserve a bad grade, or my kid didn't understand the assignment, to which I handed over my hyper-specific rubric, which is a checklist for how I grade things. I never wanted to be accused of grading based on not liking a kid. These largely went like this. My kid did all the work, and I don't think it's fair. It should hurt his grade. Here is the work your student turned in, hands it over. Here is my rubric which I printed and emailed to your student the day the project started, hands it over. As you can see, I have itemized the grading for ease of use. I would be happy to go over the grade your student earned. Reads through all the evidence, looks at kid. Where are the missing parts? My group members were responsible for that. I can't grade what I never received, so I can't reasonably just raise your kid's grade. Sorry. Now, good news for all my students. I make assignments worth more throughout the semester with the idea that kids that screw up early on can make it up later by working hard. I seed extra credit throughout the semester, and all of these parents are disgruntled but happy to hear that their entitled embryo can still get an A in my class. Now, the end result of this meetings was that it clearly wasn't my fault. Remember, I had all this data to prove that I made every effort to contact everybody, etc., so it must be the other kid's fault. So these parents all decide that their perfect angel is no longer allowed to work with their previous group mates. Like a cancer, this failure of friends distributes through the rest of the class. Like the genius that I am, I make my students write a group contract for every project that details who does what and when it is due. Why is this important? Because the contract provides me with the documentation necessary to allow me to dismiss a bad group member and give them a 0 without their parent crapping all over my day. So here is where the problem begins manifesting. These seniors begin bouncing from group to group like cancerous ping pong balls, wreaking havoc. I let students choose their groups, so these seniors are desperately integrating with anybody that will have them. Because of my class size, every group has at least one coddled child to deal with, and these children just end up rotating until all of my students have worked with one of these seniors at some point. Now I am getting constant complaints from parents of other kids about these boys. Their kid wanted a good grade, which means they ended up doing all the work while the senior slacked. This is usually after the fact, at which time I bring up, I would love to yank that leech out of your grade pool, but you have to use the contract. Students don't want to say anything because they fear retribution from the seniors, but I can't do anything because I will be accused of harassment. The contract can provide me with the leverage I need to prove that these kids were doing no work because these seniors have been playing their parents for years. I make my class utilize Google Docs because the changes are time-stamped. No joke, I've had students produce all the work the morning of a parent meeting to try and lie their way out and make me look like a piece of crap, but that timestamp is a godsend. Luckily, my class is balanced. A crappy group mate can make things hard, but not undoable, and parents are appeased that I have an out for their kid, but disappointed that their kid doesn't use it. Every time I announce a group project is on the way, some of these seniors sucker up to the other kids to the point that it is expected that a spot will be made for them. I'm talking buying kids lunch, bringing them gifts, etc. Seriously, the day before a group project starts, all of the seniors now sit at separate tables from each other so that they could pull the "I'm already here, let's be in a group" card, which works most of the time. The strain on class morale is difficult, but I am biding my time. The other students are grabbing at extra credit opportunities constantly so that their grade can absorb the blow, and parent complaints are completely mitigated because I am still offering every chance for success. My principal has a copy of my syllabus in his computer so that he can quote student policies that the parent signed off on. Not uncommon for him to hear, "I don't read that crap, so it doesn't apply." But he reminds them that the clause above the signature line says, "My signature denotes that I have read this document in its entirety and agree to abide by all the rules," or something similar, and that this should be a lesson to the parent and the student that when you sign something, you should read the fine print. If you ever become a teacher, find an awesome boss like this and stick by their side. The setup. So I have 7 slothful seniors, but I shall name the worst of these Larry, Curly, and Mo. The fallout affects all of them. but these 3 are the ones whose parents have a boner for making trouble. Every time they bully a teacher into compliance, I imagine they sit around a smoking room with cigars and cognac, laughing at how they got their way yet again with a lowly teacher. I know that anything I do will be heavily scrutinized once the grades start falling, and I need to be able to shrug it off, because I have other crap to do, and I refuse to be the smiling topic of discussion in their celebratory circle. However, a special note about Larry: since he turned 18, his parents now travel non-stop and are impossible to reach. Larry is now just a huge douche, because his parents no longer care about what he does. I closely monitor their grades in my class, but also in others. This may sound sketchy, but I routinely do this with any of my students who struggle with the material so that I can identify if the issue is my class or all of their classes. Students have been known to fake their grades using Inspect Element, and I got tired of hearing, but they have A's in other classes, because then I look like the piece of crap. Anyway, after a check, I speak with the other teachers. It isn't hard to find out that these boys are doing minimal work in other classes, and I actually discover that Larry has been finding ways to get other kids to do the work for him and then disseminating it amongst his friends. Other teachers have been bullied into lowering test percentages in their class, and guess what? He and his friends are enrolled in these classes. Despite bombing these tests, homework and project grades give them a comfortable cushion so that most of them are floating at low B's. I can't prove this. They are using Snapchat. But when I bring it up with their teachers, the teachers don't feel like trying to prove it and duke it out with the parents. Now, they are gaming other classes for minimal effort. However, their only recourse in my class is to keep rotating through groups and leeching off their hard work to maintain C's and B's. And the other kids are too nervous to utilize the group contract to get them fired. Remember how I mentioned that I steadily increase the value of my assignments to keep kids working and give them a chance to fix their grades? Random day in class. Hey everybody, I was looking in the schedule and realized that your last project before finals may stress you out unnecessarily. Would anybody mind if I dropped it? My class, tired of getting banged on group assignments. Nope, drop it, best teacher ever. Okay, well, just so you know, I'm gonna move our next project back a couple of weeks and extend the deadline by a week. Also, since I canceled the last project, this means that the next project will now be worth roughly 20% of your final grade, so do your best. Screwing this up could kill your grade. My class, whatever. So in one step, I have inflated this assignment and also moved it. I send out an email to parents and students letting them know about the change to the syllabus and the assignment. Get no responses other than happiness that I am removing stress from the end of the semester, etc. I actually did this primarily because another teacher, who was a huge douchebag, plunked down a monster project that same week, and I knew it would burn out my students prior to finals, so figured a break was in order. Win-win for me, really. Now, why did I move it? Maniacal laughter. The Friday before the project started, I announced at the start of class, okay, I'm introducing the project now so that you can get into groups today and we can do it first thing Monday morning without delay, since this project is so important. This announcement elicits a room full of crap-eating grins. Why? It was senior ditch day. Our school didn't condone a ditch day, so the kids tried their best to keep it a secret, but I found out a month in advance. All 7 of these kids were absent from class, which meant I had just given the entire room freedom from these deadweights. Immediately, groups are formed, and even better, I had a couple kids transfer out of my class at semester, which meant, number-wise, these knuckleheads will have to work on this last group project together, in 2 groups. I emphasized that everyone needed to get to class as soon as possible so that they could start as soon as attendance was called. My original intention was to light a giant fire under all 7 of these chumps to get them to actually put in the effort they had neglected to do all year. Most of them had grades in the low C range, except for 1 in the low Bs. As a bonus to all my students, I put an extra credit portion on this project so that they could recoup their early semester losses, but also allowed these seniors to do very well if they put in the effort. This wasn't meant to be a revenge tale, but an attempt to give them one last lesson in responsibility. Before the end of the day, I send out a parent-student notification that the project had been started and that any absent students needed to contact their classmates to establish groups before Monday morning. This was important, as you'll see. I'm sure you can guess what happened next. Immediate fallout. The next Monday, the seniors come traipsing in seconds before the bell to discover that there are only 2 tables to sit at. Whatever, they take their seats. After attendance, okay, everybody has a copy of the rubric, so go ahead and get started. The rest of the class immediately pulls out the rubric. The seniors start looking around frantically. The seniors quickly realize that they have been played and the arguing starts. First thing that happens is Larry, Curly, and Mo decide that they now belong with whoever they happen to be sitting with and scoot their chairs over to sit with different tables. I catch this right away and tell them that the groups are already at maximum size, 4 people per group. The other 4 seniors are already fighting with each other because they know that none of them will actually do any work. Larry, who thinks he's God's gift to everybody, tries to sweet talk me and his group into special privileges and allowing a group of 5. Now, I see some of the other kids wavering, and I know Larry is putting pressure on them to argue his case. I designed this project specifically for 4 people and had a job for each one, but I extended a separate offer. I will let you join, but since there will be 5 of you, I expect double the work. Literally, I told them they would have to do the project twice. Larry tries to argue, but I point out the roles I have established and inform him that if 4 people could do it once, having 5 should make it easier to do it twice. Sounds like a dick move on my part, but I have now intimidated the other kids into saying hell no and even have them put it to a vote. Unsurprisingly, Larry is the only one who votes that this is a good idea, and when the other kids catch wind of my offer, they physically shoo off the other seniors trying to pull this deal as well. You will all be delighted to hear that the rest of the period for my seniors is spent arguing over who will work with who. They end up forming 3 groups and I nod my head, make sure they have the rubric, and then wish them the best of luck. Being the smart teacher that I am, I email Curly's parents and Mo's mommy that they have chosen to work with each other. Mo's mommy shows up to argue with me all the time, but has quickly learned I won't take her crap. At a previous meeting, she even laid into Mo and told him, "I'm tired of fighting these battles with your teachers, and I'm starting to think that you're the problem," but I suspect this is for show. Curly's parents email me back and say they will make sure Curly writes a group contract. You see, Curly has sold himself as the best student ever, and clearly he will do the work and fire his classmates. Mo's mommy immediately requests a meeting with me. Per school policy, I do not have to respond to an email for 48 hours. I wait until hour 47 and email a non-committal "I would love to meet, when are you available?" and wait for a response. I then wait another 48 hours to inform her of a time the following week that works for me. Now, some of the other senior parents have emailed me angrily demanding why I let their kids choose to work with the bad kids again. I had to inform them that I didn't expect all of them to be absent. Immediately, some of my seniors get burned at home because they ditched, and their parents tell me just try to help them pass, which I agree to. Some of them need this class for graduation after all. Mo's mommy, on the other hand, shows up ready to wage war. She starts by demanding that I put Mo in a different group. I decline because the project has now been going on for a week and it wouldn't be fair. She demands that I add him to another group. They're all full, and students have already done the lion's share of the work. She demands that I let him work by himself with an extension. I gladly offer him an extension and slide a copy of the rubric over to him, and he goes white. At this point, he knows that he is never planning to do any of the work. In fact, I know that his group hasn't even started. I have a copy of their group contract, which was hastily scribbled in pencil with no due dates on it. He starts arguing with his mom that he would rather work with his friends and that he is upset that he got stuck in this situation. Contemplating this, she accuses me of deliberately waiting until that day to screw the seniors over. After all, it was a school-sanctioned event, and I'm being a jackbutt about it, and she'll go to the board with her story. Wrong. The joy I get from all my prep work is shutting down BS like this. All 7 of the seniors hung out on ditch day at her house and told her that the principal had given them the day off. Even better, they called in and pretended to be their own parents so that it was an excused absence. He is immediately busted, and his mom flips her switch and jumps all over him. You see, she can keep pressing me on this issue, but I now have evidence that he pretended to be his own dad, and this is a suspendable offense. I buy myself into her graces by telling her that I had no idea that Senior Ditch Day was that Friday, but I gave her kid a free extension on the homework that was due because I thought seniors deserved their own traditions, blah blah blah. She buys it. Also, I can prove that I emailed him and her and gave them plenty of notice before Monday morning that they needed to pick groups before something like this happened. Obviously, once I found out about Ditch Day, I tried to give her precious treasure a heads up, but I don't know why he didn't take it. She makes him open his email. My email is sitting there unopened, and I have won this battle. She thanks me and takes him home. Class morale is super high, unless you are one of the seniors. A week before the project is due, neither group has actually started, and the HMS class average is about to hit an iceberg. The project comes due. It comes as no surprise that my enterprising seniors have turned in easily some of the worst work ever. One group got into a text argument the weekend before it was due and made one of the kids do all the work. Mo and Curly are in this group. The other group with Larry has also turned in a steaming pile. I make sure to grade these two projects first because I know the fallout is going to be big. All the seniors dropped at least one letter grade. A couple dropped 2. This is 4 weeks before graduation. Larry appears to take his F- in stride. They got something like a 10% on it, so I know he's plotting something. Curly's parents demand a meeting, and so does Mo's mommy. Curly's parents are super upset that they got a bad grade and demand to know why. What they didn't know was that I had already met with the student who did the entire project poorly and his parents. I informed Curly's parents that I had seen the text exchange between the seniors that pretty much ended up with, "You effing do it." Curly refused to turn over his phone to his parents for confirmation. I also show them Curly's project and hand over the rubric. Mom and Dad are not happy. You see, Curly has been blaming everyone else for his mistakes since the dawn of time, and his parents have bought in completely until today. Dad pointedly asks, "Which part did you do?" And this causes Curly to spout actual tears. I then pull up a spreadsheet of all of the group project scores from the year with no student data and have highlighted his scores, which are among the worst. The purpose of this was to use data to prove that their son, frankly, never does the work. Curly is absolutely destroyed by this. His parents kick him out of the conference because they are tired of his excuses and ask me what they can do. I tell them I would be happy to offer one-on-one tutoring and that he can still pass the class if he does his homework and gets a B on the next exam. They agree to this, we all shake hands, and they leave. Curly's story largely ends here. He never shows up to tutoring, and I email his parents. After 3 emails, his dad finally responds with, "His mom and I have decided that he needs to learn to be an adult and are leaving him to his own devices. Thank you for your efforts." Curly will spend the rest of the semester doing little to no work. Because he is grounded at home, he is now just watching YouTube videos on his phone during school. The ripple effect is glorious, because now Curly is doing this in all of his classes. I speak with his teachers, and they all email that he has quit doing work in class and get the same reply I did, rather than the vehement responses they are used to. When Curly fails his classes, he still graduates, but his parents have informed him that they are no longer paying for his college and it's time to get a job. Mo's mommy flips her crap and demands answers. Unfortunately, Mo is in the same group as Curly and she gets the same answers from me. Strangely enough, when she's exhausted every effort and attempt to somehow blame me for this, she admits that she knew Mo was part of bullying the lone senior and that he should be ashamed of himself. She deliberately tried to play me, but outed herself when she knew that I already knew everything. Super annoying, but I agree to help tutor him one-on-one, which makes her happy. Long-term fallout. Mo's mommy is emailing me every few days now. Is my son doing his work? Did he get help with his homework, etc.? Non-stop, but she knows better than to fight with me. Larry is unusually chipper and is no longer doing his work. I find out that Larry is supposedly going to a college where he just needs to maintain his GPA over a super low number. He claims an F in my class won't change anything, so I make sure he doesn't distract the others. Mo shows up only occasionally, but strangely enough, Larry pops in just to say hi whenever Mo is getting help. I can't fathom why he does this, but suspect he is up to something and already have a backup plan in place. You see, Mo's mommy is nuts, and I make sure that there's always another person in the room with me when I tutor him. Anyway, Mo's mommy is constantly checking in. I start waiting 48 hours between emails, cause I can, and she starts dropping by in person unannounced to check on him and me. She's been acting cagey lately, and I'm starting to suspect something. It's effing Larry. Larry is a friend of Mo's, so he's been in her home feeding her made-up stories to convince her that I have been emotionally abusing Mo when other students aren't around. Stuff like I was calling him a tard after school, etc., and then telling her, you can even have the school check the cameras to see that I'm there. This starts a whole thing where she is now demanding answers from admin, but Mr. Fighterjet is smart. Admin asks me about details regarding my interactions with Mo, and I end up sitting down with my principal, Mo, and Mo's mommy. She details that Mo is struggling, might not graduate, and that she believes I have singled her kid out for abuse and wants his grade raised. You see, Mo is dumb and lazy, and his mom is just as bad. When Larry went to her with this story, she never bothered talking about it with her own son. He just agreed and went along with it. So I asked Mo point blank to please describe what has been said during our sessions, and then offer to leave the room so that he can tell the principal without me there. She tells me to stay because she wants me to hear from her son what I've done to him. What neither of them knew was that I was a mentor teacher. That meant I had a first-year teacher as my mentee, not a student teacher, but a new hire that works with a veteran teacher to learn the ropes of our school. And I had her working on grades and such in my room after school. You need so many contact hours on the days I agreed to meet with Mo. She was young, so Mo thought she was another student and never questioned it and couldn't even remember that she was in there. My principal already had statements from her detailing my interactions with Mo, and Mo was unable to give any actual details and suddenly forgot what had been said to him. This lands her in hot water with admin, and she blames the whole thing on Larry and becomes visibly upset that she fell for such a stupid ruse. This results in an email cautioning teachers from being alone in a room with either student. Suddenly, after-school help evaporates for both, but hey, I always have someone in my room, so whatever. After that meeting, Larry is now suddenly super concerned about his grade. I rationalize that he is hoping to burn me out of my job and then use the fallout to get a free passing grade. Obviously, it doesn't work, so F Larry. I have kids who actually want to succeed. My free days are now on days I know he works, and he never shows up for tutoring anyway. Now that other teachers are hesitant to meet with him, he is unable to cut deals to raise those grades either. Seriously, teachers fell for his change of heart spiel every semester. Mo's mom makes a last-ditch effort and tries to convince me that the parents of the seniors have scheduled a meeting with my boss to have me fired for giving their kids a bad grade, and that she would be willing to put in a good word for me if I meet with her first. I'm sitting next to the principal when I get this email through an app on my cell phone, and he has no idea what she's talking about. I tell her I'd be happy to meet everybody, but that I would probably eat my lunch during such a meeting, and that I hope people didn't mind the smell of fish. I got a, no, seriously, they're threatening to sue you, but feigned stupidity and informed her that I couldn't be sued for eating fish during a meeting. She now realizes I give zero Fs about anything and can't be threatened. Again, there's nothing she can do because I am simply following policy. The last few weeks are frantic for these seniors. One by one they fail because they've done little to no work for a couple years now and they have no idea how to apply themselves. Other teachers are emboldened by how hard I shut them down and finally hold them accountable. A few of them just barely manage D's in my class, the rest fail. I get a few last-second squeaks of, what can I do to raise my grade, but have now documented that none of them attempted the extra credit assignments, and that was their chance. It's hard for a parent to crap on you when you can prove you actually tried to give their student extra credit, and can then prove they never opened the assignment online. These guys are now failing some of their other classes. A couple have breakdowns in my class and leave crying. Their friendships are fracturing with each other because they now all hate each other for what happened, which they will get over during the summer. My last test came, and I made it an online multiple choice test. It was easy enough to have the question and answers shuffled in random order, meaning they couldn't cheat off each other. You see, I knew for a long time that they would sit next to each other to try and cheat on the exam, and Larry had blown a ton of money on a tutor to try and carry his friends. This throws them all off, and when Mo's mommy accuses me again of trying to trick her kid with a much harder test, it was easy enough to shoo her away with a simple email. Larry passes the exam, but his grades move up to a meager D-. The results. If you're still here, congratulations on dealing with my wall of text. Here are the results. Of those 7 seniors, 1 didn't graduate and had to transfer schools. His parents were embarrassed that they paid to fly the whole family out for a graduation that he didn't get to take part in. 2 of the seniors lost all of their scholarships and could no longer attend the schools they wanted. Their fallback plan was to attend the same school together and become roommates, which they did with 3 of the other seniors, including Mo. I do have some after stories because I still work at this school and occasionally hear from the kids who graduated. Larry's college was not happy with his final GPA. I'm not sure what his long game was, but it sucked. The college kicked him out before he could even start, and I found out his huge web of lies extended to his parents too. He toured Europe over the summer and tried to surprise his parents by coming home instead of going to school. Apparently, they kicked him out immediately after because they were selling their house to get a condo somewhere else. Remember, they travel for work all the time now, so wanted to downgrade. Last I heard, he made up a story that he joined the military but got released due to a made-up illness. I say made up because I heard this tale from 3 different people, and each one was given a different disease. Curly's parents relented and decided to pay for Curly to go to college after all. Curly got kicked out halfway through the year, got busted more than once for underage consumption, and then kicked to the curb after living at home for a year and refusing to get a job. Last I heard, he works in a vape shop. Mo went to school and used his book smarts to try and pay other kids to do his work for him. His mommy is rich. When that failed, he faked his grades to get his mom to keep footing the bill. Eventually, the school kicked him out and he moved back home. The story his mommy told a friend of hers, who I ran into at a school function, was that he decided that he would rather be an entrepreneur than go to college, and that he bought a drone to film weddings with. Last I heard, he was acting as a distributor for his weed dealer, but had moved up to selling acid on the side. His mommy thinks he's working weddings. One senior went to college with his friends and immediately realized he needs to change. He quit hanging with his friends and, last I heard, graduated with honors in a lucrative field. He emailed me once to thank me for challenging him in high school because it prepared him for college, so that was nice. That's it, the end. Thanks for reading. And if you ever had a teacher you loved, send them an email. We love hearing from our children. Our next story today comes to us from Barbecue Lunch and is titled, "Can't You Just Unload Around Me?" Let's jump right in. So this happened earlier today and was too perfect to not share with you guys. I work in construction as the foreman for a new house build. The location is kinda strange. The house is 250 feet up a hill via a footpath only. All of our materials have to come up this footpath by hand. It's a pain in the butt to manually carry, quite literally, an entire house up this hill. One of our saving graces is having the 2 parking spots on the street at the bottom of this hill marked with official no parking signs. Unfortunately, there is an elementary school about half a block away, and the parents of children seem to regularly, at least twice a day, think it's okay to park in our spots. Now, I consider myself a reasonable person, so if someone is parked in the spots and we don't have a delivery or a need to park a truck, I will let it go. If we need the spots and there's someone parked there, however, I will ask them to move nicely, and most of the time they do so immediately until today. I get a phone call from the lumber delivery truck that is en route to our location. He says he'll be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. I let him know I will meet him at the street and make sure he has space to park. He's carrying all of the material to frame the roof of our house, which is a lot of really big lumber and will take easily an hour to bring up the hill. So naturally I didn't want him parked in the middle of the street with his hazards on for an hour when we have a perfectly good parking spot for him. As I begin my trip down the hill, I notice there's a school parent sitting in her car idling, assuming she's just waiting to pick up her child. I walk to her car and politely let her know that she is parked in a no parking zone and we really need her to clear it to park a delivery truck. She scoffs at me and rudely states back, "I'll just be a few minutes and your truck isn't here. Take a chill pill, dude." Before I can respond, a giant lumber truck comes around the corner and I wave to him. and then gesture towards him to the woman in the car who has now put her window back up to ignore me. I put on my best customer service smile and wave at her through the window. She puts it down halfway and angrily shouts, "What?" By now, the truck has pulled up alongside her car, and I politely ask her again, with a stronger tone of voice, to move her vehicle, reminding her that she is illegally parked in a tow-away zone. Then she gives me this wonderful idea. She says, "Can't you guys just unload around me? Jesus, it's not that hard." I gave her another smile and walk away, a brilliant plan forming in my head. I instruct the delivery driver to park as closely to her as possible and block her in with the porta potty that is at one end of our reserve spots and the parked car that is parked just adjacent to our spots on the other end. He smiles because he immediately gets what I'm trying to do and proceeds to expertly block this lady and her car into a little 2 parking spot jail. We unstrap the lumber and my guys begin humping the material up the hill. Meanwhile, I call the police parking enforcement to let them know the situation. At this point in time, I wasn't trying to get her in trouble. I just wanted a record of why we were blocking part of the street so we don't get in trouble with the city. The very friendly traffic officer lets me know that she can be there in about 30 minutes and deal with the situation for me. Wonderful! As we continue to unload lumber, the child of the parent shows up, and wouldn't you know it, Mom is just now realizing that the lumber truck is parked so close, she can't get out of her driver's door to meet her kid. She awkwardly clambers across the inside of her car and stumbles out the passenger door, shooting glaring looks at me and the truck driver in the process. She loads her kid into the back and then begins to realize that she has no way of leaving. She comes storming up to myself and the driver and states, "I'm in a big hurry. You need to move your damn truck right now so I can go." Before I can respond, the driver gets a grin on his face and says, "Ma'am, in order to unload the lumber on the truck, we had to unstrap it. And per our company policy, I'm not allowed to move the truck with any unsecured load on it. Sorry." This sends her into near aneurysm levels of blood pressure. Meanwhile, I can barely contain my laughter. "F your policy, I have somewhere to be," she barks back at him. At this point, with impeccably convenient timing, the parking enforcement officer shows up and parks behind the truck. She doesn't see the officer arrive, and while the officer is still getting out of her vehicle, I just casually say, "Can't you just pull around it? It's not that hard." With the biggest crap-eating grin I've ever had, I watched as she realizes that I just used her line on her. "F you," she yells, and storms back to her car and angrily clambers back in through the passenger door and into the driver's seat. At this point, the officer is walking up to myself and the driver. Before she can even introduce herself, the mom in the car slams it into reverse and stomps on the gas, crashing into our porta potty and knocking it over, and then throws the car into drive and tries to mount the curb and drive on the sidewalk. The officer, driver, and I are staring in disbelief as she gets halfway over the curb and gets stuck. I can hear her screaming obscenities over the idling truck from inside her car. The officer promptly walks up to the door of the car and orders her out. My favorite part of the entire thing is watching her face go to shock as she realized she just did all of that in front of a police officer. She gets slapped in cuffs as the parking officer calls for a second unit, and she is promptly sat on the very curb she tried to drive over. She sits on the curb yelling to the now 2 officers about how we told her she could stay there and that we never asked her to move. The traffic officer responds that she was the one who was originally called when she first refused to move and that she already knows what's going on. While myself and the driver are giving a report to the second officer, my guys finish moving the remainder of the lumber and the driver finishes his statement and takes off to go back to the yard. By the end of the ordeal, she was arrested, charged with child endangerment. Her kid was in the back of the car the whole time, reckless driving, destruction of property, the porta potty, and driving on a suspended license. On top of all that, she also got her car towed. The kid went home with his grandma, and she went to spend some quality time in a cell. I never expected her to actually heed my advice to just pull around it, but I think next time she'll probably think twice about parking in a tow-away zone if she ever gets a license again. Our next story today comes to us from Deleted Account. It's titled, "She Hated Me and Made Me Think I Was an Idiot." Let's jump right in. I don't know if this is pro, but it is certainly more than petty. In high school 10 plus years ago, I was quiet and attentive in class. Teachers liked me, I wasn't popular, but I had good friends. I say all this to explain that high school was relatively calm for me. I played sports, was on the student newspaper, and got decent grades. However, that all changed my second semester junior year. I've always been a voracious reader. My freshman English teacher recommended I move up to the honors English track, so I did for freshman, sophomore, and the first half of junior year. Then I was put into classical literature my second semester junior year. I've always loved Greek and Roman stories and had already read your typical high school classical reading list on my own. I didn't mind reading them again until I met Miss Umbridge. She put on a sweet facade, but she was downright evil. She also decided she hated me. I still do not know why or what transgression I committed, but she hated me. I assume it was my habit of sometimes nodding off in classes. At the time, I had undiagnosed thyroid issues and was getting up at 5 a.m. for swim practice. I say sometimes because it happened maybe twice a month total between all 8 classes. I don't remember nodding off in her class, but it could have happened. Anyways, her class was 50% essays and written reports. The rest were random quizzes and a couple tests. I was on the student newspaper, and I was a decent writer. I wasn't worried about maintaining a B or up. We wrote our first paper, and I got a D. I was shocked. The only class I struggled in was chemistry, and still my lowest assignment grade was a C. After class, I asked Miss Umbridge what I did wrong, because her notes were minimal. She told me my assessment of the material was uninspired. Okay, can you direct me to an example of an inspired assessment? Come back during study hall. Thinking she'd have some example materials for me to review, I got a pass to see her during study hall. Nope, she spent the full hour basically telling me I was an idiot. I remember leaving and crying because she didn't tell me anything constructive. My friend, the eventual valedictorian, offered to help me on my next paper. My friend and I spent hours on my next paper. She never got below an A- on anything. I got another D. My friend was furious. She took it to her AP English teacher and asked him to review it. She said she was entering a writing competition and wanted advice. He said it was great, her typical A+ work. My friend, quicker on the uptake, asked me for a copy of my original assignment. She asked her AP English teacher to look it over too, and he said she should enter the first one. This one was still good. He'd probably give it an A-, but the other paper was better. My friend was convinced Miss Umbridge was treating me unfairly for some reason, and she must not like me. My friend wanted me to tell my parents or my school counselor. A teacher didn't like me? That had never happened. Sure, they didn't all love me, but none had actively disliked me. I decided to try one more time, but this time get Miss Umbridge to help me. Despite the previous horrors of spending study hall with Miss Umbridge, I went to her office during study hall 3 times before the next paper was due. She reviewed the paper and gave me tips on revising it each time. She did this in red pen. I took notes. By the time the next paper was due, I had 3 revised versions with her notes in red ink on each one. I got a D+. She smirked and congratulated me on my improvement. B, I was done. My friend was right. This B had it out for me and was giving me crap grades on purpose. I'm a laid-back person, but I was pissed. Never before been this pissed. I took my paper to my newspaper teacher. Sure, he didn't teach English, but our student paper constantly won awards because of his work. I told him I was having trouble in English, and could he please look over my paper and give me advice? He was a little confused as to why I didn't ask my English teacher, but he did it. He also told me it was great, but gave me a few minor changes to make. I asked him if he thought it was a B or better. He said he'd give it an A, not 100%, but a solid A. I went to my friend and we brainstormed. I couldn't request a drop or add. This wasn't college. You just don't switch classes at my high school unless the teacher recommends an honor placement. That's not true, said my friend. The football and basketball guys get moved to easier classes all the time to keep their grades up, so they are eligible for games. The athletics director was a friend of my dad, so I requested a meeting with him and my swim coach after school one day. I told them I was in danger of losing my eligibility to swim because I was pulling a D in a class. I wanted to move classes, but I knew I'd need approval from administration, which I wouldn't get without a good reason. They asked if I had requested help. I explained I had asked for help from multiple people, but my grade wasn't improving. I didn't know what to do. They asked to see my papers. I sat while they read them. They both looked at me confused. Neither of them could understand how those papers were worth only a D. The student VP was brought in. He asked who helped me. I explained my friend. He knew who she was, again, future valedictorian, and she had even asked her AP English teacher to look it over for advice. I had also asked my newspaper teacher to help me. Student VP asked if I ever actually asked my teacher for help. I smiled and handed him the 3 revised versions of paper number 3 with Miss Umbridge's red ink all over them. He frowned. AP English teacher and my newspaper teacher were pulled into the meeting. They were each asked to grade the papers. All 3 papers got an A- or better. While this was going on, my dad was called in by the athletics director. My dad was pissed. He demanded I be moved to another class and that Miss Umbridge be put under review. Clearly, she wasn't grading students on their work, but on her own personal opinions. The school administrator obviously bristled at the accusation that a teacher was treating students unfairly. A lot of arguing that I wasn't allowed to sit on occurred in the VP's office. I could hear plenty of yelling as 6 adult men argued over the appropriate next steps. It was decided that myself, my dad, VP, and athletics director would have a meeting with Miss Umbridge. The following morning before school, we all met. Miss Umbridge seemed to think she was going to get to tell everyone why I was so stupid. VP explained that if I maintained a D in her class, I would lose my extracurricular eligibility, and we were all meeting to discuss what to do. She smirked and said I should be moved to the non-honors English track, and I had no business being in honors English. I didn't have the aptitude to understand the complex classical literature they were studying, and I probably would need a tutor to even get through basic English. I've never seen my father so red, and I half expected to see steam come out of his ears. VP asked why she didn't try to help me improve. She said it was up to students to put in the initiative to get better. VP asked if that meant I had never asked her for help. She said I had not. VP then pulled out the 3 revised versions of paper number 3 and handed them to Miss Umbridge. Now it was her turn to be read. She called me a liar and said those notes weren't hers. Things got heated and I was asked to leave again. I sat outside the office. This time, the secretary was there and we both heard the shouting. School was set to start in 30 minutes and they were all just shouting. Then AP teacher and newspaper teacher were called in again, more shouting. About 5 minutes to the start of classes, the teachers left and I was called back in. If looks could kill, I'd have died then and there when Miss Umbridge walked out of VP's office. I was being moved to basic English effective immediately. My current grade would not carry over. I would not need to make up any past assignments, and new teacher would be instructed to grade me only on the assignments going forward. My new English teacher, Miss Honey, ended up being the English department head. She was at least 65 and had been doing this for decades. After 2.5 years of honors English, this class was easier than PE. I barely had to try to get an A, but I refused to let Miss Honey think Miss Umbridge had been right. I tried harder in that class than any other class that semester. I finished projects so quickly that I was asked to tutor a girl struggling in the class. I spent half the class period just helping this girl understand the material. I helped her go from a C- to a B+. I got something like 104% in the class. At the end of the semester, Miss Honey called me into her office during study hall. She was recommending I return to honors English for senior year. I must have looked panicked because she assured me Miss Umbridge would not be my teacher. In fact, she would not be anyone's teacher. She was leaving at the end of the school year. Miss Umbridge was only in her late 20s and unmarried, too early to retire, and my high school was in one of the best paying school districts in the state. I knew what leaving meant, but Miss Honey still explained that I was put in her class on purpose. The school administration trusted Miss Honey to determine the truth of Miss Umbridge's claim that I was basically a lying idiot. Miss Honey stated I very clearly belonged in honors English. She apologized if her class had not been challenging enough for me. I cried. I mean, full-on ugly snot cried. I didn't realize it, but part of me had actually believed Miss Umbridge up until that moment. Miss Honey hugged me and consoled me. I spent senior year in honors English and spent my study hall tutoring Miss Honey's struggling students. To this day, I think about that awful woman fairly regularly. My career is strongly writing-based, and I still worry obsessively over my writing. I hope she never taught again, because she wreaked havoc on my self-confidence. Our next story today comes to us from DeadDrone999. Neighbors sued me after harassing my dog for months, lost horribly. Let's jump right in. Several commenters telling me that you guys would enjoy this story. About 6 or 7 months ago, my neighbor got a drone. I don't mind people having hobbies, but for some reason, he insisted on flying like the biggest jerk possible. He would hover in front of other houses and windows, trying to race cars going down the road, and worst of all, he had a habit of flying his drone in my fenced backyard, buzzing over my dog, diving low just over my dog's head, before circling around to do it again. My dog isn't small, he's about 70 pounds and a Malamute, but the drone terrified him, and I was worried what would happen if it hit him. I asked my neighbor several times to please not fly in my yard and explained that it was scaring my dog. He basically told me to get lost and laughed in my face. When it still continued, I called the police. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do other than ask him to please not fly over my house and property. Finally, in late December it happened. My dog got tired of his crap and managed to catch the drone right as it was diving towards him. He shredded the drone. The thing was just a jumbled mess of wires and plastic. Neighbor was pissed. He stormed over to my house swearing and threatening me, which I ignored. A week later, I got a summons to small claims court. He wanted $900 for the cost of his drone and an additional $300 for supposedly denying him access to his property. The drone sat in my yard for a couple hours before it was retrieved. F that. He could have killed my dog. I don't have kids or a girlfriend. I just have my dog, who is my best friend for the past 7 years. That dog has moved with me 3 times, was there when I graduated college, saw me buy my first house and my first new car. I love my dog. Went to legal advice, got some great help from them. Turns out him suing me was the best thing to ever happen. When we got to small claims court, the judge basically laughed away his claims that I had intentionally trained my dog to attack his drone. But little did he know I was prepared. I had dozens of photos of my yard showing it was impossible for him to accidentally fly that low to my dog, videos of him harassing my dog in the past, and I had saved all my medical bills from taking my dog to the vet. $700 for an x-ray? Check. Another $250 to sedate him during? Why not? Don't want him being uncomfortable. Full dental exam with tooth cleaning and repair? $400. Then there was the cost of the anti-anxiety meds and a secondary checkup, wet food for a week in case his teeth were hurt, and just extra for good measure. In the end, the butthole ended up owing me almost $2,000 and is now being investigated by the FAA for not having a registered drone and violating several FAA regulations concerning drone flight. Too near an airport, too close to other people, out of sight of operator, and way above the maximum altitude. Enjoy never being allowed to fly drones again, dick. Our next story today comes to us from Dr. Rave Ninja. Harass my daughter on Minecraft? You can't hide from me. Let's jump right in. So my daughter, who was about 8 at the time, was really into Minecraft, as most kids are these days. Also desperately wanting to join the YouTube and Let's Play culture, I had installed some screen recording software that would let her make videos of the games she was playing, so she could later upload them to YouTube. Anyways, one day I'm minding my own business when I hear her quietly sniffling over on the computer. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me, so I let it go, but decided to keep an eye on her. A few minutes later, I discovered what was happening. Someone was harassing not only her, but also all the other kids playing on whatever server she was on. This kid, we'll call him Little Craphead, was saying crap about how he was going to hurt my 8-year-old daughter. She told him how old she was, hoping he would stop, how he was going to hack into her IP and steal all her info, swearing profusely, remember, this is a game for kids, etc, etc. By this time, I had gotten my fiance involved, and she was also obviously quite upset at what a little crap this kid was being. We realized that our daughter had been recording the entire incident, and a plan began to form. I started by Googling Little Craphead's username. There were several hits immediately, the most interesting of which involved a page where he was publicly applying to be a mod for a server on Minecraft. I was able to learn a lot about this little POS. He claimed to be 15, likes hockey, used to live in Toronto, but now lives in Florida. But the bombshell was easily his Skype contact info. It was literally first name dot last name. I know your name now, you little crap. So I head over to Facebook and search for the name. Nothing. On a hunch, I searched for just the last name while narrowing my results to only the state of Florida. Several dozen hits. So I have to start combing through each one until I find what I was looking for. A middle-aged man with the same last name, whose profile indicates he was born in Toronto and now lives in Florida. I found your dad, you little crap. So I sent him a message on Facebook asking if he had a son named first name who goes by this username on Minecraft. Dad confirmed I had the right guy. So my wife begins telling the dad everything that little craphead was saying to my daughter, and we sent him the recorded video as proof. Radio silence for a few days. Then we got the message back. Little craphead had his computer taken away from him for the entire summer and had also been lying about his age. He was only 11, I think. His parents were effing livid with him, and he surely hated the next few months of his life. No one F's with my daughter. Our next story today comes to us from Young Sour Swede and is titled, "My hag of a stepmom gave away my PlayStation 4 while I was away in college, so I rent out her house while she was on her honeymoon with her newest husband." Let's jump right in. I have been reading lots of Reddit lately, especially entitled parents, but made a new account when I came across this page. I never thought I'd actually try to contribute something. Until now, Reddit has just been my guilty morning coffee read. So here goes. I'm an only son. My mom died of ovarian cancer at only 55 5 years ago. It broke my dad's heart. They had been together since college and were the same age, with my dad being a month older. I'm 22 and am about to graduate college with my degree in chemistry when the main events start to occur. I went to college on a full ride scholarship. This is important later. My dad met my now stepmom when she was my mom's nurse at the hospital where she spent her final days. My stepmom Grace played all the right notes to gain my dad's trust. She was empathetic to him, nurturing, comforting after my mom passed. I was 17 and old enough to sense that she was just trying to weasel her way into getting my dad's resources, but it was up to my dad if he wanted to be in a relationship with her. I was in my final year of public school and had just won a scholarship to attend college out of the country the following year. My dad mourned my mom for a year, and that whole time, Grace would check in on him by phone every month or so, in my opinion, to scope out the possibility of sinking her hooks in him. After a year passed, Grace took off the gloves and went hard after my dad. Grace was only 40 when she and my dad started seeing each other. I didn't like her, but at the same time, my dad at least didn't seem so depressed anymore, so I tried to be less pessimistic about her and give her the benefit of the doubt. In my gut, I didn't trust her though, but we are Scandinavian, and at least in my family, the son does not tell his father what to do or even offer any opinion. Grace is from the Czech Republic if you're wondering. My father was a very successful banker during his career and amassed quite a portfolio of wealth. I'll spare you the details, but after 6 months of dating, Grace and my father were married. My dad never really got over my mom though, and he was getting weaker and weaker even though he was only 57. Since his health was fading, he called me to him and asked me point blank, "Boy, what do you need to set you up in this life?" I told him I don't need anything. I'm a man and can take care of myself. But what are you even talking about, Dad? You're gonna be around for decades yet. I did remind him that he had living sisters with children, my aunts and cousins. I also reminded him that I had a full scholarship to college, so don't worry about giving me any cash. He was dead only a year later at 59. I, of course, have seen lots of Hollywood movies, so I consider the conspiracy theory that maybe my dad's nurse wife poisoned him and made him sign over all his money to her, but I really honestly do not think that's what happened. Other relatives didn't like Grace either, but they knew my dad was totally in love with my mom and that her death utterly broke him. Well, long story short, My dad bequeathed his 5-bedroom house to me, even though I wasn't expecting it and didn't ask for it. He gave a small endowment to each of his sisters and their children. He left about 80% of all his existing money to Grace, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad ignored me because he's generous to a fault and still gave me several tens of thousands of dollars, which were of course very useful to me. He left about 80% of all his existing money to Grace, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad ignored me because he's generous to a fault and still gave me several tens of thousands of dollars, which were of course very useful to me. Grace tried to put on a friendly front, but I could tell she was angry as hell that she didn't get my dad's house too. That belonged to me, and I had the legal papers to prove it. She was especially mad because we live in an extremely upscale and trendy location, and houses are hard to come by and easily sold for massive profit. During the first few months after my dad's death, I had the nauseating, creepy experience of knowing that Grace was trying to feel me out to see if I might be into a little relationship with her. Gross. She still stayed at the house though, because over the last 3 years, she had gotten used to living there and acting like she owned it. And even though I officially owned it, I was always away at college and only visited my dad's old house once every couple of months. And even then, it wasn't to see Grace, but to see my cousins, who lived just a few miles away. I downplayed the fact that it was really my house, and over the months, I think Grace gradually forgot that she really had no legal right to the house. She probably believed that sooner or later, because I never asked her for any of the hundreds of thousands of my dad's dollars that she now had, that I was somehow independently wealthy, and would just give up my house to her. I knew I'd eventually hydrogen bomb this bee when she started dating some new guy only 5 months after my dad was in the ground. And one time when I came home from college, after graduating, she and her new boyfriend, some sleazy looking D-bag named Ivan, who was only a few years older than me, were acting like I was a guest in my own house and that they owned it. I played along. Grace told me she gave away my PlayStation 4 to Ivan's cousin because I'm too old to play with video games. I don't even know this mother effer, and you give him my PS4 to give away to some other crap who I also don't know? I quickly changed all my network passwords that same day. I smiled, but I knew what I had to do eventually. She also said that she and Ivan were getting married because I just can't mourn your father forever. I have to move on with life. I tell her that I graduated college and already secured employment with a local firm and will soon find a new place to live. She looks thrilled, especially the part where it looks like I'll soon have a new place to live. Then, in a patronizing way, she tells me, "You always have a place in our house though. You are welcome to stay whenever you please." Thanks, Grace. Really generous of you. What I really say is that I will probably have a new place in 3 months. She says that is wonderful because she intends to go to her homeland to have a wedding with Ivan and afterward have her honeymoon. She assures me it's a local affair. Otherwise, I'd invite you, honey. And anyway, I know you're so busy. I congratulate her. She asks me if I can watch the house for her. Watch my own house? Sure. What I really say is, of course I will take care of the house. I am careful to not say your house. She and her D-bag fiance, who I am 100% sure is only there for Grace's money, go on their trip, and I immediately put out advertisements in rental websites offering to lease my house. I hire movers and have all of Grace's furniture and possessions boxed up and put into a storage rental facility. I retain all of my parents' furniture that they had before my dad met Grace. Locks, changed all of them. Within days, I'm inundated with dozens of inquiries regarding my amazing, furnished house with fantastic views. I rent it to a wonderful young family, a barrister and his schoolteacher wife, and their 2 preteen children. They pay me their first and last month's rent and signed a lease for a year. I warn them about my crazy stepmom, who thinks this is her house, but I present them with contact information to my lawyer, the same lawyer my dad retained, in case they need any assurance that I'm on the level. I also give my lawyer the information about the storage facility, including the fact that I generously paid 4 months of storage in advance, which is a whole month longer than Grace's Czech honeymoon adventure. I then found a great apartment in the city near my new place of work. There, I met a woman in a restaurant I frequent at night after a long workday. We have been dating 6 months now and are engaged to be married. Grace, of course, tried to shriek and cause trouble when she realized she got kicked out of my house, but my lawyer quickly shut her mouth without my having to ever speak to her garbage face again. From what I hear, her and her trash husband left the country, and I assume they're blowing through my dad's money and will soon be broke like chavs usually become when they taste a little bit of what they think is the good life. So maybe Grace will go and try to exploit some other lonely man into giving her his money. Speaking of money, the house that I rent out is generating so much money that I not only am able to help pay for my cousin's college, but I moved into a larger apartment of my own together with my fiance. I love my job, but really, I could survive solely on renting my dad's old house. And to think, if Grace had only been cooler and nicer, I might have let her stay at the house just to be a good sport. And definitely if she stayed the hell out of my room. But no, she had to act all proprietary, so I had to make her homeless as a wedding gift. Postscript, I bought another PS4, even though I didn't use my old one that much. It didn't matter, it wasn't for Grace to give away. You don't give away other people's things, you give away your own things. Which is why I chose to kick Grace out of my house, because it's mine, and I decide who stays there. Our next story today comes to us from Lars403, and is titled, "Guy Quit His Job Thinking He Became Rich." Let's jump right in. Hey, new to Reddit, I thought I would post my story here. I work for a construction company, and we do remodeling on homes. We have a rule here that we get to keep anything we find hidden behind the walls. We hired this guy. We really needed a worker badly, who was a total butthole from day one. I've been working for this company for 5 years, and this guy has only been doing construction for 1 year after he got fired from his accounting job for getting a DUI. Anyways, he would always make fun of my clothes and my accent, and one day he went too far by telling my boss about my private Instagram account pics. He got on my phone and looked through my Instagram page and showed my boss pictures of me smoking weed. Little did he know that my boss is my friend from 8 years when we used to smoke together before we both quit. I was so mad that he violated my privacy, then I made plans to F him over. He was the kind of guy who would always come in late and complain that trains or traffic is why he was always late. One day, I overheard him saying that if he won the lottery, he would quit this job for not getting the respect he deserves. You have to earn your respect here. One day, I bought some fake gold coins online, and I put them in a metal box I found at the antique store and waited for a chance to hide it in a wall. Luckily, I did not have to wait long. The day he found the coins, it seemed like it was his best day ever. First thing he did when he opened the box, he called my boss an effing loser, and he quit immediately on the spot. He said, "F this place, I'm rich." Laugh out loud. Little did he know was that was the best day of my life. After he quit, my boss told us that he was going to fire him anyways for always showing up late. I wish I could see the look on his face when he finds out the gold coins are fake. Best $40 I spent in my life. I apologize for my grammar, this just happened today, and my adrenaline is pumping hard. Thanks for reading. Our next story today comes to us from Deleted Account and is titled, "Coworker tried to get me fired over breast implants, so I pulled a reverse Uno card." Let's jump right in. 4 years ago now, when I was 24, my mom died of breast cancer, and as both my grandmothers had also died of it, I saw a specialist for a screening. I found out I had some cells in one of my breasts that could have turned cancerous at any given moment. I was told I had a few options. 1, I could have regular screenings every 3 or 4 months until it does develop into cancer. I was told the risk of the cells becoming cancerous was very high due to family history, but it could also potentially never turn, so I'd just be getting these screenings for no reason. 2, I could get a single mastectomy on the breast with the bad cells, but they'd need to keep an eye on the other one, so I'd still need regular checkups for the other breast. 3, I could get a bilateral mastectomy and remove all of my breast tissue, basically eliminating the risk. I went for the bilateral mastectomy. It was admittedly the most drastic option, but after seeing what cancer did to my mom and grandmothers, I didn't want to risk it. I was warned about scarring, but told it should be fairly minor. It wasn't, and I was left with 2 huge, pink, jagged scars on either side of my chest, each about 1 inch long and 1/2 inch wide, and it caused me to go into a severe depression, where it got to the stage of me not even leaving my flat because I didn't want people to see me, throwing out my mirrors, and getting physically sick looking at myself. I went to a therapist who suggested a plastic surgeon. The therapist said they'd never normally do that, but it was clearly something I was struggling with, and I might never get over it, and the therapist could see why I struggle with it. Although I'll admit the therapist did send me to ask about scar reduction, the plastic surgeon suggested a cream, a laser, or implants. The cream didn't work, and the laser was both expensive and risky, so I went with the implants. My natural boobs were an F cup, so I went with a slightly smaller double D. Since then, my mental health has improved, and I feel a lot better about the way I look. My confidence has gone up, as has my self-esteem. I know I shouldn't put so much into my appearance, but I wasn't exaggerating about these scars. Huge, bright pink, jagged, raised, just really awful to look at, and I hated seeing myself, and they are now nicely hidden away, and you can barely feel them. In the present day, I'm 28 years old and working in an office. I'm doing a lot better than I was. My coworker Jill found out I'd had a boob job, but not about the cancer thing. When myself and my friend from years before the mastectomy were planning a holiday, and she made a joke about me going on a plane with my implants, and Jill overheard. By the end of the day, the entire office knew I'd had a boob job, but not why, and half a dozen people confirmed Jill had told them. Over the next few months, Jill made many jokes and comments about my chest to coworkers when I was in earshot, at one point saying I had more plastic than Barbie and calling me fake in 2 ways. I didn't hear this one myself, but a friend in the office told me that Jill had, at one point, referred to me as a sack of silicone. I don't know what her problem was exactly, but at one point, she mentioned the NHS, so I assumed Jill thought that I'd gotten my breasts done for free on taxpayer money. I'd gotten the mastectomy on NHS, but gone private for therapy and implants. I asked her to stop more than once, but unfortunately the places I'd talked to her were places like the lift and the women's bathroom where there weren't any cameras, and Jill just kept making comments no matter how often I asked her not to. I wouldn't say it was every single day, but I heard at least 3 comments per week for 3 months. I hit my breaking point when me, Jill, and a few other coworkers were having lunch. I referred to something as being shallow, and Jill said, "You'd know all about being shallow," while gesturing to my chest. I snapped. I said, "Do you know why I have these? A few years ago, the doctors found potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I was advised to get a mastectomy and was left with huge ugly scars on my chest. I went to see a therapist who sent me to a cosmetic surgeon who advised me to get implants to hide the scars, and I did, just so I can look at myself in the mirror without crying. So maybe next time you want to judge someone for having cosmetic surgery, you should ask them why they had it first." And feeling like that was a mic drop moment, I picked up my food and left. For the rest of the day, I had about a third of my office come up to me and offer support, and the rest tell me that Jill was just joking around and I was being a bee. I replied that Jill was being a bee long before I was. I then got an email from HR saying they wanted to talk to me the following day. And when I called for clarification, they mentioned a hostile work environment. Note, this is apparently an American term and holds little weight in England, but it's what was said over the phone. I knew the person who signed off the email and I'd spoken to. Her name was Debbie, and she was Jill's friend in HR, so I was fairly confident on who had reported me. I realized that if this was already being sent to HR, I needed as much ammunition as possible, so I went about collecting my information. As Debbie had dealt with me so far, it was safe to assume she would be the person reviewing the complaint with me, and if that was true, I was effed. However, I vaguely remembered a section on complaints that was in my contract when I first signed with the company. I flicked through the contract, and there was a part in complaint section that said I was contractually allowed to request a change of reviewer if I felt my allocated reviewer was biased. It was called an impartial overseer. I photocopied the page and highlighted that part. Then I messaged the people who had offered their support over Facebook and said basically, HR have asked to see me. Do any of you remember Jill insulting me to your face? And are you willing to write and sign something saying what you heard and when? Not everyone was willing to help, as Jill is somewhat feared in the office due to her befriending HR and management, but about 20 people were willing to help me. I guessed roughly when I'd asked Jill to stop previously, the 4 asks over the last few months. Some timings were easy to guess as they'd happened on my break or when I'd first arrived at work, and I wrote them all down, along with a rough time of when the lunchroom confrontation happened and a list of names of who was there for the lunchroom confrontation. I got to work slightly early the next morning. I went round everyone who had messaged me, and most of them managed to give me a printed and signed letter. Some didn't manage to write one, but no big deal. This isn't exact words as there's 16 letters to sum up here, but the gist was, my name is their name. I work with Jill last name and OP. On this date, at this time approximately, I spoke with Jill last name, during which she referred to OP as quoted insult. I felt this was inappropriate, as it directly related to OP's appearance, and am willing to go on record further to establish that Jill last name has been discussing OP in the workplace in the same manner for 3 months now, causing me discomfort and creating what I feel is a hostile work environment. Signed, their name. I wound up with about 16 letters, all from different people, and one of them was in the lunchroom for my conversation with Jill. Some even had bullet-pointed lists of everything Jill had said to them about me or other people. As it turns out, Jill has issues with a lot of people's appearances. She apparently made comments about one coworker's weight and something anti-Semitic about a different coworker's nose, all of which were put in these letters. There are about 45 people in the office, so while 16 wasn't a majority, it's still a decent amount. The letters weren't hugely long, most were only a paragraph, but they had all the necessary information. I was asked to come to HR at 10 a.m. I took the letters from coworkers, the photocopy of the page in my contract, and my dates and times in a little folder with me. I got there, and Debbie was the one overseeing the interview. She got up from her desk, ready to lead me into another room. I immediately turned to the other HR worker that was currently there and said, "So is my meeting with you then?" Debbie said, "No, you're with me." I replied that this wouldn't sit well with me, as my contract states I have a right to an impartial overseer. And as I said this, I took the contract page out of my folder. Debbie read it. I wouldn't let her take the paper when there was a shredder so close by, and said she could be impartial. I replied that I really didn't mean to be a pain, but I had it on good authority that the person on the other end of this complaint is her friend, and my contract does say I'm allowed an impartial overseer. Debbie stomped off to get supervisor. Supervisor asks how I know she can't be impartial, and I tell him that I have it on good authority that the Jill, who was on the other end of this complaint, is a close friend of Debbie. He asked Debbie if this was true, to which she only replied, "I can be impartial." Supervisor took a deep breath, asked the other HR rep to come with him, and the 4 of us all went to review the complaint. I thanked them for being so accommodating. I was worried I'd annoyed them. Debbie took out the complaint, and all 3 of them went through it with me. Debbie looked homicidal the whole time the interview was happening, as she had clearly anticipated firing me, or at least recommending me be fired. The interview went something like this. It took like over half an hour, and they kept asking me the same questions, but phrased different ways, so this is a really drastically condensed version. You said outside that you think Jill last name reported you. Why is this? Jill has had an issue with me for about 3 months now. Why didn't you come to us when you realized Jill had an issue? I had no issue with her. What issue does Jill have with you? 4 years ago, a specialist identified potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I had surgery to remove my breast tissue, thereby removing the cells and the risk. After the surgery, I was left with large scars on my chest. I went to a therapist for low self-esteem and depression. The therapist suggested a plastic surgeon who suggested breast implants to cover my scars. All of this is in my medical history, which you have a copy of in my file and my full permission to review. Jill found out about my breast implants, but didn't know about the cancer. Jill had a problem with my breast implants and decided to communicate this problem to our coworkers. Why do you feel this is true? Here's 16 signed statements, all from different coworkers, all testifying that Jill told the entire office I'd had breast implants on the day she found out, and has since made comments about these implants frequently. They have quotes of what Jill said to them about it, and rough dates and times. Rough dates and times? No one knew this would be escalated to such an extent, so no one really took notes as and when it happened. What event or events do you think directly led to this complaint of harassment? For me, harassment began when Jill told everyone about my breast implants without my consent. But as to the complaint placed against me, it would probably be what happened at about time yesterday in the lunchroom. Jill made a comment about me being shallow while gesturing to my breasts, and I replied by giving her an abridged version of my relevant medical history and ending with a comment about the importance of getting the full story. There are cameras in the lunchroom, so I'm sure you'll be able to find that conversation. I'll admit I could have handled the situation better, but after 3 months, I felt I had to put my foot down. Here's a list of names of people who were also present. There were 6 people at the table, including myself and Jill. One of these people is also in those letters and has written their account of the conversation and signed it. Had you had a conversation with Jill prior to this regarding her comments about you? Several, spaced out over the last 3 months. Each time I communicated to her that I felt uncomfortable and upset with these comments she was making and would appreciate it if she were to stop. To your knowledge, was Jill made aware of your former cancer at any point in this time? No, it wasn't mentioned in the conversation with my friend she overheard, and I didn't tell her because frankly, it's none of her business, and I did not feel the need to detail my medical history to a coworker in order to avoid further sexual harassment. Supervisor stands up and says, "Well, I think we're done here." He shakes my hand and sends me back to my desk, saying that I'd hear from them after they reviewed the evidence. Letters, CCTV, medical history, and anything they had already, and made a decision on the case. I got back to my desk, pulled up my CV, and prepared to start the job search again. About an hour goes by, then the person who wrote the letter and was there for the lunchroom conversation gets called in for a meeting with HR. They come back 10-ish minutes later. The other people who were also there for the lunchroom conversation get called one by one, except Jill. All of them are gone for about 10 minutes, then come back, find a coworker, and say that HR wants to see them. Then, the people who wrote letters but weren't there yesterday are also called one by one and are each gone for about 10 minutes each, some longer, some shorter. By about 3:30, it looks like everyone who wrote a letter or was there in the lunchroom has been interviewed. Then, finally, Jill gets called in. She's gone for about 30 minutes and comes back fuming. She glares at me while I work, but I ignore her. 4:30-ish, Jill gets called into HR again. 5 p.m. rolls around, everyone is either leaving or getting ready to leave when Jill storms back into the office. She glares at me the whole time she packs up her desk. She then starts telling anyone who will listen that I got her fired before shoving her way onto the lift. An email comes in from HR. My case is closed. Our next story today comes to us from Lil Devil. How Mrs. Reliable got her douchebag of a boss fired. Let's jump right in. Hey everyone, longtime lurker on this subreddit, first time posting, and boy do I have a story. So letting everyone know that it's going to be a long post, just letting everyone know ahead of time. Background. I've been working the retail business for over 20 years, and let me tell you, some of the managers they hire, I can do a better job. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Over the years of doing retail, I have established a reputation for myself. I'm Mrs. Reliable. Need someone to come in? They call me. Need someone to stay late? They call me. Need to switch with someone because management said no for your day off? They call me. Need to switch with someone because of a last-minute plan? They call me. You can probably see where this story might be going, right? This story takes place a couple of years ago when I worked a major grocery store in my town and city as a cashier. The story. This has taken place a couple of years back in 2020. I'm on my 2 years at this store, and we went through so many people and managers it wasn't funny. Literally, it felt like we had a revolving door with how much turnover in employment we had. Getting back to the story, I was a cashier, and the thing about me doing the job is that I have a tendency to be too good at my job. I was just hired to be a cashier. I was not a manager, nor a monitor, someone that is a step down from management, but doesn't have all the responsibilities of management, nor was I customer service. However, I was trained for nearly all the duties of someone who is. Need change? I went to the cashier, got the money out of the drawer, and went to grab the change that they needed. Need an override? I came over to see what the problem is and did the override. Need something from behind the counter? I just need to know what it is you need, and I went and grabbed it. I did all this on top of my cashier duties and self-checkout duties. Then douchebag came along. My manager at the time, let's call her Ashley. Ashley is the front-end manager, meaning she's in charge of everything that goes on at the registers, cash office, where all the money is, customer service, and the self-checkouts. Now, I liked Ashley. She was a really good boss, and I liked working with her. Ashley had gotten pregnant and was expecting her second child. I was excited for her. Unfortunately, when Ashley came back though, she was no longer going to be a manager, nor was she going to be full-time. She decided to come back as part-time. I can't really blame her though. You're working 40 hours a week and are not allowed any overtime whatsoever. Plus, you can be working as early as 5 a.m. to working as late as whenever the last customer decides to leave. Last time that happened when I didn't get out until 11:15 p.m. Enter douchebag. If you ever wonder what happened to that spoiled brat in school, whose mommy never said no and always got what they always wanted, that's douchebag, all grown up in a manager's position. Douchebag was the type of manager that, if he told you to do something, he expected you to do it without any questions. Have plans after work? Douchebag expected you to whip out your phone right then and there, cancel your plans, and come into work. Have a doctor's appointment? Douchebag expected you to cancel that appointment and then come into work. If you told him no, he would say in the most condescending tone, "Well, I need you to do it anyway," and then just stand there scowling out at you the whole time. Basically trying to intimidate you by making you feel so uncomfortable by staring until you cave. The setup. Now, I had my fair share of awful managers, to the point where if I didn't need the money, I would have walked out right then and there and never returned. And I had my fair share of good managers. Douchebag was somewhere in the middle, leaning more towards the walking out. Now, with me, I'll admit, over the years, I developed a sassy, sarcastic personality. I'm blunt, no filter, say what's on my mind, and I don't put up with people's BS. Apparently, douchebag never got the memo of my not taking people's BS. Around this time, summer was ending, meaning we were in the now hiring stage, and many positions were starting to open up in the store. Keep this in mind. What douchebag did to get me to start my pro-revenge? Strike one. I had outpatient vein surgery done on one of my legs and needed to take a few days off. Since I had some vacation time saved up, I used my hours for those few days that I didn't have to worry so much about not getting paid. Douchebag called me a day before I was supposed to come in, asking if I can do a 9 to 1. I asked him 3 times over the phone, who's closing? Because originally I was supposed to close that day until I got my approval for my days off. Douchebag never answered me, so I just figured they had it covered. I came in, and of course, halfway through my shift, douchebag calls me over and says that they don't have a closer. Keep in mind that I asked him 3 times over the phone who was closing. Douchebag wanted me to clock out to go home for a few hours and then come to work and close. I said no, and then he tried the whole guilt tripping about not having anyone and that we really need you to do this. I said no because 1, I'm really tired and just came off surgery like 3 days ago. 2, I already made plans with my husband for the evening. Of course, douchebag didn't like this because the next time I came to work, douchebag was just being petty and passive-aggressive with me. Basically, he would pretend I wasn't there, ignored me, or the transaction that he was doing was taking longer than it should, and then chastise me in front of the customers for taking too long to get to him. When I had my follow-up appointment with the vein doctor, douchebag asked me if I can come in earlier. I told him no, I can't, because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning that day. Then he did his usual, "We need you to do it anyway," and started doing that stare with me. Unfortunately for him, I'm used to this when it came to Karens and Kevins trying to intimidate me because something didn't come right. I quickly shut that down by getting the other cashier's attentions when they need help with something, or quickly grabbed a customer's attention. When I came in after my appointment, douchebag with a smug grin, very loudly in earshot of the bigwigs from corporate visiting that day, "Well, OP, looks like you noticed that I didn't call you in because we didn't need you." I replied, "Good, because I wasn't able to come in early anyway." Strike 2. Remember how I said that the store had openings? Well, turns out customer service needed some help, and the only way to get there was to ask your manager. So I went to douchebag and asked about being at the customer service desk. With everything that I've already been doing, I was basically the front-end assistant manager without the pay and title. Douchebag said that he would get back to me, especially since I've been doing a great job. 2 to 3 weeks later, I'm seeing people that I trained or have started months after I did getting promoted to customer service desk, while I stayed as a cashier with all the other responsibilities piled on top. The customer service desk position would have easily been a 50-cent raise. The monitor position would have been a 75-cent raise. And of course, Douchebag didn't want to pay more for me doing the exact same thing that I was already doing. I was starting to get the message of, why pay for the cow when the milk is free? Strike 3. I was starting to look for another job at this point because I was getting sick and tired of how I was being treated, but I wanted to try and give this guy one last chance. So I found out that the seafood department in my store had an opening, and I even talked to the seafood department manager, Debbie, about me possibly being in her department. She was ecstatic to have me and was willing to work around my college schedule. I had to talk to manager Douchebag in order to get the transfer going. I talked to Douchebag, and he started to come up with any and all kinds of excuses to not have me transfer. I quickly shot that down, and even the one where he tried to say that I can't because another coworker was transferring. First time I heard of this. But the coworker said they had no problem with me going, so I thought that was that. Right? Wrong. 3 to 4 weeks have passed, and I've been getting nowhere with the whole transferring to the other department. Even Debbie was wondering why it was taking so long to get to the seafood department, and why management was dragging their feet with this. Turns out, Douchebag blocked my transfer, and they wound up hiring a new employee to the seafood department. Douchebag thought that if there was no positions available, he can just deny my transfer, that I have no choice but to stay. After an argument between the two of us about this, because I was calling him out on his BS, Douchebag said the magic words, "Just do your job." Cue the malicious compliance. Just do my job? Okay. I was so glad that the wearing a mask was required, otherwise, Douchebag might have seen my evil smile when I agreed to just do my job. Need an override? Sorry, but I'm not management nor am I a monitor, so I can't do that. Let me go grab someone who can. Need change? Sorry, but I'm not management nor am I a monitor, so I can't do that. Let me go grab someone who can. Need something behind the customer service desk? Sorry, but I'm not trained nor am I customer service. Let me grab someone who can get that for you. Douchebag was at his wit's end and even tried to write me up for something. I quickly shut that down when I started to recite what being a cashier entails and what my actual job of being a cashier is. And I told him that if he wants me to continue with all those responsibilities, that he needs to promote me so I can do all those responsibilities. He quickly stepped back into his passive-aggressive behavior that I quickly shut down. I eventually found another job with a better pay and better benefits and handed in my resignation of me leaving in 10 days. That douchebag tried to deny and say, "No, you have to give us 2 weeks notice." I quickly shut that down with a response. You wouldn't be giving us 2 weeks notice if you're going to fire us, or lay us off, or let go, just a 2-minute warning. Cue the petty revenge. Now, you're probably wondering what could I have possibly done for the petty revenge, right? Well, there was an old saying, never kill the golden goose. Well, readers, what do you think happens to a department that is solely dependable on one person whose reputation is Mrs. Reliable? Need me to come in on my day off? Sorry, I can't. I have plans. Need me to stay late? Sorry, I can't. I already made plans. Someone called out? Sorry, I can't make it. I did this throughout my entire rest of my stay at that place. Douchebag couldn't do anything about either, and it was starting to get to him on what happens when you rely heavily on someone else, but treat them so badly that they actually decide to leave. Douchebag's performance, because I wasn't there to cover his butt, was starting to take a toll. He had to do so much now of his own responsibilities, and there wasn't a thing he could do to me. He kept trying to be extra passive-aggressive with me, to which I just smiled and waved and said goodbye to everyone but him. Now, this wouldn't be a pro-revenge without the pro-revenge. After talking to a friend of mine about what happened when I worked there, he told me to report this to the district manager, because that kind of behavior isn't good for the workplace. Cue the pro-revenge. I got the email address of the district manager from my friend, and then I went back to the store as a customer. I kept in touch with a couple of my old coworkers and kept asking them how they were doing and how's work going. None of them had a problem in venting to me on how bad things were getting with Douchebag. I asked if they didn't mind if I put their name in the complaint or if they just wanted to be anonymous. A lot of them chose the latter. I whipped out my phone, used the quick memo app that I had, and quickly wrote the notes in my phone, the date and the register that the cashier was on at the time. I sent that email with the attached notes and with the entire account on my part as well to the district manager. Now, this wouldn't be a pro-revenge if it just stopped there. I took it a step further. You see, with the receipts that we get, there is a survey on the bottom of every receipt, and management kept trying to boost us to get the customers to take the survey because it helped with the storefront and all the points that the store gets. Well, here's the thing about that survey. When you fill out the survey, including the comments, everyone gets to see it. And I mean everyone. I mean everyone. Douchebag, the assistant store manager, the regional manager, the district manager, and the representative of corporate gets to see it all. So you can imagine what I did. Needed a snack for school? Filled out the survey. Needed groceries? Filled out the survey. Needed a drink? Filled out the survey. I went to that store multiple times and gotten so many different surveys because there wasn't a limit for how many you can fill out. And I made sure to put everything that Douchebag was doing on all those surveys, including how he treated his employees. 3 months after I left, the person they hired back in seafood to make sure I couldn't go back there quit. 6 months after I left, Douchebag was nowhere to be found. A new manager took over for him, and no one seems to know what happened to Douchebag. I think one thing we need to do to protect ourselves in situations is to only do the job that we're paid to do. Now, you can show them that you know how to do the other jobs by doing them maybe for a couple of weeks, but don't continue to do that job if you're not getting the pay for that job. Now, in the comments down below this, there was a little bit of a debate because OP's been a cashier for over 20 years and doing the jobs of management, quote unquote. There's a lot of people in the comments saying that OP got walked all over for 20 years and they weren't promoted up because, well, they were doing that job anyway. I'd love to see what you guys think down below though. Some people said that OP might have been a little bit full of themselves, saying that they did everything that the manager did, which they probably didn't. But anyway, I'd love to know what you guys think. Comment down below. This next story comes to us from Anon Can't Quit. You're replaceable. Okay, bye. Let's jump right in. I worked for a company for just under 5 years. The company I worked for existed for an additional 10 years prior to me. While I worked at this company, it ballooned to be the #1 provider in the region for its unique service with about 75% of the market. It was a small business of about 15 employees. I loved my job and the skills I learned while working there were quite valuable. I loved my team and the clients we provided services for. My twice yearly reviews with the owner were always 10 out of 10 with no recommendations for improvement. I was exceptional at my job in every way. I handled company operations, HR and payroll, customer service, marketing, employee management, schedules, employee and client training, and many other things at this company. I was also able to step in and do any of my teammates' jobs if they were out sick or on vacation. The owner of the company was giving out a bonus late summer last year, and mine, while being more than previous years, was noticeably less than my teammates. I asked owner, are the bonuses related to performance? And if so, what could I have done to earn more? Owner replied, the bonuses are not performance related, you're just more replaceable than others. Oh, okay, I replied, and proceeded to process each of the bonuses, then went to lunch. I called my spouse to gain wisdom and advice. I was pretty lit, but didn't want to make a rash decision. My spouse is very intelligent, and while they are not a fortune teller, they have an ability to foresee various responses and all the potential outcomes. They are business-wise and have been on the executive team of a large company for the past 21 years, while also serving on several community boards and business advisory boards. We decided together to continue forward with our scheduled vacation and use the time away to calm our minds, relax, have fun, and to also determine the best course of action for me. We were leaving after working one more day, so I worked like all was normal the rest of the day and the following day, then left on vacation. While away, we discussed several scenarios, the potential outcomes, consulted with a business advisor and a business attorney. With all the advice I received, I determined that upon my return from vacation, I would resign from my role with a 2-week notice. However, In a fit of rage, I was immediately terminated by the owner, which was one of the scenarios we thought would happen, so I was prepared for owner's poor reaction. During the next couple of weeks, I created and opened a competing business offering similar services. However, I offered more customizable options with higher quality service and results. I knew our clients wanted these options and had proposed said options several times at Old Workplace, but was never green-lighted to implement the changes for no reason other than owner didn't come up with the idea, so it was a stupid idea. I also maintained communications with a few people from my old team. My old team did not relay the day-to-day happenings at my previous workplace, and I never asked about the company. However, they would vent to me on occasion. I would listen without comment. I knew service, quality, and the work environment in general suffered since my departure. Morale went down and clients were less satisfied. I also read the Google and Facebook reviews for old company. Yikes! Additionally, 2 full-time and 1 part-time persons were hired to fill my role, and a portion of my responsibilities, like HR and payroll, were filled by outside companies. I quickly built up my business and within 3 months was able to hire several of my old teammates. They were able to jump in on day 1 with minimal training as they were the best employees at my old workplace. The quality of my previous workplace's offerings continued to fall, which sent additional business my way and quickly caused incoming work to be non-existent at that old workplace. My old workplace went from being the #1 provider of unique service in the region to nothing in a matter of months. My previous employer is now searching for gainful employment. I know this because over the weekend, owner applied for a position at my spouse's company. Side note, I think my spouse's company should bring my previous employer in for an interview, but when they arrive, surprise, I'm the interviewer, and all I say is, how replaceable am I now? My spouse, rightfully so, has said no. Moral of the story, don't tell your employees they are replaceable because they might create a competing business that is better than yours, while taking your best employees and your clients, which will leave you with no business to sell. Owner's whole retirement plan was to sell the business, and starting all over by searching for employment under someone else. Looks like your company was replaceable, not me. You have this one person at your work that can do everything. All of the jobs that would normally take a whole bunch of other people to do. In this case, you need to be showering that person with gifts, giving them massive raises, and making sure that they are the happiest person at your company. Because at any time, they can turn, leave, go to another company, and do all those jobs there, or as in this case, create their own company and put you out of business with their superior product. This next story comes to us from Free Bass. Never mess with your IT guy, especially in the middle of the Iraqi desert. Let's jump right in. This is a fairly lengthy story, and it has a pretty good payoff in the end. I'm not sure if this qualifies as pro-revenge or nuclear, so I'll let you be the judge. Backstory. In 2003, I was the Director of Information Technology and Communications on a project tasked with securing Saddam's major weapons storage sites throughout Iraq, performing a comprehensive inventory of said weapons, and then destroying what we'd found. I was based at one of the largest weapons storage sites in the country, so our mission there was monumental. Blowing up 100 tons of weapons 6 days a week, Scud missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, anti-shipping missiles, all varieties of rockets, grenades, and mines, heavy to light, was going to take years. In order to accomplish this, we had to first build base defenses and secure an area the size of a small county. Once that was complete, we built a major support base in the middle of the Iraqi desert from scratch and all the infrastructure to support it. We're talking housing, cafeteria with full commercial kitchen, office buildings, electrical, water, and sewage systems, toilet, showers, trailers, recreational facilities, an 8-bay full-service vehicle shop and motor pool, and most importantly, in my opinion, IT and communication systems, radio, network infrastructures, servers, VoIP phones, all connected to the outside world via satellite uplink. Story. All of these facilities house bomb and explosive technicians, engineers, base support personnel, and as we had to provide our own security, private military contractors. If you're not sure what private military contractors are, think Blackwater, mercenaries, or look them up and you'll get the picture. Our private military contractors were a mix of ex-US Special Forces, Army, Green Berets, Delta Force, Air Force Pararescue, and SEALs, British SAS, French Foreign Legion, and ex-South African Rhodesian Special Forces. All of them were now mercenaries, and in reality, so were the rest of us to some degree. Most of the private military contractors were darn good men, but when you assemble a motley crew of individuals from such disparate backgrounds, you're bound to have a couple of bad apples in the bunch. This story is about one of those bad apples, and for the purposes of this story, we'll call this bad apple Roid Rage. Roid Rage was one of the supervisory private military contractors and oversaw the night watch from 2200 to 0600 hours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I usually started my day at around 0700 hours, 7 a.m., and often worked until midnight, although those last few hours were generally spent surfing the internet and catching up with folks back in the US, as Iraq is 9 hours ahead. You're in the middle of the Iraqi desert, so there's not much else to do anyways, and other than the daily 100-ton explosion at 1600 hours, 4 p.m., the internet is pretty much your primary source of entertainment. Since I was often in the office late at night, I was regularly alone in the office with Roid Rage for a couple of hours. As I previously mentioned, I managed the IT communications infrastructure for this project, and a vital component of that infrastructure were our telephones and voice over IP VoIP phone system. All of our sites used a satellite uplink to connect to a central VoIP server in Baghdad, which in turn connected us to the world. You could pick up any phone and dial a 5-digit extension to connect to any of our sites throughout Iraq, or call any international number in the world. It was a pretty sweet setup, but it was also ripe for abuse. We tried locking down international dialing with various server rules and PIN schemes, but due to the inherent latency in satellite communications and the amount of bandwidth being consumed over a single satellite uplink at each site, we had trouble keeping those rules pushed to the phones on every desk. Ultimately, we had to scrap the restrictions, as they were a real headache, and we went with an honor system. All international calls for business would be logged for review by the site manager each month. Anybody wanting to make a personal international call had to use an AT&T calling card, which you could top up online or with a credit card. After spending a few nights alone in the office with Roid Rage, I noticed a trend. Roid Rage would start his shift, check in with his men at their various positions and patrols on base, and then pick up the phone and talk in hushed tones for hours. It was a fairly large building, and our desks were on opposite sides of the office, so I couldn't ever really make out what he was saying, but I could hear this constant murmur of him speaking to someone on the other end of the phone. It wasn't my business, however, so I largely ignored him. This went on for a couple of months, and as our site manager had to return to the US for a family emergency, the phone logs went unreviewed during that time period. A couple of weeks after the site manager returned, I was summoned to the conference room for a meeting with him and our senior US military and Department of Defense advisors. I could sense the tension in the room, and as I sat down, the site manager slid a manila folder across the table to me. As I opened the folder to reveal pages upon pages of call logs, he said, "Freebase, we know you're usually in the office late at night and somebody has been making hundreds of international calls during that time and racked up thousands of dollars in phone bills. I hate to say this, but you're our prime suspect at this point, and with theft of this magnitude, we're gonna have no choice but to terminate you immediately and bar you from working on any DoD contracts in the future. Unless you have some evidence to the contrary, we're going to move forward with this termination and remove you from the country on the next supply convoy." I was shocked and sat in stunned silence for a couple of seconds, and then it hit me. Those calls were made by Roid Rage. Someone hadn't been using their calling card. I immediately protested my innocence and told them that every night, Roid Rage would get on the phone at the start of his shift and would still be on the phone as I left around midnight. They then summoned Roid Rage to the conference room and confronted him with the records. He begrudgingly admitted it was him and began to spin some BS story about being unable to top up his calling card with his credit cards and blah blah blah. All the while he's staring at me with eyes of the fiercest degree of rage. Short on senior private military contractors at the time, so a call was made to Baghdad and a decision handed down that Roid Rage's employer was to immediately settle the debt with the US government, and Roid Rage's salary would be withheld until he worked off the debt with his employer. Roid Rage was also put on final warning that any future impropriety whatsoever would be met with immediate termination and removal from Iraq, as well as being blacklisted from working future DoD contracts. For an ex-US Special Forces operator turned mercenary like Roid Rage, that would forever spell the end of DoD contracting gravy train, and he didn't take this threat to his livelihood lightly. Now, any rational person would admit they messed up, tighten up their game, and move on. But Roid Rage isn't a rational person by a long shot, and the events that were about to unfold would highlight his irrational and sociopathic nature. After the daily demolition at 1600 hours, 4 p.m., I was especially dirty, so I hurried back to the base to beat the evening rush on the shower trailer so I could grab a hot shower before the limited supply of hot water ran out. Our water heaters took forever to heat. Upon entering the shower and toilet trailer, I noticed that I had the entire place to myself. I savored this rare moment of solitude, used the toilet in peace, disrobed, and stepped into a nice, much-needed hot shower. Just as I was working a nice lather of shampoo into my hair, I hear the door to the shower trailer open. Boots clomp across the floor to my shower stall, and the shower curtain is ripped off its hanger by none other than a very pissed-off Roid Rage. Seething with rage, he grabbed me by the throat and yanked my wet, naked butt out of the shower and slammed me up against the opposite wall of the trailer, choking me all the while. Now, I'm about 5'11" and a toned 175 pounds, but Roid Rage stands 6 foot 4 inches tall, weighs about 240 pounds, and is a steroid-enhanced, muscle-bound mass of a man. Roid Rage's grip on my throat put ever-increasing pressure on my windpipe, and in my oxygen-deprived state, I began to panic. I thrashed about trying to loosen his grip, but in doing so, I expended the limited oxygen I had, and felt myself growing weaker by the moment. Roid Rage leaned in close to my face and said, "You think you can rat me out like a little bee, and there wouldn't be consequences? Let me tell you this, Iraq is the home of unsolved mysteries, and bad crap happens to people every day out here. You'd better watch your effing back, you bee-butt mother effer, because I'm gonna be coming for you from every effing angle, at every effing opportunity, from this moment forward." Just as I felt myself about to black out, he threw me to the floor and gave me a solid kick to the stomach, followed by another to the kidneys, and walked out leaving me cold, wet, and gasping for air. I pulled myself up onto a nearby bench, caught my breath, and staggered back into the shower in shock. I pissed blood for 2 days after that beating. So much for a peaceful afternoon shower. I made my way to my quarters, sat on my bed, and thought about everything that had just taken place. My immediate thought was to report him to the powers that be, but given the circumstances and that he was always armed, I had to plan my next course of action carefully. Roid Rage is a steroid-influenced individual and professional killer with his career on the line in the high-stress environment that is Iraq. My fear slowly turned to caution, and then evolved into anger. Yes, I'd have to plan my next course of action and ultimate revenge very carefully. For the time being, I decided against reporting him and riding on any convoys he was on. I had been procrastinating setting up a private Wi-Fi network connection to my trailer, but I wasn't going to be caught dead spending any late nights alone in the office with Roid Rage in the near future, so I got that set up that night. The next night, I left my trailer to use the bathroom, and as I passed the office on the way back to my room, I saw Roid Rage sitting at his desk by the window on the phone. Why is this guy on the phone all the time, and who is he talking to? Time to investigate. Investigation. I don't want to get off in the weeds and technical jargon, so I'll try to keep this brief and simple as possible so you can comprehend my next course of action. All of our phones at our site were voice over IP phones and connected to the local network, which was connected to our satellite uplink. Every VoIP phone has a unique MAC address, a fingerprint if you will, which identifies it on the network. I had the master list of all devices and phones connected to the network, so I could easily identify the phone Roid Rage used every night. Network Instruments makes a nice little program called Observer, which allows you to monitor all traffic on the network. It even has a cool little feature where you can flag a phone's MAC address, fingerprint, and tell it to automatically begin capturing traffic on that phone from the moment the phone makes a call until the end of the call. Once the call is complete, it dumps the entire phone call to an audio file, which you can then play back at your leisure. Pretty neat, time to observe. Analysis. Over the next month, I amassed hours and hours of calls that Roid Rage made, and I finally found out who he was talking to. We already know that Roid Rage is a huge piece of crap, but the conversations I listened to took it to a whole other level of douchebaggery. I sat at my desk every day with my headphones in, pretending to be listening to music, but in reality, I was digesting each and every call, taking notes, and marking timestamps of the good stuff. Here's what I found. Roid Rage is married and has 3 kids. Roid Rage also has a mistress in the US who is a stripper, and by the sounds of it, she's a world-class gold digger. Roid Rage spoke to his wife and kids about twice a week on average, but always kept the conversations brief because he was busy running the show in a very dangerous Iraq. As soon as Roid Rage would hang up with his family, he'd immediately call his stripper mistress. Let's call her SM. Roid Rage made it a point to call and talk to stripper mistress for hours every night, however. A douchebag has to have priorities, right? Most of the conversations were pretty nasty phone sex, but others were sprinkled with bits of gold like, "Yeah, of course I effing hate my wife. She's a dumb bee and I regret marrying her in the first place. The reason my kids are so effing stupid is because of her crap genes. Yes, baby. I promise as soon as I get home, I'm gonna divorce her and marry you. Promise." Another memorable conversation involved Roid Rage calling his wife and telling her that he'd have to cut his next vacation leave to the US short because he was so critical to the operations in Iraq, they wouldn't be able to run the place without him. This conversation was followed with an immediate call to stripper mistress telling her, "Yeah, the old lady bought the story hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, I told you, she's a dumb bee. Yeah, baby, I'll book the tickets and this time we're going to Paris. We're gonna do it big." While these conversations were certainly deplorable, other conversations with stripper mistress were more dangerous in nature and severe violations of operational security. Given Roid Rage's foul nature, I can kinda understand why he felt it necessary to brag about operations. But man, you're talking to a stripper in the US who has no idea about any of this Iraq crap anyways. Make crap up if you must, but don't actually discuss the specifics of our operations and movements to inflate your pathetic ego. Some of these calls went like this. "Yeah, I'm the convoy commander tomorrow. Yep, large and in charge. I'm running a 20-vehicle convoy of flatbed trucks loaded with big Scud missiles from Kerbala to Amara tomorrow morning at 0900 hours, and all 40 of the guys on the convoy report to me. These missiles are pretty volatile and sensitive, and we'd be a prime target for the bad guys. So I came up with a plan to cover everything with these huge canvas tents we stole off some racial slur, racial stereotype effers so we can disguise everything. Hell yeah, I'm smart, baby." This is just one of the many calls of this nature, and the growing frequency of these calls ultimately forced me to cut my investigation short and move to the next phase of my plan. Phase 1, action. I started studying Roid Rage's movements and which convoys he was on and where they were going. If I was going to pull this off, I had to be pretty spot on with my timing. I edited all the calls down to the good stuff and burned 2 CDs for 2 different audiences. Roid Rage ran a weekly supply convoy to Baghdad, and one of these CDs needed to be shipped to the US within a week's time. The only way to make that happen was to drop off one of them to DHL at Baghdad International Airport. They always stop by there on their way back to our site to pick up beer and booze at the duty-free, which was the only thing open in the airport terminal at that time. So I packaged 1 CD up and asked a buddy on the convoy to drop it off at DHL for me, and told him I'd pay him back when he returned. Once the convoy returned to our base, my buddy handed me the receipt and tracking information. Done. Phase 1 is complete. Now it's time for Phase 2. Phase 2, action. The following week, I packaged the other CD up and asked the same buddy on the supply convoy to drop that off to the DoD Country Director's office at the project headquarters. By this time, the first CD was out for delivery in the US, and the second CD would be delivered to Baghdad HQ in 4 hours. Perfect. Not to pat myself on the back, but the disaster that was about to unfold for Roid Rage was the product of patience, dedication, meticulous planning, and flawless execution. The convoy made its way to Baghdad, and the second CD was delivered to headquarters. Roid Rage made the usual pass by the airport for the booze run, and then returned later that night. Reaction. The following morning, the entire base awoke to an unusual sound. That unmistakable sound of the whirring of helicopter blades. The only time we'd ever had a chopper land was for a medevac, medical evacuation, which was for one of our local Iraqi ammo handlers who thought an empty weapons bunker would be a good place to do adult stuff on his lunch break. That didn't go over so well, and he ended up getting bitten by a viper in his growing area. That's another story for another time though. So this Black Hawk helicopter with overhead Apache escorts lands, and these guys come running out asking for Roid Rage and the head of the PMC at our base. They unceremoniously roused Roid Rage out of bed along with the head of security and told them they needed to leave immediately for Baghdad. With just the clothes on their back and their body armor, they were whisked away within minutes. As soon as they left, the camp manager approached me and said we needed to have a chat with Baghdad in the conference room. We made our way to the conference room and got on a call with our local DoD advisors and the DoD country director in Baghdad. He had listened to the CD and wanted to commend me for blowing the whistle on Roid Rage. He also scolded me a bit for not blowing the whistle sooner on the first violation of operational security I had heard. But when I told him the entire story and the brutal insult I endured at the hands of Roid Rage in the bathroom, he softened his tone a bit. He concluded the call with assurances that Roid Rage would be dealt with swiftly and thanked me for my vigilance. Fallout. What follows was relayed to me by the head of security, who traveled with Roid Rage on the helicopter to Baghdad. Upon arrival at the helipad at headquarters, a U.S. Army security detail led the two individuals into the DoD country director's office, and Roid Rage was confronted with the evidence. The director sat there with the senior advisors present and played the entire CD in front of Roid Rage and his superior. It was a heated, one-sided conversation, and Roid Rage got ripped up one side and down the other. He was ordered to leave the country immediately and would be taken under escort to the U.S. Air Force PAX terminal at Baghdad International Airport upon conclusion of the meeting. He was also notified that he would no longer be eligible to work DoD contracts in the future. The head of the PMC was also excoriated for allowing this behavior to happen on his watch and notified that their security company would now be under investigation for any other possible violations. If the investigation unearthed additional violations, they'd be found in breach of contract, which would be terminated upon transition to a new PMC company. That company lasted another 7 months in Iraq. As Roid Rage left the meeting under escort, the director turned to him and said, "And tell your effing wife to stop calling here and blowing up the phones. She's pissed off about something, but that's your effing problem to deal with. You need to call her when you get to the airport and tell her to knock that crap off." Moral of the story, don't F with your IT guy. You gotta think about this guy back in the US now, not able to do any more DoD contracts. He's either in some very remote country right now, doing some private security work, or he's the bouncer at a booby bar who still thinks he's a lot more important than he really is. Our next story today comes to us from Asmodeus. Thieving manager tries to frame me for their theft. It doesn't go well for them. Let's jump right in. I'm a long-time peruser of this subreddit, but have never posted this story because every time I think to, I am busy or on my mobile. It's a longish story, so I always put it off, but I have the time now. This story happened around 6 years ago when I worked for a retail company I will call No-Op. Jay was well known to be a thief by the base staff and some of the lower levels of management. Unfortunately, she was a golden girl to Mo and Travis, and we never had any solid proof. We also didn't get pay docked, etc. unless it was over a certain amount, which it never was. So staff never had a real incentive to try and find proof. One of Jay's favorite things to steal were vouchers for money off products or shopping because you were just supposed to rip them up and put them in the safe. There was no official way of counting these to return them to the company so she could use them again in a different store and get away with it. This particular day was Halloween, and I was on till 4, the only till with no cameras on it. Mo came up and paid for her shopping with some gift vouchers she had received at a store manager's meeting because the store was doing really well. I served her and no one else touched my till all day because I was the main person on the tills for this shift. We closed up for the night and Jay took the registers to be cashed up. I went out to the pub with friends and had a good night, not knowing what was coming. The next shift I'm on, Mo calls me into the office and tells me that the vouchers she used were not in the safe and she knew that it was my till. She wanted me to return the vouchers and would not press charges or put anything on my file if I just returned them immediately. I, of course, did not have them and testified as such, but she didn't believe me. I went looking everywhere, the bin under the till 4 and the bins outside, under the tills and on the floors around the tills, just in case I had dropped them or put them somewhere dumb while trying to sort out cash, etc. Roughly an hour later, Jay comes in, hears what's going on, and offers to look as well. She finds them in 30 seconds flat, somewhere I had already looked. I essentially hissed out, what a coincidence that as soon as Jay looks there, she finds it immediately. How coincidental! Seething with white fury as I knew she was now framing me for her own theft. She could have found them in the office and made it a simple mistake, but no, she made me the fall guy for her own idiocy. I tried to plead my case to Mo and Travis, stating that I wouldn't be dumb enough to steal vouchers that I knew were Mo's because I was the one who served her. One of the other team leaders, Paul, knew fine and well that it was Jay and tried to tell Mo and Travis that I was being set up. But she was the golden girl and could do no wrong, while my name was mud as far as they were concerned. Heck, they thought Jay had caught me in the act. This meant war. Over the next few months, I got really friendly with Jay, flirting outrageously with her and basically pretending like I really respected her and that we were good buddies. It took me a while to work my way into her trust, but once I was there, I knew I could catch her stealing and prove it. We wasted off a load of Christmas chocolate products that hadn't been sold, and I put them in a bag to be put in the bin. Jay said we should take them home, against company policy and seen as stealing, because they were just going to waste otherwise. We were stood underneath a camera, just outside of its range, so I said, I don't want any, but if you want them, you can have them, and put them on a trolley just inside of the camera's range. I had studied the camera angles in great detail, preparing for a moment exactly like this. I saw her look at the camera, look down at the trolley and back to the camera before walking off to get her stuff. I warned my colleagues not to take any of the chocolate, even if offered, and had an evil grin on my face, which my colleagues commented on. When Jay came down, she nonchalantly picked up the bag as if it was her shopping, offered chocolate to everyone, and walked out the door with it. Gotcha, B. The next morning I arrived for my shift and put on the most somber face possible as I approached Travis. You should check the cameras on the back door at approximately 10:21. I think you'll find what you see is very interesting. He asked me to explain further and I looked over towards where Jay was, not even 5 meters away, and looked back. I can't go into further detail right now, but I would strongly suggest you go and look at the cameras for that time now. Travis begrudgingly walked off to do just that, and within 10 minutes, Jay was called into the office and her bag was searched. Within the hour, she was suspended pending investigation, and within the week, she was fired and barred from the store. I got a full apology from the managers who didn't believe me, who explained they genuinely believed it was me and had no idea Jay could have possibly been a thief. Their jaws hit the floor after I explained that every member of staff knew she was the thief, but that we didn't feel like we could do anything about it. After going around asking people if this was true, I got another apology. 6 months later, I was offered training to become a team leader myself. I took it, but ended up quitting for a white-collar role in a different company before I finished my training. So I have a bit of a background in retail myself, and I know there might be some questions coming up about if something is destined for the waste bin, then why can't you just take it? Well, the problem you run into there is that things just start happening to get damaged, and oh my gosh, we have to throw them out, oh I'll just take them home. So that's where that policy comes from, and the reason why, if something gets damaged or expired, it has to go in the garbage and can't just be taken home. Did you know we started back up the Karma Comment Chameleon podcast? It's now available on all major podcasting platforms. Just search out Karma Comment Chameleon. Our next story today comes to us from Chit Anya. Refuse to teach all males in the class? We'll see what the Department of Education has to say about it. Let's jump right in. I'd like to preface this lengthy story by saying that this is in no way an anti-feminism story, an MRA tale, or anything of the sort. I'm a proud feminist who was just trying to graduate from my crappy high school and was having extreme difficulties with a particular teacher and an uncaring principal and faculty. Back in 2008, I was in year 11, Australian, second last year of high school. My high school had a reputation for being abysmal, and faculty would more often than not brush aside any problems students were facing. Enter the Crazy Teacher, from now on referred to as CT. Crazy Teacher taught a multimedia class I enrolled in, and this was the first year they had done this class, as it was a TAFE equivalency course they were trialing, sort of like a community college course you could take during high school, earning a certificate at the end. These courses are not graded, but pass or fail. Crazy Teacher started off fine for a few weeks, then the rants started. They would last the full hour of the class as she yelled and yelled about almost anything. Our perceived laziness, our idiocy, the powerlessness of the principal to do anything. This, obviously, severely impacted our work as we couldn't focus while Crazy Teacher was screaming at the top of her lungs. Several students voiced concerns to deputies, the principal, student services, etc., all to no avail. One day, Crazy Teacher announced that because the male students were taking up all her time with questions, she would no longer be teaching us, instead only focusing on the female students. This was an elective course, and there were 2/3 male students to a 1/3 female students in the class. At first, I thought Crazy Teacher was joking, but it became abundantly clear that they were seriously not going to teach 2/3 of the class, while ranting and raving every time we had them. Eventually, I had had enough. I recorded one of her hour-long rants in its entirety on my old Nokia slide phone. I vividly remember that in it, Crazy Teacher said that the principal has no power in this classroom, God himself could come down from heaven and he wouldn't be able to stop me. Bingo. The next day, I took this to the principal and demanded a meeting with them and the vice deputy. I showed them the recording, albeit a mere snippet of the 60 minutes. After a moment, the principal asked if I knew that I could be suspended for using my phone in class and recording someone without their permission. I was told to delete the recording on my phone immediately or face disciplinary action. I deleted the recording as asked, and the principal and deputy thought that would be the end of it, but oh boy, were they wrong. While I'd never been one to stick up for myself, I decided it was now or never. I told the principal that I was disgusted by the audacity they displayed to threaten me with disciplinary action over showing them proof that there was a problem with Crazy Teacher. I told them truthfully that I had made copies of the recording and would release them to every major news and radio station unless something was done about this situation. They didn't believe me and again threatened me with suspension. At that moment, I realized what I had to do, so I pretended to drop it and claimed that I would continue my classes without complaint. That night, I wrote a very detailed letter to the Department of Education, wherein I recounted as much as I could remember about Crazy Teacher and their ridiculous rants. I explained the lengths I had gone to have this resolved within the school, and the response I was met with. I put the copy of the recording onto a thumb drive with the letter and sent it to the Department of Education. Weeks went by without a response, and with everything I was dealing with at school, I had almost forgotten about it. Crazy Teacher would not show up for some classes. Sometimes Crazy Teacher would kick us out for no reason and then scream at us for leaving. It was a nightmare. 3 weeks later, I received a response from the Department of Education. In the letter, they apologized for the mistreatment I had suffered at the hands of teacher and principal alike, and explained that they would be conducting an audit of the entire school. Literally every single staff member there would be audited with no stone left unturned. They thanked me for bringing this to their attention and assured me that no disciplinary action would be taken against me for recording the rant that I had supplied them with. Soon, the entire school found out what I had done. Most of the teachers absolutely loathed me after that point, one going so far as to say that you should have kept your mouth shut and your head down. I guess the audit was seen as an inconvenience to them, but what is a small inconvenience against the education and possibly graduation of around 15 kids? We just wanted to learn and were discriminated against for no reason. with no help offered from within the school. Even some of the students in that class with me thought I'd gone too far, but I couldn't care less about their opinions. I knew what I did was right. Eventually, crazy teacher left on her own accord, literally stomping out of class and driving away mid-lesson, never to be seen again. I heard she got a really nice job at a private school not far away, so I guess she got lucky. I graduated the next year, with the principal remarking as she handed over my certificate during the graduation ceremony, "I can't believe you made it." Not in an encouraging good for you way, mind you, but in a "I tried so hard to stop this from happening" kind of way. This was 10 years ago, and it still boils my blood thinking about it, but I learned a valuable lesson. If you can't fight the system, make the system work in your favor. I hope this encourages any students who are facing similar issues to speak up and demand that they receive the education they deserve. The same thing works for both schools and in the business environment. If you're having a problem with your teacher or your manager, you go up a level and mention it to them. If they don't get anywhere with it, then you go above their head as well, and you keep on doing this until you get the ears of somebody important. One thing you have to hope for though is that all of those levels aren't so corrupt that they'll protect that original teacher, because I'm sure that happens. Our next story today comes to us from YT Sharkyevno. "I parked my friend's car in the sun. I learned to regret it." Let's jump right in. So I posted this in Petty Revenge, but it was apparently too extreme to be there. What my friend does goes way above and beyond the original offense, so it's pro-revenge, done in a really petty way, follows all rules. So now on to the story. I live in the desert part of the US, and during a few months in the summer, it is consistently over 110 degrees, 43.3 for my European bros. I was borrowing my friend's car for a quick drive, cause mine was at the shop. He asked me to park it in the shade, but I could not find a shady spot, so I couldn't. So when he went to use his car, it was burning hot inside. He went to me and asked why I did not park it in the shade, and I told him I could not find any. He told me I would regret it, and I thought he was joking. He then offered to pick up my car from the shop. I said yes because I thought he was just going to park it in the sun for a one-time revenge. So I drive a Prius, and it uses automatic keys that open it when you go near it. This will be important later. He parks my car in the sun like I expected and gives back my keys. I expect this to be the end, but no. The next day I went to work and parked in my normal spot in the shade, one of the only shady spots there. After that, I walked into work and proceeded as normal. Later, I went to find my car during lunch, only to see it 3 spots over in the sun. I thought that was weird, because I remember parking in my normal spot, but maybe I'm just tired and someone was already there in the spot and I'm having a memory lapse. My car being in the sun was burning hot. This continues to happen for like 10 more days until I finally convince myself I'm not crazy. I start thinking, who the F is moving my car? No one has a key but me. Then I remember my friend and what he said. He had to be the one doing this. I talk to him and he smiles. Apparently, when he went to pick up my car, he got a new automatic key made for $300 and has been moving my car 2 or 3 spots over every day into the sun. Well, let's just say it did not stop after that, but instead, he did it more. From my apartment to work, he made it his life's duty that summer to make my driving miserable. Also, if you're reading this, name redacted, you know who you are, F you, Peckerhead. Additional info for anyone who thinks it's fake, cause he could not get the keys copied that easily. I had my title and registration in the car. I don't do that anymore because people have made me aware about how dumb that is. I would never take it out, cause I would lose it. He also had my driver's license, so the shop would let him pick up the car. I asked him, and he said the people who made the key just asked for the registration and title and never even asked for the driver's license, even though he had it. Also, he has stopped and given me back the key because it's winter now. This story is a few months old. He said that one summer was enough pain for my sin. So I don't know if anybody else is wondering here, but what was in his car that made him so angry about it being parked in the sun for one day? It seems to me like the revenge of constantly moving the friend's car was complete overkill. So here's the part where we get to speculate. Comment down below, what do you think was in the friend's car that he really didn't want it parked in the sun for? Our next story today comes to us from Straight Trade 488. Short my boyfriend $200? Enjoy your divorce. Let's jump right in. Hope y'all get a kick out of this. It's a super long one. A lot of people know I read it, so some details have been changed, but overall the story is as accurate as can be. So this whole debacle started in my freshman year of college. I went to a religious college, so there were a lot of really strict rules regarding curfew and punishments for not going to the mandatory worships. This comes into play later. Background on me, I am not a physically imposing young lady, just under 5 feet and 100 pounds soaking wet and wearing cinderblock shoes. At this time, I had been recently dumped, and so I was starting college practically alone, as my ex and I were set to go to the same university, but he dropped out to join military school. Before we start, let's denote some names. Me is me, of course. Andy is my dear boyfriend, now fiance. Jess, one of my best friends and roommate after the first quarter. And finally, the antagonist of the tale, Sam. Not real names, of course, and at the start of this, we were all 18, we are all 24 to 25 now. As this was a religious school, we had a sort of camp out in the week or two before classes started. It was meant to be a getting to know you kind of thing, and so we had things called family groups. I was a little freaked out, but in the group, there was one loud, overly friendly girl named Sam. Sam was the same ethnicity as me, and so we quickly bonded over a shared ethnic background and how similar we were. She had a boyfriend in the army, and I lamented my single status and how my ex basically ditched me for the Navy. She seemed perfect, sympathetic, social, and fun. I warmed up to our family group with the help of my new best friend. We had a great weekend and got to know others in the group, including Jess. Jess was more quiet and disinterested, with a classic case of resting bee-face, but eventually she warmed up to me and I to her. Sam didn't really like them, but you wouldn't know it unless she told you. The first sign of something off with her was during dinner. I was sitting with Jess and her friend from high school, Andy. He and I really hit it off. But as my heart was still freshly broken, I kept some boundaries up, but agreed to go watch a movie when we got back from the trip. Immediately, Sam pulled up a chair and was all over him, asking about his past, how he and Jess met, what he thought about her outfit, and on and on. I was a little miffed, but just ate my burrito. For the rest of the trip, Andy and I were hardly apart, and Sam got more and more passive-aggressive with me, bringing up my ex and how I was moving on too quickly. I believed her and canceled my date with Andy, and said that I didn't want him to just be a rebound. He was understanding and chill with just being friends, which was a blessing for me, but seemingly not good enough for Sam. After the trip was over, I decided to show them around the city since I was a local student. While the others put their stuff in their rooms, Sam asked me to stay behind because she had to confess something to me. She started spewing some BS about how Andy had cornered her outside the cabin and was being a perv and telling her how beautiful she was, so on and so forth. I was skeptical and made it known, but her response was just looking out for you, girly. By then, the others came back and I just decided to ignore what she said and have a good time in the city. This was incident number 1. A couple weeks go by, Andy, Jess, and I become a little squad of sorts because all our schedules matched up, whereas finding time to hang out with Sam was more than difficult. This all came to a head when Jess and Andy planned a little trip to the local Benihana place and didn't invite Sam. She found out via social media and flew off the handle. I had gone home for the weekend, and when I came back on Monday, I was greeted with drama, tears, and accusations. The gist of the situation is, the group didn't invite Sam because she is a vegetarian and has a lot of allergies, so it would be dangerous to even step foot in the Benihana. And in retaliation, Sam took her best friends, aka random girls from the dorm, horseback riding and posted a photo with the caption, "Better than Benihana." Incident 2. Once again, this is what I came back to, and so things were pretty frosty. I asked for some backstory, and apparently, it was work friends who invited Andy and Jess, so it wasn't even their place to invite someone else. And it wasn't like she would be able to eat anything at the Benihana anyways, so they literally didn't even think they were being rude. According to Sam, they were purposefully excluding her, and that no one likes her, and that this was just like it was in high school. She didn't have very many friends, and we were just becoming privy to why exactly that was. Incident number 3 was the friendship bracelets. She ordered these semi-expensive bracelets for me and Jess, but mysteriously Jess is broke in the mail, and the replacement would totally come any day now. Jess pretended not to be hurt, but it obviously stung when she would fawn over our bracelets and how we are such good friends. Spoiler, the bracelet never came. Now, I was still trying to smooth things over, but it kept getting worse and worse. If I was hanging out with Andy or Jess, she wouldn't speak to me, but would only talk crap when we were alone. During all of this, Andy and I kept getting closer and eventually started dating, but low-key, cause the whole situation with Sam, and we didn't want to set her off. I know we were spineless back then. Now for the catalyst for the revenge. She was a wannabe YouTuber and wanted to do a holiday video. Andy is a film major, but he doesn't want anything to do with her after all her lies and petty behavior. But then she made an offer we couldn't refuse. I'll give you $200 and pay for food. And for what should have been an hour or two of filming, we were sold. I was set to manage the site since my personality is get it done, and he was in charge of filming. He worked so hard on it, y'all. He storyboarded, he made a script for her, he got all his equipment together. I was so proud of him. I contacted the diner where we were filming and got everything together, and we were set. Filming day arrives and we get our hair and makeup done for the actors and actresses, and we all get to the diner an hour before, at her assistance, and set up. She says she'll be 30 minutes late, and so we decide to eat after shooting some B-roll. Guess how long it took her and her entourage to arrive? 2 whole hours. We finally get filming, and if you are counting, we have been at the diner for 4 hours pre-filming. We spend another 2 hours filming, and we have to take pics in our outfits and everything. Did she pay for our food? Nope. And she tells Andy, "You got a big payday coming. You deserve more than $200 for today." He's happy because he wanted to take me out for a nice date for the holiday, but spoiler again, she didn't pay up. So a week or two goes by and it gets closer and closer to holiday, and we already turned over all the footage. We are just waiting for payment. Then came the excuses. I don't trust Zelle. I'm waiting for my auntie to pay me. My aunt's in the Caribbean right now, and she doesn't trust Zelle either. We kept hounding her for the money, and the holidays came and went. She posted the video and stopped answering texts. Since we all lived together, I confronted her, and more excuses, then she said to give her 2 more weeks. During those 2 weeks, she told everyone who would listen that she already paid us, and that we were terrible people to try and extort her for more. Now at this point in the year, we are fed up with her, and Andy is ready to write the $200 off. He complains to his smoking buddies, and the smoking buddies get our side of the story out to the relatively small school, and pretty soon, she doesn't have a leg to stand on. She gets nasty, texting me all this BS about how Andy is cheating on me, and that I deserve better, and screenshots of their conversations where he supposedly tells her how he'd rather not be committed. Now, we had some commitment issues in the beginning on both sides, but she tried to present these texts as recent, not stuff from months ago. The final straw was when she called me stupid and naive for staying in the relationship despite him being a greedy man whore. Now I was going scorched earth. For some background on Sam, she was a chronic cheater, like get drunk at a party and give a guy a BJ cheater, then go out the next weekend and do it again. She was also married. She and her husband got married right out of high school, which is typical of army guys in my experience. The ink wasn't even dry on the marriage certificate, less than a year when she burned us. But I was someone she chose to confide in since she thought I was too stupid to see through her after all the crap she put us through. So I gathered evidence. All the cheating, the videos of her doing crap at parties, sex with various guys, the drinking binges, and her crap talking her loving army boyfriend. I gathered all of this information for more than a year. I felt horrible for the guy, but I needed a file that would darn her to legal hell. D-Day arrived when about a year and a half after I met her, she told me that she thought her husband was cheating, as when he was deployed, she found a video on his phone of him and his buddy dancing on some girls in a club. Sam was livid. She was cursing and swearing she would take him for every cent in court for cheating on her. Never mind that she was giving BJs for fun every other weekend. I asked her if she had proof, and she said that proof doesn't matter, they always believe the hurt wife. I compiled all my evidence and wrote a very long apology letter for waiting this long and sent it anonymously. Sam didn't return to school the next year, and I kinda lost track of her. I got reminded when my fiance showed me that terrible video we did for her. I confessed what I did, and we social media stalked her accounts. She now posts a lot of single and loving it memes, and she has a few vlogs talking about fake friends and how simple living is the best. I guess that's a consequence of losing her luxurious, rich girl lifestyle that her husband's family provided for her. Looking at her ex-husband's page, he has a beautiful wife and a baby on the way, looking happier than I'd ever seen him. Now, down in the comments for this one, there was a comment that said, "Why are people like this allowed to carry on behaving like this?" And the response to it says, "Because no one has bee-slapped the ever-loving Christ out of them yet." Yep, that makes sense. Another lesson learned from this is if you do a paid task for somebody else, get some of that money up front, or at least get a contract that states they can't use the material until you get paid. Our next story today comes to us from Dragon Dad IX. Father endangers his kid to tell me off, ends up calling the police for himself. Let's jump right in. Hello Reddit, this is my very first post here after watching Reddit videos on YouTube for so long. I'm not sure if this story belongs here or Petty Revenge, but here it goes. A few weeks ago, I was driving in my neighborhood playing Pokemon Go, not while driving obviously. The end of my neighborhood has a Pokestop that I collect items from every day, as you get bonus items if you collect from stops every day. This particular day was my 7th day, meaning I would get even more items and would start over from day 1 the next day. I drove to the stop, got the items, set my phone on my passenger seat, and went home. The road I was driving on was 20 miles per hour, but I was going about 12 to 13 miles per hour. I drive up a small hill and turn a corner when a wild family appears, including the butthole dad. The wife, her friend, and the 3 kids walking by them stepped off to the side of the road to let me pass. But as I was going by, butthole dad, who had a young boy about 3 to 4 years old in one arm and holding a Budweiser bottle in the other, important later, actually stepped closer to my car and yelled something at me. Being as I had gotten into an accident recently and was trying to be as safe as possible, I stopped the car, rolled down my window, and asked if he was alright. The conversation went as follows. "Are you guys alright? Why did you do that?" "You see my family, right?" "Yes, what about them?" "You know you were driving too fast for this neighborhood, right?" I should point out that I live in Illinois, and while my car was being repaired from the accident, I had a loaner car with Wisconsin plates. "Sir, I was only going about 12 miles per hour, and the limit is 20 here. I wasn't driving too fast." "Well, you almost hit me and my son." "Yeah, 'cause you stepped close to a moving vehicle. The only one putting you guys in danger was yourself." Butthole looks at my phone in the passenger seat. "I don't know the laws in Wisconsin, but here in Illinois, you can't be on your phone while driving. I'm calling the police." "I don't know their laws either. This car is just a loaner. I live here in Illinois." "Then you should know the laws. I'm calling the cops." Have fun with that. And with that, I just left. I know I probably should have stayed, but since I didn't actually do anything wrong, I wasn't taking his threat seriously. I went home and made some ramen to eat. As I was sitting in my dining room, I look out the window and nearly choke on my noodles. Butthole followed me home. He was on his cell phone with the dispatcher, and I thought I was screwed. About 5 minutes later, 2 cop cars with 3 police officers who didn't really talk throughout the whole thing. I stepped out thinking I was done for. The officers started to question the 2 of us. "Do you know why we're here? I have a pretty good idea what you think you're doing here, but why don't you let me know?" "This gentleman called us saying you attempted to run his family over after you got caught texting while driving and going way over the speed limit." My mind went blank for a few seconds. This prick actually said that I had attempted vehicular manslaughter. My mind started working again and I said, "Sir, that couldn't be farther from the truth. I was driving home from playing Pokemon Go on my phone when this man stepped close to my car while I was driving. My phone was on the passenger seat the entire ride home." "He's lying. He nearly killed my family. Arrest him now." "Sir, calm down. We'll settle this." "OP, what was this man doing when the incident occurred?" Suddenly, an idea popped into my head, and right there, on the fly, the revenge started. He was walking with his family along the side of the road, carrying a young boy on one arm and holding a beer bottle in the other. "That's not true, you piece of garbage." "Sir, control yourself." As I drove by them, the rest of his family went to the side of the road, but he actually stepped closer to my car. I think he got within an inch of me. This is BS. He's just trying to protect himself. Sir, if what he's saying is true, you could actually be arrested here, not him. Are you sure that's what happened? Positive. He got way too close to my moving vehicle, holding a child and a bottle of Miller Lite. It wasn't Miller Lite, it was Budweiser. He cut himself off and tried to backtrack, but it was too late. All the officers looked at him. He tried to defend himself, but then Officer 3 said something I thought I would never hear a cop say in my life. Sir, have you had anything to drink this evening? Butthole Dad, now very less confident. No. They moved him to one of the cop cars and gave him a breathalyzer test. 0.12, just over the limit. Gotcha, butthole. Butthole Dad ended up confessing to them that I was right and was arrested for public intoxication and child endangerment. He has to go before a judge to determine if he's a danger to his family. The officers asked if I wanted to press charges, but I told them no, since he already had enough on his plate to deal with. If I ever hear any updates about the guy, I'll let you all know. Now, OP added an edit onto the end. Unfortunately, it's not an update, but it does have a little bit more information. It says, Number 1, I'm about to appear in court to dispute the traffic ticket I received from my accident I mentioned in this story. It'll be the third time in a year I appear in a courtroom, and I really didn't want to go back if I didn't have to, which is a big reason why I didn't press charges. I might have to go and be a witness if his case progresses enough though. Number 2, my neighborhood is a very small private neighborhood. It used to be all summer houses long before I was born. You could go for a walk for about 90 minutes and walk everywhere in my neighborhood. From my house to where the incident occurred was a 2 to 3 minute walk. So the guy most likely followed me as soon as I drove away, and I didn't notice because I just wanted to get away from him. That admission was epic. It wasn't Miller Lite, it was a Budweiser. Nice. That's the kind of guy that'll ask the judge to throw out his admission because he was clearly too drunk to know what he was doing. Although, maybe being hauled off to jail isn't all that bad. You don't want people thinking that you were walking around drinking a Miller Lite. Our next story today comes to us from Forest Cabin 123K. Like to scam, verbally attack women? I will make you regret the day you were born. Let's jump right in. This was about 9 years ago. I, female 48, have an extremely beautiful niece Emma, female 35, on my husband's side. She is a head turner, very approachable, humble, and very smart. She is also very shy and has trouble asserting herself and enforcing boundaries. I used to know a guy, Dean, now 51, from my first marketing job. We worked in the same building. Most youngsters knew each other and grouped for lunch at the lobby cafe. He was a very cool guy, super funny, amenable, and likable. He was clear in his goal of becoming a business owner. Our small group kind of disbanded. I moved on and slowly lost touch with my clique. Fast forward, and now I'm married and actively looking to expand our business. I bumped into Dean at a dentist appointment. We exchanged updates while in the waiting room. He now owned a small business services company. I looked into his website and decided to give his services a try. He became our regular supplier, and our working relationship brought him lots of referrals. Basically, we indirectly helped him build his business. I had my niece Emma apply for a job at his company as he was actively looking for new workers. She was hired as a little bit of everything employee. The pay wasn't great, but she was only one course short of graduating and wanted to build her resume. For about a year, our work routine involved paying him good steady money for extremely professionally done services, payroll, accounting, expo representation, etc. Dean introduced us to Charlie. He'd been complaining that his business was getting slower and slower. 2011, the recent recession was hard to climb out of for so many small business owners. Charlie was some sort of a consultant. I use the term some sort because his actual scope wasn't clear. Charlie seemed like an okay guy, very formal and polite, with just the right balance between seriousness and smiles. We were invited to a business meeting so that Dean could discuss some stuff and hear our input. This wasn't rare. Dean and I had been avid brainstormers partners, and our sessions helped each other back when we first met. We had periodical discussions after we reconnected. I wouldn't discuss my business with him for ethical reasons, but didn't mind hearing him out and perhaps offering my opinion. Charlie and Dean presented a business opportunity, but my husband and I passed. At the end of dinner, everyone pitched in, but the tab was $90 short. Charlie apologized for not having money on him and directly asked my husband to cover him. We covered his portion because we felt we were put on the spot. I made up my mind that if the guy didn't pay us back, I would have Dean reimburse the expense. My husband and I left the restaurant and discussed the dinner surprise. We decided to drop it to avoid getting paranoid. We didn't really know this guy, and Dean didn't seem bothered at all. Charlie paid us immediately, like at 10 o'clock the next morning. He was contrite and apologetic. Charlie became a fixture at Dean's office. Dean had a change in behavior. He seemed hungry and thirsty for fast money schemes and quick success. They spent the day on meetings about most every MLM in the book. With Dean constantly out of his office, the quality of services dropped significantly. We had to chase him to deliver things on time. We needed to stress the importance of timelines, etc. Dean's office became some sort of a meeting plate for the corner cutters, the alpha male wannabes, and the I'm gonna succeed fast and rub it in the face of each person who has called me incompetent hungry. Our frequent dinner meetings thinned out. Charlie's true character began to surface. Sexist jokes, women are stupid, blah blah, ethnic jokes, talking down at people, raising his voice. He took a sip off of my niece's Coke and she was disgusted, so she gave it to him and got a new one. My niece became Dean's formal assistant, so she had to attend every meeting, sometimes until very late hours. I began to wonder if she was getting paid for the extra hours, but I could be wrong and did not want to interfere. We declined every invitation if we knew Charlie would be there. We signed up for only 3 yearly services and canceled on other services where customer service had declined. It worked out. We then paid Dean 10 grand for installing our new platform with control over our own use of technology. 3 weeks and we still couldn't use the platform. It didn't support multiple users as needed, and we required someone from Dean's company to visit on a daily basis because we couldn't get it running. We simply asked for our money back. Dean agreed and paid us $2,000 and promised the other $8,000 in installments. I asked for a personal meeting because I needed the whole thing solved. We had paid our money, had no service, and still had to wait to get my full refund? Really? By then, Charlie had taken full control and was running the show. Crucial employees randomly got fired. Charlie yelled at everyone and made decisions, with Dean never saying a word. My niece looked unhappy. Dean had her carry his suitcase and had her constantly serve Charlie some coffee. I did not appreciate the crude jokes he directed at her either. Dean did nothing, but I stood up for her. Charlie didn't like being challenged, so the atmosphere got really tense. Too many things didn't add up. Charlie painted himself quite the 007 type. He was a former college professor, former business owner, and former marketing director. He spent months away from home and dramatically described one fateful New Year's Eve he spent alone on a plane because he was extremely necessary for the company, so he became a workaholic as the final straw that caused the end of his marriage. He was a fast talker, good with numbers, and knowledgeable. He claimed long motorcycle rides in exotic places such as Italy, yet he had no car, was living at a friend's house, and showed limited proficiency. I pressed for my money and Charlie went ballistic. He tried to put me in a corner and tried to intimidate me. He asked, "Are you a software expert? Are you? Because if you were, you wouldn't need our services. Answer my question or shut up and stop talking because you don't know what you're doing." I answered I wasn't an expert. He replied, "Then close your effing mouth." I got up and told him I'm no expert, but I'm the paying client. I warned him to watch his mouth and that he would not get a second warning. My relationship with Dean was strained. He did not stand up for me, not as a friend, but as a client. I told Dean I would never again deal with Charlie on no uncertain terms. I canceled all accounting and payroll services immediately. Zero trust. I researched Charlie's background. None of his corporate experience checked out. He had an extensive criminal record. Gender violence, bank and wire fraud, securities fraud, patrimonial crimes, and a pending arrest warrant dated 8 years prior. I forwarded this to Dean. He never replied. I urged my niece to leave her job, but she decided to end her semester and then get another job. Bad decision. She said Dean owed her overtime, and leaving her job would almost guarantee she would never see that money. Dean contacted me with a solution. He gave me an unconvincing apology and asked me to meet him and an excellent software company owner who could help. I insisted on getting my refund, but he promised he would cover the expense. I addressed Charlie's criminal records, and he said he didn't know, but he had confronted Charlie and had cut ties for good. Lying. Charlie claimed all had been solved, and he was now on probation. I met the lady. Her name was Frances, and she was hostile, standoffish, and showed a superiority complex. She owned a yacht, multiple real estate, and had presence across several states. I left when the meeting was over without an actual resolution. She hardly mentioned anything about software. Frances talked a big game on other topics. I researched her and found lots of questionable information. I asked Dean directly if she was in any way connected to Charlie. He offered a vague answer. I don't know, it could be. When I pressed for a yes or no, he said, I can't compromise the integrity of my success by indulging in your unfounded assumptions. His business was drying up. He saw Frances as his savior. She engaged him to help her set up one of her big companies and would pay him $750,000 total. She would also pay him $2,000 a week for 6 months just to do some company creation work. I had a software engineer to install a new system. Our initial intention was to get Dean's software up and running to avoid the additional cost of a new installation. The engineer informed me that the software could not possibly run because it was a knockoff from an outdated system. He advised me to file a complaint for fraud. I didn't want to get my niece involved. I just wanted her out of that place. By then, Dean was actively trying to insert himself in his client's business. He made stupid decisions based on getting an undetermined percent of what we achieve. Companies shied away from him and his snake oil tactics. Some more research led me to the conclusion that Dean had inflated his company's capacity for specialty software. So he also inflated the price, took $2,000 for himself, and gave Charlie $8,000 to get whatever garbage they could sell me. This is exactly why I could not get my $8,000 back. Frances was their source of software. I notified Dean that due to the nature of his relationship with a felon, we were canceling all remaining services. My niece got fired that afternoon, and Dean's excuse was her refusal to give Charlie a ride. Emma came to me and my husband. She was scared and very emotional. She explained that when I gave Dean my canceling notice, she was in his car and was about to get off and enter the office. Dean slammed the door so hard the car shook. She was so perplexed, it took her a few seconds to get out, so Dean opened the door, yelled, "Effing move!" The situation with Charlie had also escalated. Emma addressed this at work, but Dean's response was, "Grow up, toughen up. How do you expect to make it in this cutthroat world if you're gonna be so sensitive?" Charlie's jokes became overtly sexual and explicit. There was one incident months earlier. Charlie was drunk after yet another failed business meeting. Dean ordered Emma to drive Charlie home. He tried to assault her during the ride. He claimed he couldn't remember, therefore it never happened. This time, she refused to be Charlie's driver and potential victim. Dean fired her after ranting about how Charlie was being targeted by losers and faithless know-it-alls. He got into a power trip and became verbally abusive, calling her a Miss Goody Two-Shoes and reminding her that she had been able to eat the whole time she worked for him because he paid her out of pity. He emailed her that due to her insubordination, lack of honesty, and malicious manipulation, her duties were terminated effective immediately. My husband and I supported her. We paid a good lawyer. This was no longer just about money. I went straight to the restaurant where Dean and Charlie routinely held their meetings. I confronted Dean in front of his clients and warned Charlie that his luck had ended. Next time I see him, he would need to fillet himself. I became very attentive to detail. I researched all types of records and found that Charlie had jumped probation and the arrest warrant was still in effect. The legal system had failed miserably at finding him. He had felonies in multiple states, and the supposed time doing business overseas was actually jail time. Emma provided her case on harassment, and Dean had to pay $15,000 in owed salary and punitive damages, and had to pay some fines. I contacted as many of his former fired employees as possible via Facebook and encouraged them to sue. 3 of them actually did. 1 of them won. I wanted him under legal and financial strain. He was ordered to refund my money plus legal costs. The judge didn't accept his "but it's Charlie's fault" excuse. My contract was direct with Dean, not Charlie. He also had to pay me for breach of confidentiality because Charlie wasn't his employee nor a legally bound business partner. The court opened a new investigation over potential financial fraud and theft of information, identity, etc., as Dean had access to clients' accounting and payroll information with lots of data. A new order of apprehension was issued against Charlie, but he ran. The judge ordered Dean's business permanently closed. A forfeiture notice was issued. I saw on his Facebook business page an announcement that Dean had been invited as a guest lecturer in a nearby college. Funny, because Dean never actually finished college, and I knew this from the beginning. I contacted them and voiced my concern over an unqualified professor teaching at their institution. I leaked his lack of academic standing by trolling their propaganda. They ended up announcing a different professor for the course without further explanation. During that fall, a former coworker called my niece to give her the news that Francis had been arrested by the feds for a fraud scheme. Not related to my revenge, but still sweet. The best part is that she stopped paying the $2,000 a week early on, but kept stringing him along for free work. I sent a formal notice to all the companies I had referred to him and explained that I could no longer recommend his services. I added a copy of our own lawsuit. Companies were dropping like flies. Other lawsuits strung along for dishonest services. This set a chain of events that led to his downfall. He had some car repo situations back when the business began to fail. I called the company and told them where to find him and what time. That was easy because although by now he had closed shop, he and Charlie kept eating at the same restaurant. I wasn't there to see it, but confirmed the car was towed. His marriage broke apart. He faced charges for selling and profiting from illegal software. He got probation. He lost his home and illegally occupied a portion of the abandoned commercial building next to his former location. I leaked this info to an anti-gentrification regional Facebook group. The zone was under scrutiny because residents were being pushed away. He used the spot as a small office and living quarters. The residents wanted it as a community center. They held a protest right in front. The police came. He was charged with trespassing and stealing electricity from a nearby building. Goodbye probation. Charlie was harder to nail. He disappeared for years. I could not find him. Again, he later gained confidence. His social media became moderately active. He claimed to own some bogus business. He never appeared in any of his picture posts. I wondered whether he was posting from inside of jail or something. I went to his aunt's profile. She posted regularly. Some pictures showed him doing family gathering stuff. I found out via her comments that he now had a young child, and his legs were amputated from too much drinking and poor control over his blood sugar. Same bad person, freaking liar, picture caption, "Happy birthday, dear son, even though cold-hearted people are keeping us apart." I found out he had an unpaid child support case. I anonymously contacted both the baby mama and the child support division. I gave them everything, his aunt's address, and every freaking place I knew he visited. He was arrested and new charges were filed, including sexual battery, I don't know about this one, and financial abuse of a mentally ill adult. I only recovered $3,000 out of the $8,000 he took. My case against him lasted almost 2 years, but seeing him all pale and listening to his trembling voice during the court hearings was more than enough. The case took a toll on his already weakened health. His hands trembled. He cried and got ill when he was sentenced. He just kinda dropped his head and became super pale. Then, he motioned his head to each side and shivered as he got help from the medics. I remember the judge's opening sentence was, "I'm tired of this case. In over 10 years, I've read your name in multiple warrants, and yet you avoid responsibility, forcing us to spend taxpayer money on tracking you. What's wrong with you? You plead and bring up your health problems, but none of that deterred you from stealing, abusing, and debilitating the integrity of those under your influence." I smiled at his face as many times as I could when the judge wasn't looking. He served 4 years out of a 36-year sentence and died in 2019. It does sound here like Dean could have had a very successful business if he didn't get involved with this idiot Charlie. Unfortunately though, some people are very impressionable and very easily get led on by others, and it doesn't work out in their favor. Now, one thing I noticed with this story was that there was a whole bunch of different types of revenge, a bunch of different things happening that we might have heard in stories previously. Sounds like it might be a little embellished. I believe that some of this happened, but I think that OP listened to a lot of other revenge stories and brought some things from those and put them into this. But I'd love to hear your guys' comments, so down below, do you think this is a completely true story? Do you think it's only partly true? Or do you think it's absolute BS? I'd love to hear your opinions. Our next story today comes to us from Sunny KL. Dispute over an alarm clock ends a career. Let's jump right in. A recent petty revenge story made me remember this experience from my teenage years, but this one definitely went all the way to pro. Strap in, it's going to be long. So just before my senior year in high school, I turned 18 and bought a car with my saved up years of babysitting money. I'd have liked one sooner, but my mother absolutely refused. At 18, in my big act of teenage rebellion, I went out and bought one. A couple months later, Auntie Butthole suddenly left her job from several states away and moved in with us, without her car. It cost less if she waited 6 months until spring to get it shipped. Something about snowbird travel patterns. She was cheap and a user as well as a butthole. As a result, I was expected to share my recently acquired car with Auntie Butthole until hers arrived. This seemed deeply unfair, but nonetheless, it was agreed upon that she could use it for appointments and job interviews since I could take the school bus. I needed to be warned in advance because my bus stop was the second one of the route. It left a lot earlier than I needed to if driving direct, and I liked sleep. You may be wondering about now what this has to do with an alarm clock. Auntie Butthole is one of those people who likes to rile people up, then mock them for getting pissed off. She always got a complaint, harsh word, and is feuding with somebody over something. Once she moved in with us, her complaint was my alarm clock. My room shared a wall with hers. The alarm was waking her mooching, unemployed broke butt up every morning, and that pissed her off. Couldn't I just go to bed earlier so I didn't need an alarm clock? The morning schedule at our house went something in the ballpark of this. 5:30 a.m., my workaholic mother leaves for the office. 5:45 a.m., my alarm goes off if taking the bus to school. 6:15 a.m., my alarm goes off if driving to school. 6:15, I leave if taking the bus to school. 6:45, I leave if driving to school. 1/2 never, Auntie Butthole's employed Tushy needs to be anywhere. Auntie Butthole approached my workaholic mother about the horrific inconvenience of my using an alarm clock. Her solution was that my mother should wake me up every day at 5:30 before leaving. My mother told her to try earplugs or work it out between us. Workaholic mother was massively non-confrontational and wanted no part of Auntie Butthole's dispute. Auntie Butthole started sneaking into my room to unplug the clock after I fell asleep. I'm a hard sleeper, so she pulled this off a few times. I had a good number of tardies before I figured out it wasn't the new cat who initially got blamed. Woke up to see her standing over my bed one night. Creepy. I screamed like a banshee, waking the whole house. She claimed sleepwalking, and my mother let her get away with that lame excuse. I endeavored to solve the problem myself with some super glue. Not the brightest move I made. That house got sold with a bonus electric blue alarm clock, and Auntie Butthole started turning the alarm off instead of unplugging it. So I started sleeping with my alarm clock tucked behind my pillow. No way Auntie Butthole could do anything to it without waking me now. She was pissed at having not gotten her way and never let anything go ever. Auntie Butthole's next move was to get up when the alarm went off and race into the only bathroom with a shower. It was closer to her room than mine, so she always beat me there. She'd stash magazines in there to sit on the commode, reading until right around 6:20. This is after the school bus has left, but still before I need to leave driving direct. Once I was taking a very rushed shower, she'd steal my keys and take my car, wherever the heck the unemployed go to drive around all day. She claimed that I just wasn't paying attention when she said she needed the car. She wasn't telling me. When my mother wasn't around, she made snide remarks that if she was woken up, she had just as much right to the bathroom as I did. I could solve this problem by not waking her up. In addition to this, she would take my car evenings and weekends, always right before I had babysitting gigs. It never returned with more than fumes in the gas tank. She had to call roadside assistance twice for running out of gas because she'd guessed wrong on how far she could get on fumes. Needless to say, I was pissed. Also massively inconvenienced and a lot poorer. I had to beg friends for last-minute rides or take a cab. She continued to blame me, and my mother stayed out of it. We got into a cat and mouse game with my keys, where I eventually kept them on me at all times, even in the shower. This was an old car some years back. No electronic keys were harmed. The keys came in the shower with me because the counter wasn't enough to stop her from pulling the bathroom lock, pocket door, trivial, and coming in while I was showering to take them. Again, creepy. This eventually resulted in her asking in advance to borrow my car for a job interview that probably wasn't. She went to the key shop and got my car keys copied. The next day, my keys safely back in my possession, she pulls the shower stunt again. She did it a lot, even when she wouldn't take my car. Auntie Butthole was a butthole. I head out to the driveway, keys in hand, and my car's not there. Legit thought she'd hotwired it until I got home and it showed no signs of tampering. I'm not much for poking the bear, but it was time to have this out. Auntie Butthole quite smugly admitted to copying the key, called me a selfish bee who didn't know how to share, and many other unfortunate things I don't remember exactly. She wasn't giving it back. What was I going to do? I warned her that car was mine, and she did not have permission to use it ever again. This was a bridge too far for me. There would be consequences. She laughed in my face. The next morning, my car was not in the driveway. I'd expected this. My best friend's dad was a cop. I was practically a fixture in his house for a decade, and he was the closest thing I had to a father figure due to my own deadbeat dad. So I gave him a call, utterly distraught that the car I've worked so hard to get has been stolen from my driveway. He's very sympathetic. Did I mention the car had LoJack? It was actually a very nice car, back when it was new anyway. We do all the reporting and whatever it takes for the cops to find it with LoJack. By mid-afternoon, they'd found it in the parking lot of an outlet mall. I don't know what the full details of the encounter were, as I've heard multiple versions of this part of the story over the years. She had some kind of crazy bee tizzy on them upon being accused of theft, including a tussle with an officer. It ended in charges of grand theft auto, resisting arrest, assaulting an officer, and some kind of license-related thing because she'd never switched it to her new state of residence. Don't throw a bee tizzy at a cop, they don't like it much. As this all took some time, she didn't get arraigned that day, as her unemployed broke butt had horrid credit and little money, she couldn't make bail. As I deleted her answering machine message begging my mother to come bail her out, my workaholic mother didn't even notice she was gone for almost a week. Once workaholic mommy did notice, I explained that my car had been stolen, and I called the cops. I was handling the situation myself like she suggested. The look of dawning horror was amazing. Then she shrugged and went back to avoiding all confrontation. Auntie Butthole served 2 weeks in county lockup until she took a plea deal. I suspect they slow-walked her paperwork a bit. What happened after was glorious revenge. Auntie Butthole's remaining savings were used up all on the fines and court fees, so she finally got around to shipping her car and engaging in a job hunt. One problem, she was previously a teacher. She'd yet to get her certification in her new state. Now she had a rap sheet and was unable to pass the background check. Whoops, time for a new career as a telemarketer. Auntie Butthole didn't bother me much after that. I learned years later she only went after kids hard, and I had proved enough of an adult she realized there were consequences for her actions. We spent the next few months ignoring each other before I headed to college. And that's how a dispute over an alarm clock ended Auntie Butthole's teaching career. Now, OP added an edit on to the end of the story. It says, edited to answer a few repeat questions. What's up with your mother? Mental illness. She was not a bad person. She simply had almost no capacity to deal with conflict and retreated into her work as a coping mechanism. With time and understanding, I am sympathetic to her role. She has since passed away. Why didn't you call the cops sooner? I had never dealt with anybody so lacking boundaries like Auntie Butthole before. I genuinely thought there was a limit, and I just had to handle things until we got there in the name of family harmony. It was also supposed to be temporary. I had college coming up quick, and she was supposed to find a job and apartment, so it was very time-bounded. It's the nuclear option to call the cops on a family member, and a very scary thing to contemplate at 18 years old. I also wasn't sure it would work, given she would claim I was confused about permission, and the chances my mother would back me up were close to zero. Once I still had my keys in hand and no car in the driveway, that was a game changer in my eyes. Can we get more of an epilogue? There's not a lot to say. I went no contact with Auntie Butthole after leaving for college. Between her prison stint and my departure, she ignored me and I returned the favor. I found out later that she only seriously picks on kids. I proved myself an adult who could deliver consequences for her actions. Now I spend holidays with my husband's lovely family and visit the stable family members at other times. Okay, hold up a second. This person's career revolved around ensuring the success of students. And then she tried to ruin a student's future. OP, I think you did the school system a favor. You put her where she needed to be. It sounds like this woman has absolutely no business in a classroom around students. Our next story today comes to us from Singer is a Crook. Treat me like crap for almost 2 years for minimum wage. I reach my breaking point and get my friends to quit with me, causing my former boss, who was also area manager, to lose his job. Let's jump right in. So I worked for a Dunkin' Donuts in my hometown starting around February 2016 and worked till around midsummer last year. My boss and area manager, we'll call Big B, was an unprofessional and horrible boss. I was still in high school at the time, and he only gave me weekends for months on end, occasionally giving me a weekday just to clean the store like a monkey. Big B was a butthole to say the least. He'd treat us workers like we were dogs, and he would be noticeably annoyed when a customer would take a long time to order. Or when we'd F up an order, he would two-face us, tell the customer that he's sorry that we F'd up. Then, when the customer would leave, he'd make snarky remarks about her to us like we were in on berating her. Stupid butt lady don't know what she want, man. When it got busy, we're supposed to work as a team, but when it gets busy, he'd yell at us and tell us to hurry up, which would put us all in a bad mood, and we'd actually work slower and decrease throughput value. When it came to making pack out, which was when we'd restock the sandwich station and the freezer, he would work without wearing gloves, which was unsanitary. Made donuts and baked goods like that too, no gloves. He would get complaints, but his boss who owned the store wouldn't do anything about it. So he'd get away with unsanitary workmanship. This doesn't matter now because he'd just make me do it mostly every day in the summer. So when summer came around, I got more hours, which was nice, but stressful beyond belief. After summer ended, he offered me the opening coordinator position because he had no one else and I needed more hours and money, so I took the offer. I had to wake up at 2 a.m. every morning to go open the store and bake all the goods and make extra donuts before the store would open at 4 a.m. And I needed money, so I didn't complain. But it got too stressful when he would constantly berate me because he'd come in at 4 a.m. to help out with the customers, but he'd make me help the customers. He'd then yell at me for not finishing on time. I got $8.75 an hour to come in and bake. My two good friends, both named David, needed a job, so I hooked them up to work at Dunkin' because I thought I would have extra help now for morning baking. But of course, they get put on customer service, and seeing how B would treat them disgusted me. He treated them like they were brainless monkeys, and I started to question why I was doing this to myself. I got a second job at a hotel as a bellman, and I was treated so much better. The two Davids got jobs there too, and we all pulled 2 jobs for a while. Then, midsummer 2017, after a year of baking and getting up 6 days a week at 2 a.m. just to now start leaving at 6 a.m. to go to the hotel, I decided that I was working for the wrong man. I up and left the store at 5:30 a.m. before B comes. I told my coworkers that I loved working with them, but I just can't do it. I left, rode home on my bike, and called both Davids. Told them both not to come in, and that I was sorry that they had to go through his insults on how they were so slow. Later that week, one of my other coworkers gets fired by him because she finally snapped on him. Then, another coworker just left because I sent her a big long paragraph on why she should quit. She heeded my word and left. I've been gone from Dunkin' since the summer. Today I had orientation for a new job, and I offered to give a sweet old lady a ride home because she lived in the same town and we'd be working at the same store together. Turns out her daughter works at Dunkin', and I heard Big B got fired because of the mass loss of workers. It was the best thing I've heard in a long time. He treated me and my coworkers like crap. Unsanitary piece of crap is gone. This happens all the time in low-paid jobs, be it fast food or even retail. The manager treats their staff like crap, but as long as things are running properly, they don't get reprimanded. In fact, the upper management generally won't even look at the store if they're pulling the proper numbers. Just remember, your time is the most valuable asset you have, and if you could be putting that time to better use, then you should go and do that. If that means quitting a job and going to work somewhere else, then so be it, because you need to do what you can do to get ahead in life. Our next story today comes to us from Cocktails Perfected. We've all had bad bosses before, right? Let's jump right in. Not sure if this is pro revenge or petty revenge, but I figure I'd post it here. This doesn't paint me in a great light, but I was 18 or 19 at the time and a dick. About 8 or 9 years ago, I worked retail in a small outdoor goods store, 6 members of staff small, ski stuff in the winter, camping, hiking in the summer. I wasn't passionate about it, but a job's a job. The woman who hired me left pretty soon after I started. She got a job that was in the field of her degree, and she left the store in the care of the supervisor at the time, Lauren. Lauren was the kind of girl we have all had the poor fortune to deal with at some point. Irresponsible, held power over you when it suited her, and tried painfully hard to be your best friend the next. Annoying at best as a supervisor, but abusive with her power as a manager. She started changing people's shifts, so she was never in the store during peak hours. She'd take the easy shifts when the store was dead, and would spend her time hanging out in the back office, doing important paperwork, read, sitting on her phone, or reading a magazine. Then she'd start hiring her friends as and when they wanted to work. The staff ended up turning into a conveyor belt of hot topic wannabe models. A few of them were okay, but I remember one of them working a night shift, covering a close for Lauren, and closing early, emptying the till, and never being seen again. Lauren later said she'd only known him a week before hiring him. The worst thing she did, though, was abuse the 3-month probation rule. Off the top of my head, they went through 8 different members of staff over the course of 5 months. That might not sound like a lot, but in a store of 6 employees, it wasn't a small amount. A member of staff would be hired and would be doing great, and then all of a sudden, "I'm sorry, we don't need your services anymore," and they were gone. "It's just not working out," vanished. "I just don't think you're the right fit for this role," disappeared. No notice period, nothing, just gone. I found out during one of her "please like me" spells that the area manager hadn't actually promoted her to be a full manager yet. He wanted to make sure she was the best option for the role. She basically thought that so long as no one else lasted long enough to shine better than her, she'd get the manager role and all perks that come with it. We then hired a woman called Kirsty, who was in her mid-late 30s and was a great person. Enthusiastic, a team player, great with customers. I mean, pretty much exactly what you want in a manager. However, when it was just me and Lauren would go off on how she doesn't like Kirsty, how she's thinking about getting rid of her unless her attitude improved, etc. And I decided to step in. I got my phone and hit record as Lauren went on another rant later on. "Here's the thing Kirsty doesn't get. I'm in charge. I can fire whoever I want. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if I was taking over from that fat bellend of an area manager we have now in a year," etc., etc. I just let her talk, only responding with "really? Oh yeah?" That night, I sent the video to Kirsty, telling her to make sure she was on her best behavior, but she ended up taking the issue up with the area manager. He came to the store, called Lauren out, told her that in the time she'd been in charge, the store had lost somewhere in the region of $15,000 to $20,000. They had to get the police involved against her friend who stole from the tills, and our store for some reason had one of the highest turnover rates in the country. He fired her on the spot. Kirsty ended up taking over as manager, and the store finally started turning a profit. Managers who like to talk about all the employees behind their backs are honestly some of the best ones you can have when you want to destroy them. As was the case in this story, if a manager says something about a coworker, I would go to that coworker and let them know, because they might get really angry with it and do something about it. And if you're not the kind of person who's going to take down the manager yourself, maybe they are. This next story comes to us from Ray Rex. A-hole tailgates me when I'm already speeding, so I set them up for a speed trap. Let's jump right in. I was driving home from a get-together and was going 65 to 67 kilometers per hour in a 60 kilometer per hour zone. Where I'm from, the police almost never pull you over if you're going 10 over or less, but will definitely pull you over for anything over that. All was well until I got closer to my area. It's less city-like and more rural, with the roads alternating between single and double lanes. I'm on a single lane speeding 10 kilometers per hour over when a pickup truck in my rear view caught my attention. They were going a tad bit faster when they caught up to me and promptly braked a meter behind me. I was like, okay, I'll speed up to 70, no big deal, but they continued to tailgate me. Upon closer inspection, I could see the mug of a very angry woman who had no understanding of personal space. What ensued was a full 5 minutes of them completely obscuring my rearview mirror with how close they were. I was tired and kind of hungover, so I really was not in the mood to be worrying about a potential car accident thanks to her driving. I was going to pull over to let her go around when Waze gave me a heads up that a police officer was reported up ahead. This was when I decided I'm gonna dole out some karma. I slowly dropped my speed from 70 to 60, now at the speed limit. This woman was furious. Why she just didn't pass me, I'll never know, but she was literally going slightly over the midline, yelling to herself in my rear view, flashing her full brights in a weird show-offish way to get me to go faster. I did this for another minute before Waze showed the cop was less than a kilometer away. I put on my turn signal, very slowly pulled over, and watched this woman flip me the bird as she whipped past me, disappearing over the hill, now going way faster than 10 kilometers per hour over. I continued on my way, getting up to 70 kilometers per hour when I cleared the hill to see flashing lights ahead. Jackpot! I drove with anticipation until I got close enough to confirm it was my friend from earlier. Not wanting to miss out on hitting her with our new secret greeting, I dropped down to 60 kilometers per hour, peered over, and flashed the bird back at her. I hope you enjoy the ticket, Karen. Ah yes, the tailgater. These are the kinds of people that I love to play around with. If I'm already 10 clicks over the speed limit, and you're right up my butt, I'm gonna slow right down to the speed limit, but only when I'm in a no passing zone. As soon as I hit that passing zone, I'm going 15 clicks over, you better believe it. That person is getting stuck behind me for as long as I possibly can. Ha! Our next story today comes to us from The Mung. I warned you not to park here. Let's jump right in. This all happened when I was a young man around 21 years old. I was sharing a flat with another young bloke in a Perth suburb, Australia. I had not long had my first car, an old 1972 beat-up old Ford Falcon, you know, base model, slightly rusted, air-conditioned floor, etc. I'm 50 now, so quite a long time ago. I loved my old Ford. It was roomy, comfortable, and reliable. As part of the large block of flats we lived in, each flat was given 2 parking spaces, one undercover and one open. My spot, clearly numbered with a 2 in a large white paint digit, was the open space. All was well for a few months. I was getting along really well with my flatmate, and we got along with our other neighbors. Enter entitled person. He drove a fairly new BMW, nice and flash. Whilst I was at work, he took it upon himself to allow himself to steal my spot. In Australia, the Ford Falcon was one of the largest cars on the road, and parking it was difficult. It would be classified as a mid-size in the USA. I get home, and my spot is occupied. Dang! Off I go to find someone else's spot to borrow for the night. I ask Unit 1 as I know they don't have a car, and they were quite accommodating to me. Still, I go inside and write a note for the owner of the BMW and neatly place it under his windscreen wiper, hoping that a polite request would do the trick. Nope. Next day, same thing. Now I'm getting a little irritated. I repeated the previous night's efforts, but made the note bigger and a tad ruder. I know he got the message because the bits of paper were gone. Day 3, Same again. It's the weekend. Unit 1 couldn't lend me their spot as they had visitors. Okay, fair enough. I parked my big old Falcon across the front of the BMW, blocking it in. I wasn't going anywhere that weekend. Next morning, BMW was gone. Somehow it managed to slip the coupe. I steal my spot back again. That evening, the BMW did to me what I did to him, blocking me in. I see red. Upset me is not nice me. I'm patient, I bide my time. Monday morning, he's gone, and I go to work. Monday evening, yep, you guessed it, spot taken again. Fair dinkum, does this guy think he owns the spot? Revenge mode. New note on a sheet of A4 paper written on his windscreen with a big black texta, the kind that goes through the page. Full sheet is stuck to his windscreen with that horrible masking tape that always leaves something behind when it's peeled off. Next day, note gone and BMW still in my spot. Okay. Same again with the note, rude to the extreme, kindly explaining to the BMW why in the 7 dark levels of hell he shouldn't park in someone else's spot. Maybe even referring to his dubious parentage. I then get out the big gun, my silicone gel. I used the entire tube, plastering every last square millimeter of the page, and stuck it to his windscreen, right in front of where his eyes would look through at the road. Try ignoring that. When I go to leave for work the next morning, the BMW is gone. Nowhere to be seen. I saw it further down the car park a couple of days later with a brand new windscreen. Needless to say, he never parked in my spot again. In fact, neither did anyone else ever. Now, OP added an edit onto this story. It says, "To all you readers who are wondering why I just didn't get him towed, here's why. Think about it. I was young and naive at the time and didn't even think about towage. Now, different story. Then, I just wanted him to go away and leave me alone. I wasn't even aware at the time I could. So, horses for courses. The time was the early 90s. I was in my early 20s, skinny and not particularly strong, and with no idea on how to fight. I only had my intellect. The guy pissed me off. I didn't know which unit he was in, never saw him at any time, nor did he approach me when it was obvious which unit I was in. I started off being polite and progressed gradually downwards from there, culminating in the final offensive. Context: I got what I wanted. He was sorely inconvenienced and seriously embarrassed publicly for the entire large block of flats to see. Everybody would have passed him, and the plastered note on his now unusable car. Plus, since nobody would help me, I had to help myself, and of course, warn them all not to mess with the weakling from flat number 2. Having him towed would have produced less humiliation, as he could have merely shrugged it off as a broken down car. It worked. It's interesting that the BMW driver kept on doing this because, if somebody's driving a really crappy car, one that looks like it's falling apart and probably isn't worth very much, they might not be so concerned if you retaliate, so they're gonna damage your expensive crap. Our next story today comes to us from a deleted account. Sexist Jerk loses grant and doesn't know why. I do. Let's jump right in. I am an early career academic in a small niche field. I'm going to fudge the details on some of this because the field is so small. As I said, I'm an early career academic in a small field. Right out of grad school, I was able to get a very prestigious fellowship at a very prestigious institution. I was thrilled and I went into my first day ready to work my butt off for the 2 term. The head of the department, I'll call him John, seemed nice enough on the first day, but it quickly became clear that he was an incompetent and sexist bully. A quick summary of with him: any woman that worked with him was called sweetheart when he was in a good mood and girly when he was in a bad mood. 2, he refused to give me 2 days off to attend my uncle's funeral. The 2 men who worked under him were both allowed 2-week vacations over the year because they were working hard. None of the women were allowed vacations or time off for any reason. 3, if he didn't like you, he would change the requirements of a task at the last minute. I work in a field that sometimes requires pretty high security clearance. With 2 days' notice, he demands that one of his friends be able to come to an event I had organized that required security clearance to get into the building. His friend was not an American citizen, making security nearly impossible, particularly on that timeline. Instead of listening to reason, he tried to dock my pay in retaliation. I was able to get that denied through HR. 4. Speaking of pay, he frequently forgot to pay all of us and tried to force one of the other female fellows to handle all his HR issues. As it wasn't a part of the fellowship to handle admin issues, she refused, which led to some serious temper tantrums on his part. So I think you get the picture. It was bad. Bad enough, in fact, that the institution hired an outside consulting company to investigate what was happening in the department. At first, I was very hopeful and thought maybe the situation would get fixed. However, the consulting company also had expertise in this small academic field, and it turns out that the CEO of the company was an old friend of John. I quickly realized that the investigation would go nowhere. Also at the same time, John was applying for a $1 million grant. This grant is a bit different than most others because it's a community-chosen awardee. There is a grant committee and all members of the committee are nominated by people in the field. The committee then chooses who deserves this grant. Although the grant is considered medium-sized for the field, it is very prestigious. Importantly, the members of the committee are public. Knowing that the investigation was going to go nowhere, and knowing the names of all members on the committee, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I had a decent travel stipend as part of the fellowship, so I planned from then on out to only attend conferences where a committee member lived. This way, he had to pay for me to go. I then would go to these cities and get in touch with committee members. Because it is a small field, it isn't uncommon to schedule informal get-togethers with people in the field even if you don't know them personally. So I spent a lot of time traveling, which ended up being great for my career anyway, and talking to all sorts of people in the field. I'd offer to buy them a beer in exchange for asking them questions about their careers. Through these casual conversations, I'd ask them about personality conflicts in the lab and how they had handled them. I never mentioned John by name, but by the end of the chat, it would be obvious who I was talking about and that the issues were serious. I also made sure to talk about Jane, a woman in the field, and how amazing it has been to watch her short but fast-moving career. I realize that all of this was pretty subtle, but I hope that these little seeds would impact the committee's decision. The grant decision was announced 2 weeks after I had finished my fellowship. At this point, I assumed he was still going to get it because that is what the grapevine was saying. Academics are so gossipy. But I got a call from another former fellow. The grant went to Jane. The committee cited her short but impactful career. Apparently, John was so upset he broke his own laptop by throwing it across the room. 3 years later, he still mentions at conferences how Jane never deserved the grant and how he doesn't understand how he lost it. It honestly threw me off in this one when I read that he called his female coworkers girly when he was upset, because that's what I call my kids. I have 3 daughters in my house here with me, and whenever I go to bed, it's "Good night, girlies." I guess it's not quite the same, but it made me look twice. Our next story today comes from another deleted account. Cheat on my dad, I ruin your life. Let's jump right in. So a little over a week ago, I caught my dad's adulterous wife at a hotel pool with a man I'll call Steroid Douche, or SD for short. Guess what they were doing? Hint, not swimming. So she and Steroid Douche have some history. About a year ago, she left my dad for Steroid Douche. This was just a mere 6 months after my father married her, so my dad let her go and started the divorce stuff. Unfortunately, she came crawling back to him before the divorce could happen. She claimed Steroid Douche beat her. Steroid Douche doesn't love her. She made a mistake, so my dumb dad takes her back. Now here she is only 4 months later playing tonsil hockey with Steroid Douche at a hotel pool when she should be at her office working. She didn't see my husband and I, so we took some super sweet pics and slipped out of there. I'm not gonna lie, I was super pissed. I was going to send the pics off to my dad right then and there. However, hubby and I decided that there was more that could and should be done. Now, I'll try to keep this brief, but there's something I need to add. My dad has supported this woman and her children for years, and she is not a cheap woman to have around. She has only very recently gotten herself a job, a very nice one in fact. She is actually in the process of owning about 1/3 of the business. My sisters and I have speculated that this recent success might be because of extramarital activities with the fairly wealthy, recently divorced business owner who spontaneously took my dad's wife under his wing. I'll call the business owner B.O. Now, I had no proof that she was cheating on my dad with business owner, only steroid douche. However, I figured it wouldn't hurt to reach out to business owner with my findings to see how he would react. Since she was supposed to be at work, she must have called off, so I called her office. Hi, this is OP. I'm calling about adulterous wife. Is business owner there? I should mention my dad's wife pretended to be a loving stepmom. She's not. Well, that also meant pretending to have a hard but endearing relationship with me. In fact, her office is plastered in pics from my Facebook of myself and my family. So people in her office know who I am and didn't have any issue with transferring me to business owner. Hi OP, is everything okay with adulterous wife? Well, kind of, it depends. How close are you really with my dad's wife? Excuse me? He totally stammered. Never mind, look, I'm gonna be straight with you. Adulterous wife is out with steroid douche when she should be there working. Silence. Hello? Why should I believe you? All you've done is lie about adulterous wife. Yeah, my dad's wife is a permanent victim. I'll send you some pics I took. Here's my email address. I send the pics and get no response. I decide to call Steroid Douche's gym, which is also my gym. There's been a pretty awful rumor going around about Steroid Douche. Apparently, he's been selling steroids to fellow gym members. So I told them Steroid Douche tried to sell me steroids there last week. This was a lie. I told them I didn't feel safe going there anymore, so I'd like to cancel my membership. They asked if I was going to go to the police and file a report. I told them no, that Steroid Douche was prone to anger and I didn't want to risk retaliation. They understood. Membership canceled. I know this seems irrelevant, but this gym takes these kinds of things seriously, especially when complaints result in an end of a membership. At the very least, they will be looking to cancel his membership too. So then finally, after all that, I send my dad the pics I took of his wife with a long drawn out message about support and love and whatnot. Now to the good part. It's been a week since I saw what I saw and did what I did. Here are the results of my half-butt sabotage. 1. Adulterous wifey lost her job and any chance at being a co-owner. Business owner trashed her crap in the office and actually made a huge scene, which led to a pretty nasty, heavily detailed review on a local Facebook rant page from a customer that was in the establishment. Our town is pretty small, so a review like that can be a bit damaging, and because of the contents, it really hurt adulterous wifey's image. Someone even shared a story about her husband having an affair with my dad's wife 3 years ago at her last job. Wouldn't you know it, Steroid Douche had rented out a locker at the gym. Since the waiver you sign to rent a locker allows the gym to open your locker whenever they feel necessary, Steroid Douche ended up getting his locker searched. What they found in the locker, according to the police blotter, was a freaking unregistered pew-pew. So poor Steroid Douche is going to prison, probably. Yeah, seriously, great way to BS myself into a win. Did I mention he's a felon? Haha, you can guess how that worked out for him. Bye-bye. My dad's wife is now living in a hotel. Between the pics, business owner firing her, and then Steroid Douche being sent away, my dad threw her butt out. She is super upset about Steroid Douche, hysterical to be more precise. She refuses to come see her kids, who are still living with my dad. My dad is being civil and trying to keep everything super calm for them. She doesn't seem to care about my dad or the kids at all though. She did give me a call, I let it go to voicemail. I couldn't really make out what she said, but between the shrieks and sobbing I caught, "I'm gonna kill you," and "You ruined my life." I might get a restraining order, I don't know yet. I'm kinda giddy about this. My dad will hopefully start being happier. Wait. So I know there's a whole big story here, but there's one thing that's just, it's weighing on my mind. You're telling me that you were able to cancel a fitness club membership over the phone? How? You're like a god. Our next story today comes to us from Link Hanford. Ruin my summer? Enjoy not going to university. Let's jump right in. This was a little over 10 years ago in my early 20s, but it's still one of my favorite stories of karma that suited well to my revenge. As a teenager, I got a part-time job as a lifeguard at the biggest pool in the city, if not the province. I was a hard worker, and over the years, I had every certification I could get. Over the summers, I'd often work on nearby beaches. One year, these rural beaches had a really hard time keeping staff, so they'd ask people from my pool to work there. It just so happened my parents had a cottage on one of the beaches, and I said, "Hey, I'd be interested in working at Middle of Nowhere Beach. It'd be peaceful, and I can come home on weekends if I want." I took the job, about 4 hours away from home for a 10-week contract. I was a lifeguard instructor trainer. I certified people to teach other people how to train lifeguards. At the time of this story, I was one of the youngest to have this certification. Most of my coworkers were going into their second year of working on this beach, and frankly, second year of being a lifeguard. It was going to be my first year working in this area. Basically, the head manager told me, "Look, it's your first time working out here. We need someone with your experience. We can't give you beach captain position on paper, but we are willing to pay you at a beach captain rate, plus extra for your certifications. And you can fill in as beach captain on days when the others can't. As far as we're concerned, you're an alternate. We just don't want to upset the locals more than we need to. Be advised though, you may need to work at a few other beaches out and around there. More pay, fewer responsibilities. Yeah, I guess I can take this one for the team." Here's what you need to know about this place. The area is naturally beautiful. This is one of the best drives on the continent, one of the top 10 islands in the world. Mountains to the left, endless ocean to the right, beaches everywhere. It's also one of the poorest parts of the country, and some communities have a mob mentality when outsiders come to work here. For the most part, my coworkers liked me and appreciated my experience, except for the one beach captain we'll call Maggie. Everyone employed goes to a training camp retreat. District managers go for 5 days, beach captains go for 4 days, and general staff goes for 3 days. I was only asked to show up for the general staff, did my thing, met my new coworkers. Maggie rubs me the wrong way and started calling me rookie, and then she left. Turns out she was graduating high school and had prom to attend. She didn't want to do the rest of the training because of all the after prom parties. Okay, that's weird. I'm waking up at 7 a.m. to do a 10-kilometer run with everyone before breakfast, and you're passed out after a night of drinking. I'm annoyed, but if I could pull it off, I might do the same, no biggie. How could she pull off getting out of a mandatory training, you ask? She's a family legacy. Once upon a time, her mom was the beach captain, and now runs the local pool in the middle of nowhere. If you were certified as a lifeguard around here, you had to go through her. Maggie's sister was the beach captain, then district manager, and recently retired from the service and went to nursing school. Maggie was the next in line to do this. She was going to be awarded a scholarship through the lifeguard service for her school of choice. At the end of the summer, there's an AGM where they make all these announcements, but it was a well-known secret. Day 1 of the summer on the beach starts. We're setting up the beach, it's a half day, not many patrons around. We organize first aid kits, equipment, set up our hut, test the phones, etc. District manager, a local, arrives to inspect everything. He's happy, he's a buddy of mine, and as we're the last stop of his beaches to inspect, he hangs out with us. Day's up, and Maggie's mother shows up and tells her to start packing up for the swimming instructors symposium. Turns out, Maggie is leaving tomorrow for the Dominican Republic on her pool's dime for 3 weeks. That's 30% of the lifeguard season. She actually tells me, "See you in 3 weeks, rookie," and leaves. The district manager and I drop our jaws and wonder, WTF, why is this only coming out now? I help him out. We sit down and come up with a new schedule for the next 3 weeks. My supervisor filled in some of her shifts, and we even worked together a few times. Now, looks like I have to be a beach captain with the actual new guards at least 3 weeks. It was more work for me, but honestly, Maggie's departure was a blessing. I've hardly met her, but I doubt we're going to get along. She rubs me the wrong way. Those 3 weeks without her, I got a great feng shui, zen groove, and inner harmony thing going on. It was the healthiest mentally and physically I've been in my life. Of course, the lack of negative emotions directed toward me would not last. It ended the day Maggie returned, literally within the first hour of us working together. Maggie, my beach captain, started our day together by berating me in front of her friends. "Hey rookie, do you even know how to do CPR? I was watching you at training camp and you were doing it wrong. I need you to show me how to do it right now." You want me to show you how to do CPR? Sure, no problem. Could ask nicer, but whatever, I'll put up with this. We have to practice so much every day anyway. Then she drops this bit of information while I practice incorrectly. "If you don't have anything under them, you'll dig a hole in the sand." Maggie, this doesn't make sense, but whatever. It's not like I'm an instructor in this or anything, or have basic knowledge of physics, that pushing on sand isn't the same thing as digging. The whole day consisted of Maggie calling me rookie and being pointlessly rude in her critiques of my life-saving skills. Of course, it wouldn't be a good work story unless someone stole someone's lunch. "Hey Maggie, is that my lunch in your mouth right now? Oh, was that your lunchbox?" "Well, it wasn't your lunchbox, was it?" I'm the beach captain. You can't talk to me like that." This would become our daily routine on our shifts together. I began packing a decoy lunch with half-eaten items or empty wrappers. This gave me the opportunity to hide and eat my real lunch without her bothering me. By week 4, it's our mid-season evaluation. There's 2 parts, physical evaluation and professional evaluation. District manager does the physical, and it's straightforward. All employees show up at the beach before it opens. You run 4 kilometers, swim 600 meters, paddle 2 kilometers, etc. Apparently, I embarrassed Maggie. I was the most improved from start of the season to the end of the season. I was already in the top 25%, but now I was physically one of the top 5%. Maggie, however, got worse. A lot worse. She was mediocre, but in the general top 50%, but was now one of the worst physical guards, bottom 10%. Her times all were substantially lower. But luckily for her, it's not all physical. There's still the professional evaluation. The beach captain who works with you the most writes up your evaluation. You get a score out of 50. 10 5-point characteristics: punctual, customer service, safety, etc. You get graded and short notes are written to explain your score. At the bottom, there's a recommendation section on what to do or work on. One of the other beach captains who tolerated Maggie wrote her evaluation, and it wasn't all bad. Of course, Maggie was the one who wrote my evaluation, despite only working with me a few times. I don't get to see it, which is normal, and when it's done, she passes it in to the bosses. Once it's handed in, the district manager pulls Maggie and I aside. He rips it up in front of us and says, "Maggie, this isn't a real evaluation. You gave him all zeros. Your notes are incoherent, and in the recommendation section, you told him to leave and never come back. This is not acceptable. I've worked with him more than you did. I'm gonna write up the mid-season evaluation." Maggie breaks down in tears, plays the victim that the outsider is taking her job, and she's protecting herself. Manager's not buying it, but ultimately goes easier on her. Temper's cool. I get a modest review with things to improve on. Right away, I knew this would happen again, and I'd need to make notes to defend myself. I have a reputation in the life-saving community I'd like to keep. Things got weirder after this. Aside from umpteen mentions of calling me rookie against my wishes, my notebook was getting filled with some highlights, including she stole my rooster ketchup with a green top and lathered her hot dog only to get upset with me. She wrote me up for poisoning her with hot sauce, though she really stole my sriracha. She took her top off in front of me and in full view of kids cause she had to air out the girls. Went on a walking patrol down the beach for 2 hours, only to end up hanging out with her friends, drinking on the beach, and having a fire. Double no-no. Called her dealer to deliver joints to her while on guard, not even discreetly. I taught the junior guard some basic stuff. Once the class is over, she goes up to the parents and tells them I taught all the wrong things, and it's actually done this way instead. On a particularly bad day, she berated the middle-aged gentleman with Down syndrome who normally brings treats to her because he didn't bring any treats on this day. Things were cartoonishly stupid. Why would someone act this way? Turns out she was also bashing me to the other guards. They'd regularly inform me of stuff like this. Hey, just so you know, Maggie told me you hit someone's car with a hammer. Obviously you didn't, but heads up, she's telling locals about it. What did I get myself into? This is ridiculous. My summer paradise at the most beautiful place on earth is ruined by a succubus leeching off of inner peace. I was at my end. This isn't worth it. I want to go home. I'm belittled by an entitled brat, and I don't need this as much as they need me. I'm going to sleep it off, think with a clear head in the morning. Note, this place is a sleepy beach town. It's heavily wooded and not many cell towers. Reception isn't great. Also, it's a hot summer. I live alone. I hate pants. When I'm home, I'm probably naked. And the lock on the door isn't great. It works, but with a bit of effort, you can get past it. We basically put an exterior padlock on the door when we're away for extended periods. But hey, no one knows anyone's living here, right? Who's gonna come bother me in the middle of nowhere? 5:30 a.m. Bam, bam, bam. Huh? What's happening? Bam, bam, bam. Creak. OP, answer your phone. I've been calling you all night. Why are you naked? That's gross. You have to work at the beach further away today. I've got an appointment I've had scheduled for months and can't change it. You need to go there or I won't be back in time. Wait, what's going on? Why is she in my house right now? I thought to myself as I startled and jumped up, covering myself with whatever I could find. I raised my temper and got her out of my home as quickly as possible and say to myself, that's it, I'm done, this isn't worth it. I call my district manager, tell him the rundown of what's been happening lately. Initially, he thought I might be embellishing the truth a bit because it's all so ridiculous. He tells me if I go to work, there's 2 weeks left in the contract, he'll make sure Maggie and I don't work together anymore as long as I can stick around. Later on, I'm begrudgingly working at the further away beach and we get a call. It's the district manager. OP, I owe you an apology. I thought you were making this stuff up. Maggie just called to report you for being naked and yelling at her. As she explained this, she admitted to walking into your home. What do you want to do about this? District manager, which beach captain or alternate has worked with Maggie the most this summer? Oh, looks like it's you by a fair bit. Is she allowed to do my end of season evaluation? No, because of what she did with your mid-season, we've decided that I would do it personally again. Okay, great. Who gets to do hers then? Well, you can guess where this ended up. As luck would have it, Maggie and I got to work together once more due to someone being sick. The whole time she's telling me, I'm gonna make your review so bad, you're gonna wish you never came here, rookie. At that point, I just smiled with a crap-eating grin. The summer may have its last dawn, but this will be the end of you, Maggie. Writing up Maggie's end-of-season evaluation was between the supervisor and I. The rest of the staff were unaware of this, so I used the final days talking to the staff. What's the weirdest thing Maggie did to you this summer? Here's the highlights. Stole the pretty boy guard's car keys at the end of the day to keep him around because she was flirting with him. He had to go right to the hospital to visit his mom. Gradually through the course of a day, she spiked the 16 guard's work water bottle with vodka. He'd never been drunk before and had to drive home. After hours, she went to a lifeguard girls' night out and skipped out on the bill. No, she wasn't invited again after that. I'm composing her end of season evaluation. I'm smart about it. I grade reasonably well with things. To her credit, she was good at. She improved her swimming skills, which is something after all. But everything else, I avoid grading a 1 as much as possible to avoid looking like I'm purposely out to get her. More than just grading, I'm providing written documentation to back this up. I've got my journal of hellish Maggie moments, my coworkers' experiences with her, and I've been smart enough to make copies of our notes from patrons with her mentioned. But the coup de grace, recommendations for next season. Recommended not to re-offer beach captain or alternate beach captain position next season. Recommended awarding scholarship to someone else in the service. Not long after this gets submitted, I get a call from the head boss, senior manager, who hasn't been made privy to Maggie and I's situation. OP, I've known you for a few years. I'm reading Maggie's end of season evaluation, and there are some serious allegations here. Her family will likely rebuke this and make it a problem for my office. Not giving her this scholarship sounds harsh. Do you have any documentation to back up any of this? Do you really think she deserves this? Well, sir, that's ultimately up to you. Here are notes and times from the entire team. Feel free to call any of them. Here's the footage from my trail cam of her breaking into my home at 5:30 in the morning. Here's the contact info for the Down syndrome gentleman whom she berated. Here's the report patrons have made about her. Oh, this is bad. Well, thanks for being so thorough with this. Epilogue. Well, word got to her she wouldn't be receiving her scholarship. Instead, it went to an incredibly nice and hard worker in another district. Maggie's mom complained for a while about come from a ways taking all the jobs, but then she heard how Maggie treated the gentleman with Down syndrome. She may have been the town's princess, but that man was the salt of the earth and immune to any harsh treatment. Needless to say, Maggie didn't come to the AGM. The next year, I was knee-deep in my actual career and didn't re-enroll in the lifeguard service, but offered my services as a substitute. One of the guards I liked last year calls me to see if I can sub for them for a weekend. I decided I'll do it as long as Maggie isn't working. He laughs and says no, but she's on staff as a regular lifeguard. Well, Maggie wasn't working, but her cousin was. Uh-oh, this can't be good. Our first interaction was kind of amazing. Wait, are you OP? Yes. I prepared myself for a day of harassment. Oh man, you are awesome. Maggie and her mom hate you. They're so mean. Our family hates them. She's so entitled and makes us look bad. You're like a legend around here. Well, this is a change of pace from what I was expecting. We became friends over the course of the day, and she explains to me that Maggie thought her scholarship was a sure thing. Her mom pulled strings for her to get it, and it fell through. So she never saved any money for school. Maggie's plans of getting into nursing didn't work out. Maggie's mom took a lateral promotion in the life-saving world. That new position didn't last, and she was laid off only to go back to her old pool as the assistant to the person who took over her job. She wasn't able to pull any more strings after that. Last time I checked, Maggie went to community college and took a less expensive continuing care attendant course with the plan of eventually jumping over to nursing when she saved some money. Unfortunately for her, the instructors weren't crazy about her better than you attitude, and she was kicked out of the course sometime in second year. Last time I saw her, she was working at the summer ice cream stand by the beach I visited on a lovely vacation to one of the most beautiful places in the world. I don't understand how somebody that entitled can go into a nursing career. I mean, you have to actually care about other people, and she very clearly only cared about herself. Kinda glad she got kicked out of that program, cause could you imagine? The last thing I want to comment on this one is just how well written the story is. OP, you did a wonderful job. Our next story today comes to us from Major Moron 0851. Be a jerk about fixing my car. Hope you and your manager enjoy unemployment thanks to my dumb luck. Let's jump right in. Okay, so few things to start. I'm sorry this is long, but it's a lot of information to lay out the story. I think the revenge is pretty sweet though. Secondly, English is my first language, but I never did well with grammar. Sorry. Okay, so the story. In January 2018, my best friend, his girlfriend and I all went out. We took my car, but I got drunk, so my best friend drove us home. As we were approaching a roundabout, a driver from a side street pulled out in front of us, then slammed on their brakes, causing my best friend to swerve and hit the concrete median with both driver's side tires. We parked the car in a parking lot and Ubered home. Next day, I had the car towed to my personal mechanic shop. Insurance guy assesses the damage and my mechanic gets to work. He does everything he thought it needed, putting it on the alignment rack, and found out that the engine cradle had been bent in the impact and it needed a new one. He didn't have the capability to do this, so they sent my car to a different company. Let's just call it ABC Repair. ABC Repair outsourced the engine cradle replacement to Dickweed Shop, aka DS. Car goes, takes forever because the first cradle they got was bent, so they had to order another one from California. Dude ordered the wrong parts originally. Dude gets the cradle in on the day my rental car coverage expires. As a single dad, I needed my car. Also, this whole time the manager of ABC Repair Shop was not keeping me up to date on any of this, was dodging my calls, and anytime I did get him, he was rude to me. So, guy busts rear to get it in that day, test drove, and returned it to ABC Repair right before closing time, where I was waiting to pick it up. Dickweed Shop gave it a clean bill of health and handed over the keys. Here's where rude crap begins. So the minute I left ABC Shop that night, there was something wrong with the car. Since I have a bit of auto mechanic experience, I assumed it was a wheel bearing. Next morning I call my insurance adjuster, who tells me to take it back to Dickweed Shop and see what's up. So I call him up and say, hey, it's the dude with the engine cradle job. I think there's something wrong with one of the bearings. Yeah, I knew about that. So why did you give it a clean bill of health? I was being rushed to return it, so I just said it was fine. It wasn't critical, so what's the big deal? Okay, well, we need this fixed. Are you sure you know exactly what's wrong? 100% right rear wheel bearing. Okay, I'll call the adjuster and get it approved for repair. I have no more rental coverage, but I am going out of town this weekend and will not need my car Thursday to Sunday. I can drop it off then, does that work? Sure, no problem, see you Thursday morning. Dickweed Shop orders the bearing with insurance approval and all is well. I go in Thursday morning to drop off the car, and the conversation goes roughly as follows. Hey there, here's the keys. Now, if it's actually not what you think it is, or there's more, please call me right away. I'll call the insurance adjuster and get it approved since this is the only time I don't need my car for transporting my child. No worries, I'm positive it's what I think it is, but if not, I'll call. I head out of town. Have a great weekend, no call from Dickweed Shop. Monday morning comes around, and I am about to head out to pick up the car when I get a phone call from my adjuster. He tells me he just got off the phone with Dickweed Shop, and he was informed that no work was done on my car all weekend. I was livid. I asked why, and insurance adjuster said he didn't know. Head down there and talk to the guys myself, so I did. I walked into the shop and dinged the bell. He walked into the office and said, "Can I help you?" as if he didn't even know who I was. Followed is the conversation. Yeah, insurance guy tells me you didn't touch my car. What the heck happened? Well, it was the right front, not the right rear bearing like I thought. So I couldn't do the work since the right front wasn't approved. But I asked you to call me if it wasn't what you thought it was, and you said you would. Why didn't you call? Well, who's paying for this, you or insurance? That doesn't matter. I asked you to call so I could get it approved while I was out of town. Why didn't you call me? I don't have to answer you. It wasn't the approved work. I didn't do it. End of story. Why didn't you call? I could have gotten it approved. Like I said before, I left for out of town. Dickweed Shop turns around, grabs my keys off the counter behind him, hands them to me and says, "Take your keys, take your car, I'm done dealing with you." I walked out pissed and across the street to his manager's office and asked to talk to the manager. On vacation until Wednesday. I'd leave my number and ask manager to call me. In the meantime, I get the car to the original mechanic who starts bearing repairs on all 4 tires. Approved by insurance as a "we're sorry" for Dickweed Shop experience. He also noticed that Dickweed Shop used the wrong strut in my car when he replaced the engine cradle and didn't put the rivets back in the plastic wheel well liner, causing the tire to burn a hole through it, which insurance approved, replacing both with the correct parts. Manager finally calls me at 4:45 p.m. on Wednesday after being busy doing payroll all day. "So, do you know anything about why I'm calling you?" "No clue, what's going on?" Begins to explain what happened when I returned from out of town. Then state the strut was wrong and the liner was ruined. Interrupts me. He couldn't have ruined the liner by replacing the cradle. "Oh, so you do know who I am. What actually happened?" "I never mentioned engine cradle replacement." "Well, I'll apologize for wasting your time, but I don't know what else you want me to do. Sorry." He hangs up on me. The revenge. Remember that trip out of town? Well, on my return trip, I was bumped off my original flight, then bumped from that flight to the only one that finally took me home. I get on the plane, find my seat, put in my headphones and start to settle in. Now, mind you, I was out of town for a party, and I was wearing a themed onesie. A gentleman in a business suit sits down next to me. I'm naturally an outgoing person, so I strike up a conversation. "Hey there, heading to destination for business or pleasure?" "Business. What do you do?" "I'm the regional vice president for ABC Repair Company." My eyes got huge. It was destiny. So I began to tell him my current experience up to me leaving for out of town. The butthole manager at his shop to the dickweed shop jerk they were subletting business to. VP was taking notes on my entire story. I swear his jaw was on the tray table. He was furious. He gave me his personal cell and email and told me he would be having a talk with the manager. He also had his company pay for 5 more days for a rental car since they ordered a used cradle and not a new one, which butthole manager decided didn't even ask my adjuster or me, which wasted 5 days. The next afternoon, after I pick up my car and had that experience, I got a call from VP. He wanted to make sure my car was fixed, and that he'd also found out there were more complaints about his manager who treated me poorly. The manager was hiding the complaints and they never reached corporate, so he was fired. I then tell him about my experience that morning with the guy not doing any work on my car while I was gone. That pissed him off too. He said he would be in touch. After I talked to Dickweed Shop Manager on Wednesday, I called VP back and told him what happened. He said thank you for the information and hung up. About a month later, I had a question for VP not related to any of this, so I called him up, and I learned that they stopped giving their work to Dickweed Shop. And when the owner of Dickweed Shop found out why, he fired both Dickweed Shop Mechanic and Dickweed Shop Manager. So that's my story. Hope y'all enjoyed. Moral, don't be a douchebag, be honest, and you won't get bit by karma. So I've got to be honest, I don't normally swear in these videos, but this is too good to pass up. Did you notice in the story when the guy meant to say assess that it was written as asses? Insurance guy asses the damage. I just imagine some guy rubbing his butt all over the car with a quizzical look on his face. Damn it, Larry, it's assess, not rub your ass all over it. No wonder that didn't make any sense. Now put your pants back on and pray that no one else saw you. Our next story today comes to us from Chip on My Shoulder. Seriously upcharged a guy that upcharged my parents. Let's jump right in. My parents were renovating their house about a year ago, and they needed an electrician to move some lighting fixtures. Generally, I have a friend that's my go-to electrician for stuff like this, but my parents had hired a guy to paint the living room and needed this done quickly. My electrician friend happened to be on vacation, so he wouldn't be able to get out to me until after the painter was already scheduled to come. After referring with a couple of other friends, they recommended an electrician. We are all from the same country and happen to emigrate to the same small town, so people within our culture generally recommend other people from that same country. The electrician comes by for a quote. I've never met this individual, and he tells my parents that it's all based on the amount of time it would take and that he can't give them an exact quote because he doesn't know how much time it's going to take until the job is already started. My parents think this sounds reasonable and end up hiring him. Just as an A-side, I installed Nest cameras for my parents in their living room and facing their front door, so we had a good view of the area where the job was being performed. This job takes him about an hour, and he literally sat on my couch on his phone for about 5 hours, watching TV, kicking his feet up, waiting for my mom to get home so that he could show her the work is complete, and charge her like 6 hours for a job that took him about an hour, which I confirmed how unprofessional his behavior was on my Nest Cam. My parents didn't want to cause any friction, so they paid him for the amount of time he charged them. I believe it was like $500 for something that should have really cost $150 or so. Anyway, the lighting fixtures were installed, he received his check and went on his merry way. My electrician friend later confirmed that this guy had seriously upcharged my parents. A few months later, I decided to take a side gig selling solar as a 1099 employee. I was making decent money at my existing job, but I had a wide enough network where I could help people around me with generally good solar deals and make some good money for myself on the side. The company I connected with would give me my price on panels, including installation, as well as on the roof if a roofing job was required. My price was extremely good, and the way I made my money was by tacking on the fee at my end, built into the roof price and the per watt price of the panels, plus installation. Much like my parents found the electrician, this same electrician who I had never met found me, inquiring about a roofing job. I told him that I don't do standalone roofs, but that I could package something for him, including solar, which would get rid of most of his electricity bill. He said he didn't have the money up front for the roof or the panels, which is fine cause we can finance, and it started to sound like he was a little bit desperate as his roof was leaking and he didn't have the capital to fix it. Generally, when I go to a client, I try to keep the price down and make it more desirable for the client. I'd rather make less money than no money, so I generally make around $3,000 to $5,000 per install, which is a win-win. When I got the call, I thought the guy's name was familiar, and sure enough, it was the electrician who had helped my parents and left a bad taste in my mouth. At this point, I knew he was desperate for a resolution to his roof issue, and I knew he barely spoke any English, so my word was going to be gold. I set up an appointment to go meet up with him in about a week. I knew that I was going to upcharge the crap out of him due to the language barrier he would have with other installers, his desperation, and the fact that he upcharged my parents. I got the price quote from the installer that said the roof would cost about $10,000 for a strip and re-roof. This was a really good quote as the house was a multi-family unit and I was expecting the quote to come to around $15,000. They also gave me the price on the solar panels, which would be around $15,000. So the price I was looking at for the project was $25,000. Generally, in a good situation like this, I might have called in $29,000 total, got him a spectacular deal, make a couple grand and called it a day. But I was thinking, F this guy. So I adjusted the cost of the roof to $19,000 and the price of the panels to $21,000, half expecting that I would eventually need to come down on the pricing at some point. I went over there to meet up with him, proposed his setup, told him how good the quality of the roofing job would be, which is accurate, and that the solar system would virtually wipe out his electricity bill, and that I would get him set up with a 25-year loan to keep his monthly payment down. He agreed to this, was excited to get his roof done, and really didn't care much about the panels, but they were part of the bundle and on we went. Once everything was installed, I was paid out on my deal and went to cash my $15,000 check. I went to my parents' house and gave them $1,500 each and explained to them what had happened and how I stumbled upon a $15,000 commission check. Just so it's clear, there is nothing shady about what I did. It was way more expensive than it needed to be, and everything was disclosed to him properly. He just paid more than he would have had to, even if he simply shopped around. But at the end of the day, it's well within my rights to charge whatever I want, like it's within the rights of the customer to tell me to F off. A big chunk of what he paid is covered by incentives, but he still paid way more than typical. Moral of the story, especially for contractors, plumbers, electricians, and mechanics, don't F people, because you're more aware of how things work than they are in a particular field, because you might end up getting F'd later tenfold. Not the butthole, he deserved it. Oh wait, wrong subreddit. OP, the big difference between you and this guy is you asked for and got a very good price and you delivered with a good service. He sat on the couch and committed fraud. Big difference. I love how you went back and paid restitution to your parents. That is absolutely admirable. Our next story today comes to us from Cadavatar, the epic of the not-so-sexy librarian. Let's jump right in. I got a job at the local library in the summer of 2016. Strap in, kids, because in order for you all to understand the true artistry of my revenge, this is going to be a long, delicious ride. At this time, I was a poor undergrad student who had just gotten out of an abusive relationship and was riddled with anxiety. In my new living situation, I had to earn more money than I was making as a tutor in the college writing center, so I applied to work part-time as a shelver in the mornings before I would go to class. Now, I said local library, but it's actually a bit more complex. The library system I was working for was one of the best in its area of the United States. We had a dozen or so branches. The main branch of the library had a coffee shop, an indoor theater, and a sub-basement full of books, along with a suspiciously well-kept underground bunker full of important state documents. I worked at a branch, and it was considered one of the larger branches, the second largest in terms of collection, and the only branch outside the main library equipped with a maker lab. I got this job by the grace of some benevolent god, and in part because I have a friend from college who worked in the maker lab that could vouch for my character. After a brief training period in the main library, I arrived for my first real day with a box of donuts for my coworkers in hand and a smile on my face at 6 in the morning. Unfortunately, my manager did not arrive on time. Enter the children's librarian, who did show up early to set up for story time and let my anxious butt inside. Enter our antagonist, who I will refer to as my least favorite character from Friends, Monica. Monica did not like me from the start. This is in part due to circumstances beyond my control, which I found out after the fact. One of her friends had applied to shelve at the library, but did not get the position because Monica's vouching did not carry as much weight as my friend's, as well as the fact that I was better qualified. She also did not like me because, and I cannot make this up, I brought donuts. See, she worked 2 jobs, one as a barista at the coffee shop and bakery across the parking lot, along with her job as a circulation assistant at the library. She was reportedly quite unhappy with my decision to bring donuts from a competing breakfast chain, while everyone else passed on her bagels. Side note, who even likes bagels, really? Fortunately for me, I didn't see much of Monica at this time. She worked a mid-shift since her mornings were at the coffee shop, so she was coming in when I was clocking out. This still didn't stop her from making sure I was aware of her disdain by taking up space in front of my work locker while she was coming on shift. So I would have a hard time getting my things and leaving in time to make my classes, or my second job. A few months passed, and around Christmas, a couple of our part-time branch assistants decided they were going to retire. This left us in a bind. We had 2 positions to fill, and we were coming up on holiday break, which is a busy time for the library. I had only been working in my position as a shelver since late summer, but something in me, read 4 shots of Jack Daniels at 2 a.m., led me to apply for the position anyway. Again, by the grace of some benevolent god and the recommendation of several people, I got the job. This is a good place to fit this in as well as any. My assistant manager was a good-natured sort of guy who had only started working in his position a couple of months before me. I was the first person he ever trained for both shelving and for an assistant position. The unfortunate truth was that my being trained by someone who was still in training himself showed. My ability to do my job was also hindered by Monica, who tried multiple times to sabotage me. She would tell me the wrong information or stay quiet if she knew I was misinformed. The problem was that this would backfire on her. Monica would tell me something untrue, and when I would be corrected, I never let her get away with it. Part of the reason I had gotten the position of circulation assistant is because I turned in a programming outline for a weekly anime club at the library. I know, I'm a nerd, but you're on Reddit, so... And it had been approved, but stalled in implementation. I was seen as a figure who could help revitalize our teen programming by our children's librarian. Another blow to Monica, who was in charge of the current programming for teens, which amounted to nothing more than an after-school study hall. Again, we were the second largest library branch in our system. We were expected to do better. Encroaching on her teens was nothing short of war, even though I pointed out she had other responsibilities that were piling up around the library that stagnated when she was doing her glorified babysitting. I also got chosen for assignments that made me popular with the library staff. When other branches were short-staffed, our branch would be asked if we could send some people to help pick up the shift. I was given this task quite a bit in the winter for a rather stupid reason. I drove a Jeep, and so my 4-wheel drive was ideal for driving unplowed roads. Monica, in comparison, took public transport, so her chances of getting chosen were slim to 0. This also meant I picked up more friends at the other branches. What can I say? I'm charismatic. It helped that I wasn't on my phone all the time, something that Monica had been reprimanded for pretty regularly. I'm not talking a couple checks here and there throughout the hour. I'm talking every 5 minutes, texting, checking Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, Vine, etc. She did it behind the desk, she did it in the back, she did it on the floor between the stacks, she did it checking in books, and part of the reason she loved watching the teens was because she could be on her phone practically uninterrupted for an hour and a half. At one point, she lost her phone, used the library phone to call it, and then, when that didn't work, got on the phone with her sister to activate her "Where's my phone" feature from home, which meant we were slammed up front while she walked her sister through the process. Now that you have the background information and your FedEx order of Chekhov's guns, here's how this bee got our assistant manager fired. I processed a library card wrong. There was a patron who came in and through a series of wacky circumstances involving a former security action on him and a very generic milquetoast name, I mixed up some library accounts, put a new card on the wrong account, and then had to start a new application with a new card. All told, I spent half an hour getting this guy a card, and then had to go on my break immediately because I was 20 minutes from leaving and needed to get my 15 in before I left. In the rush, I left the dead library card on the counter. When I went back, it was gone. I panicked. I looked everywhere for it in the 10 minutes before I had to leave to go to class. I couldn't find it, and when I left, I was so consumed with anxiety about wondering where it went that I neglected to tell anyone what had happened. A big mistake, but anxiety is a hell of a drug. When I came into work a couple days later, I found out through an email it had been discovered, slotted back in with the other new unassigned library cards. I knew for darn sure that, of all the places I could have put it, it wouldn't have been there. I realized the person working at that computer when I had come back off my break was Monica. How does this translate to our assistant manager getting fired? Well, I had been the first and only assistant that he trained, since we hired our other assistant internally, and this was a capital big deal, so my F-up was a mark on his record as well as mine. It was around this point that I left the library. I was starting to get heat from my manager for some other unrelated issues involving mental health days, and I was promoted at the college writing center, making better pay. So I decided to cut my losses and leave. Apparently, they fired my assistant manager not long after, and he was forced to uproot his family, who had already moved so he could work at this job, and move to another state. Part of that was my F-up, I'll admit to that, but the majority of it was because it looked like I had hidden the card after the fact. Fast forward to January of 2018, and take the safety off those pew-pews. This is where we start getting wild. I'm scrolling through Twitter on my lunch break, and a notification pops that someone has liked a chain of tweets from almost 4 months earlier. That's weird in of itself, given I was very active on Twitter at this time, and those were buried by at least 500 more tweets. They were also about how I had talked to someone who worked at the library, and they had left soon after I did, and I was venting about poor leadership. It was very off-brand for my Twitter. I checked out who had liked them, and to my surprise, it was, of all people, Monica. I scrolled through her account and noticed some very interesting things. You see, the Twitter account she had used to like those tweets was a not safe for work BDSM account. Quelle surprise! I saw much more of Monica that day than I frankly ever wanted to see. But then I looked closer at some of the pictures, and despite wanting to use bleach for eye drops, I screen capped a couple and saved them on my laptop before going back to work. Later that day, I sent her a message through Facebook. To be honest, I wanted to know how she found me on Twitter. At that time, I wasn't using my real name, and I was posting a lot of incendiary things about the government, the kind of thing you want to stay anonymous for. In short, I was surprised she had tracked me down and needed to figure out where the leak was. When I approached her about it, she got nasty with me. She told me nobody cared about what I was writing, that I shouldn't talk crap about her work family, and that I only left the library because I couldn't hack it. Then she blocked me. So I was pissed. I remembered months of enduring abuse from her, how she'd blocked me from making teen programming better just because she wanted some time on her phone, how she'd gotten me in trouble and my boss fired over some petty BS, and all the other microaggressions too plentiful to list. And I decided, alright B, it's on. I went back online after taking a breath, and she must have realized her mistake because she had blocked me on Twitter and locked her account. That was fine by me because I had already gotten what I wanted. The pictures of her that I had saved, those were taken at the library. See, since we're a rather large branch, we have some pretty recognizable features in the library for anybody who's ever worked there or even walked inside. She had taken some pictures of herself topless in the back cubicles. There was one picture of herself in her underwear in the stacks, evident by the carpeting pattern, and, most damning, a picture of her flashing her butt with the children's section windows in the background. I gathered all these pictures up, wrote an email as a concerned anonymous patron to the HR department from a burner email, sent it, and sat back in wait. The effects were pretty darn immediate and started toppling like dominoes. She was fired in a record 2 days, and my friend in the Maker Lab told me she was escorted from the building. None of the other workers knew why, but word spread through the other branches because they had to bring people in to staff her position, which meant rotating cast of faces coming in and wondering why she'd been fired so immediately. Usually, even in firing people, the library would give them 2 weeks so the position could be filled. Eventually, someone subbing in must have had a contact in HR because that's when I started getting messages from literally everyone I ever worked with, all at the same time asking me, "Did you know Monica was making adult material in the library?" But remember that children's librarian who let me in on my first day and had recommended me for my promotion? And remember how Monica's other job was at the coffee shop across the parking lot? Well, after the incident with Monica and my assistant manager getting fired, that had a negative effect on my manager's record, so she was fired as well. As the librarian with the most seniority, the children's librarian was appointed interim manager. She had also heard the rumor about Monica, but wasn't aware of the details until she got access to those records as the new manager, and saw that Monica had taken pictures, and that some of those pictures were in the children's section, which she was, as you might imagine, fiercely protective of. As it just so happened, the owner of the coffee shop across the lot went to her church, so she found him after service and told him about why Monica had been fired from the library. Apparently, there had been a couple of incidences at her other job where she had disappeared into the walk-in with her phone, and some employees thought they saw her in compromising positions, but were never sure, so they could never take action on it. After being told about why she'd been fired from the library, and that she had been exposing herself again in the children's section where his grandkids play and pick out their books, he also fired her. But wait, there's more. Monica had also been doing well enough at the library and the coffee shop that she'd finally bought herself a car. Great news, except that once she lost both her jobs, she couldn't afford the payments. Trying to get a new job was also difficult, given that her past employers weren't shy about giving her bad references and explaining why she was fired. So her car got repossessed after she missed too many payments. She had also just applied to college where I was working, so she could get an English undergrad, then a master's in library sciences. She ended up having to withdraw since her scholarship was revoked after she was fired, and she no longer had a reliable way to get to campus. No job, no car, kicked out of college before she even took her first class. Could Monica's life get any worse? Oh, it could. Turns out, her boyfriend wasn't aware of her taking these pictures and posting nudes of herself on the internet. When he found out from one of her former coworkers at the library why she'd been fired, turns out she had lied to him about it. The two of them broke up, and guess where she had been living? So, she ended up moving back in with her mom, who I'm sure was really curious about why her daughter had been having such a streak of bad luck. Sorry, Monica. Looks like no one told you life was gonna be this way. Now, somebody down in the comments asked OP if they had confessed to the library card ordeal, and they said, yes. They probably should have clarified, but the post was already so long. I didn't know until after I had left my job that my mistake had caused problems for my assistant manager. But yes, I confessed to it. When I had come into work that day, I had already sent a text to my manager letting her know I needed to talk to her about something involving a library card. So she knew something was up even before it had been discovered. When I clocked in, she wasn't working yet, and I saw the email from another circulation assistant and knew, F, this is gonna be a crap day. And I wasn't wrong. I made it very clear to them that I didn't hide it, but that was difficult to prove given where they found it, and that I had left without saying anything. I couldn't exactly prove my coworker had taken it either, even though I was certain she had. Making the mistake was one thing, but hiding it seemed to be the tipping point. Also, not to badmouth my assistant manager, as he was a genuinely good guy, and he's good at his job where he is now. I'm pretty sure he's a full manager. Unfortunately, it wasn't as if the one strike had been the ball game. He had other problems too, from my understanding. It's a shame really, I liked him a lot. Well, OP, you made a mistake, and mistakes happen, we understand that. But covering up a mistake, or not saying something about it, that's probably where you went wrong. Now, OP, one last thing, I think you should provide a link to these photos of Monica, just for research purposes. Our next story today comes to us from a deleted account. Duplex Destruction. Let's jump right in. A little over a year ago, I moved to a smallish town. I found a decent duplex on the outskirts, plenty of room for just myself. When I spoke to the landlord, or landlady I guess, she had implied that she'd had quite a few other people look at the place, but that these weren't the sort of people she wanted moving in. It was heavily implied, though never explicitly stated, that she wouldn't allow minorities to move into her duplexes. I really didn't care, as it was none of my business, and as long as I could get the place, I was happy. So I moved in a week later, and at first all was well. I work Tuesday through Saturday, 8 to 5 every week, though I frequently get off later than 5. My job consists of driving a company truck and going to customers' houses to fix their crap. I sometimes deal with as many as 10 different people a day. At the end of the day, the only thing I usually want to do is go home and veg out in front of my computer. The last thing I want to do is interact with other people, or have to deal with a bunch of noise. Unfortunately, my neighbor was running her own daycare next door, watching as many as 10 or 12 kids in her little 1,000 square foot unit. She would allow these kids to run wild. My typical Monday, which was one of my weekend days, would consist of waking up at about 7 a.m. to the sounds of kids banging on the walls and jumping on furniture, and hearing my neighbor scream at the top of her lungs. This would go on all day until about 7 p.m. with no respite. Now, I knew when I moved in that she ran her own small daycare, but I didn't think it would be a problem. After all, I used to watch kids as well, only I was good at it, and I made sure the kids I watched were well behaved. Naturally, I assumed that someone running their own daycare would have the skills to control the kids. Not so. After a few weeks of this, I ended up losing my patience. I knocked on my neighbor's door and engaged her in small talk. I didn't want to immediately tell her to shut the F up, so I just made it seem like a friendly chat. During the small talk, I realized that this bee was nuts. This was the first time we'd ever talked, and within just a few minutes, she was telling me that she had an STD. I quickly forgot her name, but I always refer to her by the nickname I gave her, Crotch Rot. Well, after a few minutes of conversation with Crotch Rot, I decided to broach the subject of excessive noise. I started out by asking her if I was noisy, and assuring her that if I ever became noisy, she could ask and I would quiet down. She assured me that she never heard a peep from me. She then asked me if she was noisy, to which I replied that there was an awful lot of noise during the day while she was watching kids. Now, I'm still trying to keep things civil and friendly, but things are starting to go off the rails. She apologizes and tells me that running a daycare is a noisy business. She explains that this is her only source of income, and she has no choice in the matter. I ask her if she's able to keep the kids from banging on the walls at the very least, to which she replies that she's one person with 10 kids, and she can't be everywhere at once. At this point, I realize that being Mr. Nice Guy isn't working. This filthy bee is just going to keep making excuses and avoiding the issue rather than actually trying to do something about it. I suggest that she either hire on some help or take some lessons to learn to better deal with young children. She suggests I move somewhere else, and that it was stupid to move in when I knew the next door unit was a daycare. Well, at this point, I'm just pissed. This bee does a crappy job of running a daycare and handling children, and has the nerve to call me stupid? I decide to go to war. Before going back into my own unit, I make one more statement. Do you have a license to run a daycare? Well, it turns out that Crotch Rot is good friends with Landlady, and at the beginning of the next month when Landlady comes to collect rent, she serves me an eviction notice, giving me 30 days to leave. Her explanation is that I'm causing tensions among the other tenants and being a troublemaker. Keep in mind, the only other tenant I've spoken to has been Crotch Rot. Well, neither of these bees know who they're effing with. I'm the last person to just bend over, especially when I feel that something unjust has been done. I do my research and learn about my state's childcare laws. I learn that there is a limit to how many children an unlicensed facility can care for, which is also based on how many caregivers there are. I also learned that there are certain requirements, such as state workers inspecting the facilities and doing background checks on the caregivers. All of that licensing information is public domain, so I do a search, and sure enough, my neighbor is unlicensed and illegally watching children. After that, I do some research on housing equality laws in my state. Turns out it's illegal for anyone, even a private owner, to discriminate against potential tenants on things like race, sex, religion, etc. First things first, I call up the Department of Child Protective Services and report my neighbor. I explain that she's unlicensed, that she's clearly unable to handle the children she's watching, and that I frequently hear banging and yelling coming from her unit, which has me concerned for the safety and well-being of the children. A bit of a fib there, but I figured I should spice it up a bit. Well, much to my surprise, it only takes about an hour before 2 CPS agents and a couple of police are pulling up in front of the duplex. They force Crotch Rot to call each of the parents to come pick up their children, then explain to the parents that if something were to happen to their children, that they could be held liable for leaving their children with someone who isn't equipped to handle them. Crotch Rot ends up getting slapped with a hefty fine and an order to appear in court. For the first time since I moved into that duplex, I was happy for the thin walls. I just sat there drinking a few beers and listening to all the chaos. It went on for hours. I slept like a baby that night. So, phase 1 of Operation Duplex Destruction was complete. Crotch Rot was ruined. I destroyed her only source of income permanently, caused her financial distress in the form of a fine, and got her in trouble with the law. It was time to proceed to phase 2. By now, most of my stuff was packed and I'd found a new place to live a few miles down the street. A couple weeks after moving to my new place, I invited a few of my coworkers over to have a few beers, though I had ulterior motives. It just so happens that I invited 2 black coworkers and a white coworker. After we'd had a couple of beers, I explained the real reason I wanted to get together. I'd been working on a plan to get back at some racist C of a landlady, and I was ready to put the plan into action. Fortunately, me being such a likable guy and on great terms with all my coworkers, they were more than happy to go along. I went ahead and had one of my black coworkers call up the landlady and ask about her for rent listing and set up a time to meet her and check the place out. I instructed my other black coworker to wait a couple days and do the same, and instructed my white coworker to wait until the end of the week to do the same. A week and a half came and went. During that time, all 3 of my coworkers had met with the landlady to check out the unit. She told my 2 black coworkers that she'd already found another tenant and sent each of them on their way. But when my white coworker showed up later that week, she told him that she hadn't found anyone to rent yet, but that she'd had some unsavory characters show interest. Well, this was more than enough for me. I got in touch with my state's Commission on Human Relations Department. I explained that I had referred a few friends to check the place out, and that the owner of the property was blatantly refusing to rent to minorities. I also called up the NAACP and explained the situation to them. It's now been about 2 months since all of that happened. I checked back with the NAACP this morning to ask for an update on the situation. Racist landlady was slapped with a fine and is currently being sued by the NAACP for tens of thousands of dollars. Operation Duplex Destruction is a success. This revenge was expertly executed. I mean, come on, get the evidence, give it to the various government agencies, sit back and watch the professionals get revenge for you. What else could be better? Our next story today comes to us from a deleted account. Revenge on cheating wife, now ex, as well as the karma that came afterwards. Let's jump right in. So I am in the army and I was married. I was approaching my first deployment to Iraq. It was very stressful and it had my wife wanting me to find a way to stay and not deploy. Obvious things any wife would try to talk about. Anyways, so we have no kids but both want them, so we talk about getting out of debt while I'm gone. She talks to her best friend back home in another state where we are both from. Her friend agrees to let her move in and charge a modest $300 in rent so that we can get out of debt and start a family when I come back. A plan I was actually very pleased with. I deploy, she is there crying her eyes out saying she will miss me and loves me and we will start a family when we get back. Fast forward 2 months, she starts acting distant, not wanting to talk much on our scheduled calls or text back 1 or 2 word answers. We've been together 6 years. She is never at a loss for words. Anyway, one day she says, I need some space. She asks someone who is 10,000 miles away for space. I ask why. She says she just needs space. She wants to find herself. So I remember back when we lived at home, she had a guy who was always being borderline inappropriate. I'm not a very jealous person and I trust her. So I start seeing said guy in basically all her pictures she posts with the group. Every time he is in the picture, everyone else changes but never him. So for the first time, I'm very jealous and uneasy about everything. So I clone her phone so I receive every text she receives as well as every text she sends. I'll never forget the first text I saw after cloning her phone. Hey babe, I'll see you after work. Want me to save you any of my leftovers? From her to him, it destroyed me. I lost 35 pounds in a week. I didn't eat or sleep. I stared at the phone watching every conversation, watching them talk about trying to have a baby. It was literally everything a married person fears. I ask her if she's seeing someone and she says no she isn't. She is taking care of herself and she loves me, blah blah. I don't say anything about receiving her texts for 2 months. Over this time, she finally admits cheating and that he is so much better than me at sex, treating her right, and he does what she wants. During this time, she pays our debt off, gets tattoos with him, matching I love you tattoos, goes to shows with him, buying clothes, etc. with the money I'm making. So this is where revenge starts. I put a freeze on the account for a month. In that time, I change every password to every account to things she won't guess. Army jargon, slang terms. I block her on Facebook and my phone so she has no way to contact me. She lost her car to repo a few months later, got kicked out of her place, had to sell her prized shoes and purses just to stay alive. I then find out she had got a job at her old restaurant. So I post all the text conversations I have with her and the guy talking about having babies that have timestamps on it as well as post conversations we had with the matching timestamps showing all of our friends what she has done. I then have friends call and complain at her job constantly on both him and her. They work at a restaurant, so I also have friends dine and dash. They both get fired. So she tries to call my command and tell them that I am abandoning her and she can't provide for herself. My commander knows what is going on. He does nothing because he had something similar happen. Then, about a month before I come back, she calls me from another number to tell me she is pregnant with his kid. Mind you, I'm still gone, so we cannot get divorced yet. She moved away with him 10 hours from me. April 24th, 2018. She calls me 5 months pregnant, crying uncontrollably, asks me where she should go. Apparently, they have a giant blow-up fight. She tells him she is leaving. She says she doesn't know where to go, and I simply say, sorry, not my problem anymore. Fast forward January of this year, she calls me from a mutual friend's phone. He hit me, I don't know what to do. Maybe you don't cheat on your husband when he is deployed for some guy who talks a big game. Well, I guess you are happy about this? No, but I'm glad I know I'm not the bad guy in this story. And then the next month, he's cheating on me with 2 girls. I'm sorry. I regret everything I did. I effed it all up. Yeah, you did. All in all, this woman destroyed my life, put me into a deep depression I'm still dealing with. But I do feel a little better having proof that I wasn't the problem. To think if this happened even 10 or 5 years ago, I would have come back to an empty bank account, an empty house, as well as seeing my then wife pregnant with another man's baby. She actually hit me up yesterday to ask for some money to help cover rent. So they split up, she had a baby with somebody else, and then she still asked you for rent money? I hope the answer was just complete silence or even laughter, because it's a joke, right? Our next story today comes to us from Deadly Gerbil. Bad landlord scams his tenants, goes to jail. Let's jump right in. Many years ago, when I worked for a rent-to-own company in a small town, there was a little apartment complex which we made frequent deliveries to, and just as frequently had to repo from. It had been a motel when it was built, and the owner turned it into apartments by just making doorways in the walls between rooms, putting a kitchen and a living room in one and a bedroom in the other. The place was very run down and apparently pretty inexpensive, and based on a few things customers said, it seemed that the majority of the tenants moved in there for short times. I figured it was because they were waiting for prefab houses to be financed and delivered, since the vast majority of housing in that town was mobile homes. Turns out I was wrong, but more on that later. Between deliveries and pickups, we were visiting this place multiple times per month, but the landlord wouldn't let us park the truck in the parking lot to do it. It was a motel parking lot, so there was way more space than the tenants needed, and plenty of room for our truck. But the minute we pulled into the lot, the landlord would come running out of the office and yell at us to get the truck off of his property. We were still allowed to deliver and such, we just had to carry the couches and old-style rear projection big screen TVs across the gravel lot from a truck parked on the street. It was more than a little annoying. Then the day came that I was visiting some customers, a young couple, to have them sign an extension because they couldn't make their payment, and I saw an eviction notice on their door. I knocked, they answered, and then they, too, saw the notice. They explained that they needed the extension because they were behind on rent, but the eviction was unexpected because they were only 2 days late. The notice gave them 1 week to move out. They signed the extension and I left, a little suspicious because that didn't seem right to me. A few days later, I got a call from the couple saying they needed to return the stuff they'd rented because they were being evicted and had to move to a motel. I told them to wait there, I'd be over in an hour. My wife had worked in the rental office of our previous apartment complex, so I knew some tenant laws. When I checked after getting the extension signed, I found that evictions couldn't be served with only a week notice. They had to give 30 days for the tenants to pay or move out. If they moved out, the landlord could take any unpaid rent out of their security deposit. This was a small town with lots of mobile homes, so I'm guessing the law was to prevent people being evicted from rented land on which they had a mobile home they owned, but it applied to apartments too. Normally, I'd have considered this none of my business, but everyone in our store hated that landlord and wanted to get back at him. So I printed out the applicable rental law pages from the town's website and drove over to the apartment complex. There, I knocked on the door of every one of our customers living there, which was about half of the 20 or so apartments, and gave them a copy of the law. While doing this, I learned that the landlord had been evicting people like that for being even a day late, then keeping their deposits, citing the very law I was giving to my customers, just not the part about 30 days leeway. He charged rent in advance. You paid for the next month at the end of each month. So people were losing their deposits over being 1 day late. On top of that, the landlord wouldn't accept late payments, even if they were before his scheduled eviction time, because he made more money by evicting people and moving someone new in since he kept all their deposits. I told the couple that had started all this that if I were them, I wouldn't move out, and I'd contact a lawyer or at least the city housing department and file a complaint. They were worried because the landlord had said he'd have the sheriff's department evict them if they didn't move out in time. There were no local police, small town, but I said that even if the landlord called them, I doubted they'd actually evict them if they cited the law. That was about all I could do, and I hoped it'd be enough. It was. The couple came in a few weeks later to pay for their rental furniture and to thank me for all of my help, telling me the landlord had just been arrested. They'd filed a complaint, and when the landlord called the sheriff to evict them, it had kicked off an investigation. I never learned what exactly the charges were or what happened to the landlord, but the complex ended up under new ownership and the new manager had no problem with us parking on their property for deliveries. Also, the number of our repos and deliveries there suddenly dropped because people were no longer being evicted constantly. Between that experience and other stories I've read online, I never cease to be baffled and annoyed that people don't know their rights as tenants. Check your laws, don't take a landlord's word for anything, and stand up for yourself. If people would take some time to educate themselves a little bit more on things like tenant laws, there would be a lot less problems with landlords like this in the future. Your best defense is a good offense, and you can't put up a good offense unless you know what you're talking about. So I implore you, if you're somebody who is renting right now, make sure you check out what your tenant laws are in your particular area. You never know when you might need them, or you might even be getting screwed now and just not know it. I thank you for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow.